52 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
And this one skied into right center field. Should be the game. Julio Rodriguez waits for it. And that'll do it for the Astros in the ninth. A walk, a base hit, and 2 men left on base. And Seattle closes out a 10-2 win. Mariners now 1 game under 500 at 21-22. And the Astros have lost 4 consecutive games, including the first 2 of this series.
Including the last 6 to the Mariners this year and the last 9 to the Mariners going back to last year. And it is 6-01, and Tatsuya Ei still sucks at baseball.
Don't worry, though. Last night they let him, one of the multiple things that he had cited as reasons for why he's a horrible Major League Baseball pitcher was that, in Japan they let pitchers pitch to their strengths, where here they do this crazy thing where they try to tell you what a hitter's weaknesses are, and so they didn't give him much of a scouting report at all last night. Let him just go out and just do your thing. Just go ahead, run in traffic, kid. Okay, all right, you know better than me. You want to run in traffic during rush hour? Just go for it.
He's a 10-year-old, man. He is a teenager that is telling his parents, "This is how I like to do things. This is the way it's going to be." And the parents finally just throw their hands up and say, "Okay."
He's a horrible ambassador for the nation of Japan. I'll tell you that much.
Yes.
Because I don't get the sense that this isn't the typical Japanese pitcher thing where they come over and they start reciting a litany of excuses every single time about why it's just different here and it's hard and all that. There's been some really good Japanese pitchers in Major League Baseball. I'm not interested in hearing about the differences anymore.
Oh my God! All right,
let me go out and pitch to my strengths.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey, Mariners, check out my killer fastball.
Look at my strengths. Yeah.
Can you handle this?
Yeah. He's practically yelling at him. Here's what's coming. My strengths.
You know what it is? He's like somebody that's watched a bunch of like kung fu movies, or you just you watch just any kind of you watch a lot of action movies. Yeah. And you think, I could do that.
Right.
And you envision it in your brain. You watch The Matrix, and you're like, oh, yeah. I just got to slow everything down.
Right.
And then you go out and you try to fight an actual human being, and you get your teeth kicked in.
Next thing you know, someone named Canzone is hitting a grand slam against you to make it 6-2.
Canzone going to Canzone.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Okay, so in case you missed...
In America, we call it a calzone. Okay, one more cultural difference for you to handle there.
That's right. I was writing down a list of excuses Ei might have today. Dog night got very distracting, things like that. It was Dog night last night.
They seem to rifle through a lot of interpreters. Maybe they're going to fire another interpreter.
Yeah, something. Yeah, you know what? If I were the interpreter, I would feel like I'm on thin ice right now. So in case you missed it last night, as you can probably tell, the Astros lost, and Tatsuya Ei was terrible again. He pitched 4 innings. He did give you 4 innings. But he gave up. The problem, was that he gave up 6 runs in those 4 innings. So he gave you 80 pitches. He gave you 4 innings. And he gave up 6 runs.
Gave up a majestic grand slam.
It was a laser that he gave up of a grand slam. And look, the bats were terrible again last night. They're not scoring runs right now. Yordan Alvarez is in the midst of one of the worst mini slumps that I can remember. I'm calling it a mini slump because it's been 3 games.
Well,
but he's
Sean, in Cuba, they have a different approach to the game.
The batter's box is a little softer in Cuba.
And Yordan's still adjusting to this.
Yordan, not an excuse maker. He's been bad in May, but he's been really bad the last 3 games. But Yordan is far from the problem right now. I'm not here to heap blame on Yordan Alvarez. His numbers are still really, really good this year. The story is Ei, and he was terrible last night. And the problem is they're going to have to keep pitching him. And Espada's already said he's going to make his next start. They've got to keep pitching him because they are in the midst of a 13-game stretch in which bullpen games happen way more frequently than you'd want them to. And they're paying him $18 million a year. So they got to keep trotting him out there.
And, I don't know. And he's on that big mural out front of the stadium, too.
Chandler's piece on this was really, really good last night.
Yeah, Chandler pulled out one of his, because sometimes Chandler has to be the beat writer, and you just got to, you got to fire off a synopsis or whatever. Yeah. But this was one of those pieces you could tell, okay, he's an artist in this. He reserved his artistry for this piece, including a photograph that he took. Credit Chandler Rome.
Credit Chandler Rome.
He's a multimedia artist.
Well, that's what they ask us to do these days, Seth. Yeah. You got to do more with less. So I would encourage you to go out of your way to find Chandler Rome's piece on this game last night because it's really good. And the lead into it, what Seth is alluding to, the lead into it was Chandler describing one of the murals on the side of Dyken Park. If you've driven by the ballpark, you know there's huge murals on the side of the stadium with the prominent players. And it's very interesting, I think, that the mural that Ei is part of has the two best players on the team almost minimized in comparison to the size of Ei on that thing. It's Hunter Brown with kind of his back to the camera, but you can see his profile. It says Brown on the back of his jersey. And then Yordan Alvarez celebrating the home run that won the World Series for the Astros in what feels like 15 years ago. It was 3 years ago or 4 years ago. And then there's Ei like lurking over them like the Darth Vader helmet on the old Star Wars T-shirt, where it's all the characters with their full bodies, and then this massive Darth Vader head behind all of them. That's Ei. He's Darth Ei.
He's flashing a gang sign of some sort.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's edgy. So Ei was terrible last night, and let's hear from Joe Espada about it.
Just to be clear to people who don't get sarcasm, it's a backwards H.
Yeah. It's a gang, but it's a fun gang. It's a fun gang of Houstonians. Yeah. Not gang with a capital G. Here's Joe Espada last night on Tatsuya Ei's start.
I thought the slider was not as effective as we wanted it to see. Velo up to 96, but I thought that was kind of a turning point.
Okay, well, I'm going to play one more. We got a bunch of Espada here. I'm going to play one more, and then we'll dig back into this. This was Espada on the limited use of anything but a fastball and a slider by Tatsuya Ei last night.
I think there was opportunities for him to use it, but we wanted him to kind of pound the zone with the two pitches that he's taking command and control. But there was opportunities, like in some of those lefties, that there were some windows that he could have used his split finger or changeup.
And this is an important thing, I think, to point out, that he only threw fastballs and sliders. He literally threw 80 pitches. Yeah. And if you add them up, it's just two pitches that add up to 80, fastball and slider. Not even one changeup or a sweeper or anything mixed in. And I think it's important to note, like, this is a sign, I think, that the Astros are at the end of their wits with Tatsuya Ei. That they're like, fine, do it your way.
Yeah.
Do it your way, and let's see how it goes with your way here.
I mean, through an interpreter, does this not sound like spring training? Something you might say after a spring training game. This is what the quote is. That's what I did in Japan, and that's why the Astros signed me. So that's why I want to work on my fastball and slider. And if that didn't work, try my other pitches. But for now, I want to work on my fastball and slider.
He didn't try any other pitches. We need to point that out.
Don't worry about the results. It's a classic spring training dynamic. Don't worry about those 6 runs, okay? Just working on.
You nailed it. That is a spring training quote right there.
What are you working on? The 2 things that I'm best at. That's how I'm going to get myself out of this. What the hell, man?
Oh, my God.
What are we doing here? What are we even doing here? Cal Raleigh even got a couple hits last night.
Cal Raleigh's streak is over.
What did he got up to over 38 or so?
Over 38, yeah. I think eventually, I don't think he got the hit off of Ei.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Yeah, he got it off of
Credit to Ei for, at the very least, he allowed the Astros to use Jaden Murray, like the relievers that you're not too worried about burning up or anything.
Right.
Yeah, good. Thanks. Thanks for letting the lead get so big.
The disposables. Yeah, because they had Okert up, warming up.
Yeah.
And immediately after they had Okert's warming up before the Grand Slam. They hit the Grand Slam, and I'd love to hear the phone conversations like, get up one of the sit Okert down, get one of the crappy guys up.
Yeah, so that was a good job, Ei. I mean, it's we were like knowing full well the Astros weren't going to score more than 2 runs in this game.
Right.
That was the wise decision to go ahead and let up a Grand Slam.
If you're going to lose big because we just burn up these disposables.
Hey, maybe next time what he needs to do is just go work on just the slider. Nothing but sliders. That'll get you right.
Like McCullers with the curveball back in the ALCS. A couple more from Espada here, and I'm anxious to hear the answers to these. I've not listened to them yet. Where do you go from here with Ei?
At this point, just have to keep running around.
Yeah, he's going to make a next start, yeah.
Well, that's good.
That's a quick one.
Well, we've got him under contract for 2 more years after this.
He's going to make this start, and then the next start after that?
Remember we used to kind of toy around with the notion that maybe he would opt out at the end of the season if it's this bad, just to go back to Japan. Then we realized he's only making $1 million a year in Japan.
Yeah, that was 21 hours ago we toyed around with that. Yes,
I could go to any foreign country and be despised by an entire city for 3 years for $54 million without losing a wink of sleep. I'll tell you that much.
$18 million a year. You don't want to know what I would do.
Hey Seth, you're going to go to Taiwan for 3 years, but they're going to hate you.
Yeah,
they're going to hate you. Okay, well, what's the catch?
Well, that sounds miserable.
What do I get? $54 million. Okay, cool, I'm in.
Done.
Yeah. Do I get to go back to America afterwards? Okay, cool, I'm in.
Yeah. One more from Espada. I'm really anxious to hear this one. Anything you liked from Ei last night?
Yeah, I did. The command on the fastball, I thought he pounded the zone with it. The slider, he gave up the runs on that slider, but he threw some really good ones too. So I did see him. The tempo was good. I thought he competed well, but we gotta get him right. That needs to be better.
I'd love to know what
inspirational, really. It was those ones that he did, those pitches that he did hit just right. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the definition is of he competed well.
Yeah.
He competed well. He gave up hard contact galore. He gave up 6 runs. Is it like the fact that he didn't cry while he was out there, or didn't make any excuses? Is that what competing well is?
It was kind of like me with my golf game, with my infinite handicap, where just once or twice in a round, I'll hit the sweet spot just right.
Keeps you coming back.
This is what it's all about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keeps you coming back.
Typically, I'm not getting paid $54 million
to play golf. No.
Yeah.
He was good the first inning. He got a 1-2-3 inning the first inning. I'm like, okay, there's a little cause for optimism. And then Rosarena hits just a moonshot for a 2-run homer. And then the third inning,
Rosarena is a scary-looking dude, man.
He has been since he was with Tampa. Like he's hit the Astros pretty well throughout his career. And then he gave up a little bit of traffic in the third inning, but he got a double play, which it feels like the Astros pitchers get a lot of those. And then he struck out Cal Raleigh to end the inning there, got him to 0 for 37. And then the grand slam the next inning, and I'm typing all kinds of curse words in the rundown.
It actually is. The fact that they only got 5 hits, as Chandler dubbed it, a minor miracle, because it was an average 97-mile-per-hour exit velocity. Yeah. It was hard contact.
Yep. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. So, but he's going to make his next start, and he's in our lives for at least the foreseeable future, and he was terrible last night. And the bigger picture is the Astros fall further and further back in the standings. This is one of the teams they need to beat to kind of crawl back into this thing, and now the best you're going to wind up compared to the Mariners. And by the way, the A's lost. So there's been opportunity. The A's are only 21-20 right now. So there's opportunities this week, but they're blowing it, man. And I said coming into the week, this is the biggest week of the Joe Espada era. And I was reading Chandler's piece on it coming into the week, and it sounds like, he was treating it with the same level of gravitas. And so this is it's just so foreign to us right now, man. Like that they're getting dominated in the division by, granted, the defending division champs, but a team that's a sub-500 team right now. The Mariners are 21-22. They're 6-0 against the Astros this year so far. It won a single game against them.
Yordan struck out a couple more times last night. Mm-hmm. So what's that bring it up to? Is it 9 in the last 3 games?
It's 9 in his last 13 plate appearances in the last 3 games.
Man.
Yeah.
I mean, the crazy thing about that is that his OPS is still over 1,000.
Yeah.
As bad as he's been these last few games, he's going through something, not seeing the ball or something. Maybe it's just dumb luck. I don't know. I'm not worried about that, but it definitely adds to the malaise of the entire situation.
No doubt. He's frustrated because you could tell after his second strikeout last night, normally he's pretty calm. He slammed the bat down. Like he's pissed. Yeah. He's pissed about his performance right now. Did you see any of the footage from Corpus Christi and Jeremy Peña last night by any chance?
I didn't see the footage, no.
Okay, well, meanwhile, down on the farm last night, Jeremy Peña, it was a big night in Corpus Christi. I'm guessing the team ate well down there because they had 3 big leaguers on the team last night that make good money. Josh Hader, Hunter Brown, and Jeremy Peña, all millionaires. They were playing in a rehab game last night with the Hooks. Jeremy Peña got taken out of the game after he got hit by a pitch. Earlier in the game, this was the video that was really making the rounds. Somebody on the other team, whatever team they were playing, hit a ball into the gap, and the guy's rounding first, headed to second. Peña's covering second base because it's a double, and this guy slides into Peña and just wipes out his legs. He goes ass over tea kettle, lands on his back, and he's down for a little bit. And so Peña got hit by a pitch and got hit on the base paths last night. I felt this way for a while now, and watching that last night, Seth,
yeah,
I feel like if these guys if they're healthy enough to play in rehab games, just freaking play them in Major League Baseball games. What are we doing?
Well, because they got to get their timing back.
Yeah, I know.
So then you'd be complaining about how Peña gets up to the plate and he whiffs whiffs in his 3
No.
swings.
You know what? I would have meant if they didn't have rehab assignments, I would back off on something like that. So look, is Jeremy Peña with minimal timing worse than? Well, Shoemake's a bad example. He's actually been hitting the ball pretty well, and they've been using him instead of Nick Allen at shortstop.
You know what you sound like right now?
Who do
you sound like James Gladstone. Like you're trying to reinvent the game of baseball.
That's dirty pool right there. I will take a lot of things. I'm not.
A lot of times people do things just because every single player says this is the way we should do them. But what if we?
You need to watch the video of him getting hit at second base. You might feel different. Yeah, he got plowed into, man, and it didn't even feel like the guy. It didn't even feel like Peña was in the baseline or anything. It looked like the guy kind of veered out to go slide and hit him.
Watching it from somebody took it on their phone, so it's hard to see the exact.
Yeah, trust me.
Well, he was going after the ball. The ball wasn't. The fielder didn't. It wasn't a good throw to second, so he was trying to get to the ball. So we'll blame the outfielder for that one.
Okay.
Whoever he is, let's seek him out.
Okay.
And catfish him or something.
Still trying to get over being compared to James Gladstone. That's going to take at least 2 segments. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Another crappy Tuesday night for the Astros. They'll try to work back towards evening this series tonight. As far as I know, Lance McCullers still pitching tonight. I haven't heard anything otherwise. So. That's a fast-growing. Did they send him over to Spain for a little PRP on that fingernail? That's a fast-growing fingernail, right?
Well, it wasn't the entire fingernail that he lost.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a matter of getting part of it back.
Part of it back? Yeah. All right, well, so it sounds like either way.
That's how bad it is right now that we're
cares?
actually thinking like, wow, what a quick recovery from a fingernail injury.
Yeah. Well, Astros baseball fever. Catch it.
If Sean Pendergast were the GM, there would be no resting for fingernail injuries.
That's exactly right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you I'm going to let you do Trajan Wealth here first, Seth, because I've got a question. Yeah, I've got a question for our producer. All right.
Good thing.
Yep. So, but before, coming up next, people will like this. Somebody's texting about this already on the text line here. Did you hear what Max Crosby said about Braden Smith? I don't know if you've heard this yet, Seth.
I did. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's good stuff. If you're trying to get excited about the Texans and the offensive line, stay tuned for the next segment. One of the best players in the league had some good things to say about one of their free agency pickups. That's coming up next.
Hey, if your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth, where their family office can bring your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team. Call Trajan Wealth today. They've got advisors with
222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, texter bringing up a point on the text line. We're so caught up in Ei right now that it's masking Yordan Alvarez being in this slump. Yordan, texter, Sean and Seth, Yordan's also swinging at pitches way off the plate at his ankles, 9 to 12 inches out of the zone. Not good! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Yeah, Yordan looks, by Yordan standards, looks lost right now a little bit.
Yeah.
But this has happened before. I don't know if 9 strikeouts in 13 plate appearances has happened before with him.
Well, whatever it was, at one point during the game, Callis said he'd never struck out this many times, this many at bats or in games or whatever it was.
So that's
I'm not gonna bother myself with keeping track of it because I would get too depressed.
Yeah, that maybe the strikeouts are new territory. So maybe this is something that's a little bit more concerning. But he's been through slumps before. He's been through slumps. When Yordan goes through slumps, you look at his season numbers. And these are extreme because he was so good in April and March. But even when he's gone through slumps before, you look and he's still got like an 850 OPS.
Well,
he's going to be fine.
I guess that's what we were saying last year, though, too, when he was going through his first really extended slump of his career.
Yeah.
We would say, well, yeah, but usually you look at his slumps and he's still an average batter and everything. So the fact that it's the second year in a row, and last year, I thought about this during the offseason. Last year, it was easy to just kind of dismiss it as saying, well, his hand must have been bothering him the entire time.
That's what I'm doing in my mind this
moment.
You're saying that, and I'm doing it right now, yes.
But I mean, just to frame it as accurately as possible, usually he doesn't slump for long, and his slumps are more that he plays like an average baseball player for an extended period of time. But that last year it was different. Last year he had actual slumps.
Yeah.
And this year it doesn't feel great right now.
Nope. So let's talk about the Texans. People are excited about the Texans. I don't know if it's because the other two teams are so frustrating right now, but the Texans have had a nice offseason. They've started up the rookie mini camp, and they're going through offseason stuff right now, and they made a lot of pickups. This was Max Crosby. I don't know if this is on his podcast or an interview he was doing somewhere else. I only saw the footage of just him in the shot. But it's good stuff. And Byron, we're sure we've got all the bleeps, right? Because Max Crosby is cursing a lot in this cut about Braden Smith.
Give him a break. He's an orphan. You know, tossed around from place to place.
Yeah.
Foster parents in Baltimore said, no, we don't want him. And then,
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I thought you were being serious for a second. I'm like, no. He's an orphan. He was unwanted in Baltimore. Max Crosby. This is Max Crosby on out of nowhere on Braden Smith.
And there's some random guys that nobody talks about, and you're like, that motherfucker's low-key cold.
And those are the scariest ones.
And those are the ones. Like, I'll give, what's his name? I'll give him props. Braden Smith. I've had battles with him. I've been playing him for years now. Doesn't get Pro Bowls. Doesn't get a ton of recognition. He just signed with the Texans. And he was with the Colts forever. And he's a big, mean motherfucker, 6'7", huge. He doesn't say a word. Blank, like you're talking to a fucking wall. And a guy like that, he's one of those guys where I'm like, this is going to be a bloodbath. Yeah. We're going to go to war. And we never say a word to each other, and we're pounding, bro. Run, pass, everything. And those are those random matchups where, like, most people wouldn't bring up his name in that conversation. I think he's one of the best tackles in the league.
There you go, Max Crosby.
I'm going by that scouting report, Seth.
That's one thing. Max Crosby's a guy. He's really good against the run too. So he might, he cares about defending the run. So Braden Smith on those rundowns, especially where they really, really battle, he probably takes extra note of that. I think the thing about Braden Smith, and I'm guilty of this, was I used to be guilty of this. I've seen a couple people make comments. Well, he's a tall, skinny guy, and that was what I first thought of him when he was in Indianapolis. Because you look at him from a distance and you think, oh, he's not that thick of a guy. He's actually super, super solid. And kind of a throwback in that regard. Like he's strong as hell and big as hell. He's just live by offensive tackle standards. So people don't realize how strong he is. But I think that's exactly what was enticing to them, was this is a guy that really, really gets after it in the physical part of the game. And that wasn't I'm not saying he's better or worse than Titus Howard, but he's a different type of football player than Titus Howard is.
Yeah.
And they've got more of an appetite this offseason for bringing in guys that are really physical in the run game, and that's what Braden Smith does.
Yeah. I never heard anybody opine on Titus Howard the way that I heard Max Crosby love on Braden Smith right there. So it was
Braden
exciting
Smith
for me.
doesn't have as much of that. I did my job. I'm just going to stop now. Type of feel to him. Yeah.
You know, it's funny, and and Titus. We lump Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil together a lot, just because I think it was the feeling was those were sort of the two tone setters in a room that maybe wasn't. Obviously, it wasn't physical enough for what the Texans
said they had
wanted
to change the culture.
Yeah.
That was when Laramie and Titus were still on the team. D'Amico at the Combine said we need to change the culture of the offensive line. They would go on to trade Titus Howard or Laramie Tunsil shortly thereafter, and then a year later they would trade away Titus Howard
for a 5th-round pick. Yeah. And so I'm bringing in Laramie into it just because I had somebody ask me yesterday. They were listening to us talk about Caden McDonald, and Caden McDonald talking about his second contract and kind of, talking about the goals he had. Mostly the contract stuff they were bringing up with me, and they said, Sean, you said you like that he was talking about his second contract, and maybe he's motivated by money, and you would say about Laramie Tunsil, you would say Laramie Tunsil was a paycheck player. And I said, yeah, I did say that. Laramie was definitely motivated by money. Laramie didn't like to practice. Like, Laramie treated run blocking like it was optional. If Caden McDonald is a dog out there and yet is still motivated by money, then I have no problem with that. It was the fact that Laramie Tunsil got all this money and then didn't really do parts of the job that are required of a left tackle.
Yeah, Laramie Tunsil is a really good left tackle. He's a really, really good. But he's a different style of player than I think what the Texans really want out of their offense. And when that guy's your tone setter, he's a finesse player, and I think D'Amico wants the offense to look and play and operate more like the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
So, whatever any guy's individual motivation is, it doesn't really matter. Everybody's different. It's like the coach's job isn't to get a bunch of guys who are motivated by exactly the same thing. Yeah. Coach's job is to figure out what motivates different players to get a certain type of play.
Right.
And I think that's you made the mistake of speaking with nuance, Sean.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's not like you said, oh, awesome, he's Caden McDonald is motivated by money. You just said, oh, okay, that's what motivates him.
Yeah, and I have no problem with it. I think whatever motivates you is good. My issue with Laramie was always that he was the highest paid. He reset the market 3 different times with the Texans. Well, twice with the Texans, and now once again with the Commanders. He's reset the market 3 times. That's a different standard you're being held to at that point. That's holding somebody to the standard of the money that they're making. I don't, that Laramie was motivated by the money. I don't have a problem with. It's that he didn't do the things that I think, like say Trent Williams, he does everything, and he's a very highly paid tackle, that kind of thing. So, John Lopez on their show yesterday, they were talking about the Jags road game, the Texans are going to play against the Jaguars in London, and this was his concern about the Jags game, the road Jags game. Theoretically, could be for the division this year. Being in London.
Not only, have all the young players here never done this, the Jags do it every year, twice a year.
Right.
And that's a division game against the team that won the division. So I started thinking, you know what? This isn't like, go to London, beat the Jags.
It could be.
Like a given, a given. They do it once or twice a year. They're used to it. They have their system down. They have where they practice and all that down. Everything for the Texans is going to be brand new.
Okay, so we brought up that point the other day. You said something to me off air yesterday. This is why I wanted to play this. You had said you had seen some chatter among Jags fans that they were upset that game was being exported over to England.
Yeah, I thought we played the audio. We didn't play the audio yesterday? Okay, no. Austin Lane, former defensive lineman for the Jaguars, basically said this, and I think this is the thing. This is the important thing to remember. This is a Jags home game. The Texans aren't losing one of their own home games. This is a Jags home game. And in Jacksonville, the way I've seen it, people don't perceive the home game they have in London or the home games they have in London as the same advantage as a home game in Jacksonville.
Right.
So the net gain for the Texans is actually a good one. Whatever advantage the Jaguars have, in playing in London because they've done it so many times. They've done it 14 times since 2010. They're 7-7 in those games, which doesn't necessarily tell you a whole lot because
who's
you
the
got to look at the strength of the opponent and everything. But people in Jacksonville that I've heard don't look at that this is a good thing. So if you're going by the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the London game is our friend, because I think Jacksonville looks at it as, man, that's a really big game, and we're losing our Duval County home field advantage when we go to London. About 25% of the fans in the stands, give or take, are Jaguars fans in those London games.
Yeah.
So you don't get the same noise advantage. I think that matters a lot more than just familiarity with the traveling circumstances.
If there were some way to quantify it, what you're saying is if there's some way to quantify it, home field in Duval greater than whatever acclimating the Texans need to do to play in London.
It's still very much – it's a neutral site game by and large, except that the Jaguars have more experience playing neutral site games.
Yeah.
So I don't – with whatever advantage they have through familiarity, I don't think it's nearly as big an advantage as playing at home in Jacksonville.
There may be some recency, too, with Jags fans. They got killed by the Rams in London last year.
Yeah.
They got smoked. That was a game where Travis Hunter scored his only touchdown of the season, and the score was like 35-0 at the time. He scored it like in the fourth quarter, a meaningless touchdown.
No, he racked up the stats in the second half. Yes. A whole lot of people saying, "Look, I thought you said he couldn't do it."
Dude,
yes. It was some awesome garbage time production. I think when Travis Hunter was actually healthy and available last year, I thought he did some really impressive things against the Texans.
Yep.
Both offensively and defensively.
Yep. All right, let's get to headlines coming up next. Brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. We'll dig into Tatsuya Ei's wretched start.
Learn more.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
And this one skied into right center field. Should be the game. Julio Rodriguez waits for it. And that'll do it for the Astros in the ninth. A walk, a base hit, and 2 men left on base. And Seattle closes out a 10-2 win. Mariners now 1 game under 500 at 21-22. And the Astros have lost 4 consecutive games, including the first 2 of this series.
Yeah, season is slipping away here early. The division, the only thing that's keeping the Astros alive right now, the ratchet nature of the AL West. They lose again last night, the Astros do, 10-2 to the Seattle Mariners. This was a game a lot of Astros fans were watching with intrigue last night as Tatsuya Ei returned to the mound after a couple of rehab starts that were underwhelming in the minor leagues. He was even more underwhelming last night. He gave up 6 earned runs in 4 innings, including a grand slam in the 4th inning. Here was Joe Espada after the game on Emai's performance.
I thought the slider was not as effective as we wanted it to see. Velo up to 96, but I thought that was kind of a turning point.
Okay, this Ei is going to get some people fired if he keeps pitching like this. Like, this is a bad look for Dana Brown. It's a bad look for Josh Miller.
Yeah.
I don't know how much Espada can do about this. All Espada can do is just keep trotting him out there because he's making $18 million a year. This is the type of he's the highest paid pitcher on the staff other than Josh Hader.
I cannot get mad at Espada for last night saying, okay, well, Ei doesn't seem to like when we give him the scouting report of how to attack a batter's weaknesses. Ei just wants to go out and pitch to his strengths in Major League Baseball. So he goes out and throws nothing but fastballs and sliders in his 80 pitches. Those are the only 2 pitches he pitched, and he only allows 5 hits, but a boatload of hard contact. Yeah, and allows 6 runs. Yeah. So. But that's not on Espada at this point. They signed a pitcher who's got an excuse or an explanation every step along the way of the way he wants to have it just right, and basically it has not been good. So that's on Dana Brown, and I feel like a schmuck for getting all excited about the fact that they're making these forays into Asia. This might be the way the Astros had a huge advantage in the way they scouted Latin American prospects back in the Luno days. I thought, yeah, maybe we can find an edge. Yeah. Go east, young man. Yeah. And no, it's been atrocious so far.
Yeah, I'm just gonna guess.
The Kaiwei Tang has been awesome. Yeah. So there we go. We're batting 500.
Maybe I'm being a little presumptuous here. I'm gonna guess Luno, who came from the business consulting world. Yeah. Had a very specific process in place for all the Latin American pitchers and Cuban players they were signing to acclimate them,
including like feeling like, okay, people are sleeping on some of these quote-unquote older prospects. Yeah. Guys that other people had given up on because they're 19 or 20 years old. The Astros said, oh, you know what? No. Yeah. That's dumb. Why are you giving up on this guy?
The Ei thing feels like they flew Ei over here, took him to a Rockets game, handed him a bunch of Chili's gift cards and said, welcome to America. Yeah. Do your thing.
Plus, Kaiwei Tang had already, I can't lump him in the same because he's already pitched in Major League Baseball. Yeah, right. So it's
yeah, they got him from the Giants.
Yeah, like they already had a track record on him. They can see, okay, he's adjusted to Major League Baseball.
San Francisco is in America, yes.
We're not bringing the Goldilocks of Japan over here.
No. Here's one more from Espada. Where do you go from here? Let's hit 3, Byron. Where do you go from here with Ei?
At this point, just have to keep running around.
Yeah, he's going to make a next start, yeah.
There you go. All right. So if you want to count out the starts, that feels like that's probably going to wind up being a road game. The homestand will be over by then. For those of you that are willing to spend on tickets, that's the other thing, Seth, last night, that if I'm Joe Espada, maybe the most concerning thing to me last night is the fact that stadium was barely half full. And by all reports, the people that were in there were pretty apathetic. It was not a great environment.
I mean, I saw every time a Mariners player made a play, there was a section of fans that he could point to, Mariners fans that were loudly cheering him on. Yeah,
that's the type of stuff that resonates with owners. Okay, yeah. If that you're looking to light a spark, there's only so many things you can do. So just something to keep an eye on. the attendance. And look, this is a series with the Mariners, and they've got like 20-something thousand there last night. So it's bad right now, man. More schedule nuggets dropping yesterday in the NFL. We've not had any confirmation yet on the Texans and the Jags in London in Week 6, but that has been one of the rumored matchups.
The guy that released that at Nerding NFL, Nerding on NFL on X, last year had he and one other account combined were 235 for 237. It's
pretty good
on their schedule leaks.
Yeah.
So we've got whatever minuscule percentage chance of being wrong on this, but it feels like with no pushback from anybody, it feels like almost certain that the Texans are going to be playing in London.
Feels that way. I mean, it's a pretty good source.
We're going to look like real idiots if we're not.
Oh, dude,
okay?
I wrote a whole article about it. Yeah.
You wrote an article? You're going to have to rewrite an article?
I know. Or take it down. I have no idea.
Oh, it's up already.
It's up. It was up 2 days ago when it came out. Yeah. Broncos at Chiefs, that got announced yesterday. That's going to be Monday Night Football in Week 1. Some of the other international games have been dropping. The Jags are actually in London, reportedly, Seth, the week before the Texans game to play the Eagles. So the Jags already be over there in London for a week. That happened last year, too, I think, with the Jags. Steelers Saints in Paris. Boy, they're going everywhere this year. In Paris, Week 7. Bengals Falcons in Madrid, Week 9. Patriots Lions in Munich, Week 10. And Vikings Niners in Mexico City, Week 11. So they're going all over the globe, man.
Yeah.
Including Australia.
We're careening towards having probably every team's going to have one international game every year. So get used to it, everybody.
Yep.
Get your tickets, get your travel plans ready to go to London in October.
By my count, we're at 9 right now already this coming season.
I think that's the big thing is if Marlon Klein becomes a thing, then we've got a really good chance of going to Munich.
Ooh, that'd be
which
fun.
Right now would be my favorite place to go, I think. Okay. I feel like, for one, they love American football in Germany.
Yep.
Or at least amongst, that they've got a huge portion of people that love it over there. But then just the whole idea of going over there and spending a week in beer halls and everything.
That'd be fun.
Mouthing along to the songs that they sing.
Yeah.
All of those. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Power rank.
Do this for us, Marlon Klein.
I got to power rank these cities that they're going to 7 different cities, 9 games in 7 cities this year. I'm with you. Munich would be a blast. That'd be fun. Daryl Morey fired yesterday as Sixers president of basketball operations. So former Houston Rockets GM Daryl Morey is out there. He's on the street right now looking for work. So Daryl Morey out in Philadelphia.
I think the Astros should hire him. They've done it before. They went with the guy who was outside the box with Jeff Luhnow. Now bring a guy who's a little bit more inside the box in some ways, but way outside the box.
That's not the worst idea in the world. That would appeal to Daryl, I think. Something new like that.
Yeah,
I think it would really appeal to. I've had conversations with him about that before, about baseball, about other sports.
When we make fun of James Gladstone, sometimes I do have to remind myself that, man, that's exactly the way people made fun of Jeff Luhnow back in the day.
It is.
Like, oh, this guy thinks he's smarter than everybody else.
Yeah. Turned out he was.
Good luck with that, Luhnow. Yeah.
Turned out he was. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines. 10 questions about the offseason in the NFL from Dan Graziano. There are 3 that I think hit close to home for Texan fans. We'll go through a few others, but there are 3 particular ones about that tie into the Texans that I want to hit, and we'll do that coming up next. Man, Seth, I'm looking at the calendar. May 13th. I'm no
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Dan Graziano of ESPN.com has a piece up, 10 questions about the offseason so far. There's some really good ones in here. This was a good piece. I read all of these yesterday. Usually I skip around to the ones that are most relevant, but he had some really interesting analysis on some of the things going on personnel-wise around the league. I'm going to lead with the three that I think Texan fans are most interested in here, Seth. The first one is, why didn't the Browns cut Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
Which is an interesting question because he still had $46 million more this season guaranteed, plus the 80-something million that they've credit carded into future years, like voidable years and things like that, just to stay under the cap with this albatross of a contract on their books. The exercise I went through was trying to answer each of these questions myself before reading Graziano's answer to it.
Right, and I guess the knee-jerk answer to this one is that because they have to pay him the money anyway.
Yeah.
And then the part of and that nobody wants to trade for him.
Right.
So you're either you know what? Are you kind of surprised that at some point the Browns haven't found somebody to say, hey, we'll give you such and such, but you got to eat a certain portion of the contract? Which leads me to believe that the Browns still do genuinely believe, okay, there's obviously something untapped here, some ceiling of play that he hasn't gotten back to. So we just can't accept some kind of draft compensation while also still paying him. We're all in on him.
So to answer your first question, it doesn't surprise me that people haven't. Well, we don't know. People may have called, and we just haven't heard about it. So,
right.
But I'm not surprised he's still a Brown. Let me put it that way. I think the other very basic thing too is he might be their best quarterback right now. Yeah. He might be the best solution for them. They've still got a defense that you can win football games with. So if somehow, some way, he comes back from these Achilles tears. And honestly, all the other injuries, I mean, he has been banged up the last few years. Like, he's only, I don't know how many people realize this. If you listen to this show, you know, because we brought it up multiple times. But in case you weren't listening, he's only played 19 football games since 2020. He missed all of 2021 when he was a healthy scratch here. He missed most of 2022 with his 11-game suspension. And then he was never healthy any of the years he's been in Cleveland so far, including missing all of last season. So he's been so injured that has to factor into how they look at this thing. So if he gets a clean bill of health, I think they look at it like, you know what, we got to pay him anyways. The money's fully guaranteed. Even if he's good, we're taking an $80 million hickey after the season when his contract is over.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he's good. I don't even know if they can re-sign him because they've shoved so much dead money into future years. They might, I don't know if they franchise tag him and trade him. I have no idea. That's a long ways away. He still needs to show he can play good football. But that's the first thing I thought was he just might happen to be the best quarterback they have on the roster.
And you're paying the money regardless. You're on the hook, which doesn't mean that's why you have to start him. But you're just the upside of keeping him and it working out versus the downside of not having any chance at all. You're still going to be paying the same amount of money.
Yep.
And it makes sense right now with the way they're handling it. And that, look, I think Shedeur Sanders still has a lot of work to do to figure out exactly how to reach whatever his ceiling is. So there's no hurry with Shedeur Sanders. No. There's more of an element of, man, we got to figure something out about Deshaun at some point here.
Yeah. So they're trying, and I think they're just trying to extract something from what's been just an abysmal investment by them. And by the way, that's kind of what Graziano says. As poorly as the first 4 years of the contract have gone, the Browns still really haven't found a surefire replacement for Watson. In fact, they're holding out the possibility he could start games for them this season. He also makes it clear, I don't think there's a world in which Watson plays well enough to convince the Browns to re-sign him and move forward. Boy, that might be something that Browns fans deep down are dreading, that this guy might just play well enough to convince them, like, oh, you know what? Maybe there is something there. Let's bring him back for 2027.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of Browns fans, Seth, that would rather they just that they would rather they just go 3-14 this year and take their chances with one of these quarterbacks. This is supposed to be a really good quarterback class.
Well, including getting a good look at Shedeur Sanders along the way.
That too.
That's where I think if I were a Browns fan, I might, if I'm trying to be patient, I would say, all right, let's see where Deshaun Watson is. But there comes a point a few games into the season where if you're not seeing it, all right, let's get Shedeur Sanders as many reps as possible.
Yeah.
Because likewise, you got to make a decision and figure out exactly what you have in him before you get to the draft this year.
Yep. Someone says on the text page, it'll be interesting to see if Watson has a bounce-back year and plays pretty good. What kind of contract is he offered? It's fascinating because I don't think the Browns can re-sign him. I don't think they've got the room to do it because of the contract they gave to Deshaun Watson. That's the ironic part about all this. So we'll see what happens there. So I thought Texan fans, I think there's still an intrigue level over what happens with Deshaun. I think the big one from Dan Graziano, again, if you're just getting in your car, we're going through the 10 questions on the offseason that Dan Graziano of ESPN has. It's a good piece. Go out of your way to find it.
Real quick, my dream for the Browns and their beleaguered fans would be that Deshaun has a promising season and Joe Burrow is miserable in Cincinnati and the Bengals doing a classic Bengals thing. See that they can sign. They can get Deshaun Watson on a friendly contract.
Oh.
And they end up the Browns franchise tag Deshaun just so they can trade him to the Bengals.
Okay.
And they for Joe Burrow.
Okay.
And then the Browns, it's on to glory. That's my dream.
That's
for
your hope.
Browns fans.
You're hoping
Yeah.
Joe Burrow winds up as the Browns quarterback and he takes them to the promised land.
I feel bad for Browns fans, and I eagerly await the day when I can despise Browns fans because their team is good.
I'm there already because I have history with them back in the Freddie Kitchens days. I hold a grudge. All right, up next one from Graziano. I think this is the one most Texan fans are interested in. Why didn't the Texans extend C.J. Stroud? Before we read Graziano's answer, Seth, I pose the question to you. Why didn't the Texans extend C.J. Stroud this offseason?
It feels to me right now, given that DJ Bijani reported there hadn't been any talks at all between the two sides, I think both sides feel like CJ's capable of a better level of play and that right now the contract that they might offer and feel comfortable giving to CJ is not the contract that CJ thinks he's capable of getting if he goes out and plays really well this year. I think CJ's betting on himself, and I think that neither side is pushing the issue. That's 100% speculation on my part, but that's what I feel.
Here's what Graziano, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's 5 paragraphs. He points out initially, hey, the Texans have had no problem extending guys that are in the building that deserve extensions. Will Anderson, Nico Collins, Stingley, we go on and on. Pointed out they picked up the 5th-year option, which is a no-brainer. You're basically getting C.J. Stroud for 2 seasons at a total of $31 million. Got to do that. But then goes on to point out, hey, remember that Patriots game at the end of the season last year? That wasn't good. His showing the week before against the Steelers was not very good either. That's Graziano's exact words. We know that CJ's got a high level. He won Rookie of the Year a few years ago. Add in the fact. Now, Graziano points this out, and this is something that I know you've touched on, Seth, is that it doesn't look like there's any big contract extensions coming this offseason, right now in 2026. Dak Prescott is at 60. The only extensions we've seen recently are guys who have already been on second contracts. Like Josh Allen got an extension this offseason that was $55 million a year in new money. So even Josh Allen, who's a year removed from an MVP, is not eclipsing $60 million a year on the new years on his deal yet. So there's no pending dark cloud of explosion in quarterback salaries. It seems like this offseason. Now, next offseason could be a different story with some of the guys in the class after CJ, with Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Bo Nix, those guys. That class might blow through the Prescott ceiling of $60 million a year. But Graziano also points out something that you just said, Seth, which is look, Stroud himself probably realizes he's better off putting a better season on tape this year and negotiating off of that than negotiating off of select games in the regular season of 2025.
Yeah, and I think it's so. I feel like I'm straddling the fence, and yet also I think I might be correct in straddling the fence on this. That you have to look at guys on their rookie contracts who are high draft picks these days. They get to the point where now CJ's made about $30 million in his career already. So it's not like it used to be where a quarterback is looking at this first extension like, oh, this is my big payday where all of a sudden I get generational wealth. Mm-hmm. They're already sitting in a position where they can say, all right, I'm going to gamble on myself. The downside, if I get injured or I'm bad or something, I'm still A, going to get a good contract either here or somewhere else, like a respectable contract. But B, I'm already sitting in a pretty good financial position. I can swing for the fences.
Yeah.
And if CJ wants to swing for the fences, then by all means, that's awesome, because if he does reach it, that means that A, he gets paid, and B, it means that the Texans probably had a really good season.
Yeah. Yeah. It gets really interesting if CJ, if he were to, we went through this exercise earlier this week. If he has the exact same season, which I know is a mathematical impossibility, but stay with me, a similar season to what he had last year, where it looks all right in the regular season, but then it looks catastrophically bad in the postseason. I could definitely see the Texans, especially with the window they've got with this defense. Like, we just can't roll out another year with him here. We need something different at quarterback, just something different. So then CJ's out on the market, or the Texans, they've got control of him, so they would presumably try to get something for him. That gets really interesting, because then CJ is theoretically competing with all those draftable quarterbacks. You know, all the teams that need a quarterback they're all looking at the class of 27 right now, like Julian Sayin and Arch Manning and CJ Carr, and there's like 6 or 7 guys that are getting talked about big time. Now, things could change during the college football season, but for now, those are all viewed as really viable potential starting quarterbacks in the NFL. What's the appetite going to be for one of those teams like Pittsburgh or Cleveland or the Jets or whoever, Cardinals, if they have a need at quarterback? What's the appetite going to be for them to, A, give up a draft pick or in a trade, to then, B, presumably pay C.J. Stroud, maybe not a tippy-top contract, but something certainly more than these rookies in the first round are making.
Right, but I think also that it's, I don't know, because just because of the lay of the land and the way some teams have operated is, the reality of the contract situation is they don't have to do anything. If he has an abysmal year, that's one thing. If he had the exact same year he did this year, you're not in a position where you absolutely 100%, no matter what, have to move on from him. You still got him under contract through 2027.
I know.
So it's just not. I think this time of year, it starts to feel like there's a greater level of urgency than there actually is, partly just because there's not as much to talk about. Yeah. And every now and then Stephen A. Smith or somebody else goes off about it. But the reality of it is that nobody has to be in a hurry with any of this.
No, I'm wondering if there's another playoff failure next year, rolling him out there for 2027 is going to be a tough putt with the fan base. That's all. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah.
And maybe with some of the guys in the locker room, too. You know, some of the guys who are getting older are going, okay, I mean, we've kind of seen this movie a couple times now.
That would be the big question. I don't think there's any loss of faith in CJ in the locker room. I haven't seen any evidence of it, at least. And that would be if CJ had as bad a performance in the playoffs this next year.
What I'm saying.
Does that start to fray?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So it's an interesting dynamic that I 150% hope we don't have to deal with here with CJ Stroud. Just want to go out and have a good year, go make some money. Let's make a deep playoff run. Let's have some fun and enjoy the football season. So the other interesting question to me, Seth, was this: why didn't the very next question on Graziano's piece? Why didn't the Seahawks reward Sam Darnold with a new deal after winning the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
So Sam Darnold is scheduled to earn $27.5 million this year and $35.5 million in 2027. His contract was basically like a 3-year, $100 million contract, which is well below the level that the top quarterbacks in the league are getting right now. Like if you ain't in the 50 million club, you ain't nobody right now in the NFL. Like that's the top 10 salaries are all $50 million or higher for quarterbacks right now, average annual value. Darnold is this season he's $27 million. And Graziano points out that the Seahawks, it's not that the Seahawks undervalue the quarterback. Sam Darnold's cap number is the highest on the team this coming season. It's $38 million is his cap figure, $27 million is his salary, but it's only the 8th highest among quarterbacks league-wide. The Seahawks are determined, Graziano says, Seth, to not overvalue the quarterback position.
Yeah, and that's where I think a lot of teams look at the Seahawks and think this would be the conversation next year. If teams were interested in Stroud because he had a mediocre season or something, there's going to be a lot of teams that are looking at what Sam Darnold has done with the Seahawks. Sam Darnold, in a lot of ways, had a very similar season to C.J. Stroud last year in the regular season. 25 touchdowns, 14 interceptions.
He's still very turnover prone.
He put the ball in harm's way a lot more than C.J. last year. What did C.J. have, 7 interceptions in the regular season?
I don't remember.
That was what was so weird about C.J. in the postseason was just how casual he was with the football in both those playoff games.
Yep.
But again, going back to that, I think that's where you have to look at the Texans and what they're thinking about C.J. Stroud at this point might be, well, look, man, he can't play that way in the playoffs. But the way C.J. Stroud played on that team, we know this. We knew this going into the Patriots game. C.J. didn't have to be incredible. C.J. had to be, just like Sam Darnold, be what you were in the regular season, and that's enough to win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
We might need to get a clutch drive out of you in the fourth quarter or something. Just do that, and this team is good enough to win the Super Bowl. What the Texans didn't have that the Seahawks did was they didn't have the same rushing attack that the Seahawks did.
Yeah, not even close.
But the quarterback play was by and large pretty similar between those two, and so that's where it all just comes back to what the hell happened in the playoffs.
8 interceptions in 14 games in the regular season for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
So he protected the ball pretty well. Protected it better than Sam Darnold did, for sure. That's my question, Seth, because we did a segment within the last couple weeks based off of an article on NFL.com where they had the top 5 teams that could Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl, which means, elite defense, solid downhill running game with multiple backs, and then the quarterback just trying to keep everything out of harm's way with a big playmaker on the outside in Jackson Smith and Jigba. And the Texans have that in Nico Collins. The Texans were number 1 in that article, the number 1 team that could Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl. That's where I thought it was interesting that these questions were back-to-back in Graziano's article. And I'm glad I read them back to back because I started thinking to myself, like, okay, what if they did Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
If the Texans Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl, David Mulligetta is going to want to get C.J. Stroud a $55 to $60 million a year contract.
Yeah.
The Seahawks would not do that with Sam Darnold. Do the Texans have the same mindset about how the team would be constructed, or do they give C.J. his big deal?
I think the difference would be, I'm trying to think about this as objectively as possible.
Yeah.
I think the difference would be that C.J. Stroud is still a much younger quarterback than Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
And I think they would still feel more of there's still an untapped upside there.
Yes.
And with Sam Darnold, I don't think the Seahawks, I feel like they know what they have with Sam Darnold. Not to mention, they've got it's a brand new offensive coordinator this year. So
that's
depending
a really
on,
good point.
yeah, I mean, Clint Kubiak did some great things running his style of offense with Jackson Smith and Jigba as a driving force for a lot of that. Boy. But with that brand new coordinator, Fleury, right? Brian Fleury, it's a complete unknown exactly what that'll look like.
Boy, how does Graziano not mention that in here? That's the best point I've heard of this whole Darnold thing, is that Clint Kubiak might have been the driving force behind all that. We don't know. They don't know. The Seahawks don't know. And I agree with you. And I think there's something with the Texans about CJ being homegrown. That he's their guy. He drafted Darnold. Darnold was really good last year by Sam Darnold standards. There is something about the journeyman aspect of guys that will always follow you everywhere you go. That you weren't this purebred, like Josh Allen, purebred Buffalo Bill. Patrick Mahomes, purebred Kansas City Chief. Lamar Jackson, purebred Baltimore Raven. I think there's that element too. And we know how much the Texans value what they see in the building with guys also.
And if you go back to that Super Bowl game, and man, the outcome was the outcome, but my God, there were some near interceptions in that game by Sam Darnold. There were some scary throws that he made in the first half.
Yep.
Brian Fleury, by the way, tell me if this sounds familiar. He was the tight ends coach for the 49ers last year, so tight ends coach from a Kubiak-McVay scheme, going off to be the offensive coordinator somewhere else.
I think sounds very familiar. Yes, like right here. Okay, a few texts, people weighing in on this stuff, and then we'll keep it moving. Having David Montgomery is going to elevate this offense a ton. All caps, somebody is saying. I'm very optimistic about David Montgomery.
Yeah, I think I think David Montgomery is going to help a lot, but it has to come with improvements in the offensive line. Because you know what Joe Mixon was? Really good running back. Did he elevate the offense to the point they needed to be? No, partly because he was dodging defenders in the backfield all the time. So the O-line did a much better job last year, in the second half of the season especially, of not allowing all that penetration, the stuff that makes life really difficult for running backs. But they didn't have Joe Mixon to take advantage of it. So the combination of those two things, the improvements they did make on the offensive line last year in terms of just stabilizing things, hopefully with better players, and then, yes, with a bona fide all-purpose back in the backfield. They just didn't have that last year.
Yeah.
And so it's a combination of all those things, just by sheer quantity, that on paper right now it looks really good. Now it's just up to Nick Caley to tie it all together.
Someone on the text page is saying, I can see Jacksonville or the Titans trying to get CJ if the Texans release him. Let me just forget about Jacksonville and Titans part of that whole thing. Jacksonville's married to Trevor Lawrence. The Titans have a first overall pick in Cam Ward that if he makes strides this year, they're not bringing in a veteran quarterback. But putting that aside for a second, of all the outcomes after this coming season with C.J. Stroud, like if we were to do one of those odds board set that Bet Online puts out where it's like, here are all the potential outcomes, here's what the odds are. I think one that would be like plus 50,000 at best is that the Texans cut C.J. Stroud after this year. He's under contract for 2027 for $25 million a year. At the absolute worst case, he turns into a dud scenario, is that they'll be able to trade him to somebody for a low-level pick and pick up part of his salary to do it. They'll do that before they just cut him and eat $25 million in guaranteed money. No,
and I'll tell you in a heartbeat, there's a boatload of coaches out there that feel like, oh, you know what? Yeah, that's what CJ did in Houston, but here with our expertise and our know-how, that they're gonna
crack staff.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like, cutting CJ after this year is like a 0% chance of happening. He's not getting
to like a team to get C.J. Stroud on a look-see for a one-year deal.
Yeah.
Even if they just brought him in and played out his fifth-year option, that's an incredible bargain.
You'll
so they
get
could get something.
Yep.
I mean, Malik Willis, let's remember, got traded. It was a seventh-round pick, but
that's all I'm saying.
And the Dolphins gave him a contract. Somebody could trade for C.J. Stroud and not even have to give him a contract. So you don't have to worry about him getting cut. No matter how this season goes, he's going to get traded if it doesn't work.
That's all I'm saying. Like he's not getting cut loose and they're scratching a check for $25 million for 2027. That is not happening. Period. End of subject. According to Eric Edholm, the Texans have the ninth most complete roster in the NFL. The exciting thing about this is there are only 3 AFC teams ahead of them on this list. Do you feel like, Seth, Baltimore, Buffalo, and Denver are more complete teams than the Texans?
I don't think Buffalo is at all. I was kind of surprised to see Buffalo ahead of the Texans.
Fifth overall.
Buffalo is still very much one of those teams where you look at it and think, well, boy, their offense is a whole lot of Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. And the same concerns that they've had forever does he just really actually have help at the wide receiver position?
Yeah.
Or guys that can win on the outside and all of that? I would put the Texans above. Now, it depends on how heavily you're weighting the quarterback, I suppose.
Sure.
So if you're weighting the quarterback, but when I think of like, okay, how good are they in terms of depth throughout? I still feel like the Texans have a more complete team, but they have a huge advantage at quarterback as of now.
The most important position. Yeah.
Except when he's in an Energy Stadium.
I just thought it was
interesting. Which he has to come to again this year.
Which is one of my requests, that we get primetime game against Buffalo again. That was the game. That was the game last year, that Thursday night game against Buffalo, that really put the Texans on the national, hey, we got to take this team seriously radar.
You know what? The big thing about the Buffalo game, and it was that the death blow to the Texans so many times this year was a quarterback who could scramble, whether it be Bo Nix, Baker Mayfield, almost Trevor Lawrence there in the game at home.
Yeah.
Multiple times last year, a quarterback made a big play with his legs in the fourth quarter, and they hemmed that up with Josh Allen. So that was a huge part of it. Unfortunately, the other impressive thing they did against the running quarterback was against Drake May, and it was all for naught. Like Drake May, that was the one game where, you have to worry about. I was worried about Drake May busting out a nice run in a critical point in the game. They managed to bottle that up. It's just there were a few other things that went wrong in that game.
No, Drake May made like 3 first-class 5-star throws in that game.
Yeah,
like he made a few plays in that game. So the Texans are 9th on this list. The first 3 teams are all NFC teams: Rams, Seahawks, Eagles are the first 3. You know what it feels like, Seth? With in football right now, it feels like there's an NBA thing going on where the Western Conference is the senior circuit and the Eastern Conference is kind of the junior circuit. It feels that way in the NFL, where the 3 or 4 best teams are all in the NFC right now. And the AFC has some good teams, but none of them are viewed on the level of Seattle and LA right now. I'm a little surprised to see Philly as high as they are right now in this thing. It's one person's opinion. But Baltimore 4, Buffalo 5, Denver 7, and then the Texans are 9th. So they're 4th among AFC teams.
I think the biggest thing, if you go through all of those teams and look at the complete roster, it's a reminder also that, your quarterback really, really still matters. And the Rams have because I go to the Eagles and I'm thinking, all right, well, exactly which version of Jalen Hurts do they get this year in that offense, and do they get the most out of them? But you look at the Eagles and the Ravens. The Ravens last year, for one, were just destroyed by injuries. So that was one factor. So the defense you remember when the Texans played them, they had like 8 JV guys out there on defense.
Yep.
But then Lamar Jackson's health. If Lamar Jackson is healthy the entire season, then by all means they're one of the very best teams in the NFL. If he has to fight through multiple injuries at multiple different points in the season, then he's just not the same guy.
No. So
that's not a knock on Lamar Jackson. Yeah. It's just that's what's going to happen with your quarterback.
The other thing that's interesting too is the Rams caught a lot of heat for drafting Ty Simpson with the 13th overall pick. They traded their other first-round pick for Trent McDuffie. The 13th pick was the one they got from Atlanta in the James Pierce trade the year before, and they drafted Ty Simpson. They got a lot of heat for that. Like, hey, man, you're a Super Bowl contender. Why aren't you getting help right now? This list kind of illustrates, I think, the point that the Rams and Les Snead and Sean McVay would make, which is, look, we've already got a great roster. Now we've got the luxury of being able to draft our future quarterback here in the first round. And I didn't like the pick only because I'm not a huge Ty Simpson fan. I didn't mind the rationale behind making the pick. We got a really good roster. They are a team that historically drafts very well in day 2 and day 3, so they feel like whatever system they have to evaluate these guys is a good system. They found plenty of guys in day 2 and day 3 of the draft, including Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua and Kobe Turner and guys like that. So I get the rationale. I just don't like Ty Simpson as a player. I'm just not wild about him. But I think this list illustrates like the thought process behind it. Like, we've got the best roster in football. Yeah, let's go get a quarterback, and we can extend this thing.
One of the interesting, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah said this, is I guess a lot of people have said, well, look, the Rams, you figure at some point you got to go out and get a quarterback, and it's not like they're going to be drafting near the top of the draft anytime soon, most likely. So they just go ahead and they get Ty Simpson. Daniel Jeremiah's point was, look, if Ty Simpson is a guy that probably should have gotten drafted late first round or early in the second round, the Rams can do that every single year. So why is this the year that you decided? And it might have just simply been, aside from they just liked him more than people thought, people should like Ty Simpson, but then also get him in the system and get him rolling as soon as possible. It feels like a muted version of when the Chicago Bulls ownership decided they had to plan for the future, where you're like, all right, listen, okay, I get it. You want to plan for the future, but you look at what you have right now. What are you doing?
Dude,
that's where the Rams are, right? Like, you have this right now. Why are you making moves that'll be sure that you could still be mediocre or better than mediocre? Got to be sure we're still mediocre at least in a few years.
That would be great if Les Snead said, organizations win championships. Organizations win championships. Players don't win championships. He said, Jerry Krause said something to that effect back when the Bulls were all breaking up, and How did that go?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Les Snead's not that type of guy.
No.
The Rams have done things very unconventionally for a long time, so I feel like they get a little bit of a pass. If the Texans or the Jaguars or somebody like that does this, then people are up in arms. The Rams have kind of earned the right to be unorthodox.
I think they just really like Ty Simpson. I think that's like the obvious, like the Occam's razor thing. Like I think they just really like the guy. They took him 13th. Mike Florio had an interesting speculation, I guess, about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, the signs are pointing to him re-signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers and being their quarterback again, relevant to the Texans because the Texans play at Pittsburgh this year, so that'll be something to keep an eye on. This was interesting speculation by Florio about maybe one of the holdups right now with Aaron Rodgers as he's negotiating to come back to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What if Aaron Rodgers is looking for an understanding, unwritten understanding, unenforceable, handshake deal? If we get to week 8 and we're 3-5 or 2-6, you'll just release me before the trade deadline and I can go pick. If I choose to, I can pick another team if another team needs me. And this all came up because Chris said, one of the awkward things this year, if the Steelers aren't good, and who knows how they're going to be under Mike McCarthy, but if they aren't good this year, at some point, do they bench Aaron Rodgers for one of the younger guys? Well, this is where Aaron Rodgers protects himself, because if you're going to get released, you got to get released before the trade deadline. After the trade deadline, you got to pass through waivers. Before the trade deadline, you're free and clear. Afterwards, all it takes is one smartass to say, we're going to keep Aaron Rodgers from being this guy who rides in and saves a team that loses its quarterback in November or December.
Do you buy that theory from Florio?
I don't buy this theory from Florio, and this is why. I'm not saying it's a crazy, no way that could happen theory. As far as anybody knows, Aaron Rodgers right now might as well be Brandon Ayuk in that I don't think the people even know where he is. There was the weird thing. Do you remember this? That last Thursday, a Pittsburgh radio station, The Fan, reported that Rodgers was going to be in the city over the weekend and was expected to sign with the Steelers. NFL Network confirmed the visit. So it wasn't just some local jamokes like us or whatever. NFL Network, which tends to be pretty careful with stuff like this. Later on, the next day, the GM, Omar Khan, said, I don't know where Aaron is. And there's just nobody knows exactly what the hell's going on with Aaron Rodgers or where his head is.
I didn't know this.
The owner had hoped to have clarity by the draft. That's come and gone. But I don't know if they're even at the stage where Aaron Rodgers would be, making demands or wanting assurances from anything.
Yeah.
I think he's just doing what he does, which is going by his own schedule, living his life, going on various retreats, and he hasn't made a decision yet.
I think he likes dragging things out. I think there's part of him that likes the attention that it gets. This is a very dead time of year on the calendar, so Aaron Rodgers is a topic. I don't know.
He claims he doesn't like the attention, but it always feels a little bit like wearing the low-cut blouse and getting mad that somebody stared at you.
Yeah, I feel like by definition, someone that does a bunch of interviews where they tell you that they don't like the attention is a little ironic to me. So we'll see. I'm hoping the Steelers sign him because I don't think I think Aaron Rodgers is shot. I think he was okay. He made a push. They won 4 of their last 5 games to make the playoffs. But then versus the Texans, he looked shot. And they needed a missed field goal to make the playoffs too against the Ravens in the last. I
remember that.
They needed the Ravens to miss a field goal in that last game just to make the playoffs. So are we? Are they looking at Aaron Rodgers different if it turns out they blew this huge lead in the division? The
problem is that with zero clarity on it, they didn't do anything to have a backup plan for if Aaron Rodgers gets, decided.
They drafted Drew Aller in the 3rd round.
Right,
that's it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like there were a bunch of awesome options out there, but even just a Geno Smith or a Malik Willis or something. Case Keenum, Trade. Case had already signed with the Bears, but I don't know, make a trade for Case. Maybe that's still in play. They could trade for Case Keenum. That'd be awesome seeing Keenum in a Steelers jersey.
It would, except I would fear for his life when the Texans played them in Pittsburgh this year. That's all. He could get hurt. All right. There was a funny story that I saw online from somebody very famous about the rudest celebrity they ever met. I feel like this is something that will kick the ant pile on the text page. The rudest, the biggest D-bag celebrity you've ever met. I've got an answer for me. You'll hear an answer from somebody else, from somebody famous, coming up next. But I want to tell you right now,
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Got the news on in the studio here, and apparently Top Gun, the original, it's the 40th anniversary of Top Gun, and it's coming back to theaters pretty soon.
Oh.
Are you a Top Gun fan?
Is that what we're doing now? So they're re-releasing the original Top Gun in the theaters.
Yeah, I think they're doing both. I think they're doing Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick both back in the theaters.
I haven't seen Top Gun Maverick.
That was the movie that was the movie that got people kind of back out to movie theaters after COVID a few years ago.
Oh, really?
It's viewed as a very pivotal movie in the get back out to the theaters phase that we're, hopefully still in. I love going to the movie theater.
I saw the original Top Gun. I remember it was over summer vacation. It was that when kids our age, usually two things happened after they watched Top Gun. They desperately wanted a Kawasaki Ninja, and they joined the Air Force.
Right.
And I was a little too young to join the Air Force, so I remember seeing it over summer vacation. But that was the peak. The pinnacle you could achieve in life at that point was to join the Air Force thinking that you're going to become a pilot, then realize oh no, I'm probably going to be swabbing the deck somewhere.
Yeah.
But at least you could still afford a Kawasaki Ninja if you did that.
Yeah, you could do that. You could ride around like Tom Cruise with Kelly McGillis on the back.
If I recall, it was huge for Air Force or Navy recruiting.
Oh,
it was Navy. Yeah,
it was
sorry,
Navy.
Everybody.
It was Navy, but
yeah. Put down your phones. I know everybody's texting in right now. I remember it was Navy, but whatever. Yeah, everybody wanted to be a pilot.
I had two friends, and the Top Gun movie was one actually went to the Naval Academy and graduated from there, and the other one was in ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps, at his college that he went to. He didn't last. he made it a couple of years.
If you want to be a pilot, you got to go to college first.
Yes.
Because apparently, Chuck Yeager wouldn't have been good enough to be a pilot in today's Navy.
I guess
you got to be a college boy
That's
first.
Right. Need that
That's
degree.
when I told him to go. I said that. I walked up. I was 13 years old. I walked up to the naval recruiter, and I told him to go. I said, "You go screw yourself. I'll wipe my butt with your college degree. Right. If you can't recognize my potential as a naval aviator,
right?
Yeah,
that's on you. The big loser in this, the United States of America. All right, this was Dana White, who is, of course, the runs UFC, Ultimate Fighting. And he was on a podcast and was asked the question, who is the rudest celebrity that he's ever met? I was very anxious to hear this because I would say nobody works with – there are very few people in sports that work with more celebrities than somebody who's trying to get front row seats for people at UFC fights.
And he works with a lot of celebrities who are bona fide jerks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is elite jerk level right here. Who is the rudest celebrity that he's ever met?
Who's the rudest celebrity you've ever met?
Ooh, that's a good question. What a great question. Let me really think about this so I can really stick it to whoever it was. So who will we run into? That's
Diddy.
Who?
Diddy.
Oh, Diddy. 100%. The biggest douchebag ever. P. Diddy. Tony Hawk used to have these charity events. And when my kids were little, you'd go to these charity events and, lots of celebrities would be there. So everybody would do things for each other's kids. Mm-hmm. So I had my niece at one of them, and Diddy shows up. And it was at Ron Burkle's house. And my niece was all excited, oh my God, P. Diddy's here and whatever. I said, awesome. Yeah, I go take a picture with him. And, she comes back and I'm like, did you get a picture? She's like, no, they were scary. The guy's there with 10 security guards, right? Like 10 security. You need security at a kids event, and then they were rude to her and scared her. That's who's listening to your music, okay? That's who's listening to this.
All right, I'll tell you, there's a good chance that those security guys are hired specifically to keep people away.
Yes.
I'd be glad that my daughter was scared away from Diddy by security guards. Yeah. That might have been one of those security guards might have been to protect him from actual assailants. Right. The other 9 might have been keeping him sequestered in his yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's not a huge surprise.
No.
He's kind of, Diddy's currently incarcerated still, right?
I believe so, yeah. I think he's going to be away for a while.
Who's the biggest jerk you ever met, Sean?
Warren Sapp. Warren Sapp at the Super Bowl in 2014 on Radio Row. I've told this story many times. Travis Johnson brought him on to do. Travis was doing the show with Rich and I at that Super Bowl. Ted had not yet become part of the triple threat yet. So Travis Johnson, who knows everybody, was grabbing people left and right to bring him on our show, which was great.
Yeah.
So he's friends with Sapp because he's friends with everybody. And he brings Sapp on the show. And Sapp was a kind of a jerk on the show. Like, it was almost like he refused to talk. He was like ignoring me and Rich Lord. He would only talk to Travis. He would only laugh with Travis. He was very short with his answers to me and Rich. And Travis would ask something, and boy, it was like old friends cutting up. And I don't blame Travis for any of this. But so that was fine. Like, he was just your garden variety jerk, which is like everything you've heard about Warren Sapp. But then afterwards, I was doing this thing with the people who were sitting down with us at Radio Row. My son's 16th birthday was coming up, James. And I said, hey, can you just record like 10 seconds, say happy birthday? I was going to splice it all together, and I did.
Yeah.
And put together like a 90-second video of all these people saying, hey, James, happy. Kevin Harlan was the best one. He's like, James, make your dad get you a cheeseburger for your birthday. He was most of them were great. Warren Sapp looked at me like I asked him to perform some favors for me behind the building or something like that. He just looked at me, shook his head, and just stormed off.
Oh, really?
Stormed off, pissed off that I even asked him to do such a thing.
How dare you speak to Warren Sapp
and I'm
that
like,
way?
like how to make somebody feel like 3 inches tall, like, wow. Like, so I'll never forget that. I almost said the word. He's an a-hole.
Most
Warren
people
Sapp
are super cool. And like even like the bigger, like sometimes when you meet movie stars and everything, it's kind of freaky that they're actually as down to earth as they are.
Do you have one?
You know what? He wasn't a. Okay. So I grew up a Bills fan.
Yeah.
And every time I would meet one of the Bills players who was a great player when I was a kid, I was always blown away by how cool they were.
Yeah.
Like Thurman Thomas was just awesome.
Yep.
Jim Kelly, the first time I met him, it was awesome. And then like even more so, like obviously I've got a little bit of an in there because I'm a NFL player, former NFL player.
Sure.
But like I still get excited whenever I see Thurman Thomas or Jim Kelly. I'm just over the moon that they remember who I am.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I feel like a little kid,
Yeah.
So
my name.
When I met Andre Reed, it was at Radio Row again, and man, it was the exact opposite experience. I was kind of shocked because I'd had previously such great experience. Bruce Smith was awesome when I met him.
Yeah.
And it was a lot like it was almost like that Warren Sapp experience where there was nothing I could do to soften him up or anything.
Yeah.
But that jibes with what I had heard about Andre Reed from other places too.
Yep.
So I wouldn't, if it was just that one occurrence, you might think, okay, whatever, he's in a bad mood or stressed out or something. But there were a lot of when the Bills used to do. Jim Kelly used to do a football camp in my wife's hometown every summer, and they were like like those old Bills teams were old school NFL. Like they drank together, they partied together, all that stuff.
Yes.
So they'd be out in the bars a lot and everything, and that was the reputation of like basically everybody on the team was a cool guy. Except for Andre Reed, who's just like a jerk to all the locals.
So it preceded him before you met him. You'd heard some things. Okay, that's good. It's so, Andre. See, I feel like you could have, like, if it really upset you, you could have been like, oh, how is it for all these guys to carry you to the Hall of Fame?
How's it feel to not actually?
If Draymond
to be in the Hall of Fame when you shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame?
If Draymond were a thing back then, you could have Draymond him. You know what I mean? Like it's know.
That would be an extreme version.
Oh yeah.
Draymond and Charles Barkley that's still they're still somewhat they're closer to equal footing than me doing something to Andre Reed.
Throwing shade at Hall of Famers. I'm here for that. Text in, biggest jerk you ever met. Rick Ross is the rudest. They're already coming in. He bought a house in Houston. I was there to teach him how to use something, and he refused to talk to me and shoved me away with his hand.
He stiff-armed you.
That story's got to be true. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, coming up next, the Rockets. How do they improve? We're sitting here watching the Spurs win by 30 last night. OKC's resting because they're so much better than everybody else. What is the plan to try to catch these teams? Vanessa Richardson caught up with Rafael Stone. We'll see what the GM had to say about that. We'll do that coming up next. AI.
breakfast. Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610, breaking news.
All right, this is actually Houston Texans breaking news. It has been made official. The Texans just sent out an email. We've been talking about scheduled nuggets dropping all week long around the league. And one of the rumored ones from a very reliable Twitter account, @NerdingOnNFL, had indicated a couple of days ago that the Texans would be traveling to London to face the Jacksonville Jaguars in Week 6 of the NFL season. It is official. Turn up the music, Byron. There we go. Houston Texans set to play Jacksonville Jaguars at Wembley Stadium in NFL London game on October the 18th. The game will start at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. It'll be on the NFL Network as part of the 2026 NFL London games. Multiple games. The only international venue that's getting city that's getting multiple games is London. This one will be at Wembley Stadium on October the 18th, Seth.
The really, really big winner here is that you, me, and everybody else in Houston sports media doesn't have to look like schmucks for buying in hook, line, and sinker on the leak a couple days ago that it was going to be the Texans versus the Jaguars in London.
Now, don't get me wrong. We'll look like schmucks at some other point during the show.
We'll find many other ways to look like schmucks, but this isn't one of them. Not today.
Not today.
We don't die today, Sean.
Right.
Or at least not right this moment.
Yeah.
So the biggest thing is this is where my initial knee-jerk reaction was like a lot of people when I found out about this potentially a couple days ago, which was, oh man, that's a really important game, and to go over and throw that wrinkle into it, where a lot of times these London games they end up being extra sloppy. Guys are playing at 8:30 a.m. by their body clock, all of that. Jacksonville has more experience doing all of this. This is the thing to remember. This is a home game for the Jaguars. So you're playing Jacksonville in London as opposed to in their modified stadium this year in Jacksonville. They don't have as much of a noise advantage in the classic home field advantage when the Jaguars play in London. They do have an advantage in terms of just having done it so many times. So do they withstand the travel better? Do they, they've got more guys on their team that have had to do the early start, all of that.
Yeah.
Perhaps, but I don't think the advantage they have by playing in London is larger or as large as the advantage they would have by playing in Jacksonville.
Yeah, let's examine both of those, because I think that's purely from a handicapping the game standpoint. That's the big thing here, is what does this mean now for this game? Given the fact that the Texans are favored to win the division, I don't know if people know that. The Texans are the favorites to win the AFC South this year, even though the Jags won it last year. Texans are plus 125, so about little less than a coin flip to win the division. Jags are number 2, obviously. I think you could argue that the game at Jacksonville, at least on paper right now, is the most important game in the division this year. The chance for the second-place team on the odds board to upset the first-place team, the best chance to do that would be in their home stadium or away from NRG Stadium. This was John Lopez yesterday on In the Loop, kind of echoing what Seth just said, the concern about the Jags' experience in traveling over to London to play games.
Not only, have all the young players here never done this, the Jags do it every year, twice a year.
Right.
And that's a division game against the team that won the division. So I started thinking, like, you know what? This isn't like, go to London and beat the Jags.
It could be.
Like a given, a given. They do it once or twice a year. They're used to it. They have their system down. They have where they practice and all that down. Everything for the Texans is going to be brand new.
Okay, so that's Lopez's concern. And we should point out, reportedly, the Jags are already going to be in London for Week 5 to play the Eagles.
So they'll be settled in. Yeah. Does the jet lag and everything, the jet lag should improve theoretically the more time they're there, but also just being in a foreign country tends to wear you down a little bit.
I think there's a balance sheet with that too. I think there's good and bad with being out of your house all week.
I spent 3 days in Vancouver, Canada, and I am ready to get back to that.
Right.
And I'm not completely lying there. Everything's just a little bit different.
Something about your own bed, man.
I need to see something in miles per hour just once.
Absolutely.
But I think that, again, all of that is true, what John says. But I think you got to look at the sum total of it. which is that this was going to be an away game for the Texans. It's now, instead of being played in Jacksonville, it's being played in London. London has some advantages there, but I don't think it gives them as much of an advantage. Austin Lane, who's a former Jaguars defensive lineman who does radio in Jacksonville now, this is exactly what he said, especially when you start looking at some of the other teams on the Jags' home schedule that they might have played in London instead of their divisional foe, the Texans.
I mean, I think that's a huge disadvantage for the Jaguars just because if you look at that home schedule, like, what team scares you more right now on paper than the Houston Texans on their home schedule? I can make an argument, definitely say the Eagles.
Yeah.
I mean, the Patriots, I get they go to the Super Bowl last year, but I think a lot of people are expecting them to kind of take a step back. We don't know what Pittsburgh's going to be with their new coaching staff, who their quarterback's even going to be. Washington, I think, has a lot to prove. Cleveland's going to Cleveland. And the Colts don't really have a quarterback and, sleeping on the Titans 24/7. Like, we can make an argument and say that the hardest opponent playing at home is going to be the opponent that you actually got to play on a neutral field in London. And I think that sucks if that's going to be the case.
Yeah. So, if you look at it from that perspective, and, man, of all the teams on our home schedule, if you're Jacksonville, if I'm Jacksonville, I'm saying all the teams on our home schedule, and this is the one we're going to go play on a neutral site.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Boy, I already agreed with the sentiment that I'd rather play in that game in London than in Jacksonville, just based on the environment and the home field advantage. I think it's going to be a greater home field advantage in an NFL stadium here in the United States. Even though I'm guessing the crowds get a little rowdy over there, but it'll be a Jags.
Well, they get rowdy, but it's only about 25% Jags fans. Usually.
That's where I was going with that. Like, it's going to be like in Jacksonville, it would be like 90% Jags fans there. So I agree with that part. When he lists the other teams on their home schedule, it hammers it home even more why Jags fans are probably so upset with that. I mean, the Eagles are obviously a very talented football team, but Pittsburgh, Cleveland, all the other division teams, Colts, Titans, I think the Patriots are backsliding this year, even though they made the Super Bowl last year. Wow. I get it. And it's just from the sheer fact that it's a division game against the team that's favored to win the division.
Yeah. One of our listeners told me that he was there for the 2019 game. He said he felt like the Texans were pretty well represented at that game when the Texans played the Jaguars in London in 2019.
I would bet they're even better represented at this one because I think Texan fans like this Texans team more than they liked the 2019 team.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of more bubbling optimism and excitement and a fervor over it. Yeah. And I also think it would stand to reason that I think, like we already know, we hear from them all the time, the people who live in Europe who are Texans fans. But does it end up actually being almost, if we could get them all concentrated down in one end zone, that would be cool.
Oh, yeah.
You know me with my organizational abilities. I'll have a plan for that this afternoon. Yeah, recommend everybody where they should be sitting for this game.
I'm looking at the TV in our studio here, and I have it on ESPN. And they're listing the 9 international games.
Yeah.
I think Nerding on NFL was 9 for 9.
Yeah, he was Nerding on NFL. According to the one article I saw, was 235 for 237 in 2024 on the schedule leaks that he had announced that year.
Okay.
I didn't see one for 2025, but he's somebody. It's got to be driving somebody at the NFL crazy.
Yes.
That there's this one random Twitter account out there who's definitely plugged into either somebody on the broadcasting side of things or from within the organization itself.
He's spoiling. He's spoiling.
Now, he doesn't have, so I pulled up the tracker. He doesn't have that many leaks at all right now. He had leaked a bunch of these international games.
Yep.
But so far, they've battened the hatches on a lot of these things. If you're somebody that likes watching it on the broadcast or seeing the Texans' official schedule release video, if you can just hold your water for 10 hours. You might not find out anything more until the
block Nerding on NFL.
There's only one. Nerding on NFL only has one schedule leak for the Texans, and it's the Jaguars.
It's this game. It's this game. So it's official now. The Texans are going to be going to London.
Who are they playing the week before? The Jaguars?
Eagles.
They're playing the Eagles. Okay,
Eagles.
He was right on that one as well.
Yep. Eagles. So they lose. Wow. So they lose 2 home games.
Yeah.
They lose two home games.
Yeah.
In a year where the AFC only gets 8 home games. This is a year where 17 games in a season. This is a season where the NFC teams are getting the 9 home games, and the AFC teams are only getting 8 home games. So they're only getting 6 games. 6 true home games, the Jags.
Well, and then also, you look at the Jaguars, if there was ever a time where you're going to have stadium concerns and reshuffling, it's like as the Jaguars seem to be potentially in some kind of a window here, they're going to have limited seating at home this year, 42,000. Which, people love to make jokes about the Jaguars stadium not being full and everything. It's been pretty full as of late. Yeah. So, and then next year they're playing in Orlando because of the stadium renovation.
Because of the renovation. So that's next year is the Orlando. See, I thought maybe...
this year it's 42,000 people. Next year it's playing in Orlando.
Well, okay. I mean, with just 42,000, that might be a better home field advantage in Wembley Stadium for them. If it's... what does Wembley hold? Wembley's got a hold
70,000.
Yeah, Wembley's got a hold.
They're only going to have like 20,000. People say it's like 25%. So
yeah,
they have 15 to 20,000.
I'm just thinking of pure noise. Just pure
noise. I would go with a 30,000 seat stadium of all home fans over 30,000 people spread around a 70,000 person stadium.
I'm just thinking they might be hooligans, Seth. They might just be hooligans that like screaming and yelling at things there in England.
Have we ever gotten an answer on this? Does J.J. Watt have any soccer hooligans at Burnley?
Can we rent them for that particular Sunday? It's
a 4-hour train ride from Burnley to London. And if we could get a good bunch of the hooligans on there to just go down and intimidate some people, that would be awesome.
He's renting private jets all the time. Can't he put a bunch of these people on a train? Can't he rent a full train?
Can't you do this for us, JJ?
Do something, JJ.
Is it that hard to do?
Ooh, $40 million for Hurricane Harvey. Ooh.
They love, so as I was doing a little research on just like, I was trying to figure out exactly what home field advantage do teams have or anything, and I was looking at the breakdowns of all of this. Yeah. And then I dove into the J.J. Watt side of things. And, I wasn't going to ask J.J., hey, do people like you over there? Because I can't trust him. So it is by American owners of English soccer clubs. J.J. seems to be held in very high regard because he's not looked at as an absentee guy at all. He and Kalia go out to the pubs and everything, and he's very much involved. And they feel like it seems like the general sentiment over there is that J.J. gets a lot of respect for being a guy that's actually like really making an effort to not just be there but also learn the game and everything else.
He's into it, man.
Yeah.
He is into it. Okay, we're getting a lot of texts of people with their rude celebrity stories. If you missed it, I played Dana White, the head of UFC, telling an anecdote about how Diddy was the biggest jerk, the rudest celebrity he's ever met. Text message, Brian McKnight, the singer, was rude as hell. I was going to kick his bitch ass in a hotel lobby. I love the insults. That's my favorite part of all this. There's another texter who said he played pro baseball and that Carlos Zambrano and Wade Miller, former Astro, were douche canoes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Someone is down on a minor league assignment or something.
I guess.
They must have been rude to those guys. You know what? I heard the opposite of that. I heard a really cool story from Roger Clemens once, from a kid that had played. He kicked around in the minors. I can't even remember which organization it was with when he had this exposure to Roger Clemens. But Clemens was down, on a rehab assignment or something, and he said it was such an eye-opener for him because he saw like Roger Clemens preparing for his AA start on a rehab assignment was like the most intense he'd ever seen any human being ever. Yeah. But also said he was really cool too. He was like giving advice to, he was talking to the minor league guys and everything and just kind of, just giving them advice, almost like a fatherly type dude or an uncle.
Yeah, I could definitely see that with Roger for sure. Someone said, okay, I like this one. Rudest air quotes celebrity. That's a nice little jab. Jonathan Simmons, former Spurs player who's from Houston, this was before he was in the league, tried to come into my gym for free and tried to do the "Do you know who I am?"
Oh, that's always tough when a pro athlete does that. It's like you can't afford the $20 one-time fee or whatever.
It's Champ Slice texting this, and he says, "No, and I don't care. The day pass is $15. He ended up getting somebody to pay it for him.
Oh, he doesn't carry cash. That's probably back in the day when you didn't. Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of support on the Warren Sapp thing. It sounds like I'm not the only one with some Warren Sapp stories.
Oh no. He was and the people to ask there would be anybody from Tampa.
Yeah.
So many stories from when I lived in Florida, I knew a lot of people from Tampa, and it seemed like every one of them had a story about a time that Warren Sapp was rude to him.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of them. I'm trying to screen them.
I'm trying to screen it. You don't want to just get any kind of like the ones that are like we know Champ Slice.
Champ Slice, he's legit, but somebody's got a reason for Warren Sapp that they don't like them. That I'm hesitant to read it because I can't confirm.
No, if it's anything that could hit you with a libel suit or something, let's be careful about that.
Yeah. Jeff Gordon, the race car driver, saw him at the Super Bowl in Houston. A-hole. we can do that. We can just say a-hole. That's an opinion, right? That's not slander or anything. Now, people are also sending in their stories of celebrities who are really cool, and I'll read some of those. Saw Troy Aikman the same night. So this is somebody who texted in. I think it's the Jeff Gordon guy. Saw Troy Aikman the same night. Talked to him for like 30 minutes. Great guy. If you find a celebrity that talks to you for 30 minutes about anything, that person is probably a pretty cool dude.
Who was that?
Troy Aikman.
Oh, Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Have you met Troy Aikman before?
Very briefly.
Yeah.
Not for any extent. I didn't have like a conversation with him or anything.
Biggest jerk?
Because I blew him off. I gave him a snub.
Somewhere Troy Aikman's texting a radio show that Seth Payne was the biggest celebrity a-hole.
It was a brief enough interaction that for him to have come off like a jerk in that interaction, he would have had to have been a mega jerk.
There you
go. It
go.
would have been like he just wanted to punch somebody that day.
That's funny. All right, one more just because this makes me laugh. Biggest jerk was Evel Knievel.
Really?
Yeah, biggest jerk. Evel Knievel.
I can see Evel Knievel being a guy that might have. I have zero idea whether he was a drinker or not, but couldn't you just see him being like the classic? Like at any given time you met him, and he might have been drunk and/or recovering from 19 broken bones.
He's like, dude, I'm jumping the Grand Canyon. I don't have time for you, man. All right, I got a very short fuse. Get to your point quickly. All right. I got canyons to jump. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Coming up next, hey, we just announced it. The Texans will be facing the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's official. We've been talking about it for 2 days. The league has just made it official. I've got 4 wishes for tomorrow night, Seth, when the Texans in the league make the entire schedule official. 4 wishes. The genie, I'm rubbing the lamp, and I'm saying these are the things I want for the Texans schedule. We'll do that coming up next, but I got to get you guys in that new luxury vehicle right now in West Point, Lincoln. Boy, they just
presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, just to put a bow on the Wade Miller douche canoe story.
Yeah.
We played some audio earlier of Dana White saying that he was asked the rudest celebrity you've ever met, and he said P. Diddy. And so people started texting in stories of the rudest celebrities they've ever met. And the guy who was the pro baseball player, Seth, clarified. He said, after a rehab baseball start, Mark Pryor, former ace of the Cubs back in the day, took the whole AA ball club to Buffalo Wild Wings and let us eat and drink everything, and he paid for it. Week later, Wade Miller rehab starts with us and told us we're going to go to Hooters. We ordered every beer and wing they had, and Wade ate, got up, and went to the bus. Didn't pay. Broke minor leaguers trying to figure out how to pay. Ryan Sandberg, our manager, had to pick up the tab. Wade douche is what it says. Oh, get whatever you want. And then he just walks out. So they had to pay his tab, too, it sounds like.
Like he was hazing him or something.
I guess, yeah. But that's not what you do. The tradition in the minor leagues, because that's why Chandler Rome tweeted last night, they put out a graphic, the Corpus Christi Hooks did, that, hey, Jake Myers, Josh Hader, and Jeremy Peña, they had a graphic of the three of them on it, like all in the starting lineup, or Hader was, came in out of the bullpen, whatever. They were all playing last night, and Chandler Rome retweeted, said, ooh, they're going to eat well in Corpus Christi tonight. Because that's the tradition, you're a major league guy, you got to pay the tab. So there you go. If you missed it in the previous segment, it's been confirmed, the Houston Texans. It's official. It's graphic official now, Seth. The league has put out a graphic with Azeez Al-Shire. It looks like Kamari Lassiter, Nico's on here, a couple other guys, and CJ Stroud front and center holding that football with a skull cap on, no braids, that the Texans and Jags are going to be playing in London in Week 6. I would imagine that means that the bye week is going to be Week 7. I feel like there's like a 95% chance that that's the case. We talked about that since this London thing became an official rumor, is that typically these teams that go overseas, they make the bye week the week they get back.
Yeah.
Helps him acclimate a little bit easier. So I have 4 wishes for the schedule. Schedule's going to come out tomorrow night, 7:00 local time. And we may get a couple more nuggets dropping. Hell, this Nerding on NFL may have the account that went 9 for 9 on reporting all the international games by last night. Maybe his his continental U.S. contacts will get in touch with him in the next 24 hours, and we may hear some things about the Texans schedule. In advance of that, here are my wishes. I want a cupcake in Week 1, Seth.
Yeah.
Preferably the Titans at home in Week 1. I think that's the biggest. That'll be the biggest spread on the Texans schedule will probably be, because we'll get spreads on all these games once the schedule gets announced this week. I would guess the biggest spread on the Texans schedule will be the Titans at home. And I want that game in Week 1. Why? Because I want them to break the franchise record for consecutive wins in the regular season.
Oh.
They're at 9 right now, which ties the Bill O'Brien 2018 Houston Texans.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about those streaks that spread across multiple seasons.
Yes.
Cam Ward in a new offense with a new coach, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I guess the biggest concern there would be, Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh takes over a defense that I always felt over the last couple of years, I felt like the Titans defense should have been better than what they were.
Yeah.
And we could see some of the individual players that would just destroy Texans offensive linemen at times. There'll be a test. There's no Tavondre Sweat, but there still is a Jeffrey Simmons. It'll be a really big test for that newfangled Texans offensive line, but obviously the Texans are still going to be the heavy favorite in the game.
Yeah, I think they'll be favored by more than a touchdown in that game if it's played early in the season. I think when the spreads come out on all the games, whenever the home game is against the Titans, it'll be a big number. My biggest concern is the Titans played the Texans well last year.
Yeah.
That was a close game
Both
into the fourth quarter, and the other game almost went to overtime. They kicked a last-second field goal.
Yeah.
So both games were really good games with the Titans. They were close games.
In both games, they were miserable offensively for the first part of the game, and then figured it out and got it going in the second half.
Yep. My second wish, so that's my first wish, Week 1, Titan Cupcake. My second wish, and I think we're going to steer clear because I've seen some of these games have dropped, but you never know. I don't want that holiday gauntlet that they got 2 years ago. That'll be a wish of mine every year.
Yeah.
I did not enjoy that 3 games in 11 days with a Christmas Day home game at the tail end of it.
And especially because, and I'm not complaining about the Texans' specific situation, but they did fall into this. When you have some gauntlet like that, and especially when it ends up being against good opponents, it really penalizes you if you're going through a stretch of injuries at that point, which the Texans were. And other of those 4 teams had injury issues and everything, but I don't like anything that just throws it into the schedule that you can see, if the Texans have some bad injury luck, this really, really screws them. So the same reason I don't like Thursday night games, because if, say, your quarterback has a concussion, there's very little chance that he's going to come back from it on a Thursday night game if he gets concussed on a Sunday. So, I would agree with you there. Yeah. Now, having said that, I do enjoy being able to watch my team play on a holiday.
You do?
Yeah, I do like either a Christmas Day, a Thanksgiving Day, something like that.
Why do you like it?
Because it's just, you got nothing else going on anyway. You're usually you got a day off. You usually end up trying to fill your time some way. None of the stores are open.
Well,
yes, give me some football, please.
But I enjoyed watching the Christmas. They haven't done Christmas Day game. I mean, they have before, but a targeted Netflix lineup of Christmas Day games. The first time
I don't enjoy watching my team get destroyed on Christmas.
No. But I really enjoyed sitting down and watching other teams play on Christmas. Sitting, opening your gifts, and then you sit on the couch and you eat and drink all day and watch football
without having to be emotionally involved in it as much.
Yeah.
Other than you gambling away your children's Christmas money.
No. I take Christmas off in honor of Jesus. I don't gamble on Christmas. That's not true at all. Actually, I do definitely gamble on Christmas in honor of Jesus. Wish number 3. I want the Bills' home game to be a primetime game again this year, like it was last year. Maybe not a Thursday night game, because I'm with you. Thursday night games are. The Texans are going to play on a Thursday night this year. They're a good team. Not all teams have to play on Thursday. The crappy teams don't have to play on Thursday anymore. The Texans are going to get a Thursday night game, I would imagine.
That was remember when everybody had to play on Thursday night?
I do.
They would always, and the league was still kind of like, oh boy, people really don't like these Thursday night games. Let's go ahead and be sure the Jaguars and the Titans play.
Yeah.
They would have a bunch of crappy. They would cram all the bad teams into a couple of Thursday nights.
Yeah, I think
they don't do that anymore.
I think 2022 was the last season. 2022 was the last season they did that, because the Thursday night game for the Texans that year, if you remember, was when they played the Eagles, and the Astros were playing the Phillies in the World Series across town. That was a Thursday night game. I think that was the last season they did that. And then when D'Amico got here, it was literally his first year was all Sunday noon games until that Colts game at the end of the year. So that's wish number 3, just because the Texans have a way of embarrassing the Bills, and I would like them to do it on the biggest stage possible.
And Josh Allen is just the worst version of himself at Reliance Stadium. I almost said NRG Stadium. That place on Kirby. I'm very, very much hankering for something like that.
Maybe they'll try to convince Josh Allen that it's a different building. They're like, as they pull in, they're like, look.
This is Reliant Park. You've never played in Reliant Park before.
NRG Stadium doesn't exist anymore, Josh. Yeah. You're not there anymore. It's Reliant Stadium now.
They could just have like one of those ET type tunnels, that has the containment things. Yeah.
Yes, looks totally different.
Have them walk in there. Yeah, they could. They put tin foil on the locker room walls and everything.
Yeah, man, try to dupe him. Last wish. The Texans have a boatload of games that are being played in cities that if it's after the beginning of November, it's going to be cold. Seth, I don't know if you noticed last year, but the Texans, their quarterback at least, did not seem to adapt to the cold weather very well.
I don't know. With CJ, I'm not worried about the cold. I'm worried about the wet. So whether it's cold, you've got a much better chance of freezing rain and things like that up north in cold weather. So I don't worry about cold. I worry about wet.
Can I ask you something here?
Yeah.
I don't recall. I'm asking. Was it wet in the game where he fumbled the ball 5 times against Pittsburgh?
No. But he also, though, he had some really nice throws in that game.
He did.
I think it didn't affect him as much. The fumbling the snap. Was it 3 of the 5 fumbles were either mistiming or bad snap handling by him and Jake Andrews. So that didn't concern me. I was concerned. I'm not saying he played well there. I know that I don't think I can remember him passing the ball in wet conditions yet in the NFL. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I just want as few of these 6 games as possible in November and December and January.
Yeah.
Because they play games at Green Bay, at Philly, at Washington, at Cleveland, at Pittsburgh, and then every year they play at Tennessee, which is probably the least, fierce cold of all those.
If it's cold during the football season in Tennessee, it's usually like a pleasant cold.
I'm just throwing it in there because it's not L.A. or.
I think honestly, whether it's cold or just inclement weather, which I'm more concerned about the inclement weather in general. That you've got a better chance of that up in those places.
Yeah, so I want as few games as possible, or not as few games, but as few of those games as possible that get pulled into the crosshairs of Mother Nature. In those. So those are my 4 wishes. Are they reasonable wishes, Seth? Am I a reasonable man with these wishes right now?
I think you've got a pretty good chance of getting them right other than those cold weather games.
Yeah, there's 6 of them.
You're looking at 6 of them. Yeah. You're going to get at least a couple of cold weather
games.
games.
The math is going to catch up with me on that one. But the Week 1 cupcake, I like that. Just a home game against one of the lesser teams. I saw some chatter online last night.
Yeah.
That the total chatter, it's not nerding on NFL level reports, but Bengals Texans Week 1. How would you feel about the Bengals coming to town in Week 1, trying to get off to a 1-0 start? The Texans.
I'd be excited about that. Yeah. I'd be really excited about it. I like whether you get the best version of Joe Burrow, and there's a good chance Joe Burrow is going to be coming off of somehow a second appendectomy or something. At that point. Joe Burrow he gets injured, he gets ill, and yet at the same time, I like that challenge. I welcome that challenge. I don't know how much the Bengals could have fixed their defense in just one offseason.
Yeah, we'll see.
I was, speaking of those opening game cupcakes. I was watching Rod Wright on Iron Sharpens Iron. The D-line coach, Rod Wright, they were out with him working with the rookies. Yeah. It's a really good video. You should go watch it on the Texans YouTube channel if you have a chance. But there was one part where he was saying, hey, in the NFL, we don't open up with these cupcake teams like you guys might in college. And I'm like, well, I mean, he's saying it to Caden McDonald. I'm like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from with that, but Ohio State opens up with Texas.
Yeah, last year. That was Week 1.
They opened up last year, and this year I think they open up with Texas again, right?
They play them early. I don't know if they play them in Week 1 again. I think
it's Week 1 again this year. Okay. And then, last year they opened up with Texas. Then they played Grambling State.
Oh, yeah, they got their cupcakes
Ohio University. But, Week 1 is still – if you're a program the caliber of Ohio State or UT or something, you get some of those marquee matchups.
Disney put out parts of the schedule yesterday at their upfront. They play in they play in Week 2.
So they do have a cupcake opener?
I don't know who Ohio State plays in Week 1. I'm guessing it's a cupcake, but the game is in Austin on September the 12th. So
they open up with Ball State.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay. Rod Wright, vindicated.
Rod Wright, proving correct.
Vindicated. Yes, there you go.
Because the man cannot do anything wrong. I love that guy.
All right, I have a Take-A-Mania preview coming up next here from somebody who's been a Take-A-Mania champ multiple times. Said something that was silly at the time, and after the result of the Spurs-Wolves game last night, sounds even dumber. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Friday's my Men's Tea Clinic day. Today's Your guy Dave Matthews is getting some love on the text page.
Oh, for being a pleasant celebrity.
For being a cool celebrity, for being a cool celebrity.
He's a very I just had hung out with him once, and I was blown away by how down to earth he was. I was in a setting where it wasn't like he was hanging out with a bunch of celebrities or anything. He's hanging out with my friend's kids. Went to the same school that Dave Matthews.
So there was it was a sort of a soft meet, like it wasn't a.
No, but these are the people he hangs out with. They're just the people from his from the school that his kids go to.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
Like he's good friends with those guys.
He's not some shut-in that lives in a 10,000 square foot mansion and never comes out.
Yeah. I think like when he's in Seattle, he kind of just lives like a normal dad.
Yep. How did the Jags get all those crap teams on their schedule with having a first-place schedule? Here's the thing. The whole first-place schedule thing only impacts 3 games on your schedule. That's it. Those are the only variable games. Other than that, it's a formula where you cross over with a division in the NFC, cross over with a division in the AFC. That's determined in perpetuity. They just go in a certain order every year. And you play your 6 division games. The other 3 games are against an NFC team, and the other 2 divisions in the AFC you're not crossing over with, and it's the team you're in the same place with. So the 3 variable games for the Jags are the Broncos, pretty good team, Patriots went to the Super Bowl, and it would be the Bears, who won the NFC North.
Yeah.
Those are 3 good games.
Yeah, it doesn't have as much of a swing. There's been a lot of talk. It gets frustrating this time of year because people, they jump to immediately somehow the NFL is conspiring against them.
Yes.
When it would be impossible for the NFL to conspire against your individual team because it's all done by a formula. Now, you could argue about timing of the game or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Cool, whatever.
Yeah.
But as far as the actual opponents go, they probably might want to maybe tinker with some of the things that they do in the way with the formula, because the Dolphins, by way of just by going by season win totals expected this year, the Dolphins have one of the 2 toughest schedules in the league.
Yeah.
So they don't get any kind of benefit from having been bad. Now you could say, yeah, but that's great because the next year is a good quarterback class. But if the goal is to handicap, even things out where the bad teams get to play other bad teams. They failed. This formula has failed miserably.
It has at times. I think that's just part of it. Like that's a slippery slope if all of a sudden you're injecting opinion into putting the schedule together.
No, not an opinion, but maybe something to do with just a different. I said a different formula.
Okay.
Like you could just. It doesn't. The way they're doing it right now, it's very rigid, and it's not necessarily based as much on who the. If you get stuck playing the NFC West.
No, I get it.
You all of a sudden every team in your division has a much tougher schedule.
For sure. Yeah, I just think it's one of those things that ebbs and flows. They'd have to bring computers into it at that point, and then everybody would complain about the computers,
As if there's no computers involved anywhere else in sports.
Not in this formula.
I'm saying if you went back to a little bit of just maybe instead of playing one specific division every year, go back more to a win-loss based scheduling to where you're playing the weak, more weaker teams from other divisions.
Maybe. Okay, so this is the Take-A-Mania preview that I have here. This is Stephen A. Smith. Okay, now keep in mind, Victor Wembanyama elbowed Naz Reid in the face in Game 3 of the Wolves-Spurs series and got kicked out of the game pretty early in the game. Wolves would go on to win that game to tie the series at 2. If you haven't looked at the scoreboard yet from last night, the Spurs beat the Wolves with Wembanyama in the lineup. No suspension, no fine for Wemby. He didn't get punished at all. They won by 29 points last night in Game 5.
Yeah.
This was Stephen A. Smith yesterday after the news. We knew the news already that Wembanyama would not be suspended. This was Stephen A. Smith's take on what the Wolves may actually want Wemby in that game.
How do you know he don't have a problem with it? How do you know they don't want Wemby on the basketball court tonight? They might want it. Even though he's 7'5", you keep saying 7'7", he's 7'5". But they might want him. They might want him out there. You understand? Especially and Big Perk, especially because again, this is not the diesel. If it's somebody like Shaquille O'Neal walking around 330, 340, you understand, and dunking on your mug, that would be different. But because of how skinny he is, you might have some cats that might want him out there. As great as he is, they might want him out there just so they can make sure he feels them a little bit tonight. You never know.
You never know.
Oh, I wanted to hear the response. Who was responding?
I've got it. Don't worry.
Okay.
You want to hear? You want to hear? You want to hear Perkins? Okay.
Yeah.
This is where I point out Stephen A. Smith is pointing out Wemby's skinniness as if it's a hamstring pull. As if he's not been skinny since he arrived in the NBA. This isn't like he's got a broken. Wemby had a busted rib at one point this season. This isn't like, hey, they may want him to play because he's got that rib issue, and then you land an elbow in there, you might get him out of the game. He's skinny.
Yeah.
So they might want him in there.
That's what they want. Give me one of the best players in the game because he's skinny.
He's a defensive player of the year and an MVP finalist. So we'd rather.
That's why I remember all those teams that really wanted Jordan on the court because he's only 6'4". That they were like, they'd be like, yeah, I really hope Jordan doesn't get suspended for this game because I want to play the Bulls because Jordan's not actually all that tall.
Oh my God. Yeah. Here is Kendrick Perkins, and again. Anytime Kendrick Perkins is the voice of reason on something, it's got to be a whack take. This is Kendrick Perkins. The voice you heard at the very end was Kendrick Perkins.
I'm willing to bet everything that I have that if you took a poll, a survey in that Minnesota locker room, whether they want Wemby on the floor tonight or him not on the floor, I guarantee you they will say they don't want him on the floor.
Okay.
It's hard for me when it comes to Take-A-Mania, where we award the worst take of the week as the champion. It's hard for me with both Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick because I remember we had the guy last week that thought we were being too mean to Kendrick Perkins because we were isolating his bad takes and highlighting them.
Yeah.
What that person doesn't understand about the way it works on cable television sports talk is that those guys don't care. Like, they're just throwing stuff out there. And if you do it emphatically enough and loud enough, it's entertaining and people watch it. Like, Stephen A. Smith knows that he says a lot of stupid stuff, but he doesn't care because that's the job. He talks like 18 hours a day.
He's incentivized. He's been doing it for 15 years.
In the same way with Kendrick. Like, Kendrick's a smart enough guy that you know some of the things that he says, he's just throwing something out there knowing it's going to get a big reaction.
Yeah.
So that's where it's really, really hard for me sometimes to elevate them to Take-A-Mania champion because I know it's disingenuous. I feel like if Stephen A. Smith sat down and thought about it for 3 seconds, he's going to know that that's a ridiculous take. But he also knows that, man, I'm just going to throw this out there and see what happens.
It's really bad, though.
Yeah, but it's got to be. It doesn't feel organic enough. I'm an organic bad take consumer. Yeah.
Well, you're out on Friday. That's when Take-A-Mania is taking place.
So is Brandon going to be the?
I don't know. I haven't decided yet. This is probably a good opportunity here to figure out what we do because you're usually judge and jury of this thing. So I don't want to take it completely out of your hands. Maybe we make it some sort of vote.
I could do it from a distance.
Okay.
I could phone in for that. I'm going to a graduation ceremony at SUNY Binghamton, State University of New York at Binghamton, on Friday. It's at 8:15 in the morning.
So 7:15 here.
I've never been to a graduation ceremony that starts at 8:15 in the morning, other than maybe like a middle school graduation.
Yeah, I've been to morning graduations, but not 8:15 in the morning.
They do it. They break it down by colleges, and this young man's graduating from getting his master's in data science or something. So it's like the School of Math and Engineering or something.
Yeah,
they figure like, okay, those guys will be up early.
The nerds will be up early. Yeah. Hey, speaking of which, did you hear that Ogre died from Revenge of the Nerds? Yeah.
Oh, he did become a nerd eventually.
He eventually did. Yeah, I believe at the end of Revenge of the Nerds 2, I think he became, which I was an extra in, by the way.
How old was he when he died?
He died yesterday. He died yesterday. He was 71 years old.
Okay.
He was having some health complications. Apparently his character in Revenge of the Nerds was he was sick.
No. I'm saying I asked when he died, and you're like, he died yesterday.
Yeah.
So at first, if you didn't give me his age, I was going to say, Sean, I'm still left wondering how old.
Trust
he is.
me, I knew as soon as I said that I needed to get to the age quickly. I knew I did. His last name is Gibb. I don't remember his first name. I don't know if he's related to the Bee Gees or not. It doesn't seem like he would be.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, we lost Ogre yesterday, Seth.
It's an iconic character from our childhood.
Big time iconic character. You know what a fun thing to do with Revenge of the Nerds is? Yeah. I actually did this one time. There was a guy who hosted an 80s podcast. This was, I think, during COVID, where people were finding anything to talk about that they could because there were no sports to talk about. we went through and watched Revenge of the Nerds and counted up the number of felonies that were committed in Revenge of the Nerds.
Quite a few, including by the nerds themselves.
Yes,
like, as you're trying to feel bad for these nerds, you realize, oh, wow.
Oh,
yeah,
they're really creepy. They just installed cameras in the sorority house so they could creep in and voyeur them. Yeah, there were a lot of things, and it was worse stuff than that. But back in the 80s, it was all just good chicanery. Back then, our level of things in the 80s that seemed acceptable in the movies would not last right now.
It's why your parents are so messed up, kids.
That's right, man. That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Astros. We've got our late arriving crowd in here. We did it for the 6 o'clock crowd. We take out the pole and we hit the piñata that is Tatsuya Ei. He was terrible again last night. Where do we go from here with Tatsuya Ei? Was there anything that Joe Espada liked? The eternal optimist. Was there anything that Joe Espada liked about Tatsuya Ei's performance last night? 10-2 loss to the Mariners. We will do that coming up next.
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And this one skied into right center field. Should be the game. Julio Rodriguez waits for it. And that'll do it for the Astros in the ninth. A walk, a base hit, and 2 men left on base. And Seattle closes out a 10-2 win. Mariners now 1 game under 500 at 21-22. And the Astros have lost 4 consecutive games, including the first 2 of this series.
Lost 4 straight. Still only 6 out in the division, even though it's been just horrific lately. It's been horrific this season. The Angels keep losing, so the Astros are tied for the worst record in the American League. Now, they have also, Seth, fallen 5 games out of the wild card. So they are slowly sliding away in the standings, both for the wild card and in the division right now. It was 3.5 and 5.5 at the beginning of the week. Now it's 5 and 6 games that they're out for the wild card in the division. It's bad. I mean, they just got to... Joe Espada kind of hit the nail on the head a couple of days ago. He's like, we just need to win 1 game, and then we'll worry about. We can't make up all 6 games in 1 day. You know?
I'd love to blame at least part of last night on Yordan continuing to look lost at the plate, but I don't think that he was going to be part of scoring 10 or more runs last night.
Either, no.
So I mean, there's so many things right now where daylight's burning. And you need Hunter Brown to come back. You need Josh Hader to come back. And those will happen sometime in the next month or so. Yeah. And you need, I mean, beyond that, though, you still have these concerns about just exactly what is Peter Lambert. It's been great so far. Spencer Arrighetti, so far so good. Then all of a sudden you could start looking at, all right, maybe we got 4 quality starters here. And if Yordan and Christian Walker get back on track, then we can do something. The fact that the AL is as miserable as it is right now, it doesn't make it seem so far out of reach or so drastic. If you go on a 10-game win streak, you're back to 500. Mm-hmm. I just right this moment, I would bet there's almost no there's not a small enough amount of money for me to bet that the Astros are about to go on a 10-game win streak.
No, you made it sound so casual right there.
If it's $2, Seth, would you bet $2? Could you part with $2? I'm like, I don't know, man. Have you seen? I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. Until gas comes back down, I'm not going to part with that $2.
50 to 1. 50 to 1. What do I give you? 50 to 1. $2.
I need $2. I need that $2.
I don't think, dude, they're going to lose tonight. It's not like they got Lance McCullers on the mound tonight. Okay, with half a fingernail. So it's bad right now. And Tatsuya Ei, we're burying the lead here. He was awful last night. He was terrible. He was good in the first inning. Went 1, 2, 3. I started to let myself get a little optimistic. And then he gives up the 2-run homer to Arozarena. I'm like, all right, maybe that's one pitch. Didn't locate. I'm willing to sit back. But then the 4th inning rolls around. And if I recall correctly, I forget who was up. But whoever it was a strikeout. They challenged it. And the guy lived to fight another day.
That was the one that was by 0.1 inches.
It was really close.
Yeah.
And the guy challenged it, whoever the hitter was. And he goes on to get on base. And then the next guy gets on base, and then the next guy gets on base, and then the next guy, and then Canzone hits a grand slam.
Yeah.
He put the first 3 guys on base, then gave up a grand slam. That is one of those things, Seth, like, man, when something the way it looks, the optics of it are, wow, that challenge didn't go your way and you unraveled. I mean, that's what it looks like. Like, you got a challenge, like one little thing happens that doesn't go your way, and now all of a sudden you're just giving up hits and walks. And then eventually a grand slam home run that, for this offense right now, ends the game. This Astros offense, I'm saying. The opponent goes up 6-2 right now. Is there any confidence that the Astros can come back down 6-2 in the 4th inning? For me, there's none. And it's crazy because the takeaway in the first 7 to 10 games of the year with the Astros, I remember saying it to you on this show, was, wow, my big takeaway, even though they're not winning games the first couple of weeks. They went 5-2 to start the season. Then they're getting swept by the Rockies and swept here and this and that, and they've just been bad ever since. At least we know they're not out of any games. this offense, boy, it's a humdinger of an offense. They're not out of any games. This thing is just cratered now, this offense.
It's the Ei thing, though. This is such a unless it turns around, unless he figures it out, unless they address each of the 8 to 10 items that are preventing him from playing good baseball right now. So far, it's one of the worst signings we've seen with the Astros in recent years, and that includes a certain first baseman that was one of the worst signings. But that one. I don't know is Ei the worst signing so far? If it were to continue
let's go
like
through
this,
them. I've got the five-headed Mount Rushmore of recent signings that the Astros have made. Lance McCullers, 5 years, $85 million.
Okay.
Is Tatsuya? Well, let's just let the baseline. Tatsuya Ei is 3 years, $54 million. That he has player options on. That's the other thing too. Before we hash this out, Jim Crane had been so against doing these player options. Remember, he could have kept Carlos Correa probably back the first time if he had just done player options. Alex Bregman's deal with the Red Sox, we only ended up staying there a year, but it was a 3-year deal with player options. He opted out. Jim Crane would not do these. He made the exception for this guy. Yeah. This guy who can't get out of the fourth inning of a game.
Yeah.
This guy who's got a 9 ERA and is complaining about every little thing that has to do with American baseball.
I guess this one, the part of it is, A, that they did a contract with these player options on a pricey deal, but that, B, it's an extra big wild card because he's a guy who's coming over and playing American baseball for the first time.
Yep.
It's not like, Kai Tang wasn't a big contract or anything, but also he's already got a couple of years experience pitching in Major League Baseball coming over from Korea. You're not taking as much of a flyer on an unproven commodity.
Yeah, they got him from the Giants.
Yeah. So if we stack him up against some of these other guys, the commitment and the player options, but without having any track record at all, it feels like a much bigger swing.
I will tell you, too, I'll give you another reason why I think it's the worst. Let me just list the contracts first. These are the contracts I think it falls in the same neighborhood as. Lance McCullers, 5 years, $85 million. Big reason that's been a bad contract is because Lance has missed most of it, rehabbing various injuries, and since he's come back, it's not been good. That's not been a good contract. Jose Abreu, 3 years, $57 million. They had to punt on that basically 1.5 years in. By halfway through his second year, he's down at rookie ball playing games on the backfield, simulated games on the backfield down there. Rafael Montero, 3 years, $33 million. It's not as much money. He's a middle reliever. He goes bad. It's not like it's cratering your pitching staff, but
they bought high, though. They did the opposite of what the Astros usually do. Is they bought high on a guy based on one really good year.
Yeah, 1 year. Christian Javier, 5 years, $64 million. Not looking great right now. Tommy John surgery hasn't really been good during that contract. The reason why the Ei contract set to me is the worst one out of all these. Those other contracts were given out at a time where you had a little more leeway. You had a little more grace. You had a little bit more, if this contract doesn't work out, we're still going to be a really good baseball team. That kind of thing. Like even Jose Abreu. They won the division the 2 years that he was with the Astros. They made it to Game 7 of the ALCS in 2023. Jose Abreu was on that team. Rafael Montero was on that team. Lance McCullers was in the building for that. Christian Javier was on that team. You are in an offseason this year where you are because your minor league system is no good and because, you're just not as talented a baseball team as you were during the glory days.
Yeah.
You are operating with a much smaller margin for error. This looks careless now in retrospect, giving him $54 million to a guy who'd never thrown a pitch in Major League Baseball, and seemingly the team doesn't feel like they had a plan to integrate him into the team. If they did, it ain't working.
They should have at least had him hold an American baseball first.
Yes.
And say, do you feel like this is too slippery for you? Do you feel like this is something you might be citing as the reason you're awful in Major League Baseball a few months from now?
Step on the mound over there. How does that mound feel on your feet?
Yeah, they should have flown an MLB mound over there with an American baseball.
This is the worst.
This
is the worst one, in my opinion, of all these. And that's saying something.
And it's one of those things too. You don't want to cough up money for a guy like Dylan Cease or something. Okay, I get it. So you try to shop in the bargain bin and take a flyer on something, and you whiff on it, and you might ultimately end up getting nothing from it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I try real hard to be the annoying, these annoying baseball people who will caution you always, like, it's early, it's a long season, it's this, it's that. You're never allowed to panic as a hardcore baseball fan until there's 10 games left in the season. Yeah. That's a mark. You got to act like no, I'm a wise baseball person, and I understand that it's still early in the season. There's time for this to turn around. I'm trying to do that with Ei, and maybe I'd feel better about it if it weren't for the litany of excuses that he's coughed up. But it's really, really hard for me to just be patient at this point.
Yeah, when is it not, for the nerds out there, for the slow players out there, when is it not a long season anymore? When can you stop saying, hey, it's a long season?
When
I'm asking legitimately.
Is it when they lower your head into the guillotine that you can stop saying, well, let's let the legal process play out? No reason to panic here yet, okay? There's still time.
Hey, it's a long
Yeah.
The Ei contract. Weigh in on the text line here, 713-572-4667.
We had people doing it with Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu always gets off the slow starts. Well, remember, he was good in the last month of the season, and he did some good things in the playoffs.
He did.
People were saying it right up until the Astros finally got rid of Jose Abreu.
They were.
Hey, I got to wait and see until he gets back from rookie ball.
Yeah.
See how this 36-year-old does after he spends some time in rookie ball.
That September he had in that postseason might have been the worst thing that happened to the Astros because it duped them into thinking there was something there. Like, he came back the next year, he's even worse than he was in the beginning of the previous year.
I cut a break in terms of just, okay, those are all bad contracts, and it's easy with hindsight to say that. It's fair that a lot of people criticized the Jose Abreu deal at the time as an overpay for a guy who was on the decline. I think it's, in fairness to the Astros, you don't expect the guy to fall off a cliff.
No, his power numbers had gone down, but his overall numbers were still good his last year in Chicago.
Yeah, so I mean, it was an overpay, yes, but it's just also that he just completely fell off a cliff.
Yeah,
and I don't think I can't hold their feet to the flames for not anticipating just how drastic it would be.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. No, if you were to go back and listen to our shows when they signed Abreu, I was probably in favor of it.
I was. Yeah, I was, and I felt that I felt like it was an overpay, but that I was cool with the overpay.
God, if I had to go back
and
think with these other ones. Was I okay with the Lance McCullers contract at the time?
McCullers, it felt all right because it was built into his injury history was built into the contract.
Yeah.
It was one of those. There was kind of a hedge by the Astros, so I was okay with it at the time because it wasn't the money that he would have gotten if he had come and stayed healthy and gone to free agency, et cetera, et cetera.
I think he signed it after the COVID year. Also, it was 5 years tacked on to. I think so. Whatever. Yeah. Anyways, I don't remember being super upset about that because his arm hadn't turned into. He'd had a Tommy John. In some ways, Seth, the Tommy John he had in 2018 kind of made me feel okay about the contract. It's like, all right, he got Tommy John out of the way.
That was back in that era when we as Astros fans, like everybody else in baseball, would look at a Tommy John like it's no big deal. We didn't know that we were about to experience 5 years of guys taking ridiculously long times to come back from Tommy John or not come back at all.
So many of them with the Astros. Yeah. The one out of all these where I was very where I didn't like it, the Rafael Montero contract made no sense to me. 3 years, $33 million for a setup guy on a team where you already have a closer in Ryan Presley on that team. Yeah. That made no sense to me.
With McCullers, he signed that before 2021, right?
I believe so. I think it was coming off of the COVID year. Yeah, coming out of 2020. Like, it was,
Wait, that's the last year of his deal. Well, I can't remember when he actually extended it. But, he was, like, the COVID year,
he was good the COVID year.
Right. And, like, the two previous seasons, in 2017 and 2018, he had pitched 118 innings, 128 innings, didn't play in 2019.
Yeah.
And then had the COVID year. So I was like, at that point, he hadn't pitched a boatload of innings, but it felt like, the contract was modified for that.
5 years, $85 million. In March of 2021, he signed the deal. So he signed it in spring training, heading into the 2021 season to run through this season right now. So it was 5 years tacked on to the year he had left on his deal. And he had just come off a really good season there. I don't think I had a big issue with that at the time. You're right. $17 million a year for what Lance McCullers had been coming out of the COVID year was pretty decent price, actually. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. So, yeah, how are we feeling about Ei? Let's just play a little Joe Espada here, if I can get the rundown back up. Here was Joe Espada from last night on Ei's start.
I thought the slider was not as effective as we wanted it to see. Velo up to 96, but I thought that was kind of a turning point.
Yeah, he was all fastballs and sliders last night.
He was, which was, for those of you who are concerned about the fact that, Ei didn't like that. Ei doesn't like that in America they try to have you pitch to a batter's weaknesses, where in Japan they allow pitchers to focus on their strengths. Espada, which at this point I give him a pass on all of this, Espada said, all right, well, we're going to minimize the scouting report, and you can just go out and pitch to your strengths, big fella.
Yep.
Just go ahead and pitch to your strengths to these major league hitters. And he threw nothing but fastballs and sliders to great effect.
Let's play one more from Espada, number 2, Byron, on the limited use of anything but fastballs and sliders.
I think there was opportunities for him to use it, but we wanted him to kind of pound the zone with the 2 pitches that he's taking command and control. But there was opportunities, like in some of those lefties, that there were some windows that he could have used his split finger or changeup.
Okay, yeah. So they what you're hearing here from Joe Espada, without him saying it, because he's not as vindictive as we are. They basically treated Tatsuya Ei like a teenager who tells their parents, this is how it should be. This is how I should be treated. I'm an adult. You get that sometimes. I'm an adult. I should be treated this way. And so Joe Espada and the staff said, okay, do it your way.
It is. You know what? Remember, I read you a tweet last week off air, but it was the perfect encapsulation of what it's like to parent a teenager. Mm-hmm. It's you're stuck with this person who thinks you're the dumbest person on earth and yet can't function without you doing everything for them.
Yeah.
And that's where Espada is. Espada is the parent of a teenager right now who has to listen to this teenager say, I'm tired of all this advice you're giving me.
Right.
I'm going to go and do it my own way.
That's exactly what he is.
Let me tell you a story about Bill Gates.
Yeah. What do you think happens in his next start? He's going to start. Espada said that. They're going to keep trotting him out there because they're
paying him. They need to pare it down and throw nothing but fastballs.
Nothing but one. Okay, so does he go to 1 pitch or 4 pitches? Which direction does he go?
I don't think it helped that Brian Wu pitches 75% fastballs. I didn't like hearing that last night because I feel like Ei's in there like, yep, see? That's what he does. Yep. That's what you're going to do.
Yep.
But he's a good major league pitcher.
Yeah, he's an all-star last year. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. With the Rocket segment we tweeted or we teased earlier, I should say. Got blown out of the water by the official announcement the Texans are going to London to face the Jags. So let's circle back to that. We are watching the Spurs and the Thunder dominate. The Thunder especially, but the Spurs last night dominate. What is the plan to get the Rockets somewhere in the neighborhood of these teams? We will discuss that coming up next. Oh, I got to tell you guys.
281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
So if you're a Rocket fan watching these playoffs play out in the second round, it's got to feel pretty daunting. Oklahoma City looks like an unstoppable juggernaut. The San Antonio Spurs look pretty good. They're up 3-2 in their series with the Wolves. One of the games they lost is because Wemby got kicked out early in the game. Big reason why. He got kicked out early in the game. But the Spurs look like they're built to last as well and have what may be the best player in basketball for the next 10 or 15 years. So what do the Rockets do to get back? Vanessa Richardson of Space City Home Network sat down with Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka, and here's what Rafael Stone putting kind of a cap on the season, and what do they need to do moving forward?
Well, I mean, we're obviously not good enough, and so that reflects on all of us, and we all have to get better at our respective jobs. But especially given the youth of kind of our starters in the playoffs, all five of those guys really need to take big jumps. The good news is I feel like they did that last summer, and I expect it, and they're at an age where that should happen. But we have to get better, and then. And then in terms of the rest of the roster, we'll look at everything. But I think our big focal point going into the summer is those young guys really improving.
Okay, and that's really the only thing he can comment on. He's not going to say, we're going to go out and get Giannis. We're going to go out and get Kawhi Leonard. Like he was singing kind of the same tune last year. I guess the part of that, Seth, that I take issue with, or maybe I disagree with him, is that the young guys all made these big steps last year. He's talking about they need to make, and I agree, if they're going to if they're going to run it back, these guys are going to need to play better next year, obviously, than they did this past year. I just don't know. The only one I can say with full emphasis that he was a better player this past season than he was the previous season was Reed Shepherd, because he hardly played it all his rookie year.
Yeah, I guess the part, though, too, is if you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole all year long, and Stone has defended himself a couple times for not going out and getting a point guard, by saying that, we figured we could cobble it together with the guys that we have. Yeah. All right, so you took the guys that you have and asked them to do things that they're not going to be good at, while also reducing their effectiveness at the things they are good at. Maybe just having a guy that could dribble and pass would allow those guys to have grown into their more natural roles a little bit better. And I guess that's the improvements that they did make, I guess, would be that, all right, they're more versatile players now because you've asked them to do things that they're uncomfortable with, and that maybe when we get back into more of a functioning offense, they'll be that much better and more versatile. I don't look at Udoka as the guy who's going to maximize whatever gains you did make on the improvements of those.
Yeah, and maybe he's saying maybe there's part of Stone saying that maybe some of the development that he feels they made from season to season this year was masked by what you're talking about, the fact that they were asked to do different things. Like, no, they actually did develop at things, but we were asking them to do. I don't know. I just look at, like, Amen Thompson, really good player. I just don't know that he got it significantly better at anything this year over last year. Tari Eason, same thing. Alperen Şengün, you know how I feel about him. I think the league's kind of figured out Alperen Şengün a little bit. Super skilled player, but if he's your second best guy, I don't know that you're a championship level team. So,
I think if you look at, it would be one thing if they had faced a full force Lakers team in the playoffs. Because the excuse of not having Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams, okay, that's a legitimate excuse. Sure. Problem is, you're facing a team that also didn't have 1.5 of their best players. And LeBron James, if you kept watching the playoffs afterwards, he's not what he used to be. But versus the Rockets, he looked like he was plenty good enough.
Was in that series,
yeah. Like whatever excuses you might have made because of injuries or anything else, you got beat by a team in the first round of the playoffs that had just as many, if not more, reasonable excuses for not being able to beat the Rockets. Yeah. And that's where it's not as simple as, you're one Fred VanVleet away from being a championship caliber team.
Here's Ime Udoka with Vanessa Richardson kind of summing up the good and the bad of the season.
We all have expectations coming into the season, and those may change a little bit due to the circumstances, but we still had higher goals for ourselves as far as seeding and win total and playoffs, obviously making out the first round. And so that part is a disappointment. I think we also had some positives, expectation for guys to grow, and I think a lot of our young core did that. So you look at the negatives, positives, and overall we're disappointed due to the ending, but there's some good to take away from it as well.
I just don't know what the move is to get them on the level of these two teams that we're watching. Well, I know Minnesota's still in it. I think San Antonio is going to win that series. And I think more importantly, I think San Antonio is probably going to be – there's a good chance they're going to be even better next year. They're a young team, too. They're a bunch of young guys in De'Aaron Fox, you know?
Yeah, I guess the last year we were very protective of the young core and didn't want to lose any of the young core. You end up losing Jalen Green out of the young core, and I don't feel like if Jalen Green were on that team this year that they would have done anything markedly different in the postseason.
And he got worse in Phoenix than he was with the Rockets last year.
Yeah. That's where I guess my appetite for a trade involving somebody like an Antetokounmpo, it's risen pretty dramatically. And even though I just made a bunch of excuses for the young core, there's an impatience in me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 1 year closer to death than I was last year, Sean.
That is true. Yeah, me too. Now that you mention it, me too.
Yeah. Last year this time, we had nothing but time in front of us. Big, long runway. Going to live forever. This year, all of a sudden, the reality hit me. Wait a second. No, I'm going to die someday. Give me Antetokounmpo.
Hey, okay. LeBron James is a free agent. They just put odds out on where he could play next year. If it's not with the Lakers, where he could play next year. Cleveland is even money. That seems to be the consensus. If he doesn't go back to the Lakers, he's going to go back home to Ohio and close out his career as a Cleveland Cavalier. The Rockets are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Rockets are 8 teams down at 18-1. Do we just want the Rockets to go all in with the olds? You know, trade for Giannis, bring in LeBron, put KD out there.
I've seen this happen way too many times in the NBA. No, man. People fall in love with the names. I can't be that whole hog on it.
No, me neither. I'm just joking around.
I feel like a deal for LeBron also means a deal for Bronny too. So not that it's the end of the world for the back of your roster, but what are the odds on where Bronny plays next year?
Wherever LeBron. Well, I'll just read the odds for LeBron and then just transfer them over to Bronny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even LeBron is even money to play in Cleveland. Let me check. Bronny, even money to play in Cleveland. I'm joking.
He had some nice little moments there with his son this year being on the court together. Maybe this is the year that he says, all right, Bronny's, it's time for him to
It's time for you to fly. Yeah. He's going to walk over to a window and take like a little birdie and just throw him and say, it's time to fly.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's be like, Dad, I'm a person. Why are you throwing me out a window? Golden State is 2. Now, that would be what I'm talking about, joking about. Let me be very clear. Joking about with the Rockets. If he went to Golden State, Steph, Draymond, like the olds, the ARP crew, you know.
But that's an old crew that would make me nervous, though. That's because that would feel. I mean, you're not cobbling together a bunch of old guys, and you're going in it full well knowing exactly where LeBron is, but maximizing his contributions while working with Steph and then Draymond. Would there be personality clashes with Draymond Green and LeBron?
Yes,
James?
it's a Draymond clashes with everybody.
Okay,
yeah, of course there would be, but I think they'd work through it. I think this is a real shot at Kevin Durant. I think LeBron has thicker skin than Kevin Durant, and I don't think LeBron is particularly thick-skinned. At all.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got thicker skin than Kevin Durant does.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant is super thin-skinned. He was going after people on Twitter again this week.
He was?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He was somebody. It was actually pretty funny, but some guy, some random fan was commenting that he was trash. At least if what I saw was real. Yeah. You never know with Twitter, but the guy had on like a really silly-looking fedora hat.
Yeah.
And Kevin Durant commented on. Before you comment on me, put those fedoras away, that kind of thing.
Boy, talk about people being annoying online. I retweeted a cut up of Danielle Hunter's spin moves. That's just it's beautiful to watch. It's a work of art. And my God, all the energy in the comments of the people critiquing Danielle Hunter or the fact that he's doing against bad offensive tackles. The video opens up with his move against Peña Sewell, mind you. A lot of them are like, this is something that has annoyed me forever. Is yes, the best pass rushers in the league tend to get a lot lot of their sacks against the lesser offensive tackles. That's the way it goes.
Go watch
it's
JJ
like a really
Watt.
good pitcher pitching against bad batters.
Would you rather he not do well against these crappy tackles?
Right. Yeah. Like, this is proof that he's not actually that good because he's beating the crap out of lesser other offensive tackles.
It's actually the reason he's good.
But it's a whole lot of energy. You know, like whenever somebody puts something from a weight room up there.
Oh, yeah.
You got all these jabronis criticizing whether he's going low enough on his squat or not.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Actually, let's stick with something along those lines here. An elite edge rusher in the NFL had something awesome to say about one of the Texans' free agency pickups. This will be ending the show on a high note here. We'll do that coming up next.
SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
And final segment, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. If you missed it earlier, the NFL made it official. The Texans will be traveling overseas this year to London. First time in 7 years. That they'll be playing an international game like they did.
A lot of those little, there might be a couple little anchor babies over there from Texans of days of yore.
You never know. There's probably, like some 6-year-old kids over there from back when they
I'm really amazed that there hasn't been a single story since the NFL started playing all these international games. Some paternity suit or something.
Got to be something, right? All these games.
Those London girls, they're Randy. They're a Randy lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they'll be playing over there first time in 7 years. Like they did 7 years ago, they're going to play the Jags. This is thought to be, I think, I don't know that 2019 Jags team was all that. That was a Gardner Minshew rookie year team, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be one of the better games that's going exported overseas. And the Texans, the only other time they've played internationally was that Mexico City game in Brock Osweiler's season where he got the lasers shot in his eyes.
Yeah, Brock Osweiler played a hell of a game.
Yeah, it was one of his better games.
The lasers shown in his eyes. I always forget that. I don't always forget, but I had forgotten that the Texans actually lost that game.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was a good Brock Osweiler performance.
He had a good outing. Yep, he did.
Those are the two weird good performances by lame duck quarterbacks. Was Matt Schaub in Denver. Remember, that was the last time his arm ever looked live.
Yep.
And I think it was because of the altitude, most likely.
Maybe, yeah.
And Brock Osweiler in Mexico City.
That's right. Yeah.
I think was Matt Schaub in Denver the Thrumble game?
No, that was
for a fumble.
No, that was Brock who did that.
That was Brock. Was it in Mexico City or was it in Denver?
No, it was in Denver.
Okay.
It was a Monday night game in Denver. That was the game where Derek Newton tore both his patellar tendons trying to block Von Miller on the edge.
Ow!
It was a Monday night football game. Yeah, Brock. That was Brock. No, the Schaub game was in week 3. That was early in the season. That was coming off the year where Schaub had the foot injury. So they started off 5-0 that year. So that Denver game was a big deal because he beat Peyton Manning that year.
Yeah.
And Peyton Manning went on to have a great season, obviously, that year. I don't remember if that was his MVP season, but that was a big deal. That was like, Schaub is back kind of thing. Yeah. And it turned out he wasn't. In the end, it was not back.
One thing there, from our limited experiences watching Texans quarterbacks that we're angry with, the altitude helps.
It does.
Between Mexico City and Denver, yeah.
Sample size, 2. Yep. All right, this was Max Crosby doing an interview, and unprompted. I like this, that the question wasn't, hey, what do you think of Braden Smith? And then he said this. He was talking just sort of extemporaneously about matchups on the edge and things like that. And he brought up Texans right tackle, Braden Smith.
And there's some random guys that nobody talks about, and you're like, that is low-key cold.
And those are the scariest ones.
And those are the ones. Like, I'll give, what's his name? I'll give him props. Braden Smith. I've had battles with him. I've been playing him for years now. Doesn't get Pro Bowls. Doesn't get a ton of recognition. He just signed with the Texans. And he was with the Colts forever. And he's a big, mean mucker, 6'7", huge. He doesn't say a word. Blank. Like you're talking to a fucking wall. And a guy like that, he's one of those guys where I'm like, this is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
We're going to go to war. And we never say a word to each other, and we're pounding, bro. Run, pass, everything. And those are those random matchups where, like, most people wouldn't bring up his name in that conversation. I think he's one of the best tackles in the league.
Love that, man.
The best in the league.
Yep.
There you go. Whether or not he's one of the best in the league or not, argue about that. I think the style of play is markedly different from what a lot of Texans offensive linemen have been over the last few years.
Yeah.
And there is, I went back when they first signed him. I went back and watched one of the Texans games, and man, like he had a couple of rough snaps versus Danielle Hunter, but he also had some really good snaps in the run game, especially versus a few of the different Texans defensive linemen. That level of kind of tenacity, like getting after it, an appetite for the physical side of the game. It's very much what the theme was this offseason with what they wanted to do on offense, which is look more like the defense. Not just be better, Like, not just be a better offense, but be a better offense that operates the way the Texans defense does. We want the entire team to be wired a certain kind of way, and that's where I think Braden Smith was the classic. You know what? You don't just go out and get good players and hope they fit your scheme. Same way in college. You don't just go out and recruit a bunch of 5-star recruits and expect that they're going to be awesome. You got to be sure you're getting the right kinds of guys, and I think they really tried to focus in on guys who are the right kind of guys for the culture they want to have on the offensive side of the ball.
I feel like if you're Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, that there was a clear stated goal to get more physical this year on that side of the football, especially with the offensive line. If you could have written up the exact dream scouting report that you would want an opposing player to say about the guy you just signed to play right tackle for you, Max Crosby, including the curse words, Max Crosby just gave it to you.
Well, there is something to, you know how it goes, Sean, you as a layperson, a lot of times you meet an NFL player individually, and your first thought is, he's not as big as I thought he'd be. But when you see the entire offensive line together, like out at practice or walking down a hallway, you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
That is a scary group of Clydesdales coming at me.
Yep.
I think the same thing happens when you're a player. There's teams that you go against where they might not have a single all-pro on their offensive line, but you're in for a battle because of the sum total of that offensive line is, man, they're tough physical guys. And I would go back to the Ravens back in the day. Even they had Jonathan Ogden, who was a Hall of Famer. But before, when they got good in the early 2000s, before they got really good as a team and as an offensive line, it was like, man, it's a battle. Like, I never went against Jonathan Ogden. I'm down on the interior. But they just had guys who were across the board, whether, no matter how good they were or not, they were going to fight you, and they were physical and they were tough. And you're going into those games knowing that it's going to be a dogfight. I think that's what D'Amico and Caserio and Nick Haley want. Is that, all right, you got to have some good individual players, but more than anything, we just want to be sure that we feel like defensive linemen come out of that game feeling like, oh, crap, that was a fight. That was brutal.
We want to hear quotes from our opponents the couple of days afterwards about how much pain we're in. You want to feel it when you play the Houston Texans.
That's what D'Amico said in that first pep rally after they signed him in 2023. And to great applause, he said to a group assembled there of season ticket holders at NRG Stadium, we want a team to know that they played the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Like, when they wake up the next day, they know they played the Houston Texans. And very much that's what the defense has been since D'Amico got here. They just gotta get that on the offensive side of the ball. Win or lose, the opponent knows, oh, man, that was a battle.
Yeah, remember, I think it was D'Amico's last year in San Francisco that the record of the opponents for the Niners the following week, they were winless, other than like the Chiefs, who had a bye week afterwards.
Yeah,
and maybe
nobody
one
had
other.
gone out the next week and won a game.
Next. Yeah, like they were in that, which I think is indicative of a style of play.
Well, and that's a style of play on the San Francisco offensive side of the ball too.
That's right.
Because that's the way they operate.
Yeah.
They want to bludgeon you in the run game. There was a quote. Jordan Rodriguez did a podcast where she had basically interviewed all of these people in Kyle Shanahan's sphere, and one of the coaches or coordinators had just said that the thing you need to understand about Kyle Shanahan is that all he cares about is destroying you in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what drives him. Like, he's a psycho killer when it comes to that. And I think that's borne out, in their style of play, and then what they do to opponents and how they perform afterwards.
Did you, if someone interviewed you when you were at the same stage of your career that Max Crosby is in right now, would you have had a name like that you, like, if someone said, man, who's a guy who's just low-key a pain in the ass for you to go out
I was
and
trying
play?
to think of that. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head like that was not one of those Hall of Fame type of guys or whatever. But the Ravens is the team that I thought of. So I think Will Blackshear was his name. He was one of those guys.
Interior guy.
Played in the interior offensive line for the you know who else was real? They were kind of thuggish. was the Bengals offensive line.
Okay.
Because that was the guy. Remember Matt O'Dwyer was the guard that I told him I hope
him to go die.
he died.
Yes. Yeah. That's where the phrase came from. That was the genesis of go die. Yeah.
They kind of, but they weren't as an offensive line as good. Willie Anderson was awesome. The rest of the guys though, they were kind of just big brawler types. So we were always getting into actual fights on the field. Because they were big, they were tough, they were physical, and it was a pain in the ass to play against them.
Yeah.
Dwyer and I made up. I told him I was glad he didn't die.
When did you see him?
I saw him the next year.
Okay.
After he came up to me.
Did he apologize for what he did?
Oh, no, we just laughed about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a respect for each other because we were kind of similar players.
Yeah.
Except he was dirty. And I wasn't.
No, you were a clean player, man. Yeah. What the hell?
He knew he was dirty.
I was thinking about that earlier in the show when we were talking about the schedule, and there's an internet rumor floating around, totally unsubstantiated, but it's fun to hypothesize about it a little bit, that the Texans might play the Bengals in Week 1 at home. They're going to play the Bengals at some point this season, Week 1. The Week 1 aspect of that, if they were to play them, is you would get a gauge right away on some of the moves you've made on the interior, the offensive line, going against Dexter Lawrence for sure, right? Dexter Lawrence is a Cincinnati Bengal now, so you'd get at least an early look at, some of these moves we've made. Whoever's playing center, you get an early look at that.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
That was the Texans by and large. If you went in against a team that had one or two big, strong, physical interior defensive linemen. Like the Seahawks, for instance.
Yes.
Or just,
the Titans.
The Titans. The Titans don't have T'Vondre Sweat anymore. They still do have Jeffrey Simmons.
Yeah. And they brought in, and they signed the Franklin Myers from do I have his name right? The Denver guy they signed.
Yeah.
So they got guys still,
He's not as much of the guys that make me really nervous are just like the brutishly physical guys. Like Chris Jones was, it wasn't all so pretty against the Chiefs, even though the Texans won.
No. Because Jones would try in those games for some reason.
It's Jeff Blackshear, by the way, not Will Blackshear.
Okay.
He passed away in 2019. Ew.
Oh, man.
Well, he was a badass.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much, Jeff
Blackshear. He was your Braden Smith.
I told you the Pro Football Focus or Pro Football Reference has they have a page you can go to where you can see which NFL players died in any given year.
Okay.
Every now and then I send that to one of my
Sounds
old
very
teammates.
uplifting.
They're like, "Hey, how you feeling? Happy? Take a look at this.
This could be you."
Remember that guy? Yeah, he's dead now. Yeah. How you feeling?
Better. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. On a Wednesday in which it has been officially announced that the Texans will be traveling to London to face the Jags. We played some of your audio, John Lopez.
Oh yeah,
earlier in the show. Yeah, the cut that wound up on the interwebs yesterday, where you were nervous about the fact that the Jags kind of have the routine down.
Yes.
As to what traveling to London entails.
I don't know about nervous, but it's one of those things that you have to think about. Yeah,
it's a concern.
Yeah.
We played that audio, and we played audio from Austin Lane, who used to play for the Jags. He's on the radio there now, and apparently the people in Jacksonville are quite miffled. That the Texans game has been exported to London because the home field advantage in Jacksonville is better than the one in Wembley.
Why?
Yeah.
Because their home field advantage. Because they got it home. Like they've had good crowds. Or they've at times last year I think they had good crowds. They don't have that same home field advantage. So I look at it as yes, the Jaguars have an advantage in
routine,
in experience, and routine, but. This is a key divisional game that would have been played in Jacksonville in front of a modified stadium this year, a crowd of 41,000 or something. But the Jaguars fans are looking at it as, man, how come they couldn't give us the Browns in London or one of these other teams on our schedule?
Yeah.
Instead, we have this really important game against a divisional opponent and we lose that home field advantage.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess that's fair.
They're losing 2 games to London,
but the Texans are quite good in Jacksonville too. So
that's they've played well there. Not last year so much, but but historically they do. How you doing, Reggie?
Doing all right. I feel like Jacksonville, just take it as part of your first place schedule. I don't know. Just make that part of your mentality and go out and do it again. Like these are the things that I think that when you are at the top of a division, as they were last year, you kind of just get the tough bleep. Response from most people is like, "Hey, deal with it. I thought you were good."
You guys have one wish. I did my 4 wishes for the schedule.
Oh, we're doing that
tomorrow. You doing that today? Okay.
Very similar today or tomorrow. Yeah.
Do you have one that you might regale the audience with? Right? Do you have like one wish in the back of your mind?
Well, the obvious one, Green Bay in December was. I don't want to see that.
Yeah. I had a cold weather element. They play a lot of They play in a lot of cold weather cities this year. So you do not want Green Bay in December.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about that? If I were a fan of the Texans traveling there, I would want it to be in November or December, because that's how you got to experience Packer football. Man. It's got to be authentic.
Is it?
Yes. As someone who's been. Amy and I went in November during the bye week a few years ago. And it was snowing. It was awesome. It was great. You can bundle up, man. It's all good. And they feed you in the parking lot, even if you're an opposing fan.
Yeah.
Here's a brat.
Yeah, but
here's a beer.
I feel like the hospitality is still the same in October, or like rather,
but
September.
you appreciate it more in the cold.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
No, it's cool. It is very.
You like going in the? Would you rather go in the cold?
To Green Bay?
Yes.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't find nobility.
Come on,
in cold.
Reggie.
I'm sorry.
Let's go.
I was born and raised in Houston, Texas. I find no nobility in existence. Right? Like we all know that time of year, right? When it gets cold down here for us, and then all those people up there are like, "Oh, look at these weenies that
you said for us."
Yeah, right. look at all those weenies that can't deal with the cold. And I'm like, okay, so what do you get for this? Would you like a cookie? Right? That's how I feel about the Green Bay and the cold. Right? Like, oh, this is a cool thing that you guys seem to endeavor to go out here in the midst of this. I don't.
Yeah, I liked it. It was fun.
I like fun.
I did. John, I'm with you.
Being cold is fun?
Yes. Reggie wants to watch it.
Being cold there is fun.
Oh, word?
Reggie'd rather watch a documentary about the cold.
Yes, I would. 100%. That is accurate.
Yes. You're listening to KLT, AM, KLT, FM, HD2 Houston. An Odyssey.
Go line. Ain't no way y'all enjoy the cold.
An Odyssey Sports Station. I had a blast. I'll send you the pictures. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. All right, so what is the question of the day?
There's an international game the Texans are going to be playing.
We just got done talking about it. Yeah. What? Yep.
What's an international event or game that you would love to attend?
Oh, okay.
Not non-Texans related, of course.
Yeah.
You've always seen it. You've always, I'd love to see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it exists anymore. I've always wanted to go to Australia. I'm not huge into international travel, but they speak English in Australia, so it'd be an easier transition for me.
You are an ugly American.
That's just it, man. You better know English, all right? Remember Australia?
Sean doesn't want to fire up the Duolingo.
Do you remember Australian rules football?
Oh, heck yeah. They still play it.
They do?
Yeah.
Used to be on ESPN. The referees wear the little fedoras, and they run out and do the... I would love to go to it just to see what it's like. Australian rules or a cricket game somewhere. Something like that, something different. Soccer is. I know you probably love to go to a soccer game.
I've been to a bunch of soccer games, but not my team.
Yeah,
I've seen Chelsea there. I've seen a couple of games in the Italian Pro League. I've seen a German league game. I've never seen Liverpool at Anfield, which is their home stadium. I would love to go see that.
Okay, so that'd be really good. I'm thinking kind of like outside the box, not just a different continent.
You want outside the
different
box?
Sport altogether. Sure.
You ever seen that cheese roll over in Coopers Hill? Where they roll that 500 block of cheese and people just start tumbling down the hill. The first one to the bottom gets the cheese.
Yeah.
Do you just want to go and see it?
I want to just watch people tumble.
Yeah. I feel like it seems like there should be way more broken femurs off of that. It's just because people are going down. And when a hill looks steep on television, it's 8 times steeper in real life. It's 100%. Hard to always convey just how steep something is until you're actually standing there. Yeah. I'd like to go to. I just always have loved. I just want to see Southeast Asia, like just some of those. those mountains and the mountains leading right down to the water and how incredible it is. I'd like to go to Thailand with my wife. I'm not taking one of those types of vacations.
I mean, some people get down like that, you know?
Side of Seth I didn't know existed.
I just want to take a solo trip to Thailand for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Is it sad?
Just to see the mountains.
Yeah, so to speak.
That's what they call it.
The mountains.
Is it sad that as soon as you started talking about Southeast Asia, I thought you were going to be talking about like some level of street fight that happened in Southeast Asia?
For a sporting event? That'd be great.
Cricket? They have cricket, right? In Southeast Asia?
I actually don't know if that's the part of the world that really embraces cricket in the same way.
Yeah.
I know that like Polynesia in some ways embraces cricket.
Any of the former British colonies.
Of course.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind going to a WWE event overseas because the international crowds are crazy, crazy hot for the product. So that would be fun to be in a stadium where people are going bananas over something I enjoy. You know, that would be fun. Not necessarily the ones that are over like they go to Saudi Arabia a lot these days. WWE. I know they're trying to get a lot of us to go to Saudi Arabia, like it's this new destination spot or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet with that.
I'm not there yet either. By the way, Seth, the most active professional cricket leagues in Southeast Asia: Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand.
Oh, there you go, Seth. Just use
exactly
cricket.
why I'm going to claim I'm going.
Yeah. Seth's going to use cricket like Joel Embiid uses his little kid at a press conference. Oh man, yeah. All right, boys. Well, this should be a fun show. Looking forward to listening to it as always. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies. I'm not going to leave you with my little research into players who have died recently. It's just too much of a downer. I don't want to leave
it on
the
an
show with
upbeat.
that.
Yeah.
Sean, I'll call you and talk to you about it later.
Yeah, text me the list.
I'll depress you.
Yeah, text me the list. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we're done for the day. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I'm not well, but for a lot of reasons.
That's a hell of a way to start. I am not well.
The most recent reason that I realized that I'm not well is I very much want to hear what that phone call is. Just an individual depressing show that Seth does for Sean. I kind of want to hear a fly on the wall for it.
Can you get me back on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, you're on.
Right. I'll just say this real quickly. I don't know if there's an uplifting way to put this. So I was going through the list. You can go year by year of people who have died in pro football. And I'd say, it's if there's one takeaway I have with it, the guys that I kind of knew personally, some of them just got cancer or just had really, very, very unfortunate and sad events. And they're all sad, don't get me wrong. But I'd say about 50% of them, I'm kind of like, yeah.
Saw it coming kind of thing.
The guy, right? Yeah, like they had issues or whatever. So I just say that to anybody who's out there and you're in your 20s or your 30s and you just get yourself some help emotionally. Yeah, go get some therapy, do something, take care of it now because it just it multiplies over time.
That is betterhelp.com/sports610. Yes,
real manly men seek help.
That's right.
Yeah, I love it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 because that was way too much yelling.
That was a lot of
start
yelling.
Of the program. That's John Lopez. I'm Reggie Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Did you just confirm that you are indeed yourself?
It is in fact me.
Why are we the way that we are?
I don't know. You know what I think it is, and I know you have a lot to say right here to set up the show. Is there a smell in this studio?
Huh?
Is there a certain smell? No, not you, Sean.
I do appreciate that Sean has.
Why both of y'all look at Sean?
No, I was asking.
Well, no, okay. The reason why I looked at Sean, it was not an accusatory glance. It was if anybody knows, it'll be Sean because he's been in here.
Right.
And he is usually very perceptive as to the things that are happening.
I made Sean look at his damn self.
He starts smelling
Sean
himself.
Immediately, yes.
He pointed me?
Sean is not too big of a human being to imagine that maybe, just maybe, the smell could be him.
I just walked in. I think it smells like dank, almost like damp.
Oh, no.
So I'm wondering if the AC work has something happening here, with the dampness in the carpet or something. Sean's getting his ass kicked by
Is that caught on camera by any chance?
I don't think so.
No, it wasn't.
I just bent down to put the extra computer below the TV screen that's behind me, and I whacked my head. I'm not busted open, though.
Okay, good.
Back to your show.
Good, that's fine.
Glad. All right, so are we all good now? We have good injury report is all good.
Yeah.
All right, let's get going here on a Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program on the text line, 713 572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Kiramidge lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And baby, it's official.
Yeah, it is.
The Houston Texans will be going to England. In it's October 18th is officially the date. Texans versus Jags at Wembley Stadium. The only one that's happening at Wembley. The other two games that are happening in London happening at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, for as if anybody actually cares. But Wembley Stadium will host your Houston Texans in what is a road game technically for the Texans. And 8:30 a.m. Central is the time that you need to remember, so that you need to be up and ready to watch Texas football. But there we go.
Yeah.
It's no longer just a rumor or a leak or whatever we want to call it. It is official. The Texans are playing international, and I know for you, this has been a thing you've been waiting for how many years now?
I just called it this year.
And how many more years?
You've been saying it for 7 years straight, man.
I have not. Maybe 2, maybe 3. Okay, so anyway, I think I referenced the great George Iceman Gervin last week, and he always said you got to take the bitter with the better. So I'm curious, where do you fall on the good and the bad of potentially, of course, on playing this game in London? Because you put something down before the show that I was like, is that good or is that bad? You said you asked the question of if the Jags lose home field advantage. They do, from Jacksonville, but they're also going to be there for 2 weeks. They also play there regularly. So is it an advantage or a disadvantage that you're going to face the Jaguars, who are really the most common, international team in the NFL? So is it good or is it bad?
And they playing there a week before.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to be there for 2 weeks or more, depending on when they arrive. And they're used to it, and they play there, and it's a division game, and they're good. We know that from last season. Or is it still a disadvantage? Because they're not at home and they want to play a home game against the Texans or whatever.
As with anything of this type, it's not all one thing or the other. So I kind of want to figure out what percentage of each is it. I think it's very clear that losing the opportunity to play at home is not something that is great, as evidenced by what Sean mentioned. And Jags people over there in Jacksonville, not very happy about the fact that it is indeed the Texans that you have to play in this circumstance. They're bringing one of the most vaunted defenses in all the NFL. And the Jags have to play them in a neutral site conversation. Even though it's not all the way neutral, they do have some. They've been able to entrench themselves somewhat in that market, being the most prominent and most prevalent team to be sent over to London. But even with that, you're not getting the full complement of being at home with Jacksonville, having the comfort of those guys' homes, even if they are yearly used to going to playing in London, having the entirety of their operations be normal, being able to fully and solely focus on the opponent that is the Houston Texans. Although, as you mentioned, kind of in passing there, it is worth noting that the Texans haven't had too much of an issue in Jacksonville recently anyway.
Right. Yeah, they play quite well. I don't have the record right in front of me, but outside of last season, they've consistently won in Jacksonville. It's a home away from home type thing, to the point of just bitter frustration from the Jaguars. So, yeah, I'm with you. We'll find out, I guess. How it plays out, but I think it's not as big of a disadvantage for the Jags as maybe they want to put out there.
Okay, yeah. So with this,
I was going to say, do you think it matter who the Texans play before that?
Oh yeah,
because if it's coming off a rough game, let's say I don't got the schedule in front of me, but
let's say they play the Ravens at home.
Yeah, and then after that, you got to travel over the pond to play Jacksonville. Yeah. Well, I think that could be a big difference too.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was thinking about is obviously again. Now it's official. Texans playing in London, and it's a division rival. Is it not better that you're playing a division rival, right? How many times do we hear NFL coaches talk about common opponents or opponents that they have a familiarity with? What team would you have more familiarity with than the Jacksonville Jaguars at this moment?
It works both ways,
right? Yes, it does work. Indeed, work both ways, right? And so there is that part of it. But at least just from the Texans' perspective. When you're going overseas, and you made mention of this, it's the audio that was played on Payne and Pendergast, apparently was on the internet, did not realize that was the case, but you mentioned it. Hey, man, the Jaguars have more familiarity with going on the road in an international fashion. The Texans haven't done this since, 2019?
Yeah.
There's a lot of operational changes that have happened in this organization, not just players, not just coaching, but, staff has shifted in that time period. So there is going to be a level of newness. Obviously, there's some of this that's just, you go on the road. These are things you need to do. I know that they'll do their preparations to make sure, but there's certain things that are going to be new and that are going to prevent some level of challenge, whether it's small or large, no matter what. It's nice to know that some of that is mitigated by, some of those inevitable challenges that happen with playing overseas is going to be mitigated by the game planning is not going to be as difficult because we watch them all the damn time.
Yes.
We see them all the damn time. We know their personnel pretty well because it's not going to change that drastically year over year. And so we will have a better chance building our game plan against them than we would if, say, it was obviously like the Commanders that you were playing in London or something to that effect.
No, you're right. It does work both ways. But from a Texas perspective, if you're going to be new to all this, and that's one of the things I mentioned yesterday as well, all these the stalwarts of the Texans team have never even experienced anything close to it outside of maybe a college game in Ireland or something for some of these guys. And that's a whole different world. But so that you do get that advantage, you know who you're facing, pretty much the nuts and bolts of the game plan, so to speak, or at least, tendencies and stuff like that. They do as well. So it's just going to be interesting to see how it plays out with them.
But then again, how much does that mitigate what those challenges and how that happens? I don't have a great answer for you there. It's going to matter. It's going to show up to some degree. I just wonder what that degree is. But again, I think you lean on the idea that this is a defense that you feel comfortable in traveling. Hopefully, this is an offense that seems to be gearing towards the thing that travels the best, which is running the damn football. And we'll see how this goes. This was a question that I thought of, right? Well, before we get there, it's worth noting that with the international schedule, we do know that the Jags will already be in London as they'll be playing the Eagles the week prior. So this isn't one of those where both of y'all are flying in, and so that makes it a little bit more even. I think that there probably is some benefit to the Jaguars having had their heels dug in earlier on in the process, so that's probably a thing that goes against the Texans in whatever way. Is it possible that this could be the most important game of the year for the Texans?
So? I get the division aspect of it.
Right. That's it. Right. We're talking about probably the team that is best situated to contend with you for the top of the division. And this is happening on the road, happening in London.
Presumably before you play them a second time because it's earlier in the season.
Right.
Unless you play them week 1 or something.
I think that there's playing the Jaguars at home, you should feel a level of confidence in that just generally just being at the house. But going on the road, it's not, as you mentioned, in the place where you've kind of had a level of success against them. And then there's, again, all of the question marks and dynamics of you don't know what's happening. Would that possibly make this one of, if not the most important games of the year for you because of that division opportunity?
One of, absolutely. Because, this is where everybody, can quote chapter and verse about what the coaches always say. The first thing you got to do is win your division. And was it David Culley said you can't get to the playoffs unless you win your division?
Which is not technically true. It kind of felt true for the team at that point in time.
But you do have, that is the first step, trying to get your division. So you're right. That would be important there.
You win a Super Bowl, you got to win your division.
No, you don't. But I think it also ties in with the familiarity thing because very little of the everyday of being in England and being in London is going to be new to these Jaguars players. Trevor Lawrence is going to be, what is he, going into year 8 or something like that? No, year 7.
Is he going into year 13, something like that?
But he's been here 6-7 years. Nothing is really new. I did say that, didn't I? And some of these players that are even there for 2 or 3 years have played there 3 or 4 times. So there's not a lot of newness to the whole aspect. So they're kind of comfort, even though it's a home away from home in every sense.
How much of the Texans contingent do you think makes it to London? Again, this hasn't happened a lot.
Contingent as in?
Fan base.
Oh, it'll be big. No, the traveling Texans, you can say what you want about, the stadium and arriving into your seats on time or whatever, but the traveling Texans, they travel. I mean, it's a big group, and I can almost guarantee you that people are already, making all their arrangements or a big chunk of them.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reason why the schedule comes out at this time period is to try and give people that time. The thing that, and we talked about this World Cup wise, it's going to affect in these ways, assuming that kind of the trends of what we've seen in the general space of the world continue, and price is not going to be cheap on the airfare, these types of things, especially if you're trying to get them ahead. I almost wonder, and this is why I'm a terrible planner, do the prices get any better as we get a little further into the summer if things maybe stabilize?
I doubt it.
So I know what the prices are internationally right now, and it's not fun. I'm sure that people might have been doing some level of saving, but were they saving for the numbers that we have gotten here, right? And of course, this is not going to be the absolute. And I know that there's Texans fans all over the globe, right? So there's going to be some that are there, but I just do wonder, what does the contingent look like? Again,
I think it'll be very big, very, very big.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
This is a team where I think people are definitely feel comfortable saving because they knew this would be a good football team. It was a good football team last year. It was a good football team the year prior, right? We can quibble about what the actual extent and the aptitude is of what they reached as a team, but it's a good football team, and that's the type of team that you imagine fans are saving up for this opportunity to travel for. I just am very intrigued to see what it looks like and how it compares, right? Because maybe, like, how do the Jaguar fans compare? Like, is this end up being where you almost feel like the actual Texans fans and the actual Jaguars fans that are in the building are somewhat similar?
I think there's a lot where the Jaguars have an advantage, and this is just built in over the years. There are a lot of English fans that just have adopted the Jaguars. So I think the neutral, so to speak, fans there's going to be a lot of Jaguars because they're used to them. They're used to seeing them one or two times a year.
Yeah, it feels like the London games are where I think the first frontier that we're going to have on international games starting to feel like there is some level of bent one way or another. I feel like because you have three of them, you have three particular games, so it's probably going to be a little bit less like the Munich game where if you are a football fan in Germany, you just go because
you see all the jerseys when you watch it,
and it's just all the different jerseys. You're just like, why is there a Steelers fan here right now? Like just hey, I like football. I have taken to this, and I wanted to come see it live. I wonder if that is shifting a little bit because you get so many games in London specifically over that time period where maybe it's really particularly we are coming to see these particular teams less than we're just coming to see a football game.
And I just like just as a side note, it's going to be a cool event for fans here. For fans here getting up early, watching your team at Wembley, where so many amazing things have happened, and it's just going to be fun and cool to do.
Yeah, and it's an island game.
It's an island game.
It's a different type of island game, and the Isles up there, but it is indeed an island game. That you have one that is, I don't know, this isn't considered prime time, but it would be an island game is the way that I would say that. This is one of, how many do you think is coming for the Texans? I feel like there's probably a good amount of them.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking 4 or 5, easy.
4 or 5 is probably on the low end, I think.
You think? Yeah.
Does it not feel low? Although there was a lot of excitement around C.J. Stroud the last time that you got. But But
now it's the defense, and they're so good.
Yes.
And all that
they
stuff.
got so much love defensively.
5, you're taking the over or the under?
It's not a good bet, and I'm not a good bettor.
4.5.
I'll take the over.
Take the over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that fair fig? Would you take the over on when you talk about prime time / island type games for the Texans?
What's the number?
4.5.
4.5. I'm gonna take. Honestly, I think the under. I'm gonna take the under.
Interesting. All right, we'll see what that looks like tomorrow when the full schedule is released. But we got international matchups, including the confirmation that your Texans are playing versus the Jags in London at Wembley Stadium, October 18th, 8:30 a.m. Central. So put it on your calendar to make sure that you're up very early on that Sunday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, was last night enough for you? Are you done with the EMI thing? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played
On the game immediately after the final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
The see your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on the day that we get the international schedule for the NFL's 2026 season, which does indeed include the Houston Texans. Week 6, or October 18th. Your Houston Texans will be facing off against the Jacksonville Jaguars at Wembley Stadium in London. Someone on the text line asked, how many other players do you think still need to get their passport?
That is so funny. That is low-key a great text.
That is a great question.
Hey, I'm guessing some of them rookies.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Some of them rookies definitely ain't got no passport.
Well, the dude who I can tell you 100% is Keelan Rutledge.
Yeah.
Keelan Rutledge got like 3 pairs of pants total. You think he managed to get a passport sometime?
I don't think he's been out the country yet.
Yeah.
Oh no, he has not.
Nah.
No.
But he probably wouldn't travel out of Georgia if he wouldn't if he didn't go to college.
Yeah.
That's such a good point. No, that's a good point. Yeah. So I would start the bidding there 100% Keelan Rutledge, and then we
Who is somebody that's not a rookie?
Oh, not a rookie
probably
that
don't have their passport.
Oh, let me look. That's a great question. Like, wait, passport?
Like, oh, bleep, I gotta get my passport.
Actually, as soon as I start thinking about it, there's probably a lot more of these dudes that definitely haven't had a passport. If for no other reason than like they got money to go travel and like vacation and stuff.
Well, some players absolutely have it.
Because they probably play for other teams that went overseas.
Al-Shaair, obviously some of these players like Togiai and
Didn't Iowa State play internationally at some point in the last few years? Because I wanted to see someone like Jalen Noel, who seemed like he would just.
Didn't they have the Ireland game? I was talking about Ireland earlier.
They had the Ireland game.
I think they had the
Ireland wondering because like they seem like somebody that even when they go vacation, they just go to like the lake. You know what I mean? Go fish a little bit and take it back to the house. They seem real low key.
Petrie.
You think? Petrie. Petrie is very happy.
Yeah, he ain't leave the state.
If he did, he went to Louisiana.
Yep.
I feel like that's out
of the country. That's out the country. That's a whole different country right there.
What do you mean? I've never been out of the country. I've been to Louisiana.
All right, so I think that the Texans obviously will get it done. There's plenty of time to.
By the way, bangers and mash or traditional English breakfast on October 18th. That's the family question right now.
I don't know.
Bangers and mash are delicious.
Sure, if you say so.
Delicious.
I feel like when it comes to food,
cook me a brisket and send it over to me
for an England game.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
When it comes to food in England, I typically go with import. If you understand.
Oh, you can do fish and chips too.
Oh, well, I guess you can go wrong with fish and chips. All right. We talk about this to avoid talking about what was a very oddly enough, it was the most locked in that I've been probably in a week when it comes to.
Dude, I was watching the pregame show. I never watched the pregame show.
I got in a little late, so I missed his first inning.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, no runs. I think we're good right now. It's the bottom of the first. I'm like, I think we're good right now.
Yeah. And nope, did not last. There was about 3 innings where you were like, okay, making this work. I think it was 2-2 at that point, and then the 4th inning happens, and it just falls apart fully for one Tatsuya Ei. And I know coming into this, you were in this place. I think our guy Luke Morrow was in this place. Ron seemed to be similarly in this place where it was like, man, if it goes bad, I'm out.
Yeah.
Well, went bad, ladies and gentlemen, for Tatsuya Ei in this one. What was his line again? In this,
I want
to see if you have it on the top.
Holding up the shirt.
Figgy's holding up the Ei specific shirt that somebody gave him that he will never have the chance to wear.
Hey, it's no way. I had to burn it.
Is he gonna wash your car?
Hey, I don't even think that's worth it. I might have to get in the street and just light it on fire at this point.
Like
man.
when LeBron left the Cavs?
Yes. I can't even cut the grass in this shirt.
Yeah.
He technically goes 4 innings. How many runs did he give up? Do you remember?
6.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how many walks did he issue?
Well, he had 5. He put 5 people on base. 2 were hit by pitch. 3 walks, I believe.
See, the reason why I did that is this is emblazoned in your mind because that's how deeply frustrating it was, just generally, but to you in particular. So you're done here? Also had. Well, it was charged a pass ball to Christian Vasquez, but he was set up low and the ball was way high. But it did hit Vasquez's glove, so technically
he should have got it.
A lot of scorers say, well, if it hit his glove, it's got to be a pass ball. But that was a wild pitch. So, yeah, hit 2 guys, walk 3, a realistic wild pitch, 2 home runs, grand slam. Yes, if you're not out on Tatsuya Ei, I would really like to know where you feel there is encouragement.
Man.
I'd like serious question. How are you encouraged?
When he had them bases loaded, I'm like, oh, no.
It's coming. Man. It's coming. Yeah. Like, seriously. And you like to play devil's advocate, so to speak, which I hate that term, but you do like to kind of see.
Devil don't need no advocate, as my mom would say.
Where on earth, in what world, can you find encouragement?
He held it together for 3,
but he really didn't.
I know
he held it together for 1. The first inning was relatively clean.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the second inning they were hitting lasers to batters, and I think he got a double play in the third.
Yeah, there was a double play. That was a fairly hard hit ball. There was a hard hit out to center.
There was one that went 413. Went 413, but it was caught against the fence.
Yeah.
Like, I would easily argue, and I don't think there's much argument against it, he was good for 1 inning. That's it.
Yeah.
Was it the first inning?
First inning.
That's the one I missed.
Yeah.
And he was making it through the second and third innings. He was making do with some of the stuff. I do think, though, one of the things that you could, if you were trying to find encouragement, which, again.
That's why you're here.
I understand. I understand the place that I'm in. I understand what I am doing in this moment.
This is going to be his toughest test yet, Figgy.
Don't get out here saying Reggie is delusional. I am attempting to make the case here. The velocity was there.
The velocity was there,
and for the command issues that he had, for a majority of the time, the fastball was where he needed it to be. The slider...
Majority, maybe 50-50.
I wouldn't be able to say that, not one bit.
Yeah.
And he's just using 2 pitches here, which is more of an issue here. But if and when he finds some comfort with those, the stuff is there. It's the command, and that's one of those things. Command can be found. The question is this Yips territory for him? And we're getting more and more feelings. I take you to Joe Espada after, which. Listening to the whole of both Espada's availability and Imai's availability was quite a doozy. We'll hear more of that as we go. But this is Joe Espada talking about whether or not he is done with Tatsuya Ei.
At this point, just have to keep running around.
Yeah, he's going to make a next start. Yeah.
That's just mean. It's not fair. If you don't want to say mean, it's not fair to Ei. They rushed him up. We talked about that. They told him this is the thing, and you say you were kind of arguing the case. Where could you find?
Didn't have much.
But you did argue, so you get credit for that. It's like signing your name on the SAT. You get 420 points. But here's the thing: if you're going to run a starting pitcher out there, and your marching orders are this: throw strikes, just throw strikes, and rely on 2 pitches, then he's not a starting pitcher. Because he has a changeup.
That's what I was thinking.
What's his other pitch? He has a changeup and he has a slider. He has a fastball. He has something else too.
Let me pull it back up because I have the baseball savant with all of his pitches up.
When you're telling a starting pitcher, you throw these 2 pitches, then he's not a starting pitcher.
Yeah, you got to take him out in a second.
Yeah,
that's fun. I don't think that they were telling him that. This was something that if you listen,
to part of the scouting report. Throw strikes and rely on these 2.
Throw strikes was part of from the team side. Ei, apparently, according to through the translator, after he was the one who said that he talked to the staff and said, "I want to do what I did in Japan, which was use these."
But that's what I'm saying. It's part of the game plan.
No, I know, but I think that honestly, I don't know why I'm giving you ammo here. This is where, if I was you, I'd be like, "Yeah, this is a damn issue, man. This is another place where you decided that you wanted to find some level of comfort in this, and you weren't able to get this done, right?" I think that ends up being the question. But for me, that pulls it back to a conversation of if and when he could find some level of comfort, these are all things that are available to him. This is just the worst possible case of what it could be. He has the slider, he has the fastball, 4-seam fastball, he has the sinker, which he has.
And the changeup,
And changeup. He has a split finger in there as well. He has some stuff that he just has not used very much and did not use at all last night. Ultimately,
They just kind of got to keep running him out there, man.
Plus,
they just don't have. This is where Dana Brown has. Actually, really, Jim Crane, but the entirety of the organization has failed him as well. They made it so that there was no possibility for a bounce back if he was not ready coming into the majors, and we talked about that. This is a big question mark. We were all hoping on the positive. This is the negative, and there's no real recourse other than to keep throwing him out here.
Could not disagree more. Every game matters. We talk about it all the time. They matter just as much in May as they do in August and September. And you just to throw them out there, why? Because of your pride? Because of your ego?
You don't have others.
You have others.
You don't.
You have others. Anybody is better than this.
Do you think
I would take Logan Van Way starting at this point over Imai? It's that bad, Reggie. It is that bad. Just take the L, man. Just take the L. You're not doing your team a service. You're not doing Imai a service. You run a very, very high risk of ruining him, like forever.
Yeah.
Because he's already ruined. You saw the body language. You saw when they went out there after, was it after the Grand Slam or just before? It was right in that.
It had to be before.
That time. He looked terrified.
Yeah, by the time
he looked terrified out there.
And if this isn't going to be worth anything, honestly, but I did feel like he looked like he was up for the challenge early on, and then
he did.
Once
in the
it
first
got bad,
inning,
it was a problem.
yeah.
But that's an issue, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have resilience in life generally, but as a pitcher, starting pitcher, buddy, you're not going to make because nobody can come and save you.
Yeah.
And even in the places where somebody can try and come and help you out. It showed up in this game where, this is one of the reasons why it's not, right? Christian Vasquez is trying to figure out when the bases are loaded, hey, are you going to work from the windup or are you going to work from the stretch? They're looking at the translator in the dugout. They're like, hey, can you get this?
Can you help us out here?
This has been a fall without a real net.
No, you are doing a disservice.
But again,
you cannot run him out there, at least not yet. You cannot run him out there again.
Yeah, I think the issue, too, is the contract. Like, you looking at the contract.
That's why. That's what I'm saying, pride.
If this was Jason Alexander or something, he would have been shipped on somewhere else.
100%. And Alexander was.
Yeah, but for the simple fact this is a big contract for this guy, you got to see what you got in him.
You do. You do have to see what you've got in them, and you don't really have very many. You don't really have very many like.
This is like Jose Abreu. Was it Jose Abreu?
Yeah, Jose Abreu.
Yeah, just keep trying them out there.
Gosh, that really, really, really stunk because for a time period there, it looked like they might have been able to compete. It blew open and then it never was viable again. We'll talk more about that a little bit later, and I know that sounds like a threat, but it isn't. Here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to some fun as the Texans, again, playing an international game this season, and so that led us to the question of the day. What's an international event or game that you'd love to attend, obviously outside of the Texans? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner
Aram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, we're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop with us here as well. We spent that whole break talking Tatsuya Ei. We'll circle back.
Arguing.
Really and truly. Not just me and John. I was over there talking with PC, who's hanging out. Obviously, make sure to listen to Area 45. Always great.
It's an asinine conversation.
Yeah, I heard them say that over there.
You did?
No, I'm just playing. I don't know.
I was going to rock with you. I was gonna
very believable.
He does use that word.
Is he out on them?
No. However, I mean, he's frustrated just like we all are. It's impossible to not be. But in fact, I might just rope him in here at some point. Like, hey, get in here. Let's talk about this a little bit more. Right now, though, let's talk about the question of the day. What's an international event or game that you'd love to attend in honor of the Houston Texans finally getting back on the road to England to face off against the Jaguars October 18th? I saw someone on the text line say that they already looked at the travel.
I'm sure.
$1,200. For the ticket.
Not crazy.
For the flight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of other things that you have to take into account, but that's not a bad start.
Okay.
Yeah. We can deal with that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Make it a
long
vacation.
As you're paying, that's all.
Yeah, make it a vacation.
Yeah, as long as you're covering it, yeah, we can deal with that for sure.
I am not.
What?
I am curious on this. You know, on your two. I want you two guys to tell me, like an international. It doesn't have to be sports necessarily, but tends to be, I guess, an international event that you're like, you know, bucket list kind of thing. I got to get there. I got to see that. This one thing or two things, whatever it is.
Well, you know I'm a sicko, so there's a lot of all sorts of events that come up.
Okay, 5 things.
Not going to be enough. You know what? One of the weird ones that first came up in my mind was, and it's all about the experience for me. Some of it is just like the novelty of a thing, but also just what is the experience? Have you ever seen one of those halls that they have the darts championships at?
Oh, like the old pubs and stuff?
But you see, like, when they have it's hundreds, maybe thousands of people, and these dudes on the stage with the dartboard and the light on, and it's just
and they go nuts,
erupts.
Yeah,
I would love to see that.
That would be cool
up close.
No, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Just because of the flavor of it.
Yeah, just the experience of it. Like, obviously, I hope we've all seen or played a little bit of darts in our lifetime, but just the way in which the passion overflows through the television, I got to see what that's like live.
It's relatable. Because, like you said, we've all played darts, and you see these guys doing those crazy things. Figgy, I think I can guess one of yours.
Yeah, you got to go on and say it.
Wimbledon?
Yep.
That's one as well.
I wouldn't mind doing the French Open, too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind doing that. Yeah, that's all I got right now. I'm trying to think of more of a kind of sportsy one, because I would love to do Dubai and kind of bring in the new year in Dubai. I thought that was kind of fun.
That's an event?
Yeah,
that counts. Gloucester, England has the Cooper's Hill cheese roll.
This is so aggressively you.
It is very much me. It's a 500-pound, I guess it's a roll of cheese.
Yeah, wheel of cheese.
A wheel, that's the word I was looking for. And they roll it down this hill, and then probably 60 to 100 people start chasing down this hill where there's big, thick grass, and there's these potholes and everything.
Oh, man.
And the first one to get to the cheese wins the 500-pound roll of cheese.
Which is not as like
that pothole got my ankle screaming right now.
We hear cheese, and that's a big.
It's a lot of cheese.
Big money prize.
That's a lot of cheese.
It's worth a lot of money.
But when you see videos of these things, I mean, we're talking elbows. You know the old term, such and such, and elbows just flopping around head over heels. People just tumbling and not stopping, and
it's the closest that I've seen human bodies contort like cartoons.
Yes, they do. They're just like flying around, and then there's this one dude that starts out real fast, or woman or whatever, and they think, I got it. Boom! No, you don't.
Would you do running with the bulls?
That's the other one.
The answer, and a lot of people on the text line
that's the other one.
Pamplona, Spain, running with the bulls, and I just do not fully get it.
I would love. I've told you the story, right?
Yeah. That you were supposed to go
back in '92 when I covered the Barcelona Olympics. I was there for a month, and I was like, I gotta go. I always wanted to do it, and I did research and all that, and it was like a week or two after I had to come back, so I missed it. But I'd still like to go to watch. The days of actually running are over, but I'd love to go watch that. And just a good Liverpool home match against like Chelsea or Man U or Man City or
For
something.
Sure. I honestly might have the opportunity here in a few weeks to actually knock off an international, or not an international, but a soccer match over in Europe. I think we might be going to see Fiorentina when I'm over in Italy, so that'd be really fun. 281 says the Ryder Cup.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've actually gotten to do that. That was a lot of fun. That was incredible, the passion that they had for those things.
I love the way, because obviously there's always this little buckets of different ways you can view pretty much any of these questions of the day. And we're sports fans, so there's like kind of the international type sports buckets, whether it's the sport that is kind of unique that you wouldn't see anywhere else or just like a big time event. I also love this other bucket of I'm trying to particularly enjoy myself to try and avoid the FCC issues.
I would like to see baseball in Japan and see what the hell the Astros is looking at with Imai.
Oh, you gonna go scout for a new one?
Yeah, I'm like, what was y'all looking at?
You want to go just to make sure it's real.
Yeah.
Well, baseball in the Tokyo Dome it's real particular. Like they just cheer different. They play baseball.
They have cheerleaders
in the same way we talk about. You know, obviously Latin American players playing it differently.
Yeah.
The environment and everything in Japan is entirely. I mean, they have specific cheers, right? They have sing-alongs of sorts. You know, they have all sorts of fun stuff that they have. So I
Maybe
think
that's what Imai missing. Maybe you need some cheerleaders and
cheerleaders
some
and
sing-alongs.
Hey, Seth already said
Stop
that he's
doing the
gonna work
damn
on
wave and do some sing-alongs.
That's right. Yeah, man. Like do the YMCA or something.
Sumo wrestling says the 361. That would be fun.
That would be
fun.
incredible.
Yeah.
See that in person?
I think also because the Americanized way of it being televised, we're just like, oh, they bumping into each other's chest. It is so incredibly technical.
The power.
Yeah.
Remember a couple years ago, CJ and Michael Parsons, remember they wasn't over there.
They got worked.
Yeah, those dudes aren't just fat and slovenly.
Yeah.
Those dudes are powerful.
Yeah.
Powerful and a lot of technique, right? But what I was saying when it comes to the different buckets, this one is just I want to enjoy myself. They said they want to go and see women's beach volleyball on Copacabana in Brazil.
Hey.
And I'll take you one further. Take me to Carnival.
Oh, Carnival. Hell yes.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You know where I'm at.
Well, all of it, though.
Yes.
Not just that.
Well, clearly, we're not just doing
that.
Yeah.
But that would be...
Give me all of it. You know what I mean? Somebody said the Tour de France. I actually don't think I agree with this. I have such a hard time dealing with the events in which I get to see a small sliver of it.
Yeah,
and it's like, all right, we did
it.
Right? Parades mess me up like this as well.
I'll bet you would change your mind if you went to Monte Carlo for the F1 race.
Oh, yeah, Monte Carlo.
Ooh, baby.
Because Monte Carlo feels like it's a lot less about the race and more about, hey, look at all these rich people that we're around.
Yeah. Well, and really Tour de France, you know, I've never done that, but really good friend of mine, Dale Robertson, used to work at he went every year. He did the French Open every year, too. And the stories he would say, just people in set up little tables by the road with their cheese and their wine and their bread, and they're just watching all these cyclists come by. That actually
might be kind of
that
fly.
would be
Now, that kind of sold me on it.
Yeah,
kind of sold me on
They're
it.
just sitting out there in the French countryside.
I was with Reggie at first, but sitting like kind of courtside, I guess.
Yeah,
with your cheese and wine.
Yeah,
just they see a little.
Which is funny because I am still eager to go to a NASCAR race, but that feels different.
That's kind of out of the country.
Reason. No. That was not my point. But it was more to the point of any event where it just go past me and I just got to be like, well, we saw it.
Yeah,
you know
there it is.
There it is. There it goes. You know, those don't really speak to me in the same way. Someone mentioned the Tomatino in Spain, where they just get all the tomatoes and throw them at each other and have the big old food fight.
That's right in the cheese wheelhouse there, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
One of the other things that I don't know if it'd be fun or not, but it'd be very interesting to watch the white smoke and the black smoke with the Pope.
Oh, when
literally 500,000 people are there every day. Every day.
Just waiting
for white smoke. And then they go nuts, and we have a new papa, we have all this other stuff. It's pretty cool.
I love this as a thought process. They want to go to one of these international basketball games like EuroLeague or something like that, but where they get into it, where the fans are just like putting up smoke signal or smoke bombs, whatever, and they've got like the full complement
in the stands.
Yes, in the arena, and it's just, flares are going, and you're just like, what is? Am I safe right now?
Is this real?
Am I okay?
Yeah.
Man, there's a lot of interesting ones that come in. There's more people advocating for like for golf, like the British Open, stuff like that. I'm interested in, for those folks, what is it? What is the appeal? Is it just kind of, do you get a feel of a different culture in it? Because some of the stuff that comes up are things that you can get here just in a different venue.
It's just it's the wildness of it, the difference.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, does the British Open, like, do they have a different type of decorum that shows up in the way that? Because again, golf is a relative reserve.
Yeah.
It's more, in my opinion, if we're going to different places, about the vistas that you see. Like if you happen to see St. Andrews or whatever, it's about the place less than it is about like, hey, this event is happening here,
right?
And it's different because they kind of play it the same way.
Exactly. No, I got you. I remember when I was in Italy for the Olympics, I went to go see Juventus play at home against Inter Milan, and they were throwing flares on the field, and no one blinked an eye. Like the security, nobody. They were like actual road flares, just throwing them on the field, setting them on fire in the stands, and I'm like, okay, this is different. This is wild.
Somebody said that they would go to Macau and China because of the massive gambling industry. Yeah, you're like,
that sounds kind of scary.
Yeah, I don't know about
very
that.
scary. Because what is, and I apologize, Texter, I don't mean to judge you, except I'm a judgmental person sometimes. What does that say about you? If you like, Vegas ain't enough.
I want Vegas, but more.
I want bigger Vegas.
Man, yeah. I feel like I'm going to get robbed or something, man.
Yeah.
Maybe so. But yeah, keep those coming in because the Texans giving you an opportunity to do something internationally when they go to face off against the Jaguars in London on October 18th, week 6 of the 2026 NFL season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including that's not the only international game that was given. What are the games that we're most interested to see on the international schedule? We'll do that next around the NFL.
The Texans
Illinois.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's continue around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. As the 2026 schedule release week rolls on, we have international games. Obviously, the big one, if you haven't happened to hear it, the Houston Texans are traveling across the pond, and they will be visiting Wembley Stadium, where they will take on the Jacksonville Jaguars as the away team. So they will not lose one of their 8 home games on the schedule, so don't have to worry too much about that. It'll be October 18th, week 6. We don't know. Well, we still don't know. We don't know who they're playing leading into it. We don't know if this will cause their bye to be week 7. We will see what ultimately comes of that tomorrow when the schedules are released. But we do know the date and the time, 8:30 a.m. Central Time, is when you have to have your TV on to see kickoff there. But we know that they're playing internationally, so we have that on the docket. But we also have some other international games, 9 in total. And so, how do you want to do? Should I just roll these off?
We can roll them off, but let me ask a question before we get to the entire schedule.
All right.
How do you feel about 9 international games?
I mean, it is what it is.
Come on now. See? When you don't really want to answer.
That is my answer.
It is what it is.
I can't do nothing about it. You know where I stand on international games, being a selfish person.
9.
I don't love having to tap into NFL football that early, knowing that I'm going to be going from 9 in the morning all the way through to damn near midnight watching Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
I will wake up and watch sports. It's evidenced by me being a soccer fan, and a English Premier League soccer fan. But the idea that I'm going to be locked in all day long, all the way through, is kind of rough for me. So I don't really love them. However, this is where football wants to go. And honestly, sometimes these international games can get sloppy, if we're going to be entirely honest.
Sure.
I kind of like it. I'm fine with. I actually like the 9 o'clock games. 9 a.m.
Let's go.
Games.
Get up. Let's go.
Yeah, because I think my issue is, especially if the Texans are on the road or something like that, I'm at the house. It seems like it'd be a long ass time waiting for noon.
My thing on this is we are never going to see fewer than 9 again. I think it's only going to go up.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is the new floor. 100%. And it starts week 1. We're literally starting with the Australia game, partially because of the travel of it all. It's Niners, it's Rams. We get one of the most meaningful matchups of the season because these teams matter a great deal. Now, of course, the Niners, it's a division game. The Niners are trying to find a little bit of bounce back to them. The Rams, one of the most complete teams, a team that is trying to get their last lick in before Matthew Stafford walks off into sunset. They'll play at Melbourne Cricket Ground week 1. And it'll show up at 8:35 Eastern time, actually 7:35 God's time, September 10th.
The hardest travel that you'll have to make. It's always good that you do that week 1. They're going to be able to accommodate them a little bit, but that is the toughest travel and that's the other thing about just the schedule at large, the international schedule. Really good games. Mostly good games here. You know, you're sending Rams and Niners to start with, and then it gets better from there.
Yeah. So without getting into all of them, I think we'll get into them by seeing which ones. And you have them all in front of you. There's a week 3 game, Ravens and Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. There's a week 4 game with the Colts traveling to face off the Commanders. That's in London as well. Week 5 is another London game, so we'll have 3 straight weeks of London games with the Eagles facing off against the Jaguars. That's the Jaguars' first game in London before they then face off against the Texans week 6. You have a week 7 international game. That's Steelers-Saints in France. Then you have a little bit of time between. They'll actually take 1 week off of international games. Then we'll get the Madrid-Spain game between the Bengals and the Falcons. You'll have Patriots-Lions in Munich, Germany, week 10. And then you go to week 11, Vikings, Niners. That concludes the schedule. I kind of like that they're going to get done with the international schedule before we get to the final stretch of the season. Which of these games, outside of obviously Week 6, are you most interested in seeing?
I think Patriots and Lions Week 10 in Munich is going to be that's a very big game. It's late enough in the season that you'll be able to see, all right, this could mean this for this team or that team or both teams or whatever. I also feel Ravens and Cowboys in Brazil is going to be a very, very potentially good game. Here's where I think it gets interesting. If you were filthy rich,
God, don't make me think about what would happen if I was filthy rich.
Do you realize you could go to London Week 4 and watch 4 consecutive NFL games within driving distance? Because you go Tottenham, Wembley, and then Paris is just a train ride away. You know, so you could watch Colts, Commanders, Eagles, Jaguars, Texans, Jaguars, and Steelers, Saints in consecutive weeks. You spend a month in England and Europe and watch 4 consecutive NFL games. Isn't that something?
It'd be like you never left.
It's like you never left.
That.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like Sean Pendergast would do that.
Oh, yeah.
Him and Amy. They need to check those boxes off.
They absolutely would do that. 100%. Yeah, I think that you hit one of them on the Week 10 is going to be a good one. I'm very intrigued, though, as to what the Detroit Lions are actually going to be offensively. Ben Johnson left, and that did not look the same offensively. They found some level of stabilization. I'm curious as to how good that Lions game versus the Patriots will actually be in Week 10.
Well, we'll know. Like I said, it's late enough in the season. You can, if they're rolling or not, you'll be able to see what the importance of it is.
Yeah, I think you hit one of the ones that I'm very intrigued by, and that's Ravens Cowboys.
Yeah,
I am buying the hype on the Cowboys being able to be a better team. That offense was incredible. The defense was just putrid. They've invested in the defense, and then the Ravens with their bounce back there as well. Yeah, possibly. I think that could be a very interesting game that happens there. But yeah, man, it's also hard to ignore what we talked about, that first matchup between division foes. So that's 2 division games that we're sending. Only 2 of them, right?
Yeah, only 2. I thought it was more than that.
I was afraid that we were going to get more of these. It does seem like because this was a question I asked: is how comfortable and how willing are they to send these overseas? Not entirely unwilling, but they're not going to, send out too many of these in the intervening time.
I don't think it's going to be a deterrent, per se anymore. Just because, like I said, they're going to play 9, 10, 11 games, maybe more in Europe, but you're just going to have to play more division games there.
Which one of these is wins the award for? Oh, we sent y'all some slop.
That would be the Stade de France in Paris. Steelers and Saints.
The Saints got sent here just because of the fleur-de-lis, right?
Yeah, that's
like this was just 100%. Purely fleur-de-lis.
Yeah.
Y'all know what this shape looked like, right? Come out and watch the football.
They're gonna have a lot of fans.
That one feels like. I just don't know what the Steelers look like this year, man.
And plus, Week 7, I don't know. You could already have, who knows, with Aaron Rodgers and everything else going on over there. Bengals and Falcons is. Some people might say, I think that's low-key a pretty good game right there.
Because it feels like they might be well matched up on their somewhat unseriousness. All right, let's just take this generally to the Bengals. How sold are you on what they're doing defensively? Because we talked about this, right? They bring in Boye Mafe. They bring in a few big names to add to the
Sexy
defense.
Dexy.
There we go. I was like, there's the big one that I'm missing in the middle of it, and it is literally Dexter Lawrence. They brought in a few big, very good defensive players, but generally the defense isn't built well, really. Right. The idea, it seems to be, is this offense is going to be so good that we just need to be somewhat below average as a defense to make this work. Does that feel like that's viable?
You said how interested, how much am I buying or whatever, moderately, but just because they did put an effort in, to make the defense better. And how good is Joe Burrow?
If they had this defense last season, they would have definitely won more games.
Right.
Because they were scoring. They was out here scoring 40 and still losing.
Yeah. So moderately interested in that for sure.
Yeah, I think they could win the division. I don't know how strong they actually are. I think that they're probably just good enough to be an annoyance in the AFC.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. And a great point that somehow I did not actually see in talking about this. I think the Niners probably have the biggest gripe. We would typically think the Jaguars have this, 2 games and you're giving up 2 home games. the Niners aren't giving up 2 home games, but they are playing internationally twice in 2 different sections of the season. Right? They're starting the season on the road, and then they will internationally, and then they will be going to Mexico City late in the season versus the Vikings in Week 11.
Wasn't it the Niners that were complaining about the international game last year? Am I wrong on that? Didn't the Niners, the general manager, the coach, kind of complain about it?
I don't recall. I sincerely can't recall.
I'll take care of that. I'll give you 2. one is the hardest travel you will ever make, and the other one you can go to Mexico City at the end of the season.
They're also going to have the most miles traveled, according to that little thing Adam Schefter posted.
And the Texans the second most.
Yeah.
So the
Niners 38,105,
and the Texans are second, right?
Yep, with 28,470.
I'm glad you brought this up, as we're still we don't have the fullness of what the actual schedule looks like over the times that they're traveling. But I mean, this is pretty easy to sort out based off of who they're playing, and now that we have international,
just their opponents.
Yeah, I believe actually they are second most miles traveled.
Yeah.
Sorry, third most. It is Niners, then Rams, then Texans, who have third most miles traveled. That said, still, how does that hit you? Like, is that a thing that frustrates you, or is that just kind of it's fine, that's kind of the NFL?
It doesn't frustrate me, but I think this is another aspect of how does the schedule break down? You know, when are these games? Are you going to Philadelphia after? Are you going to Philadelphia for a Thursday night game? What's the travel? Are you going to Cleveland one week and then L.A. for the Chargers the next week? I think that's where. Or
what's your longest road stretch?
What's your longest road stretch, et cetera? No, I think it's going to be very integral once we see the schedule tomorrow.
It almost feels like looking at this miles traveled graphic that we are discussing when it comes to what the teams look like in the 2026 season with their travel. It almost feels like they tried to do it in an equitable way. Like, if you're a good team, you might have to travel a lot. If you're a bad team, which probably isn't fair quite, you can stay a little bit home. The team that travels the fewest miles, compared to the Niners, who are traveling 38,000 miles this year, the Carolina Panthers will travel just shy of 9,000 miles.
8,740. And then the Browns with 9,000.
Now, the Panthers are weird because we think of them as bad. They were actually pretty decent in this past season. However, you got the Panthers, the Browns, the Bears down there. The Bears also pretty good as well.
The Bucks.
Yeah, it just feels like they're like, all right, you guys are fine.
So
stay where you are. It's cool.
So the theme for the year for the Texans is defense travels a lot.
A lot.
Defense travels a lot.
Yeah, man, the recovery staff better be on their games, making sure that the bodies are together. This is another thing where you come back to the good fortune that the Texans have had. Hey, man, the idea of bodies breaking down, travel adds to that, right? The good fortune that you had on dudes staying healthy. I don't know how this fully impacts it, to what degree I could say that, but it feels like there'd be a slightly less of a likelihood that you have the same level of fortune just off of this alone.
Well, I mean, think about some of these with the long travel. If you have, they always tell you not to travel. If you have like a soft tissue injury or ankle injury or something because it swells and you're in the flight and all that. So yeah, I think it probably be some level of a factor. With some of these injuries.
I need to find somebody who somebody who's a doctor who could probably speak to this if in a real way other than just random speculation that we've got here. One more, let's move around the NFL here. Did you see this? That Netflix continues to extend their entanglement with the NFL is the way I'll decide to say this.
Entanglement?
Yes, that's what it feels like. They are trying to get themselves entangled with the NFL.
Yeah.
That's right. As NFL Honors, the award show that where the NFL does, where they announce all of the awards for the season, is expected to move to Netflix. Typically used to seeing it on NFL Network. Now Netflix wants to get in the game of this. They're closing in on a deal to stream it, not this season, but the 2027 NFL Honors ceremony. And I'm going to be honest, and maybe this is just a blind spot for me personally because it does not interest me to some degree. I'm like, does this feel like this is actually a big coup for Netflix?
No, but it feels like Netflix they want everything. I think Netflix is really making a concerted effort. We'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this, because we want They want a bigger footprint with the NFL.
Yeah, I think
that's what this is.
That's why I read it was, we'll take this from you, we'll pay you a little money.
Remember this now.
Hopefully,
remember this next time we talk about NFL games.
Right, right. That's what it feels like to me, to some degree. But yes, if you're wanting to watch NFL honors and know who the who won these awards, expect in the coming years to have to fire up yet another streaming app,
because they are going to blow it out. They're going to, how many times you get frustrated with all the little Netflix ads that come, or previews or whatever. They're going to say, look at all the stuff we did for you. Now let's talk about Monday Night Football. Let's talk about this or let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this happened, I believe, over the weekend, and I did not mention, or maybe it was earlier this week. You remember, do you recall the story of Tyreek Hill being sued civilly by an influencer?
Yes.
Who he had spent some time with, and who claimed that she had suffered a broken leg after Tyreek Hill had shoved her.
Yes.
The influencer named Sophie Hall, and Tyreek Hill had resolved the case during the civil trial. The settlement came after she testified in court, claiming that the broken leg happened when Hill, quote, charged her during a football drill at his home. Apparently, Tyreek Hill's side of things, his lawyer claimed that Hall assumed any risk of injury Hall, obviously not Hill, got myself confused, that she assumed any risk of injury by participating in the drill, which I'm nobody's lawyer, but that feels shaky.
It feels a little shaky. Basically, they're saying she knew what she was getting into. That's an NFL running back.
There's a video out there, too.
About to truck her. Hey, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You know what we're doing here? I got some moves I need to work on. Let's go to the backyard.
So he was just like, hey, man, this is not worth it.
Yeah.
We realize that Tyreek Hill just does not have a place to land. Does this feel like this is going to go the way where he just doesn't find anywhere to go?
Yes.
Because he already is, and I don't know that this is going to change anything, but he already is a dude who has some questions on how he fits in certain places. Just the speed element is cool, but he's getting a little older. How much does that set back? And then we know he's not the easiest player to deal with.
No, I think that's more than fair. I'm wondering about his money, man. I mean, you shouldn't get in anybody else's pocket. I'm just from afar. It's like, boy, what does he have? 11 kids and settlements and all this other stuff. It's a lot going on from the outside looking in his life.
And without really taking a deep dive into it, doesn't seem like he was doing a lot of too much outside marketing
endorsements and stuff. Yeah.
Hope he invested his money right.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us as we went around the NFL. Coming up next, an interesting question arose that I've been kind of pondering, and I want to bring it to you, John, and to you, listeners. How long is it reasonable to expect a defense of this Texans magnitude to last? 713-572-4610. Let's break this down next.
Area 45 with Bijani. Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
In loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said about Tyreek Hill that he should have just married her, like J-Lo did. What did you do again to Jen?
Nothing.
You gave her a concussion? You know what? Let's get married.
A possible concussion. No, I dislocated her shoulder.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. Not the concussion.
It wasn't the time I gave her a concussion.
Okay, the time.
Nor was it the time I tied that tree around her waist and kind of dragged her across the backyard.
What?
Oh, man.
I don't remember that story.
I told you that one, didn't I?
I said I don't remember it.
You remember that one, Figgy?
No, I don't.
So there was this tree.
Oh, you're going to tell it.
It's not that long a story.
Okay.
There was this pine tree, and pine needles are the bane of any swimming pool's existence. Back when we had a house that had a pool. And I said, I need to cut that thing. And it was relatively small, probably about 8-10 inches around. I said, I can do that. So, but it was kind of leaning toward the fence and the pool.
Oh, so you had her try and
I wanted to fall it the other way. And so I said, here, grab this rope and just kind of pull it, because I did the little carve. You know how you carve out an edge of it so it falls the right direction, just like a logger might do. I was a logger that day.
No, you weren't. I knew where this was going. No, you weren't. But I appreciate the sentiment.
So I cut the little notch, tied the rope around it, said, put this around your waist. And I said, no, put it real good. So I kind of tied it on around her waist.
You tied her to a tree?
Tied her to a tree and leaned her one direction. And then when I cut it, for some reason, it actually did not go the way I wanted it to.
Man.
For some reason, he says.
So she's kind of like water skiing toward the pool with the tree falling. But I got it. It was no harm, no foul.
And you've since turned all of this over to ability trees, right?
Yes, I have.
You've since gotten out of business.
And it was that day.
Louis Flory said, hey, Lopez.
And it was that day that I called Louis Flory.
You need to put that in the live read next time.
Somebody else, please do this for me. Very good. All right. So this Texans team, we've talked about this before. It's a stat that is, I don't know if it's like fascinating, but it's very interesting to think about the fact that the Texans starters, or at least presumed starters, there's 9 of the 11 that are under contract, not just through this season, but into seasons beyond that. And I mean, you're locked in with a lot of these guys. And it brings up the question that I've been kind of pondering on. I wanted to bring to you fine folks. How long is it reasonable to expect a defense of this magnitude, of top of the league, menacing? Because that's the thing, is this team is clearly being built around the idea that you are going to have a top of the league defense. And I just stopped to think about it. How long is it reasonable to think about it? Because this was, I think, the undercurrent of anybody who had some minor or whatever concerns about Azeez Al-Shaair's extension is, okay, you're locking in a lot on this defense without the idea of how you pivot. You're saying this is going to be the defense that holds up. And I just wanted to take the time to think about, how long do you think it's reasonable to have, or to expect, not just a solid defense, but a great defense to be there?
Man, what a great question. What a great question, because we always talk about windows, right? And, the reason the window is open is because of this defense. So I just did a little cursory search.
Who are the teams that immediately come to mind that you think? Because I've done a little bit of work here to see who are the teams that I think have done a decent job of holding this thing.
Okay, off the top of my head, I'm going to say you have a 5-year window. And the reason I say that, and again, this is off the top of my head. You have the numbers in front of you, which is why you're here. But
I thought it was for my effervescent personality and my beautiful face.
That's second and third.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, the Legion of Boom lasted about 5 years, didn't it? There was about a window where you're like, ooh, boy, this defense is incredible.
Yeah, probably so.
Right? And then I started thinking, okay, let's go talk about some of the – and I just called them up. So let's talk about some of the greatest defenses of all time. Obviously, everybody goes to the 85 Bears. That was probably a little less than 5 years. That was about 3, 4 at that level.
Of the most elite.
They were really good in 84, 85, 86. I think 87, if I'm remembering right. They had, maybe a little bit of a slip. So then I go to the 2000 Ravens. Wasn't that about 4 or 5 years too?
I mean, there is something to be said about the 2000s Ravens being top 10 in points allowed. Now, how strong, like if we're going top third of the league, does that feel like that fits what you're talking about? They were top 10 in points allowed for a good 10, 11 years.
So is that unfair to say you got starting last year, the clock is on 5 years?
Probably. That feels about right. But I think that's actually that feels good.
That feels very good.
Right?
Yeah, that feels very good. You get it right, you win a couple Super Bowls.
Some of the other teams that we're talking about, I had the Ravens down here. I had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers somewhere around like the late 90s into the early aughts. So if you want to go like 96, 2005, somewhere in that range. Legion of Boom, Seattle Seahawks obviously comes up as one of the great ones. They did it for probably about a good
5 years.
5 to 7 years in the early, what are we calling the 2010s? 2010s?
The 10s?
I hate not having a quick.
No, I've heard 2010s. Yeah, I've heard that.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. You got to do what you do here. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers in a similar time period as well did something similar. What is the through line? What is the connective tissue about the way that those things are built that tell you, hey, this is a team that has the longevity?
I think secondary always matters, and pass rush. I mean, the two most important things in defense, but the really connective tissue is being able to keep the players there. You know, and that's where it gets interesting with the Texans, because we always talk about Kamari Lassiter. Are you going to be able to do that? Especially when you're going to perhaps pay a quarterback, and we are saying perhaps. How long is Danielle Hunter, at this level? So, yeah, I think to being able to keep those players, the integral players, for that window is the most important thing.
I think that you have to also start, and this is probably sounds like it's an evident thing once you say it. You have to start with being built on Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
How many Hall of Famers do you see on this defense right now?
1, 2. I'm talking about track. Yeah, I'm not saying.
No, of course. No, if we're going Will Anderson Jr. right now, put him in the Hall. Yeah, we might be doing a little much.
Well, I'll name names. I'll say Will Anderson.
I think you're right there.
Danielle Hunter.
I agree.
Derek Stingley. Track.
I think he's on the track.
Yes.
The injuries scare me. Not to say that I think
so
he's
if
been
injured.
So injuries, yeah, of course.
So if he keep playing like he played last season,
track. Let me do it this way.
Yeah,
characteristics.
No, and I hear you, but I think that it's worth bringing up the injuries because it's like, injuries can derail anybody, but there's some dudes that are more trending towards or more prone towards injuries, and it feels like he'd be more on that side. Neither here nor there. I think I agree with you on the capabilities.
Those might be the only 3 that you can see some characteristics.
And that's not a bad thing because defense.
No, 3 is a lot on one defense.
The reason why I bring that up is I think that they have to be the foundation. They can't just be parts of it. And this is where I come to Danielle Hunter. I love him. This is awesome that he's been here. You would not be here without him. How much longer do you actually anticipate him playing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Being able to keep those players. Danielle Hunter might be 2 or 3 years, maybe 2.
Right. And
And
again, we're saying, it sounds like we might be saying this as if this is a negative thing. 2 or 3 more years on top of already having probably 2 seasons of, oh boy, these dudes are menaces. Not a bad situation to be dealing with by any means.
No. That's actually longer than I would have expected, especially when you got a Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Because I thought once he got paid, then they probably was going to say bye-bye to the deal, but that ain't the case right now.
No, if you have 3 Hall of Famers on a defense, I mean, look at some of the would the Steelers have 7? that's the outlier. I'm talking about the old steel curtain.
Yeah, back when they were playing plumbers and stuff. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke, everybody. Don't whoop me.
But even the Legion of Boom, how many Hall of Famers do they have?
Earl Thomas gets Earl Thomas. Cam Chancellor's the easy one. I don't know why I didn't start there. Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman's going to go in. And then you start getting to I don't know.
So 3.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That I immediately think of, unless I'm just forgetting. But then this is where it's also important to have those other pieces, and the Texans clearly have those in spades, right? The guys who fall in like a Byron Maxwell, the guys who fall in like a Brandon Browner. You remember Brandon Browner? And you have a number of those, right? This is where your Azizes, this fall in. This is where your Kalen Bullocks fall in. This is where your Sheldon Rankins fall in, and you have all of those as well. Like you have all of the telltales. This is the interesting part because I do think that this offseason represents the thing that I think will offer you an opportunity to be one of these teams that has the most longevity of keeping a defense of this magnitude together.
Man,
the pivot points matter.
Yeah, the pivot points matter. And I was just, while you were talking, I was looking at that. Had 6 Hall of Famers on the defense. That's 6. Joe Green. Man, they had 11 altogether. Joe Green, Jack Ham, Jack Lambert, Mel Blount, Donnie Shell.
Oh, I forgot Bobby Wagner. My bad, y'all.
Oh, Bobby Wagner, of course.
I feel so bad.
But yeah, to your point, you have to be able to to keep the guys, you have to have the Hall of Fame characteristics and then the Hall of very good players. You know, the guys, Al-Shairs. And to this point, Kamari Lassiter. To this point, Jalen Petrie. You know,
and then the pivot point. And this is where I think you get into when you pay guys, how does that affect the ability to pivot? Right now, they've already put a couple of pivot point guys in. Reed Blankenship is a pivot point guy. Yeah. Right? Where he was not a part of the early portions of this, but if this goes the way that it seems like, he could be another one of those guys that you talk about, Hall of Very Good, or that is part of the second half of, quote unquote, of what you're doing here. I think the K-Mac almost did it, right? I almost did the thing where I called him Keelan instead of Caden. I think that K-Mac is a pivot point guy.
We'll see. Obviously, very, very hadn't played it down yet. So certainly, if he just does the one thing very, very well that we know he can do, absolutely he can be that guy.
And so for me, the question I have is, I think 5 years might be the minimum for this. I think that they've done the thing where this 5 years might, because again, they're going to have Daniil.
Who's replacing Daniil Hunter?
That's still a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. And then the additional pivot points that they're going to have to make is, it does not feel, well, one, I think Kalen Bullock is the one who feels the least likely that he returns once his contract is up, right? I think that Kalen Bullock is going to be a big pivot point that they're going to have to answer once they get there. Not a now circumstance, but I think that answering that question is going to be a part of determining whether this is a 5 or 8 year kind of, maintenance at the level. You know what I mean?
Something like 8, they're going to have to reload. 5, I think, is about the max right now.
Do you think they can last that long if they don't win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl?
Well, realistically, I think 5 is just the max. Because let's talk about Al-Shair. I mean, that position alone, and he's a veteran. Who's replacing? You mentioned who's replacing Daniil, or I mentioned who's replacing Daniil Hunter. Who's replacing Al-Shair?
Yeah, you've got, and he's so important to what you do here. That's going to be a huge pivot point if they can find a way to squeeze out the extra years on the backside of this. As I mentioned, some of these defenses that we're talking about, 5 years is like the pinnacle peak prime, but they're able to still be very good for maybe another 3, and that's the conversation that I'm having. But that's the question that you would have to ask, and it would also, that would have to start assuming that you're getting the next 2 to 3 years that you have on the Azeez Al-Shaier extension that you're hoping. You know what I mean? But ultimately, in thinking about this, I was wondering if on the backside of this, I was going to come out feeling like, oh man, they're putting their money in a place where it's a little scary. I think that they're actually they're really well situated to be the next iteration of these teams that we've.
I mean, you mentioned it. 5 years is not like, oh no. 5 years is like, hell yeah. 5 years is hell.
And then we're talking about, can we stretch this to a place where we're going, that was 10 years of a defense that you go, this you have to contend with.
Yes.
Somebody said they might reload on edge in the 27 draft.
That's the plan, but again, you have to be able to hit that.
But honestly, defensively, I believe in their capability of doing that.
Sure.
I really and truly do. And so that made me feel really good. When we talk about historic defense, we've talked about this in the context of in the season. The team building of the out of the season matters, and it seems like they're hitting that pretty well to this point. So a thought that I had, and it feels like the Texans have actually done a pretty good job of that, which then highlights again, what are you doing with the counterpart, right? Does the counterpart hit?
Always comes back to that.
100%. And so this year will be very interesting seeing if the counterpart hits. Because, Figgy, I think you asked a good question that I don't want to move past.
Yeah.
How long does it last if they don't win a Super Bowl? And I would love to not figure that out. Right? If you get that win on one side of this, I think that helps keep that prestige up. It helps you continue to build this.
Yeah, I thought about that because you usually see, like, let's say in the NFL, you see a good offense that's not getting over the hump. Then they just break it up.
There's changes at the top, too.
Yeah, they just break it up.
Like, hey, we tried. A hell of a job, but didn't get us there.
All the teams that we're talking about here,
they did that.
The early odds Ravens won a championship. The Tampa Bay Bucks won a championship. Seattle Seahawks, the Legion of Boom, won championship. The Steelers in there, championship. Like these are all things that all feel like they're part of that. Obviously, it's not only on the defense, but it feels like if you're going to do that, you kind of need that to come with it. So I don't know if that's a guarantee or anything, but it's definitely something interesting to watch. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. There was an interesting thing in the world of sports that I wonder, are we seeing a watershed moment that we haven't quite acknowledged? I want to ask you that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
preserved.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I was just talking to John about the fact that, man, I felt bad for Tatsuya Ei in at least one specific space where it felt like he was getting himself through it, where he seemed like, who did he strike out? And I've forgotten in the moment now, where he should have had a strikeout.
That, by an inch or less than an inch?
Less than a tenth of an inch.
Yeah.
We know that because Christian Vasquez, when it's, called a strike, and I think it was Randy Rosarena? It had to be.
Yeah, I think it was.
Randy Rosarena, challenges it with the ABS, and I'm like, oh man, I think that this is very much a strikeout. Great job. I think it was called as a ball, because I think that I was thinking about Christian Vasquez. Oh, good job trying to go and get your guy that strikeout to help him get out of the circumstance in which we know he needs this. A tenth of an inch off the plate. And I was like, damn.
Right.
Damn.
I also just felt bad. As much as we can talk about it, and we are, and we will, and there's more to cover with this, and there's some big decisions that need to be made, not just with Ei, but with other people in that clubhouse. As much as we can talk about that, I just felt horrible for him. Like, he was lost. And he even said post-game after that, like after I missed that pitch, I couldn't locate anything. He said I couldn't locate my slider. I couldn't get control of it again. I mean, for his own...
I think that he had already lost the slider.
Well, he probably already had, but, that's what he said. And I was just like... And we were watching the game. My wife just said, take him out. Just sympathetically, just take him out. Stop it. It was horrible to watch.
The dudes with hits in this game. Jose Altuve had one. Christian Walker had one. Zach DeZenzo and Braden Shoemake.
Yeah.
That's also kind of a part of this. They did score 2 runs at a point where it felt like, hey, in the third inning, this 2-2, hey, maybe we can do something. It also, they went down 4 runs because Ei gave up a grand slam, right?
Yeah.
After walking up the bases loaded, right?
There was that.
I understand that doesn't help, but the offense not being there also is just, it's a really terrible combination of what's happening there.
Remember
10-2 loss.
Remember when we weren't sure if Cam Smith was going to make the Major League roster, or they were challenging him to earn the spot on the Major League roster? Remember that?
Hey, we're gonna have to talk about that more in depth.
Yes,
because they've just kept playing him consistently, and where did he bat last night? Did he bat in the 5-hole?
He was. I think he's spiraling. He's having a bad go.
Buddy, he was swinging he broke 2 bats in a row on pitches inside, and I'm like, hey, buddy, maybe don't swing at that one. That was way in there.
Just a thought. Don't swing at it.
And I know how that sounds. Here's the idiot sitting on his couch watching the television while sticking chicken fingers in his face. Talking about, hey, don't swing at that pitch. Right? I'm the idiot. I get it. But also, it's
don't
clear
swing at it.
It's clear that that's not the level that he's supposed to be at.
Correct.
It's very clear that that's the case. A 10-2 loss. 11 games below 500 are your Houston Astros. They're 0-6 versus the Mariners this season. And you got 2 more. You got 2 more. And you go again tonight.
Lance
McCullers Jr., which, how you feeling?
What happened last time he was out there?
Yeah, it didn't go well.
Or is it McCullers or Burrows?
I thought it was McCullers today. Yeah, McCullers.
Okay.
Yeah, against Bryce Miller.
I was just hoping.
And then and then Burrows tomorrow against Luis Castillo.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So... yeah, it didn't go well. Here's the other thing with all the things going on with Ei and the Astros, and all of a sudden the hitting has hit a lull, and Dana Brown and Joe Espada and all. We're forgetting Lance McCullers. This is a huge game for him. Just shows something, man. His ERA right now is 7.4.
Is that good?
That is not good.
Okay, I just wanted to double check.
Just my amateur opinion.
Yeah. There is some good things to at least say about the rehab assignments that were happening yesterday with Sugarland, as I believe Hader had a pretty quiet inning of work, nice easy work. He still has a little time though, getting in his rehab circumstance. Nate Pearson looks pretty good in his inning of work. And then, of course, there's Jeremy Peña, who had anything and everything that could possibly happen.
What did he get? Hit by a pitch and
he got hit by a pitch.
Then got bowled over?
He got bowled over as he was trying to turn a play at second. But he also did get a hit and looked good. And I kind of, and maybe I should say this confession, but I'll get it out now. I kind of like that all these things happen. Not obviously, I don't want him to get hurt or anything.
Because he bounced up?
He bounced up, right? Like, if you're playing for the Astros this year, you got to be ready to deal with all of the whirlwinds. Not that he's incapable, but it's cool that he's not going to drop back in and be like, all right, now I have to get ready to weather the storm. Yeah. The storm hit him at AAA. The storm hit him before he walked in the door. Yeah. And so I think that he'll be better equipped in my mind. That's the way I'm trying to spin it in my head.
Yeah, maybe.
When he touches down. Basketball continues, and my favorite series of this NBA season, I'm willing to say it flatly, even though it was a 30-point game last night, continued on as the San Antonio Spurs absolutely did the I almost call them the Memphis Grizzlies, the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 5. They take a 3-2 lead, a commanding 3-2 lead as they are on the precipice of meeting up against the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Western Conference Finals. The big thing that seemed to happen in this one, and again, I like this for the way that the NBA goes, the Timberwolves created more of a story because they were trying to get into Victor Wembanyama's head. And Victor Wembanyama said, all right, bump that, and gave them the business.
We actually have Anthony Edwards talking about it, right, Figgy? But they tried to rough him up. They tried to rage bait him, and he mentioned that in the postgame. They were rage baiting was part of their strategy. Didn't work. What, 27-17? I want to say 4 or 5 assists, couple blocks, 3-4 blocks.
5 assists. He did have 4 turnovers, but 3 blocks to pair with that. Yeah.
We'll get into that a little further detail, Wemby himself, when we do Judge John Lopez. But this is what Anthony Edwards said.
I mean, tonight, some of the stuff that Wemby was doing, you don't really have too much of an answer for it. Just kind of hope he misses. But he came out high. He made a bunch of shots. I feel like we adjusted, fought back in the game. Tried to dig ourselves out of the hole, but I mean, eventually they created another league and running out in transition. We got to get back.
That's probably good.
Get matched up.
My favorite part of the whole quote is at the very end. He goes, "But I mean," he's like, "I mean, what are you going to do?"
It is what it is.
The inevitable nature of Victor Wembanyama. It's fun to watch just as a general basketball fan. I hate this.
Why?
For the Rockets.
Oh yeah. For the Rockets, sure.
Right. This is a competition in the West. Not only did the Spurs surpass you, they have a dude that he gets on. It becomes that time, and he goes, "Oh no, this is done.
Yeah.
We're done doing this."
I mean, I think people are still trying to figure out how to handle him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. How to control him.
Absolutely.
How to slow him down.
I mean, he put Rudy Gobert in a blender. And Rudy Gobert is he's a defensive player of the year.
4 times. Literally four times.
Did you I'm sure you saw the video. He's just going, which way is
it's
up?
Like when you're playing with the child.
Yeah.
And you just putting things behind their head.
You hold the ball behind the head, then lift it back, and they're doing little dipsy doos and spins and all that.
That's like us playing with a Nerf ball. It's kind of whoop, whoop, whoop.
It was.
That was in the Western Conference semifinals.
But here's the other scary actually part about it all. The Timberwolves are playing their asses off.
They're really good.
Man. They are playing tough. They are not backing down. They're making runs. At one point in the third quarter, they went from down, I want to say 14, to tying the game to down by 20. I mean, they're
giving the Spurs a run for their money,
and still look like they're good. They can't match them. That's what's scary about Wemby.
Correct.
Like Minnesota, this is not a chump that they're doing this.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yes. So there's that portion of it, and then there's also, and I know this is a pipe dream. I've said it as such since I first thought about it, especially with the way that the playoffs have continued to go. Ayo Dosunmu was really good for the Timberwolves. I believe he was up there, 16 points in this game, 4 assists, 3 steals, a lot of rebounds, 9 of them. And I was like, I think I just see the price going up on that kid.
Oh, yeah.
That's the type of dude who I would love to see on the Rockets.
Yeah, the speed, just the polish.
He makes some plays.
He makes some plays. Yeah, it was good. But, you're right. It's scary from the Rockets' perspective. It's just amazing in general. And like I said, we'll dig in on that more.
Rest in peace to Jason Collins, the first actively openly gay NBA player. I think he was the first active openly gay player in American sports.
Mm-hmm.
He passed away yesterday at the age of 47 after a brain cancer diagnosis. He fought with that for a little bit. I think he had announced it late last year, if memory serves.
Mm-hmm.
He passed away at 47. A iconic figure, and I mean, he wasn't a bad player either.
No, not at all. But yeah, two players yesterday, and I guess
the NBA lost a couple of guys.
The update on the other one was apparently
Brandon Clark.
Yeah, Brandon Clark. They're thinking it was drug induced, and they found paraphernalia, no foul play, so just incredibly sad as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. And so NBA world lost a couple of figures in it, and you hate to say that. Obviously, condolences to their families and those that care about them. One more thing here before we go, and I mentioned this in the tease. I think that we might be seeing a watershed moment a little bit in the world of sports medicine that I don't know how much we're paying attention to. Tarek Skubal, Cy Young level pitcher for the Detroit Tigers. He underwent what Scott Boras is trying to term as the Skubal scope.
He really wants this.
Buddy, you don't always have to be selling.
Yes, he does. What are you saying?
Always selling.
Always.
Buddy, we talk about elbow surgery. He's like, hey, man, no. Get the brand right. It's the Skubal scope.
It's the Skubal scope.
We're going to make him Tommy John. Which actually, if you're Tarek Skubal, do you want a procedure named after you for real?
It depends on how good your career is.
Is it paying?
Yeah, if
he getting some money off of
paid off of this.
No, but if he has a Hall of Fame career, then hell yeah, you do. Because look at what I did. I underwent, and I guess I don't know exactly the difference. It's not as invasive, I guess, as Tommy John.
So it's the needle. Well, it's something that kind of deals differently. It almost works like an injection. Right? It's dealing with the scope. So it's not. You're not actually dealing with repairing the tissue there. But, there was a bone chip in there, and so like a loose member. And, we see scopes every year at the end of the season. The thing about this one is there's the incision, or there's not an incision, is a needle-sized device, so it can be manipulated with a 120-degree look. So you're not being cut open. You're not dealing with stitches. You can do this and maybe be back to playing, remove whatever you need to remove, and maybe be back to be playing faster than ever seen before. He had a lima bean-sized particle in the back of his elbow.
Yikes.
It seems like he could be they're making his return to pitching possibly within less than half of what's normally expected from a procedure of this nature.
We'll see. But obviously it is less invasive. It does seem to be, one of the things that can maybe get a guy back earlier. We'll see. But and also how he performs.
Now, of course, this is not the same level as that of a Tommy John procedure. But the thing that I thought of is how many times, because I mentioned it, how many times do we see like a scope or something that they have to leave till the end of the season? What if something like this, the recovery time is so short that you could get it done in the midst of a season?
I think and
get a guy back to playing him better than previously they were playing before.
That's going to be. It's going to be tried because people want to get these guys back, especially the high price players.
No, for sure. So I'm wondering if this is a watershed moment. It's complete with named after a pitcher or a player that so that it's prevalent there. But we'll see. Interesting to see that happen now with an AL team. That's not what I want to see. More teams getting players back faster than the Astros. Not what I love, but not that they're really competing. Now are they? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. In fact, speaking of the Astros, Tatsuya Ei did not have a good outing ultimately. What actually went wrong, and what are the problems underlying? Is there something bigger? Let's discuss that next.
The Texans schedule. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In a complete instance of one of these things is not like the other. In fact, they're disparate opposites. Mm-hmm. Last night, obviously, Tatsuya Ei took the mound for the Astros. We'll talk more about that here in a second, as it was not that great. But I don't know, Lopez, did you see that Paul Skeens was on the bump for the Pittsburgh
Well,
Pirates?
I did see that.
As soon as he got his first out, they put up a no-hitter counter.
They did not.
They did. It said 0.1, as if to say 1/3 of an inning.
You can tell us. You're lying.
100% the truth.
Figure, you think he's telling the truth?
I think he's telling the truth.
1 out.
They were like, no hitters on the mound. Here we go. Let's see. Can he do it? Like, that is the complete. I feel like it would have had to be a countdown if we did it for Tatsuya Ei, which is like, can he make it to 5?
It kind of was. I was like, all right. Well, actually, you were texting the group too. Like, hey, that wasn't a bad inning. And I'm like, hold on to that thought.
Well, that's why I was texting the group. I was like, if I'm going to get this
I better get it in now.
Yeah, the other pitcher was, I think he was talking about the other pitcher in the
Brian Wu?
Was cooking.
Brian Wu was
I thought you talking about Ei. I was about to say he might be boiling water. He ain't cooking.
No. Brian Wu was he was spotting, putting the ball right. Some of these he couldn't have placed them better if he had walked them up.
Yeah.
To the strike zone and been like, I want it to go right there. He was cooking.
It was one that
early.
They called the ball, and I'm like, please don't challenge it. Don't challenge it.
You know, I kind of mastered that, or all of us have. You say, okay, ooh, that looked like it was just outside.
Yeah. No, it was one. I'm like, that looked like a strike. Yeah. And they challenged. I'm like, damn.
Why'd they do that?
It was a strike. Like, damn.
Y'all were very much right about it.
You got to say something.
Why'd you got to say something? Like, don't say anything.
Quiet.
Yes.
I mean, they got after Brian Wu just a little bit, but not nearly enough to make a dent in the game, especially with the way that Tatsuya Ei collapsed once he eventually did. It was 4 innings of work. It really could have been 3 if you wanted to just get through what would work, but you needed more out of him. The fourth inning fell apart for him. 10-2 was the score in favor of the Mariners, and it was just bad. It was not good for Tatsuya Ei. And so what actually went wrong here is the question that we had. Because he threw his 80 pitches. His ERA balloons up to 9.24 after giving 5 bases, 3 on walks, 2 on hit by pitches, 6 earned runs, including a grand slam that ultimately made it so that the 4th inning was a lost cause. What actually went wrong from your perspective?
All right, so I'm glad we're here because we've talked about Ei and the performance and how brutal it was to watch, and talking about, and I know you guys probably felt a little bit of this as well. Like, just take him out of there, for his sake, to just be done with it. Save him. How he was lost, how he didn't seem ready. For the moment, how things fell apart after, he started, not placing his slider, how he's only throwing 2 pitches. We've talked about all this.
That's so crazy that it was only, and that was a him decision.
Yeah.
He said it afterwards through a translator that he asked the pitching staff and the coaches, like, hey, I want to do it my way, which in Japan, he threw 2 pitches. I'm surprised because I texted you guys. Well, no wonder he's not going to go deep, and we knew it. You're dealing with a reliever bag. Relievers don't make it multiple times through an order. See a lineup multiple times with 2 pitches. That's a really, really hard thing to do. And so it was inevitable that you were going to start getting hit. That's before you even consider the fact that even with us talking about him getting through the first 3 innings, something that I don't know how many people have discussed, if you actually look at where the glove is being placed by Christian Vazquez all night, he's missing even the fastball.
Yeah.
Like, there was an instance where he gets right past, he blows one by, and who was it?
Well, the pass ball. The pass ball was a low. He set up low, Vazquez. And then it went way over past the webbing of Vazquez's, he had to stand up and missed it.
Those are the ones that are obvious. There was one where he blows one by a Randy Arozarena. It was a 95, and it looked like it was 98. And it was high and inside. And I was like, whew, that's a great spot. If you didn't look earlier and see that Christian Vazquez has his glove out here on the outside corner, and you're just like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Like, this is the issue. The stuff is incredible. The stuff really looks very, very good.
Yeah.
He just can't command it.
Okay, so that's clearly that stuff. There are a lot of things you can put on Ei, but here's where I want to go. how much of it is really his fault? Because yes, the mound is too hard. We heard about that. We eat at the park instead of the hotel. We know the story, the location, the fact that he only felt good with 2 pitches.
Well, that's crazy because you take it back to, we were talking about this. You take it back to spring. Wasn't Taylor Trammell talking about the fact that splitter that he has?
It was filthy, and allegedly.
If you actually looked at the spring training games, they couldn't hit him.
Yeah.
And so he's got the great stuff. He just has to command it, and that's between the ears right now.
That's on him as well. A lot of it is on him. Maybe he's just homesick. Maybe he's not equipped, emotionally or professionally, to do the job. But let's set aside
all of that
Tatsuya Ei for this conversation.
Okay.
How much of it is on Joe Espada and Dana Brown? And I'm curious because Dana Brown, I think the majority of the blame, if you want to use that word, falls on him. He went out and got Tatsuya Ei. So exactly, there clearly was a giant hole in the process of going to Japan, going to get him, scouting him, having the relationships in Japan as they do. The Astros more than anybody else should know about how important the relationships are because they're South American, they're Venezuelan academy and all that stuff. They've been so good at it, building relationships. What is he really like? Can he throw the Major League Baseball? Is his stuff Major League quality across the board? Building those relationships, that falls on the general manager and his staff. That falls on him. Yes, Ei you can blame, but to be the infrastructure once he gets here, the personnel that you surround him with, the relationships you have with the Dodgers and other teams that have a great history of bringing in Japanese players, like this is on Dana Brown, as not as much per se, but a lot of it is on Dana Brown because they did not equip him properly to get over here.
I think that they definitely identified the stuff is there, right? Yeah. We've talked about that. I think that this is a good point because it is indeed between the ears. Again, it'd be something else if the stuff didn't look right, right? Then the idea of the con art, he just can't put it where he needs to. And I feel like every pitcher goes through that to some degree, but that is more of a comfort, and he just can't get comfortable. And this is where the translator thing was kind of fun, which actually, let me stop there. They have had 4 translators?
Is it 4 now? I knew it was 3.
At least 3. Let's go with a more, team-friendly.
I think it might be 4.
I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Right?
But let's just even say, for argument's sake, that it's 3. 3 translators in the span of a month is not a plan. It's not a game plan. It's not even a damn. We made a little oopsie. Yeah. That's a big old issue.
That's not on Ei.
And I don't know. Obviously, I don't know that we have any idea or insight as to why you end up with 3 translators, but. No matter what, somebody got to be able to put their hand up about that because that's not that. There's no way that's helpful. Because especially in a circumstance where a dude has already expressed, it was one of the first, kind of soft stories that we got about him was that Ryan Weiss reaching out, like I know what it's like to be, to be the person, the fish out of water, and that has been his entire experience all the way through. Ryan Weiss made the reach out, but it seems like no other thing has been put in place for that to help. And honestly, having different translators doesn't help either because at least that's somebody that can speak his language that maybe you could have some relation with. He seems like a dude who's just out here on a work trip that is a year long. Yeah. He don't know nobody, and the work is going poor, and there's nowhere where he can turn to take his mind off of it or find a way to find some level of resolve.
And that's on Dana Brown. You don't bring these players over on a whim. You have to do incredible research. You have to build those relationships as I talked about. You have to equip them, especially when you were paying $18 million a year. Was it $54 million total for 3 years? And you don't equip him properly to help him succeed. And I want to just make clear, it's not a lot is on Ei. You know how I feel about him. I think he should that should probably be it, at least in the major leagues. And Reggie and I, to your point, Figgy, Reggie and I were talking about this during a break. You have to pay Ei, but you don't have to play him. You can send him to the AAA and just ride it out. A month, 3 months, the entire season, whatever it is. That's just a side note.
Can I ask you a question, though, about the – because in my brain, I'm like, the stakes of this feel really high. If we were saying that the comfort, as he's talked about, and I know some people view it as soft or whatever, the inability to acquiesce, do we feel like AA, AAA actually helps that? Because, again, it's not, hey, I need to find my stuff. I need to find control. Does actually him going to AAA, now that helps the major league team because you're not giving up games.
That's my point. That's my point.
But for him, assuming that you're still trying to get something out of him, which they are, he's making his next start, as Joe Espada said. They're still trying to get something out of him. Does it matter if it's AA or AAA if you're not getting to what feels like a root issue of finding a way to actually make him comfortable, especially with the dudes that he's ostensibly going to play with once he's good?
I think it matters. The most important way it matters is if you're going to fancy yourself as a team that can still get back in the race, you don't play him in the major leagues. Period. End of story. You don't play him right now because you're giving away games. I mean, it's very, very clear. His body language, which, by the way, and this is a good transition to get to Joe Espada. Let's listen. I thought this was hilarious when Joe Espada was asked, Figgy, I think it's cut 5, about Emai's body language. You have that?
You know, it's this is a team sport, right? We have to all work this together and handle this together as a club. You know, we all got to hold each other and pick each other up. This is not only Emai or one individual. This is a team. We all going to have to, work this together and figure things out. We got to help them through this the same way we got to help the rest of these guys.
So, in other words, Espada saw what we saw because he was asked specifically about Emai's body language, and he goes, "You know what? It's about all of us. It's about all of us. We all have to help him."
You be getting after folks for saying it is what it is. That's what you say when you don't want to answer the question.
That's worse.
He said, "You asked about body language." Well, I mean, it's just we all in this together. We just a big old family. We just here to love on each other.
So that answers your question. At least my answer to your question. If you're going to sit there with a straight face and say we think we can get back in this, then you do not play him. You send him to the minor leagues until something gets right, whether it's control. Which again, that's not major league hitters, but you can maybe get more control of your slider,
right? And but here's the thing that I think of, because I'm of the mind that hey, man, in the same way that you're talking about, if you want to win baseball games, he can't be playing right now. Actually, we will differ on the idea of how many arms you actually have to be able to be starters right now, and I think that is a factor in the conversation as to why he continues to pitch, but. Send him to AAA, send him somewhere else where he can work on this away from things. I just don't know if that actually gets to what I believe to be the heart of the issue is this dude is just he's swimming here without anything to moor him, and there's nothing here that's around for him to grab onto. Right? There's nobody. This is not a place with a robust Japanese culture.
Yeah.
If we're going to be entirely honest about Houston. It's a very diverse place, but that may be one of the places that's a little bit lacking in this space. They're on the road all the damn time anyway, so it'd be hard. And you send them to Corpus, how much better does it get there, right? I guess Sugar Land ends up being a little different because it's still in this place. But yeah, man, I do wonder where is the mooring that he gets, especially when you think of the things that will help a pitcher that is flailing. A great catcher. Christian Vasquez feels like a great catcher for that to be the case. And in that game last night, I saw the moment, and it was very evident, where a catcher is ready to be like, hey, let me help you consider a thing that you have not considered. And they couldn't even communicate.
They couldn't. And they even had a meeting at the mound, and then after that, they were trying to figure out if he was going to pitch from the stretch or the windup. And they're looking in the dugout at their fourth interpreter to try to get the answer.
See, that don't look like a starting MLB pitcher, man.
No.
At that point, I'll be like, all right, we need to maybe send you to Tampa or something so you can practice on your own.
Yeah.
He got to do something.
But him being – that's the thing is the difficult thing and the confounding portion of this is him being alone. I feel like that's the problem here. I think that's a large part of the issue.
Yeah.
Here. You can call him a crybaby or whatever, but you want to get some of this value out of this $18 million or not.
I mean, look, I ain't trying to be funny, but do they need to send him back to Japan, where he's a little more comfortable or something like that?
You know my thought on that.
Not a one.
Like yes,
not a one-way ticket.
I even texted it to you last night. Just go home, dude. Nothing personal. But that's not realistically going to happen. But what can happen is that, what we just talked about. But I think a big portion of this falls directly on the shoulders of Dana Brown. Dana Brown. Not all of it, because there's a Joe Espada factor as well,
too. Dana Brown, like, hey, man, this comes to Jim Crane as well, man. Like,
Jim Crane as well.
I look at this as a normal free agency signing. They signed the guy. This guy ain't work. He can't even get through two or three innings.
But then there's a Joe Espada factor, too. And the afternoon guys have been all about Joe Espada and some of the issues that they have with him. I think they got a lot of evidence in this whole Emai pitching last night thing, because Joe Espada, again, all due respect, but this has all the markings of they crammed this down his throat. They made him pitch, because no manager is going to sit there and fill out a lineup card with a pitcher that has been struggling, number one, has 2 pitches, number two, and you're trying to get back in the race against a division opponent, number three, and without being pushed around by the general manager and or the owner to play him. That's a sign of weakness.
How do you feel about the relationship between Joe Espada and Dana Brown? Do you feel like they kind of?
I think Joe Espada knows who his boss is, and he's going to do what he says.
Because this is what it feels like to me. It seemed like he just putting them out there. Hey, that's their guy.
Right.
That's who they signed.
Maybe it's that.
I'm going to keep doing it. Mm-hmm. That's who they wanted.
There was a couple of things in this outing that felt a little bit like Joe Espada doing almost a parent-like thing where it's like, all right, we'll see what the response is, and then we'll respond to it, right?
I agree.
The big thing for me was Tatsuya Ei saying that he was the one who said he wanted to go back to what he did in Japan, which is throwing 2 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Which, buddy,
yeah.
I mean, if you're not having a great time commanding, just throwing a fastball and an off speed, you think major league pitchers aren't going to suss this out and be able to whoop the hit you
figured
around?
him out in the second inning.
They figured him out pretty quickly.
Like, oh, this is about to be easy.
But that is a thing that feels almost like, because again, he asked for permission on this. It almost feels like, and you can bring this to Joe Espada and the team and not being able to get across to him. But it almost felt to me like when you are a teenager thinking you know better than your parents and they go, all right, go ahead. We'll see what happens.
When a major league hitter has a 50-50 chance, you're cooked. You are cooked. You can either sit on the slider or sit on the fastball.
Yep.
And that pitcher is cooked. No manager wants to do that. And by the way, the slider started missing, so you're sitting on 1 pitch. You have a 100% chance. You know the slider's going to miss.
I don't think it's exactly that, but the point is well made.
No, I'm saying
it's really big.
No, of when you see that one pitch,
right?
You know it's not a cutter. It's
you
not
ain't thinking 5 other pitches.
It's not a changeup. You know, when you see that pitcher in the frame, you know, batters frame that little box. All right, fastball, boom, you're done. You have no shot.
What do you do with this though? Like, what do you do?
You
with
send him down. Get right, man. Get right. Again,
I thought they did send him down.
I'll end this, but keep him down. Not because Dana Brown wants him up here because of pride, you know, or Joe Espada wants him up here because they're making him. Put him down there.
Would you consider him coming out the bullpen?
No, not right now. I'll say it again, Figgy. You do have to pay him. You don't have to play him.
I wonder if Nate Pearson being close to returning as a bullpen guy and maybe Hader coming back within the next few weeks to a month, if getting some bullpen arms back doesn't let you stretch a blue ball out back into a starter.
I think that's a good choice.
Because I think that this is the issue. Like, I know that you don't want to acknowledge it, but dude, there's just not starting pitchers right now with the amount of injuries and the dudes who are
I acknowledge that. What I'm saying is I'll take anyone else.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
there are arms. They don't have just
going full
8 guys.
Days?
They don't have just Kai Tang. You got guys down on the farm. You got Blue Ball. Like, literally, Reggie, anyone else.
My thing is
anyone else.
My thing is if this was John Smith making these,
they would be pitching someone else.
He would be gone.
Yeah, they would.
He would be gone. They ain't gonna keep throwing them out there because they need arms.
But they have been throwing out. John Smiths have been gone. Like dudes have been going up.
He can't even get through 2 innings, man.
But you can't just say we don't have anyone because you do have someone. They may not be your first choice, but they're better than this dude.
Yeah, he's not looking good, and he's struggling mentally.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's do that. Let's talk about
610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Well, this is a fun little twist, Figgy and Reggie. We're getting the confessions from the studio audience, from people. We might get to those
we need
here.
to do that more often.
That's what Reggie and I were just talking about. We're, like, I confess, blah, 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 blah. Well, let's
text your confessions in.
Yeah, text your confessions in. We'll get to that here in just a bit. I got a confession, though, as I often do every day. It's weird. You have to confess something every day.
Yeah, I don't like telling y'all about myself anyway. This is crazy talk.
So something happened last night that is kind of getting the internet going nuts, and certainly social media platforms, that got me thinking about my low-key biggest rivals. So I confess. I'm going to confess some of my low-key, not the obvious ones, not the Titans or Longhorns or whatever.
The Strunk family.
The Strunk family in general.
Or Adams family.
Amy Adams, I hate her. Mm-hmm. But so did you see the UTSA Texas State baseball at the end of that game? It's all over right now.
Oh, I missed.
UTSA coach started throwing. Well, he pushed. He pushed a coach on the other team.
Hell yeah, brother.
And I got to read the quote because apparently I didn't know UTSA. That's how I got here. UTSA and Texas State was was that big of a rival.
Yeah.
Like, they hate each other. Big time. So you're familiar with it.
Yeah, because UTA was
they're right next to each other.
UTA was in division with them way back in the day.
That's right.
Was that Southland Conference?
Back then,
or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember Texas State, UTSA, they don't like each other.
They hate each other. This was the quote. Keep in mind, this is the head coach of UTSA's baseball program. Quote, I don't know what happened with Hubbard. That's the other coach. I guess or the pitcher, I guess. I guess they didn't like it, throwing tight. We were talking about it, and their assistant coach put his hands on me. So I put my hands back on him. He shoved him to the ground.
Yeah.
I hope the video is available so everyone can see he put his hands on me first.
He pulled the Pedro Martinez and Don Zimmer.
That's right. I'm not going to let him put his hands on me. I'm not going to let someone put their hands on me. I don't even know his name. He went there. You can print that too. Right. I don't even know his name, but he put his hands on me, and I'm going to defend myself. Print it all. And print it is what he said.
How did he make me hate him so quickly? I was on his side. You remember that? I was on his side. Yes. He's like, I don't even know his. All right, dog. You know his name.
Put that in your article.
He said, print it.
That's one of the things I absolutely hate. The person who tries to be bigger than this situation when they are clearly not bigger than this situation. I don't know who you are. You know exactly who they are. You are in the mud with them. Just be here. In fact, that's one of the reasons. It's a mini confession of my own. I really hate the quote unquote baseball fight when all we're doing is up here bumping the chest.
No, he did him a good push to the ground.
Y'all can be mad from the dugout. If y'all get out here, go ahead and do something about it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, don't pull the thing out unless you plan to bang. Shout out to Outkast, right? Ultimately, the idea being, if you get out here, be about it.
Yeah.
And I can appreciate that they were about it. Up until old buddy was like, I did it in defense. Nah, man, be about it.
Yeah, exactly. So just real quick before we get on to, I guess, our listeners are texting in their confessions today, but my low-key big rivalries.
Okay.
Because I didn't know UTSA Texas State was that big a rivalry. College, I think I've talked about this. Ole Miss, just in general, they seem to be quite full of themselves. Their tailgating is vastly overrated. Their team, they occasionally have a really good squad as they did this past season, but they act like they're Ohio State or something. And then the NFL, Pittsburgh Steelers. I think it's just old wounds.
Yeah, because
I think it's just old wounds. Hate the Steelers.
Those are okay.
And they play them this year.
Very good.
Yeah.
How did it feel to have to defend Ole Miss then when another one of your rivals, Lane Kiffin, did them wrong?
I just hate. I just
you hate everybody involved.
Everybody involved, and print it.
Thank you.
These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, I'm rocking with a rookie in this NFL draft class for one reason alone. That rookie, mind you, is Sonny Styles.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you could probably try and guess why you think I'm rocking for Sonny Styles.
Rocking for Sonny Styles. His name?
It's not that.
No.
Right? That would be a good reason, right? He's a little bit of a throwback name. I don't know how many Sonnies we got out here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm rocking with Sonny Styles because in college, he wore the number 0 while playing linebacker. In the NFL, he said, I'm going to wear the number 52.
What?
And I was like, the kids are all right.
Wow.
The kids are all right.
He going old school.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I miss numbers that are associated with positions.
Mm-hmm.
I miss knowing by looking at the number exactly what you do and what you about, right? Because it's not even just the positions. You know, certain numbers you go, oh, you a tight end, or you a wide receiver wearing 88? Okay.
Yeah.
Versus, all right, you a wide receiver wearing 83. All right, it's a little different, right? I like the linebacker wearing 52 just looks right.
Ray Lewis's number.
It just looks good.
Do you think he gonna keep it for good though?
Again, that's Ray Lewis's number. I think he's.
No, I get that.
Yeah, I think he's. Just
I feel like
hey.
I'm sounding like
he don't play for the same team.
I know, but
do you think he's gonna keep it for good though? Because you know the kids.
Did he say it? Did he say I'm rocking 52?
His explanation was, "quote I'm not really a big number guy. Like I wasn't really big into single digits. I like 0. Mikey has 0. So then, like I was telling the linebackers coach, who was Ken Norton, mind you, he said that I think it was." In the room with London on the Wall, London Fletcher, LeVar Arrington. I think it was Ken Harvey, Monty Coleman. I was all like 50 numbers, and I was like, shoot, I'm going to pick a 50 number. So he's looking at all the legends up there that are in the 50s, and he goes, well, bleep it, let me get a 50. Now, if that 0 comes free, he might switch to it. But I think,
but he did. I mean, he did say he don't care for the single digits, right?
Yeah, but he said he did like 0 though, but 0 was taken. So he was like, yeah, let me take a 50. I think that he is in a place where he don't care enough about numbers. And I don't know if this is the reason why, but inadvertently restore the feeling of the linebacker that wears 50 that's going to get up here and hit you. Please and thank you.
I think he'll probably keep it then, Figgy, to answer your question.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. How you feel about everybody just keep changing their numbers, by the way?
I think you got one.
I kind of got a little irritated.
I think one is fine.
I think Kamari changed his number. It kind of irritated me a little bit. That's the second time he changed his number.
Yeah, I think one is fine.
That's a great point. I forgot about the previous. Yeah. I'm not actually upset about it, but I did tell Lopez one of the things that is going to annoy me a little bit. I look at my notes, and in my notes, I write down player numbers instead of names. All my notes from last year are going to be real.
Yeah, you got to redo them.
Yeah.
I'm not redoing them. I'm just going to have to hopefully remember that the number that for last year was not Woody Marks. It was indeed Kamari last.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So earlier today, I know I keep bringing up First Take in my confessions, but it was on in the studio, and Alfonso Ribeiro was on with Stephen A. Smith and all them, which was kind of random. I was wondering what was he up there for?
He was on for about half an hour.
Yeah, I wonder if he promoting something or he just come to hang out.
Well, he's the host of America's Funniest Videos, which I believe is an ABC product. So I think that the mouse.
Are they coming back though?
It's been on TV.
Like, is it still? So is he coming on to promote that?
Because I'm guessing.
Usually people come on to promote something. They might have a movie or something like that.
They did a segment that was tied to it, so I'm guessing that was what it was. I think this is a whole mouse taking one property and putting it on another property. I'm guessing that's what
it's kind of funny. They still promoting that show, by the way. That show been around for a very long time.
The show shouldn't even exist.
I know.
A compilation of videos. Where could we possibly find that except every app that we have on our phones right now?
I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah. But anyway, he was on First Take, and you know how they put the name up there, and then they give you a brief resume of what he did.
Yeah.
They put on there Dancing with the Stars, host of America's Funniest Videos, and that was it.
Come on, man.
I got to confess, I was a little upset that they ain't put Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on there.
Yes. If you're not familiar, Alfonso Ribeiro plays Carlton on Fresh Prince, and that was not up there.
I feel like he probably going into these places like, hey, you can't mention anything about Carlton.
Could be right.
Because this is like the third time he appeared on the show and no mention of his legendary character.
That irrationally upsets me too. And I know it's irrational. Doesn't have an effect on my life.
And look, I ain't sitting there saying he should go in there doing a Carlton dance every single time.
Yeah.
But that was a big part of his career, man.
It's the reason he's still getting jobs. I know he's talented. That's not to just say that he's not
super talented.
But when you go in and you have an agent and you go into a network or whatever, and you're like, oh, Oh, that guy. Yeah, he'll sell tickets or he'll get viewers or whatever. You know, it's because of Carlton.
Yeah, I do wonder how many people that was watching First Take looked up and said, "Oh, that's the guy from that's the host America's Funny Home Videos."
Yeah,
or that's the guy that was on Dancing with the Stars. I wonder if how many people actually did that rather than Carlton on there.
Not a lot. It reminded me. I think I mentioned this to you in a break, Figgy. It reminds me of those big name bands that show up at a concert and say, "Hey, we're going to play all our new stuff." Everybody's like, "Oh man, that's not why we're here. We're not here for the new stuff. We're here for the classics."
Yeah, and look, Fresh Prince was a really good show, so I'm sure it's hard to top that in their careers and all that type of stuff. But you still got to put that on the resume, man. That's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, real quick before we go here, a couple of confessions come in here on the text line. Shout out to Ocho coming over to the dark side. He said, after years of condemning it, I confess to eating pizza with pineapple and absolutely love it. Yeah, man. It's good.
Loving
good.
it.
It is good.
Have y'all had it before?
I always say it's good, but I wouldn't. It's never my first or second or third choice.
I had it. I had it a few times, and I didn't hate it, but I didn't go back to it. Oh, people always have their certain type of pieces.
Yeah.
So I just never went back to it.
It's not in your top three, right?
If it was in there in the kitchen, I would take a slice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then shout out to the 713. They said Sean the God Guy here. What a name to give yourself.
The God Guy.
I don't know what that means, but we're gonna move past it. They said, I confess I'm getting to the age where if my wife offers me the choice between sex or a foot rug, I am taking the foot rub.
Wow. That's a good confession.
It's a really good confession.
That's a really good confession.
I'm not even mad at you for that.
Hey, shout out to you. I would not choose the same personally, but to each their own. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Maybe we do that a little bit more often. Just add some text line confessions as well. Coming up next on this Wednesday, you should be happy with the text line that you are not having to enter the court of Judge John Lopez, but you get to play along on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for them to move on from Şengün, but we got to get something in return.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Back the way it belongs. Judge John Lopez, after a brief hiatus.
You didn't have to argue your case, did you?
After a brief hiatus. Now, judging along with our listeners, a couple of cases here, a couple of good ones for you. The first one might seem like a little bit tangential, but it's actually something that I think could be meaningful for a lot of people. Cal Raleigh, you're familiar with his work or lack thereof up until, I want to say, the 8th inning last night?
Buddy, can I give you another confession?
Mm-hmm.
I was not paying close attention at that point. My attention had very much wandered.
I was back and forth with the Timberwolves Spurs, but I did get to see Cal Raleigh.
Hey, I was so bad with the Astros. I was just watching whenever Imai was on the mound.
Oh, that's what I was flipping back when the Astros were
when the Astros were on offense. I'm like, yep, nope.
It's train wreck sport in a different kind of way.
I didn't even want to see Yordan, man.
That's right.
Don't worry, there wasn't much to be seen.
So that's another story. Cal Raleigh was 0 for 38, I believe, going into the 8th inning.
But he hadn't hit for like a month.
0 for 38. The franchise record was like 42, so he was right up on that. And
that's another thing to be upset about, Astros.
Yeah, exactly. And he went the other way and got a base hit. Yeah, he went the other way, got a base hit, and broke that 0 for 38 streak. But then he asked for the ball, like a rookie getting his first major league hit or whatever it might be. Fair or foul that a player like that, is that an insult to the game? Is it too much? Fair or foul that Cal Raleigh asked for the ball after snapping an 0 for 38 streak?
You know what, Your Honor? I'm going to say that's fair. Mm-hmm. I think this is something we haven't really seen in the MLB. Usually people don't want, they probably got a whole bunch of baseballs from their first hit or first home run and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. You've never really seen anybody ask for a ball after snapping a 0 for 38 hitless streak.
Yeah.
So I think I'm kind of rolling with him on this one. Maybe that's motivation to kind of keep him going a little bit. Mm-hmm. Got his first hit and just kind of treating it as a sign of motivation. I'd never seen it before.
What, he hit 60 home runs last year? 50 something? It was something like that. And then he asked for the ball after a base hit 0 for 38. What do you think there, counselor?
He was a runner-up to, and he asked, and this wasn't even a home run.
No, it's a single, opposite way.
But he hit, not even extra base hit. Have some shame. Are you kidding? And here's the thing. I know this is going to feel uncomfortable to say. I'm trying to make a case. You'll understand what I mean. It's against the bleeping Astros, too. You ain't even hit off nobody good.
The bullpen at that.
What's wrong with you?
It was the bullpen. It was batting practice.
But he had a WAR of 7.4 last year.
Mm-hmm.
As you mentioned, he hit a number of home runs. The number specifically, 60 of them
I thought it was 60.
Hell, he had 147 hits last year.
Mm-hmm.
You got one of them this year, and you're like, hey, buddy, I'm going to need that one. Where you going to put it? Where you displaying that, big dog? You put it in the living room?
Maybe prominently.
To me, I look at this when that player get their first home run, and you get to the dugout and everybody's celebrating like you won the game. It was only just your first home run in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of look at this like this.
Like, you should have some shame about all of this, right? You just got back to actually doing your job after slacking off on your shift a number of times.
Do you know how hard it is to hit a baseball?
Oh, there you go, Bill O'Brien.
And you know what?
You guys are unbelievable.
It's difficult to hit a baseball in the abstract. How difficult is it for Cal Raleigh to hit a baseball? Usually not that difficult. And recently, not that difficult up until this year, right? Look. All this does, you going and asking for the baseball, is accentuating the fact that you are so damn bad for
That's
a matter
great
of
argument.
weeks.
That's a great part of the argument right there.
You should just move past this. You should have been like, see, guys, I hit baseballs. Nothing to see here.
Hey, just imagine going to this man cave and be like, you see that ball right there?
Yeah.
That's the ball that saved me from having the world record.
Where's the one with your 60th home run? Oh, it's in the attic.
Yeah. This one right here, this one snapped my streak. The longest streak of my career.
60th home run ball in the attic. He's got his 0 for 38 ball.
This one means a lot to me right
on the
here.
mantle.
Deeply shameful.
Oh, well, I guess I got to reach a judgment. We do have another case here. Your argument on that was really strong, but I feel as if the intent sometimes has to come into play. So I'm going to side with Figgy because I think baseball needs more fun. Baseball needs more fun, and I thought he was just having some fun with that. So,
and your fun is in the fact that your name is Big Dumper. Get out here,
it's true.
Lead a baseball.
What they should have did. I wasn't watching the game. Did he stay in the game after that?
Oh, well, I mean,
they should have took him out. They should have took him out
Pitch
the game.
runner?
He should have did a tip of the hat.
Yeah.
They should have made a spirit line inside the dugout.
That would have been
all
awesome.
for that one hit.
That would have been funny for them, but you know what happens tomorrow?
They get beamed.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if it's all worth that.
Yeah. All right. Little audio piece of, I guess it's not evidence. Yeah, evidence. I'll call it evidence. So Paul Pierce was talking about Victor Wembanyama's performance in this series and specifically last night.
I'm sitting on my couch watching this, right, and I'm eating my California chicken cafe. I got the rotisserie chicken. And I'm watching Wemby, and I swear to you, I said, and I'm watching, like, this is the best basketball player I've ever seen play. He is the most complete player we've ever seen play the game. Like, we could talk about Broad, George, Joe. He is the most complete player in the history of the game. Like, the way he influences the defense, and then when he turns it on the offense and he's just making all kind of shots. The type of shots that he's making at this size, even the ones he missed where he got fouled and they threw the lob and he almost made it. Like, I'm looking like to contort his body the way he does it at that size. The putback and one, he reaches his hand with the touch. Like, all this little stuff. I'm looking at the little things that he's doing as a guy that size, and it's just like unbelievable.
All right. Figgy, Victor Wembanyama, you heard him. The greatest player we've ever seen already.
Your Honor, it hurts me to say this, and I know this could be way too early, but just the eye test, I will say yes. This is the greatest player with my own eyes on the court ever seen, man. We never seen somebody that was 7'5" that could dribble like a point guard and just can shoot everywhere, who could play inside, who could play defense. We talked about this last week, how he had, 15 blocks? 12 blocks. 12 blocks. Yeah. That's insane. That is literally some NBA 2K type stuff. And I think he's right, man. And look, I'm not saying he's the greatest player ever, because he got a long way to go with that. But right now, like just
seeing like the skill set
straight up off the eye test, just watching somebody play. I don't think we ever seen anybody like that. And we had some great players in this league. And we could probably go back to your time where you got some of the best centers in the league just playing and how athletic they are. But man, I don't know if they were playing like this, where they were just shooting threes and crossing people over, spin moves and stuff like that. He is literally a creative player.
I think that from my stance on this, there's two things that Paul Pierce claimed. He claimed that he was the greatest player, and he claimed that he was the most complete player, and I think he's wrong on both accounts. I think when we talk about greatness in sports, this is when we start talking about accolades. He just has not played long enough or really in enough of these big situations to talk about. Because when we start talking about greatness, this is when we bring up Bill Russell, this is when we bring up Michael Jordan, and that's not simply on the incredible physical things that they did. Clearly, those show up, but it's the nature of their ability to navigate some of the adversities of sports, which Wembanyama has dealt with. He's dealing with some of those in this moment, but he just has not faced enough of those yet to get there. I think the most complete player is the interesting one to bring up here for Paul Pierce, and there, I will say no. It's a little bit more difficult because of what you're talking about, Fig. Like, this is a 7'5" dude. We start there. He should not be able to do all these things, except we get a little closer to Kevin Durant doing some of those things. Maybe you could say, all right, the defense is there. The point that I would clearly point to at this point, Victor Wembanyama is not enough of a playmaker. And this is where, in order to throw up a potential opposite, I know that nobody really loves this, LeBron James is a more complete player. When we talk about playmaking, when we talk about scoring, even defense for a long period of his career, both perimeter defense and, honestly, as a deterrent around the rim, LeBron James was more complete in that way. I think if Victor Wembanyama becomes more of a playmaker, then I'm very, very scared that he will eventually answer this. But as of right now, can't say it.
I think, Reggie, you had a next to impossible task arguing the point there because of just the skill set. I think that's what Paul Pierce was talking about, like what he is capable of doing.
I'll talk about skills.
In terms of playmaking, though, I mean, we just talked about what he did to Rudy Gobert, making the three-time Defensive Player of the Year. But just whirl around like he's in a blender with an assist, by the way. It's tough. Nobody can sit here and say greatest player ever, or greatest player we've ever seen, however he wants to put it, when it comes to career, because he's a baby. He's in his third year, right? But if your argument is skill set, what we are looking at, the abilities that he has, I think I got to side with Figgy on that. Just the raw abilities and the hints. Maybe that's what it is. The hints of what we're going to see.
But if we're talking about hints, we've seen a lot of dudes who have given us hints. That's really fun. I don't know what that actually means in this.
Yeah, we've seen a lot. Like, hell, LeBron James was a joy to watch, especially early on. It was just kind of like a wow. Never seen anybody play like this.
Yeah.
But this one is really like a creative player.
LeBron is the strongest argument in terms of completeness. That's where you were strong in the argument. But again, not even LeBron changes the entire way an offense, operates like Wembanyama did.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, because someone on the text line brings up, you can't forget about Ralph Sampson, obviously one of the great towers that has played here.
Sampson is a great.
Sampson probably just is a dude who did not benefit from the era that he was in.
He didn't. Yeah.
I think another player I thought about, and that I ain't trying to compare the two, but I thought about Dirk, just somebody that was just so tall that could shoot. Like, that was rare at one point.
The lacking in defense there was tough. Another guy who I think of gave you a little bit of that, oh my goodness, what are we watching? Kevin Garnett.
Yeah.
When he was with the Timberwolves, young Kevin Garnett, just an absolute menace scoring the basketball, and then clearly changed defensively what was happening. I mean, he's the reason why we have stretch bigs.
Yeah.
Right? He was that first guy, or maybe not the first, but one of the early guys that really were pushing that. So
the one thing that I thought you were going to go to
what did I miss?
That would have been a strong argument is Wilt Chamberlain averaged a triple-double.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was going to hinge it on
led the league in assists, scoring, rebounds.
Yeah.
And I think Wemby's the closest thing to Wilt I've ever seen.
And you saw Wilt. You covered him.
No, I didn't cover it.
Crazy, man.
No, I did not cover it.
He was kicking it in clubs with him.
It really was.
I got 5,000 of them.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's wrap this up.
Y'all was with them ladies.
Hey, Will, little scraps. Come on now, scraps over here.
That's enough of that. All right, you're in the loop here.
How many in one night?
All right. Okay. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6. Appreciate you rocking with us.
He wants a number.
All right, coming up next, we know the international game that the Texans will be playing. Week 6 versus the Jaguars at Wembley Stadium in London. But tomorrow we get the full idea of the schedule. What would make it the easiest path? What would make it the most difficult? What are you looking for in this schedule release? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans schedule is coming. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. People really leaning into that conversation about the completeness of Wemby, which did we stop and ask why the hell Paul Pierce told us about his lunch before he decided to get this takeoff? Why did I have to know what you had the rotisserie
California
chicken or
Pizza Kitchen or something like that?
I didn't internalize
California Pizza Kitchen.
Is that what it was?
I gotta admit, I don't know that there's another person in sports outside of like doing something that is illegal that has changed my opinion of them so drastically from when they were playing versus after. Like Paul Pierce, I just be like, whatever the hell. Man.
I loved him as a player.
He was a great player.
Oh my gosh.
Old man game in the league. I loved it. He left the league and I was just like, why are you talking?
On Instagram Live with the strippers.
Acting a
They got them canned from ESPN.
Acting a damn fool.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. All right. Let's talk a little bit about these Texans who we know are traveling across the pond come October. October 18th, to be particular, is when they will be playing at Wembley Stadium in London versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. We got that along with 8 other games that are going to be played internationally. Those were released in schedule release week that the NFL has. So all that's left is for us to figure out what the remaining dates are for the Texans and the rest of the league. And so pursuant to that, as we get ready for that tomorrow, what are the things that you want to see? What are the things you don't want to see? What would make this an easy path or a difficult path for your Texans in 2020?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, that's one of the reasons that I always get fired up for schedule release. And you and I have talked about this, and Figgy, a bunch of times. Where you put these games it matters. And for those who weren't listening earlier, the Texans have the 3rd most miles that they're going to travel in the 2026 NFL season. 28,000 plus miles they're going to travel, which I don't know if they've ever traveled that many miles. So how you place these games matters a lot, in terms of how you recover, how you go back to back against different opponents. So I'm gonna throw some. I'm curious what you guys think. If you have anything,
did we talk about the strength of schedule that they say that they are? Is
it 7th?
All right, so based off of the NFL sent this out, and just based off of opponent win percentage from last season, which not the end all be all, obviously. Because teams change, but when it comes to the lowest percentage, which would mean that you have the best, obviously, or like the lesser teams, right? The Browns have the best, the Saints have the second best, Bengals, Colts, Falcons, Lions, Texans.
So 6th.
I believe so,
yeah.
If I did my counting correct there. And I didn't, 7th.
How about that? So I'm going to go back and forth with things you want to see and things you don't want to see. And hit me if you guys think of anything that if that sort of sparks a thought or two. Let's start with the positive, things you do want to see. I'm gonna give you a couple, and then I'll go the other way. I want to see the Chargers late, and
really,
well, the reason is weather. That's one less bad weather game.
Okay,
that you have to play.
Because that's one of the road teams.
Yeah, that's one of the road teams you're playing. I gave this far too much thought. I really like schedule releases.
No, I kind of like this.
No, man,
I didn't even think about it from that point of view.
And I love when you give it a lot of thought. That means I don't have to give it.
You don't have to.
Yeah. I'm joking, of course.
I want to see the Chargers late because there's a California game indoors too, and so that's one. Another one in terms of like timing on these things. I want to see the Colts early, maybe twice early, because a lot of times in these division games you'll play them week 2 and then week 5, or week 2 and then week 4.
We saw that last year. You had the Colts in week 18 and in what was like week 12, something like that. It was pretty quick, fairly quick succession. It felt.
But I want to do that same thing, but early.
Daniel Jones,
for
right?
obvious reasons.
You want to avoid whatever potential run they could get into by getting Daniel Jones back and healthy. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I feel like I'm just less impressed by what the Colts are, because also if you get them early, it's not even just Daniel Jones. Alec Pierce is also dealing with some injuries. So, and hey, you remember what Alec Pierce did to you, right? The speed that he was able to demonstrate and utilize. So, yeah, I mean, again, I don't think I'm afraid of them. Give me the Colts at any time in the year, and I feel good about this Texas team right now.
Yeah.
However, you want to optimize your circumstances. I think I get where you're coming from here.
All right, a couple of don't want to see, and then I'll get back to the things you do want to see. A couple things I do not want to see. Now, it's a rumor. It's in the rumor state, but there are like 2 or 3 outlets that have reported the Bengals will be the Texans opener. I shouldn't say reported. That have released. Speculated is a better way to put it. That the Bengals will be the opener, and it could be a Monday Night Football game, which that part is cool. You open with the Bengals at home. on Monday Night Football. Here's what I don't want to see: back-to-back road games after that, because I think week 3 the Texans are almost guaranteed to play a road game because there's a concert, unless they play Thursday night, because there's a concert at NRG.
Mm-hmm.
So,
are they doing Thursday night games that early into the season?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. So if you start on Monday Night Football, then go back-to-back road games, boy, that's a hell of a way to start the season. Short week right out of the chute, and then another road game because you have the week 3. The week 3. And I guess you could start 2 home games, but I don't want to see that. And the other thing I don't want to see, and it ties in with the short week, the Texans are going to be a primetime gem this year. I think I said I would expect 5. You thought even more, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah.
Island games. I don't want to see Thanksgiving and/or Christmas on the road.
I don't really want to see Thanksgiving or Christmas, period. I know that's probably an unfair thing to ask.
Is that from a selfish point, or just their schedule?
Selfish.
Yeah.
Very selfish. But, yeah, I mean, I think schedule-wise, Thanksgiving would probably, if they do that, I could see them doing like Thursday and Thanksgiving to give them an opportunity to have like more of a full week.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't love that, but it's probably going to happen because, again, this is a team of a certain magnitude now where the defense at the very least, and then especially if they can get this thing humming on offense, will be of a great appeal. Yeah, I feel you.
And also just the holidays in general. Everything else seems kind of just rushed and disjointed. And, they're giving guys days off to go open presents or whatever it is. Go have your Thanksgiving dinner. It just seems – I don't want a road game on Thanksgiving or Christmas.
I don't want to see no Friday game.
That's a possibility, too.
Yeah, I don't want them playing on no Friday, home or away.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel like the way that this team is situated, it works better for potential short weeks, though?
At home? I don't think it works good for anyone.
Well,
on the road.
Short weeks on the road, you're just always in a bad place. But again, the idea that, hey, if they are capable of taking advantage of running the football, which I realize I'm doing a lot this offseason, is, well, if they run the football, that'll translate. And if they run the football, that'll help. And maybe I'm making this a panacea, like that's just a cure-all for everything. Yeah. But it does feel like if you are able to lean into, we could just run the ball when we need to, that should help some of those things, right?
I think the defense is making it uncomfortable for the opponents to be playing on a short week.
Right, and the defense feels fun because, and I have to be careful about it because I always think back to when Matt Burke did not take kindly to the assertion or the insinuation that the defense did not have some complexities to it. But it is a relatively simple thing that they are trying to do in that we are not doing too much crazy stuff per se. Like there is obviously complexity within it, but the basics of we are lining up in nickel. We got this, big nickel in Jalen Petrie, and we're going to kind of do similar thing. We're not doing too much crazy disguising to try and figure it out.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that doesn't make it easier for you just to get what you're doing week by week defensively, and then the offense being maybe more run-based doesn't do something similar on the offense. That's my mentality there.
All right, so things I do want to see. Let's go back there. Cowboys and Bills, not an island game. I think they both stand a good chance to be an island game, but a prime time night game. The Texans just play so well at home. They have both those games at home.
Yeah.
Cowboys and Bills are home games. They play so well, especially we know against the Bills more recently, at home at night. That place is nuts. I know these are professionals and they're used to playing on the road and all that, but it's just different when you play a team like the Cowboys. And I want both of them. I want Cowboys and Bills, both home games, prime time night games, whether it's Thursday night, Monday night, whatever it may be. I think that's when the Texans and their fans absolutely excel.
I strongly agree with that.
Yeah.
The only thing that gets a little uncomfortable is if those are indeed primetime night games, are you going to have competition in your building? You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you will.
With those two teams, the Bills travel, and we've seen that the last couple of years.
Even. I mean, that's going to be the case at noon.
But even more so, or maybe not. Maybe the primetime nature of it, whether it's Sunday night, where people got to get to work on Monday, whether it's Thursday, where, obviously that's the middle of the week, maybe that changes it. But Cowboys are going to travel on top of the fact that there are fans here in the city. And then Bills, they really get out there. But yes, I love the idea of you have an opportunity not just to do it on a big island stage, but to do it against a big team that's going to generate conversation. And I love that, if for no other reason, that we know that this defense has already become a darling of this team. If this offense gets right, those are the days where the next day on First Take, the next day on Good Morning Football, the next day on whatever media platform you're talking about, they will have an opportunity to change the image of their team in a larger scale, even more so. Although the uncomfortable thing is the Cowboys, the A block is going to be about the Cowboys, is it?
Sure.
Or is there a possibility? Could you see a circumstance in which the Texans Cowboys is let's say Sunday night, and the A block?
I didn't even mention Sunday night. Yeah,
and the A block is actually about the Texans.
Oh, I could absolutely see that. I think what it's really going to be is battle for Texas, state supremacy, because they're not going to ignore the Cowboys because you can't because of the Cowboys. But I think the Texans, they have inched very, very close to being the headliner. Traditionally, for 25 years, when they play a Monday night game, Sunday night game, whatever it might be, it's like, hey, Josh Allen, against the Texans.
I don't know if they're going to top the Cowboys.
I don't need, again,
I think it's going to be more of what the hell is going on with the Cowboys. And by the way, this Texans defense is for real. This team is for real. But the headline, the story going to be, are the Cowboys playoff contenders?
See, I think they're inching closer. You're probably right. But I think they're inching. Like Will Anderson is going to be, front and center on the promo,
I'm just trying to think what the question going to be on the screen.
Yeah. Plus, right? Walk with me here. A Cowboys defense, that new defense coordinator, they've got some pieces in to make it better. What happens if CJ goes off?
Yeah.
Caleb Downs on the other side and everything. What happens if CJ goes off? Like that could be the I'm now doing wish fulfillment. I'm hoping, but like I'm just what I would like to see in the
CJ Stroud dicing them up 400 yards.
A schedule that will allow you to have that kind of ramp for the confidence of this team. I think that's a good point. That's well made.
This is let's get back to what you don't want to see, and I think this one is almost unavoidable. I think we're going to see a little bit of this, if not a lot of this. The Texans have to play in Pittsburgh, in Cleveland, in Philadelphia, in Washington. 4 East Coast teams, basically East Coast teams. I don't want to see you go to Philadelphia week 9, let's say, come home. Week 10, you got to go back to Washington.
You want a road trip.
Week 11 or week 12, 2 weeks later, because I know you're gonna have a home game in there. You got to go to Pittsburgh. I don't want the yo-yo East Coast trips week after week. Two consecutive weeks. It's almost impossible to avoid.
It might be that, to be honest.
I think it might. Yeah, I think it might be.
Well, here's the thing. I think that they are doing that mileage off of just the theory that you go and you come back every time. The Texans have shown a willingness, if they have a circumstance, to go and stay somewhere. If they get the schedule and there is
let's use my example. They go Philadelphia, and then the next week they have to go to Washington.
I think that they might make they could possibly make the decision to stay on the East Coast, couldn't they? Well, I think that would probably more happen if they were doing it on the West Coast. The East Coast, they probably still come home, don't they?
It depends on it depends on what time of year. I think they'd be more likely to come home.
I think
and that's what I don't want to see.
Yeah.
The old yo-yo East Coast trips.
Yeah.
It's not only just wearing on you, but it's just tough, just in general and time.
Yeah. I think they want to kind of keep that same routine going on, too.
Yeah. All right, one more thing that you do want to see here, and I think this is going to be really cool. I think it's a chance to redeem ourselves home on Christmas Day. Remember last time that happened?
I do.
It wasn't a Merry Christmas.
It was the Beyonce show, wasn't it?
It was the Beyonce Bowl.
Featuring the Houston Texans.
What was the final score of that game?
It was a lot to 2.
Yeah.
A lot to 2.
It was like 32-2 or something
30,
like that.
38 or 2 or something. I could actually use something, but do we really want to have the exact
redemption
number?
for the holidays? Home for Christmas, which Christmas is a Friday, I think, isn't it? I would take that Friday.
It was 31-2.
I would take that Friday. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
You don't want to play that Friday, period, even if it's Christmas.
I don't think.
I don't want it, man.
Yeah.
Because also,
It's going to throw the week off a little bit.
I also didn't love the feeling of like.
Yeah, Christmas is Friday, December 25th.
I didn't love the feeling of being. I mean, I love being in the lots, right, for the tailgating. I didn't love the feeling of being in the lots, trying to keep up with the game that was happening before on Netflix and all of that. That wasn't the most fun for me. But ultimately, anywhere, anytime, this Texas team is ready to play football.
Yep.
And hopefully we see a schedule that lays out a little bit more advantageous tomorrow once it comes out in the evening. I believe is when we get the schedule released. But we're close.
6:30 p.m.
I believe so. We're getting close. We're getting close to seeing the path that the Texans will need to traverse to try and right whatever wrongs and hopefully make history in Texans circumstance and maybe just in general in the 2026 NFL season. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we typically hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, got a wild situation between a politician and a OnlyFans star.
What?
Oh, wow.
They beefing over something. Plus, I got a new show that I want to watch, and I want to tell you all about it.
All right.
Let's do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Make sure that you're not paying too much for too little. That's
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Before we get to the beef with the politician and a OnlyFans star, I got an Italian American word of the week for y'all.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I'm gonna play this. This is courtesy Tar Jokes on Instagram, and this is the Italian American word of the week. And I want to see if we can possibly use this word for our next couple stories that I'm gonna share.
Okay.
The Italian American word of the week is scustamad. It is derived from the Italian word scustamato, which really means a classless, disrespectful person, someone with no manners and no shame. I'll give you an example. He came to your house for dinner, empty-handed. What is he, scustamad? Is scustamad. Feel free to use it.
That's
I
great.
don't feel comfortable.
You don't feel comfortable using it?
Well, we've all had the friend who's like, "Oh yeah, you trying to say that? This is it," and that's never what that means. That's never right.
All right, keep that word in mind as I continue on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, a politician in Florida is running for governor by the name of James Fishback. And he got a little beef going on with an OnlyFans star by the name of Sophie Rain. Are you guys familiar with Sophie Rain?
I can honestly say that I am not.
Yeah, I'm with y'all. I have no idea who this is, but apparently he want to slap a $50 sin tax on OnlyFans creators and also create a separate 50% simp tax.
A simp tax on the people who go
on the people that subscribe to other people's OnlyFans. So let's go to CBS Miami with this story.
Never in my whole life did I think that I would wake up and see a Florida politician trying to start beef with me for clout.
Sophie Rain, one of the most prominent creators on OnlyFans, is slamming Republican gubernatorial candidate James Fishback after he made this promise if he's elected as Florida's next governor.
My proposal as Florida governor is to raise the tax on OnlyFans models' income to 50%. Yikes. So for someone like Sophie Rain, she would end up paying Florida $42 million in taxes.
Fishback says he would use this proposed sin tax to pay Florida teachers and enhance school lunches for students. Rain responding to Fishback's proposal on social media.
We would have to pay 50% to the state on top of the 37 I already paid to the government. And I would be more than happy to pay that if multi-billion-dollar corporations were also being properly taxed. But surprise, they're not.
According to a report from OnlyGuider, demand for OnlyFans content is increasing worldwide, with Miami coming in at number 4 for most spending per capita on the app.
My message to the owners of OnlyFans is get the hell out of our state. I hope you get bankrupt. Don't you dare come to my state and try to exploit and abuse young women. My message to the men who are buying this content, stop. My message to the women who are being exploited, stop.
Look at this excuse damad.
Is this the right way to use this word?
Look at this excuse damad. Come on, man. That's grandstanding at its finest. That is grandstanding at its absolute finest.
And this is the issue because I don't know enough about like local politics in the state of Florida to know, like, does he have enough political capital to get this over? You know what I mean? Because
first he has to win governor.
Well, yes, that's true. But if he does, then you go, oh, okay, that's interesting. If not, you go, all right. So do I actually? You just trying to make a point?
Yeah.
Whatever that point ultimately is.
No, he's trying to win votes. See, he had all the talking point. You know, exploiting young women. Okay, you can interpret that many different ways, but I think most OnlyFans models sign up for that and are of legal age by law.
Yeah, I think you could get a lot of OnlyFans creators that's disagreeing with this. Like, no, we ain't being this is our business.
Yes, when he went down the exploiting, young women, he tries to make it sound like actual exploitation of young women when this is a business that people over 18 or 21 or whatever the number is. I'm not an OnlyFans model, believe it or not.
What?
So I don't know.
Unbelievable.
You know everything, but you don't know that.
But I do know that you sign up you create your own content or someone creates it for you, and you have to be of legal age. So just total BS.
Somebody on the text line, and I'm not sure if this is true. I imagine Fig. I don't know if you've done any research here. Somebody said that Sophie Rain is making about $100 million.
Yes.
Well, the taxes was $42 million.
Yes.
Whew.
Man.
$42 million?
Yes.
Woo. Taxes.
Goodness gracious, man.
Almighty.
Wait, so hold on. Florida don't do income tax.
State income tax. No.
Oh, he's being a real hater.
Yeah,
he's being a capital H hater.
Yeah.
Because
so he pretty much saying, "Oh, you making $100 million? I want half of that."
Yeah.
What a big old
like
hater.
what?
Yeah.
Like, let me get half of your paycheck then.
Y'all want to do no income tax or not? Like this is real hateration here.
I love that she stated such a strong case there. She really did, but I can move too. You know, Florida's doing that. You know what? I'm gonna go to Georgia. I'm gonna go right across the border.
Yeah. I do appreciate, and not to this extent, but the whole simp tax thing. I wish we could just do that, just kind of as a side note. Like if somebody doing something silly or being thirsty to a girl or something like that, man, you gotta pay this simp tax. You gotta pay put $1 in the jar of being a simp.
These are my confessions.
Wrong one.
I was like, man, we are a lot earlier in the show than I realized.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I do have a new TV show that I came across. I think this TV show been around since last year, 2025, I want to say. But it's a show called Squatters on A&E.
Oh, no.
I like the sound of it.
Yeah. I saw that. I saw the clip of it, and we talked about squatters on the show, how they go in somebody's house and they don't leave, and it's a hassle trying to get them out with all the different laws and stuff like that. But here's a clip from the TV show Squatters, and kind of put in mind what it is. It's kind of like Repo Man, where somebody come in and try to get your stuff back. Pretty much, it's like a big old guy come in trying to, get the car back. This one trying to get the house back.
Yeah, so they're trying to catch the squatters slipping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Gotcha. So this is a short clip of the TV show Squatters.
You're a squatter, and I have a lease for the property. We are now officially roommates. From my understanding, you were house sitting here. You overstayed your welcome. You are being filmed. You are on body cam right now. Right now, my job is to make her uncomfortable and feel that she needs to go elsewhere. Just like squatters, once we take over, we cannot leave the house. The owner told me that there was an incident involving a snake. So I have a little surprise for her. We're going to build a snake terrarium in the living room. We want to show her that we control the space. So we're blocking this off. Right now, she's going to have access to her bedroom, the bathroom, and the exit. Okay. So if she runs outside, all I got to do is close the door. Good morning, Sally. We have a wonderful day planned. I just wanted to,
Just shut the up. Just leave me the alone. Wearing her down, y'all. We wearing her down.
So we've got a reptile habitat lady coming. We're going to talk to her about using this home as a reptile sanctuary. I had a hunch that maybe Sally didn't like snakes, so I brought in a reptile specialist. Doing a little bit of construction here, getting ready for you. I'm trying to freak her out that I'm going to be living in this house with snakes roaming free.
Get it out!
That is so good.
Get the out!
This
God,
is brilliant, man.
That is good. So good.
Goodness gracious.
So they need to just call this "How to Be the Worst Roommate in the World" because that's what it sounds like they're trying to do.
They pretty much got in the house and they like, hey, you ain't leaving, we ain't leaving. We gonna make it so uncomfortable for you.
Dude, you got me wanting to watch this.
I do. I'm gonna watch this show, man.
Because the squatters are some of the lowest forms of life there is.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're think about it. It's your home. State. They get in there and they take charge without any nothing.
Yeah.
No pain. That's a low form of life.
And it's not like and to me it's not like a thing somebody just overdoing their rent and they not leaving.
Right.
It's people that are professional squatters that know the laws, they know the system, they know how to get over on it. Those are the people I hate, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I love this.
Yeah, so I'm gonna check it out. It's called Squatters. It's on A&E. So I'm definitely gonna check this out. She looks so uncomfortable too.
You think?
Yeah. So now she was just in a room. She had access to a room. I think the bathroom and the front door. So now she can't even go in the living room because the snakes all over the place.
Yeah, see, it's the TV iteration of this, because I feel like this isn't how, assuming that this is an actual profession that I just did not know about, I'm assuming that this isn't how people typically deal with squatters.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like, how can we make this as TV accessible as possible? Let's put snakes in here. It's like they were, how can we fear factor this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, because I think dealing with squatters, you got to go through the, courts and all this type of stuff.
And as you said, they always know the loopholes.
Yeah, and then the landlord, I feel bad for the landlords because they end up spending more money on that. So
yeah, this would be a lot less fun if it was probably like the actual way that you deal with squatters, which is just into court.
Yeah.
If I was dealing with a squatter, this would be so entertaining. I would sign up for this show.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead. You could put some snakes. You could put some alligators all up in there. And run them out. Make them miserable.
Figgy got them taking a bulldozer to the back half of the house.
Hey, I would put a DJ in there and just DJ all day long.
The lights, the flashing lights.
All day long.
And did he have a bullhorn?
He did, because she had the door closed.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Here's what we have planned today.
Yeah, no, that's hilarious. But I'm going to check that show out. I'll report back to y'all on that.
All right,
as we continue on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Question for y'all. If y'all can make $100K a day for not bathing or showering, how long could you go?
100,000 a day?
100,000 a day?
100, yep.
I can
go a week.
I'd run
so you
up
make about $700K.
I think I could pull out a week. Yeah.
I might be able to make 3-4 days max.
Yeah.
I'm a person that if I don't take a shower, I don't feel right.
Yeah, I take usually 2, sometimes 3 a day.
I could probably go 5 days. I can see, but the thing is, it got to be a time where I'm just off of work or something.
Oh, for
and
sure.
I'm just laying down and I ain't doing nothing. I could probably go a good 5 days. But if
is this a thing?
So this was a question. I'm gonna get to this right now. So this was a question. It was a young lady on the streets, just kind of asking a little dorky question, and it kind of got a little weird.
Oh, no.
So here's her asking this guy the same question I asked y'all.
How long could you go without showering if you got $100,000 each day you didn't shower?
100,000 for each day.
Yes.
So if I don't shower like today, I get 100,000.
You didn't shower already for today?
No, I'm saying you're saying if I don't, then I get it. Oh. How many days do you have in? How many days in 1 year?
365.
Okay, so.
He's getting his calculator out now.
Oh my
so
goodness.
365.
He think he's really.
He says 100,000.
Yes, 100,000 each day.
So that's 36.5 million in 1 year. So if you multiply that by 2 now.
Oh wow, he's going 2 years.
That's 73 million.
I don't even think that matters.
So then, if you multiply that by another 2 now, so now that's 4 years. So that's 146 million.
Dude.
So yeah, I can probably do like, okay, let's multiply that by 2.
Still going.
I can probably do like so that's 8 years. So that's 292 million. I can do.
Gross.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a really long time.
8 years.
Hey, this man was scaring the hoes doing all that, man. I'm sure she was expecting like a quick little, I do a week or maybe 3 days.
Yeah.
1 day or something like that. That brother took out a calculator and got up to 8 years.
Yeah.
She looked so uncomfortable. She was like, this ain't even funny now. This is supposed to be a funny little bit I was doing.
Well, I mean, at some point, what he's not taking into account is your health is going to deteriorate. Like, that's,
8 years?
I mean, we've all seen homeless people, and they don't look well.
I feel like I have to answer the elephant in the room.
And that is?
He's clearly a Nigerian.
Is he a Nigerian?
Yeah, here.
I wasn't sure if it was Nigerian.
I couldn't make out the accent exactly.
I figured Nigerian or Jamaican.
I know my people.
And he had a calculator, so that speaks to maybe he was.
I know my people
now,
when I hear them.
He did say tree.
Yeah.
As in 3.
Yeah.
So I kind of figured he might have been Jamaican.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, that's my people.
Oh, man. Damn, Reggie.
Somebody already
over here
texted,
lying.
he's Nigerian. He can do it.
So if he can do it, Reggie can do it.
Yeah.
Come on, Reggie.
I mean, I
Let's
could,
do it.
but I was raised
Do it
right,
for the
man.
money, man.
Somebody said y'all would suck on Survivor. I definitely could make it further than 4 days. Here's the issue.
Hey,
I don't want to.
I would suck on Survivor, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, yes. Like,
I'll be the first one out.
I ain't nobody's Boy Scout who knows how to do all these other outdoor stuff. I'll be very honest about it.
I ain't making no fire with no sticks.
No. But yeah, this is also a fair point. Can I brush my teeth is a good question because I might be able to make it further if at least my mouth feels clean and I don't feel like I'm emanating disgustingness. But here's the thing that we should talk about within this question. Nobody's actually giving you money for this, so the way that you answer this is more saying about I feel like people are trying to figure out if you nasty. Keep that in mind when you give your answer.
But you do start to think in those terms. Like I was already thinking, well, I could get on my boat and go jump in the bay. You know, that's a little bit of, it's not a bath, but makes you feel a little better.
Oh, yeah. Please don't tell. Okay, I'm glad that at least you said it's not a bath.
Or can you take a cold shower with no soap or water? Like, do that count?
That does count. That's bathing, I think.
With no soap?
Y'all trying
to find these
a loophole.
Loopholes, yeah.
Also,
I'll probably get like a good $500K.
Yeah.
I feel like y'all greedy. Y'all can't take a quick $300K and just cash out.
That's what I was thinking.
Just like cash out, baby.
Yeah, I was just trying to think how long I could last.
Give me $700,000. Give me $700,000. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Let me cash out on $250,000 and y'all got it, man. I'll even pay the taxes on it.
Yeah, I was just trying to think how long I could last without it, even outside of the money part. But even with the money part, man, I probably last just about 4 or 5 days.
Nasties.
Man, that's your man's.
I do it. Yeah, unfortunately.
That's your man's.
I will not disown my people in the bad because obviously I'll always claim them in the good. Shout out to Cornbread on the YouTube page. Said lasting a good at least a month. Army days. Yeah, that's a great point, man.
Oh yeah.
If you've had to do that, you're like, hey man, that's light work. I don't even got to do all this extra stuff around it.
Don't they got some of those shower pills or something like that? You could just take
shower what?
I think that's what it was. I think
that doesn't sound like a
you
real
wet
thing.
that rag. You do have to have like a canteen. And,
okay.
Yeah, and you wet that rag.
Yeah, because I remember talking to some people. They was talking about if they couldn't take a shower, they just pop a.
Well, I don't know if it's a
pill.
Pill. I've seen where there's these rags that have obviously some sort of clean. Just put a little water on it, expands. And,
yeah. I got some of those. Yeah.
Gosh, I'm so bougie because just hearing that I was like, nah, man.
I still don't want to do it.
He said, how many days in a year? Times 2, and then times another 2, and times another 2.
I go maybe 8 years.
Unbelievable. All right, that's another edition of the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Hit them up if you see something mixtape worthy on social media at the Figgy Fig is what you get. Is how you get to them. All right, you're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the Drive. We will do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Did it again.
Did it every time. In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. What did I do? Hit the wrong button, but it don't matter. Getting ready for the fellas of the drive to take over here in a moment. Clint and Ron in tow. T-Mill also there. Fellas looking like they're ready to do some great radio today, so excited to hand things off to them here in a moment. Also excited to know that the Texans have officially, not just in rumors or leaks or what have you, officially their trip to London on the books. This is something that John Lopez has been in the town center crying about for, I think, a decade.
The town crier?
I think it's been about a decade, ain't it?
I think so.
It's been about a decade where he's like, they're going to play overseas. And
book
they finally,
it. It's about that time. Book it.
Book it.
It very much happened. Actually, when you say book it, I know there are people that are actively booking those flights.
Yeah, we've been getting some texts.
Yeah, there's people that have been cluing us into what they're getting done here. So excited to see that. A couple of notes. We're also, and this isn't like the most important thing at all, but there's, you're getting the confirmations of signings for your rookie contracts. Did it bother you at all seeing the Lewis Bond? I don't know. Did you even see what Lewis Bond actually signed for?
I did, but I don't remember. What was it?
It was about $5 million. It's like 100 or something.
But like,
100,
but a low bonus and guarantee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I say low, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. 140,000 above slot. Did that at all move you? Or is that just willing? Because again, this feels like it's Nick Caserio's MO, but the fact that this goes even all the way down to your Lewis Bond was 6th round this year. It's like, hey, we'll go a little extra.
It's funny that's just how he operates. He did it last year. He did it the year before. Just giving him a little bit more than the standard. Remember, we were talking about other general managers because he fully guaranteed. Whose contract was it?
It was Higgins.
It was Higgins.
As the 34, right?
Yeah.
The second pick in the second round.
Yeah,
which was
that was kind of rare.
Yeah, fully guaranteed on the second round wasn't happening until last year. He started the run, and then now we're going pretty deep into about the 40s of dudes getting full guarantees on their contracts, and he was just like. Remember, he was at a training camp trying to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal. He didn't care about it at all. And I'm like, hey, man.
Yeah, other people are saying it is.
You ain't got a lot to kick it, man.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody real mad about it. But and that's the place where I think I fall with seeing Lewis Bond. Is I don't think that I'm mad about it by any means. But there's something that keeps nagging me in the back of my head. Like, at some point, this comes home to roost, right? Like the idea that we're just going to go.
Pittance.
I'm not. Yeah, but the pittances add up.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the frugality in my lineage popping up. Right? It's like, hey, man, a little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Eventually, you look up and you go,
that was
damn.
20 cents cheaper right there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But those add up, do they not? And we see the places where it's not even just like the 20 cents cheaper, but there's a little bit around along the edges. And I think I generally agree with the philosophy that he has of, hey, man, don't let the little small amount on the extremities stop no show. But it feels like at some point you have to have this can't be always, right? And this goes all the way down to a 6th round pick here.
At some point, big contracts you're gonna have to deal with them. I don't think this is even. I think this is the 20 cents. You're talking about. It wasn't like 186,000 guaranteed, if I'm remembering that right. That's look for you and me. That'd be like, hey, sweet.
Right. It's to the point where you don't even have to guarantee that he's on the roster.
Yeah.
Year one, which obviously it's going to be a little bit of a little bit of a upwards inflection to see if he gets there. Right.
So yeah, I think this is not a big deal. I'll put it this way: more good than harm. Than potential harm.
Sure. And again, look, this is such a small circumstance that I'm not trying to make it a big deal. My thought process was like, okay, wow, no, this is so and built into his MO and the organizational MO at this point that it filters down even down to this space where I mean, what was it going to be particularly difficult to negotiate with the 6th round pick? You know what I mean? Like I don't know. This feels just like this is what we do.
Yeah.
We give a little extra just to do it, you know? But we'll see what that is. I wanted to bring this to your attention. I guess maybe not bring this to your attention. Le'Veon Moss, the running back from Texas A&M, retires at the ripe old age of 23 years of age.
Yeah.
How does this hit you as a dude who obviously A&M fan? You've watched his career. It's these things never feel very good.
It's got to be a severe injury that he just could not get over. He has gone from leading rusher in the SEC to mid-round projection to late-round projection to undrafted free agent to retired in the span of less than 6 months. So I think it's pretty obvious. This tells me this is an ankle. His ankle was the one that kept giving him issues. The ankle's just bad. I think, these teams do very, very meticulous and thorough medical exams, and it clearly is something that he's just not going to be able to get over.
I'm surprised, though, that we did not get some hint of this earlier on. Because even up to draft day.
Well, the hint was dropping.
Yeah, but that's at the draft, right? That's beyond. That's after we've already started getting medicals have already gone around. We started getting scuttlebutt. Seems like teams were able to keep, I guess, this, at least as it pertains to him in particular, away from the larger media.
Well, they're not going to throw anybody under the bus, but keeping it away from the public is always good.
So that was kind of tough to see. And it seems like as we're gearing up for the schedule release tomorrow, we're getting more of these things trickling out. Adam Schefter, just a minute ago, tweeting out that the first Thanksgiving Eve NFL matchup is on the books. It'll be Packers-Rams Wednesday night before Thanksgiving.
Wednesday.
On Netflix.
Wednesday.
Man. All that's left is Tuesday.
Hey, man, you're going to play them every night, baby. Why
All
not?
that's left
We
is
watch
Tuesday.
them. What is the worst? That's the question. What is the worst?
The worst day?
I think that's it.
What is the worst? What is the worst slot?
Wednesday. It's got to be it. Because even if you play Saturday, that's less. That's
well,
short.
I don't mean worse as is if you were a player and travel and all that kind of. I'm saying like for the worst is exactly what we're watching the Texans do.
And that is
8:30 in the damn morning on a Sunday.
Oh, really?
That is the stupidest.
My God.
That is. I mean, I am a straight football guy. That is all. Like I get off to watch. I can't get enough of it. Mm-hmm. And then working here and doing the post show, post game show. I like Sundays. I get to see the Texans and that's it. Everything else is highlights and then whatever Sean and I can watch during the show. So I'm jonesing for football. And I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. The last thing I want to do when I get up at 8:30 in the morning is watch football.
I love it. Love it.
I mean, you got to be kidding me, Lopez.
Yeah, I enjoy it too.
Yeah.
It's like the all-day thing.
Yes.
Yeah, but we already have, on a Sunday, it's already pretty damn all day.
That's what I'm saying. Noon to damn
midnight much.
Midnight ain't good enough.
You know what's better than some? More.
The hardest. You're the reason why we get this. You're the reason why we got Wednesday night football, John Lopez.
I probably am one of the reasons, but no, I love it. You get up, get your coffee, a little bangers and mash, or some fish and chips, and let's go Texans and Jaguars.
And I feel bad that this is my take because I am the dude who will get up and watch soccer in the morning, but I'm not watching soccer all day. Like I think that's the distinguishing factor as we appreciate DNM all leasing for the crosstalk with the fellas that drive. That's Clint. That's Ron.
I feel like
you played in Scotland.
Yeah, I was in Scotland. Over there, it was noon or.
But didn't your mama have to get up? Didn't she love getting up in the morning?
She did. She ain't never missed a game. I still regret not flying her old ass over there to watch a game. By the way,
I guess for me, maybe I'm not.
I think I did.
In the heyday, where I was out real late on Saturday,
right,
all the time. I'm up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm up 2 hours, 2-3 hours, or at least 2 hours before the damn game comes on.
Sure, we need to get back on that sleep schedule with you, but the. Man. Yeah, I just like when I get up in the morning. I don't want to sit back down and watch a 3-hour game.
What else you got to do?
I mean, hell, Lopez. What do you mean? What else you got to do, man?
Ease into a Sunday, man. That's what I'm trying to do.
I mean,
don't have to.
Get outside in the sun, get your little cardio in, get your little workout in, maybe cook your little breakfast, maybe get out, clean the pool area up, maybe. Get that yard mode.
Do like Skip Bayless.
Maybe church, Lopez.
I don't feel like
maybe
anything.
Church.
Don't ever start a sentence with.
Don't do like Skip Bayless.
You make that money down.
You know what he does? I don't know if I've ever told this story. I've seen him do it. I don't know if he still does it or not. The noon to 3 p.m. game, he watches both of them on a bicycle, on a stationary cycle. 6 hours.
Getting it in, huh?
6 hours on the bike.
Yeah, I don't believe it one, but that's a little.
He's in pretty good shape.
No, I believe he's in good shape.
Always talked about his workouts.
Yeah, no, he's in good shape. But I'm not saying he's going fast, but he rides the bike for 6 hours.
A lot of people do. These guys that go,
you got to have a bionic crotch.
Well,
I mean, if you're sitting down on one of them seats,
can you mark that for me? For some reason? I don't know when we I just need it.
I mean, the old inside of them cheeks and that old taint area.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be brutal. I mean, give me 30 minutes and I feel it for 2 days. He's doing it for 6 hours a day. I bet he's got calluses
every Sunday.
I hope he has like a different seat. Yeah, I feel like he's got a padded seat.
He got one of them big banana seats. He needs to quit wearing them tight ass Under Armour with them big white shoes and stuff he wears.
Well, you know what? He might, make himself suffer and not use a pad. And
He's a cutter. Yeah, he's a cutter.
Nah, that ain't it. Hey, man, that ain't it, man.
He's a cutter.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that, so I'm just going to move quickly away from that. Obviously, I know you guys are going to talk about the international game that the Texans have on the schedule week 6. That got us thinking for our question of the day. Is there another like international event or game somewhere that you would want to partake in? Because Lopez seems to really want to do this. What is it, in Scotland?
The cheese roll.
The cheese roll where they had that big ass
Gloucester,
hill.
England. You've seen the videos. They have a big 500-pound cheese roll, and everybody's just going elbows over. I want to go watch it. I want to watch it.
Yeah, you're going to come back.
Of the bulls.
I mean, these guys get up like 10, 12 feet in the air.
With no hamstrings.
Yeah, all that stuff. I want to see the running of the bulls. Bulls.
From a balcony.
Yeah, from a balcony. Sweet. And I want to see Liverpool play a home game, but that's my soccer team, so that'd be good.
Yeah, I was going to say like the World Cup final, that would be unless it's here, but that would be fun.
That'd be great.
You're like then I'm just at the Meadowlands.
Yeah.
I'd probably lean Lopez on this one. It would not be a sporting event.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be something like
that type of
something
event.
that goes on somewhere else. That's just a big ass deal that I halfway don't understand why it's such a big deal.
That's what he was talking about.
The curiosity of getting there and kind of how they doing this, how they setting this. Because I've seen the videos like you're talking about a million times, but like what's the setup? What's the everybody tailgating? What are we doing? Is the buzz in the air? Like
there better be some tailgating.
Man, we got 20 minutes till we roll. I mean, literally, get your hamstrings loose. I mean, what are we doing? That would be fascinating. Running the Bulls with damn sure again from a very sturdy balcony where I will not end up in that alleyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Y'all want to tap into some sumo? We had some people talking about they wanted to tap into some sumo.
Would be cool.
That'd be real interesting.
Not interested.
Mm-hmm.
I think one that's pretty common. I think not sumo, but I would. I've never been to a UFC, like a true UFC big boy.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to go sit, first couple rows in one of those, a big one.
Mm-hmm.
When Jermaine Taylor was making that run in that middleweight. He's a middleweight champion for a couple years and on and off for a couple years, whatever's going on. I knew the people that handled Jermaine and got to know Jermaine pretty well, actually through it all. He's a huge Razorback fan. Obviously had a hog on his shorts, trunks, but boy, I mean, I was front 5, 6, 8 rows for 2 of his fights.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like the big ones.
Yeah.
It's a
different world.
It's a different animal, man.
It's a different world.
I mean, that's just you just like the hair on the back of your neck is standing up. I mean, it's just, it's damn near feels like you're fixing to get into some heat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like for me, similar is like boxing. When you get close, you're like, oh, that's so much faster than I thought it was. That's so scary.
Oh yeah.
It's like what?
See, my bucket is what you've done a lot is like I want to go to Summer Olympics just out of this country, obviously. Summer Olympics, just to go. I just want to see everything.
Everything is every sport, but when you get to, and I love track and field, when you get to see like a 100-meter final, I've said it multiple times. Those guys are like Ferraris.
Yeah,
they're like human Ferraris. Like they're just everything is tuned perfectly, and the speed. And then you hear them coming across like horses on a horse track, and you're just like, this is a different world.
Yeah,
like this isn't even Tyreek Hill. This is 8 of those guys.
And just to cap it off, I know that you will all agree with me that if we're talking about an international event that you want to tap into, Carnival.
Not me, man. STDs are bad over there.
Did not know that.
Yeah, man, that's a bad
it
deal.
Depends on how much you want to participate.
About to say you plan on having lots of sex.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Just telling you, man.
You can just listen to the fine music.
Back in my single days, boy, everybody always wanted to go over there, and then I heard just the follow-up stories. I said, "No, I'm good."
You heard the afters.
I don't have the discipline to be over the place like that, sir.
You know what? Fair enough.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, Reg. I made some pissy poor decisions in my time, but and your boy was a dog. I was all avoiding situations like that. Your boy was
I was
good
with that.
Hey, go to LSU. No, I ain't got the discipline. I believe I'll go to Arkansas. What? Carnival? Nope, I do not believe so.
We gonna be checking out that cheese wheel.
I think I'm gonna go right on over here to that Guadalupe
Go to the cheese
River.
wheel with me. The cheese roll.
That is not an issue. I've heard that those rates are a lot better.
That's right. Hey, my age now, my situation now, I may ease over and watch a little cheese roll with you a little bit. Hell, I'd enjoy the hell out of it too. Back in the day, not a chance.
Like the discipline helped you at Fayetteville.
Yeah,
that's
no
right.
kidding.
That's right.
I mean, I'm just telling you, it wasn't the discipline was going to be a problem wherever I was. The temptation was on a different level.
Y'all know I
tell you, man, that visit
Like
to
Fayetteville
LSU.
help.
That visit to LSU, I went to Sports Illustrated and I said, "Oh my God, they either really like me or they know I play ball. One of the two, boy. It was get me out of here,
I am
boy.
so handsome in
I
Baton
mean, are
Rouge.
you kidding me? I mean, it was like shift work on the dance floor, y'all. Hey, we are not at home. Y'all keep your hands above the waist and quit talking in my ear like that. Right?
Yeah.
Before your friend hears you.
Yeah.
Oh, hell, I know. We talked about this.
We talked about
it. Boy.
All right,
Get
John.
me the hell out of here. I can't focus on school and football over here. No, sir.
No. We're glad that you were able to make it to a place that was able to be
slow motion.
Navigable.
Slow motion, baby.
That's right.
Hey, wired just right for you, boy.
Yeah, buddy.
That's right.
All right, John. I'll catch you tomorrow for another show. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Lease for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and you hear our guy Clint is back in the building. He's with us as he was off the last couple of days. Tyler's in the building. We send a thank you. That means he's ready to go on a Wednesday. We send a great shout out to you and be a part of the show. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, you can jump on here. It is day 3 of Joe's Gotta Go. We'll see the countdown as we get there. It is day 3 of Joe Has Gotta Go. And listen, I just need a couple of minutes to spread my wings real quick, fellas. I just need a couple of minutes, Tyler, Clint. And I mean, I will obviously allow you to jump in. Dana Brown was on the flagship today of the Astros, and his thoughts on his starting pitcher yesterday. Ei, I'm not worried one bit, is what Dana said. Hey, Tyler, not one bit. Not just I ain't worried one bit. And I'm telling you, I heard him say it, and it was, the sound of defiance in his voice. And then I don't even got a dog in the fight. It pissed me smooth off.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
You can go keep it real somewhere else.
He's an arrogant SOB, ain't he?
Guys, you know what he did last night. My man proceeded to have the blow-up inning of, let me hit a guy, let me follow that up by hitting a guy, let me follow that up with a 4-pitch walk, and then say goodnight.
It sucks to suck.
Say goodnight, grand slam gone by not even one of their better guys. 4 innings, 5 hits, 6 earned, 3 Ks, 3 walks, hit 2 guys, 2 home runs given up. Couldn't solve Randy all night. To be honest, nobody could solve Randy all night. And I would just say this. It is a damn shame. Every one of them, whoever is a part of making the decision in that Astros organization, whether it's Jim, whether it's delusional Dana, whether it's Joe, whoever it is, whoever made the decision to run him out there after everything he has shown you up to this point, which is you don't deserve or aren't ready to grab the ball in a major league game. Right now, what they said, Tyler and Clint, they said, where's the towel? Because they threw the damn towel in yesterday. There is no reason for you to give a damn if they don't give a damn. How in the hell can they sit there and say, we're going to try to get back in it, Clint? We got a 7-game homestand right here. We're playing the Mariners, who they have mollywopped our ass now 9 times in a row. And you're going to run out a guy who cannot not get outs. He can't throw strikes to AA batters.
Bust.
This is it. We got to get back on it. We got to get in here. We got to get back in the race. Time's out. The early stuff over. You said the best chance for us to win was to walk him out there.
What if I told you?
They could have ran Tang's ass arm off one more time. Brian King could have started it. They would have been better in a bullpen game. And the worst part is he probably pitched okay for what he's done.
First 2 innings, anyway.
No, it's not the first inning. He promptly gave up a 2-run homer in the second inning after he walked Cal Raleigh, who was 0 for 38.
I meant first inning and a third or something.
They said straight face, and this fool today on the flagship, this fool that I'm talking about is Dana Brown. This fool came out and said, yeah, man, we just got to stay positive. We got to stay positive. We just got to win some games, get our bats going again. We get our starting pitching back. No. No, don't tell me you got to stay positive like you're still going. You ran a guy that you knew would perform poorly. You knew. There's no way that he was their best option. No way. And they threw the towel in and ran him in. And then you ran Joe's ass up there to have to go answer questions. And you know he ain't going to answer them right. I mean, it's just unbelievable sitting there watching that. Sitting there watching him just go out there and be put in a position to not be ready. That's like saying, Clint, all right, here we go. Season's on the line. When the Texans were 3-5 and D'Amico said, you know what? I'm going to give Graham Mertz the ball. You got it, Graham. You get this start
Turn this thing around.
Here, David, sit down. Here, I'm going to give it to Graham. Like, come on, man. That was unacceptable by the entire organization to put him in that position and then to still try to claim and say, we're still trying to be in it and win ball games. That's just ridiculous.
I'm so glad you're there, Ron. I'm so glad you're here with me, and here being the short season stuff ain't gonna be an excuse for this one. The long season stuff isn't gonna be an excuse for this right here. A lot of baseball left to play is not gonna be an excuse here.
It's a long season, y'all.
I'm glad to hear that you're there, man. And I know you're making the point of who are you fooling? You talking about wanting to turn this thing around, talking about putting your best foot forward, talking about winning a game, and you're going to try to guy out there that you know can't even throw strikes. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm as disgusted as you are, man. I'm as disgusted as you are. I sat there and had the conversation with my wife last night. She said, "Boy, Astros ain't doing real well, are they?" I said, "No," and not only that, this was a big ass series. This was an important series. If they were going to turn this thing around, are they going to be buyers at the trade deadline? Or are they going to be sellers? This series is going to go a long way towards that, and they have messed the bed back to back.
We suck.
And they've already guaranteed that he's going to make his next start.
Oh, yeah. The spotter said, we're going to run him right back out there.
Of course. No brainer, right?
Like, you can't, just like for me, they told me yesterday they've thrown in the towel. Or they're imbeciles.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Because there's no way that many people came together and said, all right, we're trying to win this thing.
Yeah.
This gives us our best chance. We lost game 1 of the series, which was pitched pretty decently by Peter Lambert.
Big Pete.
We lost game 1. Ei. That's it.
It's a long season, man.
It gives the best chance to win. I mean, I know you have lost your mind by some of these lineups. They make more sense than this.
Fair.
This is, and you could see, like, it was written all over his face. As soon as something bad happened, you could tell it was going downhill.
Well, I tell you, I watched the post game interview a couple of different times later last night, flipping through. You know, you hit that channel and they're replaying it or they're doing interviews, and yeah. Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I've watched a million MI pressers, but boy, he looks defeated. He looks frustrated. To add insult to injury to what you're talking about, Ron, the fact that this guy's struggling the way he has been struggling, I mean, he flat out said, and I don't know how much truth is to it because it came through the interpreter, his third interpreter, but I mean, he flat out said he talked to the organization and the veteran catcher and said, "No, I'm gonna throw fastball slider today."
And they said, "Go ahead,
yeah, go ahead, man, you got it." To a guy that couldn't find the strike zone in Sugarland.
2 pitches.
Yeah, man. So that's he looks defeated. He looks lost. I feel somewhat bad, Ron, because all the stuff that I told you, I tried to give grace with all the excuse making. As I'm sitting there watching, he appears to be at a loss for not even words in an interview, but at a loss for like answers to what he's doing. You know what I mean? He looks like a guy that is going through what he's talking about. I typically pitch this way. The reason the Astros signed me is because of what I could do on the mound doing it this way. Now I'm here, and they're asking me to do different things. They're asking me to attack it completely different, and I'm lost. And that's the part that is it's hard. It's sad to watch.
Clint and Tyler, in so many ways, he should not have been on the mound.
Agreed.
You could from one way. You're telling me that you are still in it. You are still thinking. I don't know how many they're behind the age now, 6, whatever it is. You're telling me you're still in it, Tyler, and you'll run him out there knowing like he could not perform against double and triple A opponents. And then to the point you're making, Clint, Tyler, we can see it from the television broadcast. The hell with being up close to him. You can look in his eyes and you can see he is not ready for this situation right now. I'm not saying he's not talented. He's not he is not ready to handle
between the ears. Yeah,
between the ears, in the eyes, you can see like he's not ready for this right now. He needs to get he needs to, and you ran him out there anyway. There was nothing about anything that he showed or did that said run him out there. Even if Hunter Brown is sucking ass, I can look in Hunter Brown's eyes and he's like, "Give me the ball,
right?
Let's go." Hell, now he may just fire up and just start throwing it as hard as he can and bypass pitching. But there's a deal of like, as you said before the game, in it when he lost that challenge. Oh God to hell, it was over. Lost that challenge, then he just started hitting people. Then he couldn't throw strikes.
He actually talked about that in the post game.
Yeah, it was going. He's in that post game. He's just deer in headlights, and you're like, yeah. Let's run him out there. And hell, let's run him out there next time, too.
Espada was asked in the postgame about Emai's body language that we were all seeing that you're referencing, Ron. Espada was asked about that after the game, and of course, he just pivoted right away and started talking about how it's a team sport. We're not going to talk about individuals and blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, it reminds me of the C.J. Stroud stuff. Like, you can see it. We're human beings. We read more into body language than we do words you speak. And whenever you see this guy out there giving up grand slams and slumping his shoulders, it's looking like a bust, boys.
In his worst moment, he made C.J. Stroud look like Nelson Mandela in that jail cell.
Hey.
In his worst moment, in his worst moment, in C.J.'s worst moment, Emai made him look like Nelson Mandela in that jail cell. You're talking about pressure. That he made him. But you think about it. It's funny you bring that up. You got a pitcher with the Astros that is that they're trying to take and approach pitching completely different. You got a quarterback with the Texans that they're trying to put in a Brady box and play a certain offense. You got Amen Thompson over here with the Rockets that's playing out of position. Seems like it may not that he's playing out of position, but he's being asked to do something somewhat left-handed. No pun intended. It's a wild way to go about it, man. You think Joe made that decision to roll him out there? No.
You think I got straight down?
I think Joe said "Here, no, we'll keep him out there."
Oh no!
In anybody's mind, it was like, all right, man. He just hit two batters in a row, and then he walked the guy on 4 pitches, and then promptly the guy's sitting there waiting for the fastball, and he drills it and deposits it past Cam Smith's 9-hitting ass, and it gets out, and then you would think at that point,
man, why'd Cam catch a stray, man?
In the middle of his second damn slump of the year.
Cam can't catch the bat, is what he can't.
Don't be betting on him, T.
Hell no.
But you would think at that moment, all right, guys, you can go get him now. Joe said, nah, man, get us 4. Get us 4, big dog. However you got to get there, get us 4. No, I mean, but you've been through this in the highest levels of college in professional sport. What does it look like? You walked in there and told them, you know what, man, guys, I think I'm gonna take this back to how I did it at Baytown, Baytown Lee, or I'm gonna take this, man. I'm more comfortable what we did at Arkansas here.
Yeah,
I want to come in here and do it this way.
Yeah, that's not. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's a problem. There's a problem beyond the kid just not performing well. There's a problem beyond him being overwhelmed, and it's exactly what you're talking about. My man, what is it? How many major league starts? Was that 2 or 3? Was that his second or third?
That's his third.
I mean, he's got 3 starts, and he's telling the organization and the veteran.
Well, I think it's his fourth. Because he had 5 total, and he had 2 in the minors coming into yesterday.
6 one way, half dozen another. The point that at the end of the day, I mean, he's still with. I mean, I don't know, man. Like that. That's not. It's not ideal to go. Hey guys, I know I've only had about a handful of starts, but I'm gonna attack this next game how I did it in Japan. Like I think they there's a tug of war going on here in Houston. That can't be ideal.
I think it feel like that. It feel like they said, "All right, go ahead, man.
Yeah,
go ahead, man. Do what you want to do, man. The hell with it, man. Do what you want to do."
You tried it our way and couldn't throw strikes.
Man, Randy hits fastballs and sliders like with the best of them, but you just keep throwing them to him because that's what you throw. Joe up there talking about, I thought there were a couple of places with those left-handed hitters he could have used the changeup or a split finger. Oh, do you? But Joe just sat back there with them glasses on and said, come on, man.
Dusty would probably handle that a little different. What do you think?
Nah, man. Dusty would have, over his dead body, Dusty would have laid over the train tracks of the steps to go up.
Never sent that kid back out there.
Nah, man.
I'm from a different generation.
You can go ahead and ask Chaz. All right, coming up, the schedule has dropped, and we know at least one major game for the Texans, and we do know one major fact that could affect this season with the schedule for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, power outages, they can happen anytime around these parts, man. If you've lived here for any amount of time, you know it. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes, some high winds cause major problems. You never know in Texas, man. Here's the deal.
accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Couple of texts coming in on the text line, and we appreciate you being a part of it. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. I see you, Rob, in the building. I see you, Pure. I see you, Cornbread up there. I see you, HS up, joining us in there. Is Joel in the building? I see you. Yep, it's Chewy's there as well. We appreciate you riding with us here on the drive. Text line coming in. Interesting how the Astros and Rockets are held to a different standard on 610 than the Texans. And I would like to say to you,
the hell up.
I would like to say to you, Texter, welcome in. You must be a first-time listener to this show. We appreciate you stopping by, and hopefully you come back. I don't think anybody who listens to this show will ever accuse us of poo-pooing to the Texans.
Hey,
no chance.
Hey, show. I literally just, in the middle of that, which was beautiful, by the way, poetry in motion, I literally just said, hey, y'all, check it out, man. We got M.I. being asked to pitch a way that he didn't pitch previously. We got C.J. Stroud being asked to quarterback an offense in a Brady box. And we got Amin Thompson playing out of position and being asked to do consistent. Like, how can you listen to that whole segment and go, yeah, these cats right here are partial?
I just don't understand how you could listen to this show for any time and come away with we're holding the water for the Texans.
Get a snack.
I am certain Nick Caserio is definitely not a fan.
It's so negative.
He's I'm certain. Not that I'm trying to. and he probably he may not be the only one.
I think the only one we got some them two at the top.
Yeah,
I think Cal and Hannah all right. I think they're all right with the drive.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know if them other ones. I don't know if they'd ever look forward to coming on them.
They certainly have not attempted to.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Nah, Hannah. In fact, you're due a little airtime, sister.
And then my favorite one here. Dusty would have kept Ei out there like he kept Baldy in the lineup. Dusty was, and always will be a fraud. And I would just say
won a World Series
to you. Well, I would just say to you for that specific thing. If you are a person who knows baseball, and you can't, maybe you didn't agree with it, but you can't understand the reasoning of why Dusty had Maldonado in the lineup behind the plate, let alone that Justin Verlander almost forced it anytime he started. But if you can't understand why he was on the field and in the lineup, and I just don't think me and you need to have a baseball conversation.
Definitely not right now, right? I mean, definitely not. We're watching guys just run around the bases at will. Yeah. I mean, just whenever
and then
you want to.
And then we watched the catcher yesterday not even really know how to communicate with the pitcher on the mound, and so they just went, all right, hell, we'll just go on and do we'll just go on and keep going.
Throw the old fastball.
Whatever you want, boss. That's quiz. I know people wanted Diaz out there, you want him off. But I think if you know baseball, you know the reason why there's nothing that Ei is bringing to the table. Ei is not throwing people and keeping the running game intact. Ei is not somebody who makes all the pitching staff comfortable and confident. He is not an exceptional anything. He is a person that needs to be pitching at a different level right now. And you don't just keep running him out there because you gave his ass $18 million. Bust. Anyway, the NFL schedule drops coming up tomorrow, and we will then know the entire schedule, which is always important, Clint. It is always important to know where you got to go, where are those tough spots in the schedule. But the one thing we do know, Clint, a couple of things we know. The first thing that was announced, we heard that on Payne and Pendergast. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne announced that was the Texans, Clint, they will travel to London week 6. I just want to throw out there, I've never been to London, but they will travel to London week 6 They'll have an 8:30 game, which I'm sure right now you're upset. But when that post game ends really early and you got the rest of your day, Glenn, I think you will start to embrace the 8:30 game.
Yeah, Pendergast reminded me that I'd be able to the games that I'm more fond of. I will now be able to see because of the Texans playing.
You'll be up out of there, baby. Hell, you may be able to slip into church service, but that's coming up from Wembley Stadium in London, Clint, and they'll play the Jags there. First time they've been there since 2019, with a completely different team and quarterback there, but. That is what we know right now about their schedule.
Ron, I absolutely hate the time slot for us. For them, I'm sure it's great. I hate it for us, right? 8:30 in the morning here. I've got to believe that they could find a better time than that. I'd rather the game start at 10 o'clock at night than 8:30 in the morning here, to be completely honest with you. But I'm not a fan of the time slot. But I'm going to tell you, man, I think there is way too much being made about the travel and stress on players of playing these international games. J.J. Watt, I typically agree with J.J. Watt. I completely disagree on this one. J.J. Watt tweeted, international game slate is nearing the realm of a traveling circus as opposed to occasional showcase. Look, I mean, this is clearly one of those situations where, as an organization, a team, a player, an analyst, however you want to, I mean, you can view it as a big-time positive and a big-time opportunity, or you can view it as a big-time negative. I totally understand that. But I'm going to tell you, as a person in the moment, right, as a player, coach, significant other to a player, coach, family member to play, this is a ridiculously cool opportunity to go over and experience this game that we love so much here in a different country. I've done it, having played over there. It's crazy, man. Everything about it's totally different, and I think it's something that should probably be more embraced. And I'm not saying I want to go play half my games over there.
Not like the Jags who play there twice a year.
Yeah. I'd be okay with twice, but I don't know, man. I don't know what the Texans are going to do. Are they just going to take off at a weird hour and go over there and land and take a nap and go play? Or are they going to go over there a couple of days in advance? If this is a go over a few days in advance, hell, I'd go over a week in advance. I'd practice.
I think it probably will be, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bye week ahead of it,
sure,
or there is some sort of Thursday night game where they have extended, because Jacksonville will be there. Jacksonville, they play another game in London the week prior. So they are going to be there 2 weeks, which is going to be a huge advantage.
Well, look, I would imagine Nick and D'Amico do a great job of all the advanced data and stuff like that. And so there might be something out there that says, nope, you leave it at whatever time the day before and you go play right away. When you land, boom, you bang it out. There's never a time change for you. You just go do it. I don't know. If that is possible, I would imagine the Texans would do it. But if there's like the Jags, for instance, Ron, they're going to be over there for 2 weeks. I mean, that's a crazy opportunity. That is to be playing a game, and I understand the games are important. Every game matters. There's 17 of them, and it's playoff seeding, and I get it. But I just think we overanalyze and this is a really cool – a fan to go over there, especially if you're a Jacksonville fan, to be able to go over there at any 3-4 day stretch over a 10 or 2 week period.
To go see the Eagles and the Texans.
Yes.
They play back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, to go over there and do that and see your family, watch American football, experience what London has to offer, what a cool opportunity. But yet all we hear is how stupid it is because of the travel and how bad it is for the players. And it's like, I just don't know that's it's not ideal. I get it. It's not ideal. But I just don't know that it's that detrimental to the players, to a season, to a game, to the ability to put your best product on the field. I just don't know that I buy that.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what it looks like. I think I'm certain there'll be a lot of Texans fans, those traveling Texans. They'll make their way over there. I'm sure Larry's ass will be out there, and it'd be a fun trip. And that's a big game. That's a really big game. That's a team that won 13 games last year, was a 3 seed in the AFC that a lot of people have.
And that's one of Jacksonville's home games, right?
Yeah. They play. As you said, they play the Eagles.
That's their deal. Makes sense.
Eagles the week before, tough game there, and then they play the Texans. All right, coming up, this is kind of come about due to conversations me and Luke had yesterday about this team versus the other teams, and there were two particular players that it felt like a lot of people on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch had some issues with the thoughts of, and that's Higgins and Noel. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ooh, I can't wait to do that. Before we get to Higgins and Noel, we got to get to Orchard, y'all.
ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Get the f*** out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up, and they got go.
Before we get to Higgins and Noel, because that conversation, boy, that really sparked people yesterday. This just came out. Adam Schefter, season 3 of The Quarterback, Netflix, coming up in July. Can't wait. It's been pretty good. You ready for these? Let's see if these do it for you.
Yes.
Jaden Daniels.
I'm in. Mama will be in that.
We'll do. Is there any Juju Watkins in this? Is there any?
Gotta be. Are they still together?
I don't even know. The mom would even allow us to know. Joe Flacco. I'm actually intrigued by Joe.
Yeah,
Flacco.
the one. I mean, every time. Wasn't Goff? Was he one of them? He was one of them last year, wasn't he? He was. Not that he was like overly, but I was into kind of his story. I was into his day-to-day. And then also, I would never think I would, but what was Buddy the year before?
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk
Cousins
yeah.
maybe been the star.
Yeah. Ended up. So that kind of outlier has seemed to be the one that catches more of my attention.
I think they brought Kirk 2 seasons in a row, I believe.
They did.
Yeah, they had to bring him back. So it is Jaden Daniels, Joe Flacco.
And it was great because it was Penix. It's Penix, wasn't it?
Penix, yes, when he went to Atlanta. And then Cam Ward.
Ooh, I like that.
Houston's own, at least close to Houston. Cam Ward, Tennessee Titans. And then the real headliner here, Baker Mayfield.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's going to eat it up. He's going to eat it up.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
How many dance videos we get?
So it's due to the previous year. Hell, did any of these players make the playoffs?
Who are they again?
I don't think any of them did. Tampa didn't. Tennessee didn't. Washington didn't. And Joe played for the Bengals and Browns. So neither one of them did. None of them made the playoffs.
Maybe that's why.
Because that was on there. The last couple of years they've had it like somebody's made it really, really deep. Burrow was on there. His is a little different, but
Burrowhead.
I mean, Baker's the closest thing into playoff contention. This ought to be interesting. Beats the hell out of Marcus Mariota.
No, that'll be good. I think Cam's going to be really good.
Cam will be good.
I mean, Cam's I don't give a rip along with his unhealthy like competitive gene. Is going to be tremendous. Baker is love or hate him, he's going to be really good. I bet you Joe Flacco's is going to be the one that kind of surprises folks.
Yes, he feels like he has the ability, the chance to be to Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
the guy that.
And Jaden's got depending on how Mama is.
Oh yeah.
If Mama's entertaining, it could be really good. Yeah. If Mama's not entertaining and it's like cool for one episode,
I'm in. I'm in. I'm dead.
Yeah. It's gonna be good.
I'm in on that. All right. We were talking yesterday about is this the best team coming up this year that the Texans have been able to field in the D'Amico era. Year 4, is this the one? They've put it together. It seems like they've put together a team like they wanted. Is it the best one? And it seemed like the conversation really on the text line and YouTube and Twitch really picked up with our thinking that, for me, and Luke was in the same space of like, outside of Nico, they don't have a lot of special weapons, especially in the wide receiver spot. And there were a lot of people, and I had to jot it down, which we created this conversation piece. A lot of people in the, how can you not believe, I got this a lot. How do you not believe in Higgins and Noel? Like Higgins and Noel are going to take major steps next year. That was a lot of what I was seeing on there. And despite what they did last year, Higgins 17 games, 41 catches, 525 yards, 6 touchdowns, 12.8 a catch on 68 targets. His his play increased as the year went on. And Noel in 17 games, 26 catches, 292, 2 touchdowns, 11 yards a catch on 35 targets. But even from that, to me, like, it's just there's a ceiling to me, Clint, on the offense from a perspective of how many pass catchers are going to have the opportunity to take big steps.
Yeah.
And then I just look at them individually, and I didn't watch them last year get the feel of, like, these are guys that are really about to bust out and break out. Like, if they can get somebody out of the way. Noel a little bit. I'm more intrigued with Noel, but I didn't get the feel of that.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. Anything can happen. I mean, these guys are clearly. I've seen the workout videos with Higgins. He is an absolute monster in the off season, in the weight room, and in the training world. And so anything can happen. But right now, based on everything we've seen, I mean, this may surprise some folks. I believe significantly more in the guy that they would not play, Jalen Noel, in a sense of being like a problem for defenses, in a sense of being a guy that can not stand alone, but a guy that can win versus man, a guy that can do some things underneath to attack zone. Like, I've got more confidence based on what I've seen in the one guy that couldn't get on the field at the wide receiver position last year while Christian Kirk was an absolute bust and everybody else was new to the game, essentially. I got more belief and confidence in him becoming like a real difference maker than I do Higgins. I think Higgins is I
would agree with that too.
Right now, Higgins is a really good man sitting next to the man. Like, if Nico's healthy, I think you're going to see some one-on-one. I think you're going to be able to get some go routes. I think he's a good route runner. He's a grinder. In this system, he's going to be greatly appreciated for just being where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there. He's going to be really appreciated for blocking and giving 100% effort. But when it comes to like that next level of, all right, we need a play. Everybody in America knows we need a play. You know, do you have the ability to go get it? I'm not there with him yet. And like I said, I would go Nico Collins, one, obviously. I would go in this whole group. This entire group, if I were saying, okay, got to have a play, man coverage against a good defense in this league, Nico Collins, and number 2 for me would be Jalen Noel. And while that's great for Jalen Noel, I don't know that that's great for C.J. Stroud and the Texans, because we had Jalen Noel, again, for whatever reason, couldn't get on the field much last year.
Yeah, like I look at Higgins. I think the place where Higgins will really potentially affect things is in the red zone. Like, I think there's a chance with his size that he could be a pretty good red zone threat. I think that was probably what we saw him do last year. I think we saw him get several of those 6 touchdowns were in the red zone and in tight spaces. But again, for you, like I mean, we kind of saw it at the end. Now CJ was doodling all over himself in the game against the Patriots. So, and I don't think Nick Haley was great either. But Nico wasn't there, and you know there wasn't a lot of like, ooh man, dude's open. There wasn't a lot of ooh man, he is creating major separation.
Well, I think the
and they're young too, but yeah.
Look, anything can happen. These guys are going to develop, and we'll see how the offense uses them, how Nick Haley uses them. But the interesting thing, if you look at his 6 touchdowns, I believe 3 or 4 of them were just, I mean, schematically spot on, hell of a job by Nick Haley, throwing the ocean type stuff. There was one go route, I believe, that he caught and either went right. I think it was a touchdown, or maybe it was he went out like just short of the goal line, or just short of the pylon. But you know, the thing is, to your point of being that red zone, when we talk about red zone threats, like again, we're talking unguardable type guys. We're talking about man beating type guys. And I don't mean unguardable like Jamar Chase or Randy Moss. I mean, I'm just meaning like guys that are you got your hands full if you got this guy one-on-one. And I two things. I don't see that from Higgins, and I don't believe that this offense is going to put him – like there's offenses out there that'll come up there and with Higgins' big ass out there, if you get man-to-man, I'm going to throw you the back. I'm going to throw you the fade to the back corner all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
We ain't going to do that. Very rarely – we might do it from the 30 or the 40, but we're not going to do it from the 20. You know, we're going to try to find something a little bit higher percentage. So I question how many opportunities he's going to get to literally take advantage of the length and the size that we talk about, right? So that's the question for me. I think you look at Jalen Noel. We've seen guys built like that with that skill set consistently have success in this offense.
Yeah, like someone just texted in. Who do you compare them to? Noel, as you said, could be one of those slot guys that we've seen in these offenses.
Yeah, I think he's got I think Jalen Noel's got a slot like the old school New England slot guy to a Cooper Kupp type. Like I think I really, and Cooper's great. I know. I mean, he just won a Super Bowl as on the backside right of his career, and Cooper was one of the best. But stylistically, I think he could be that guy, a move guy. And we're seeing the same thing. Puka Nacua is now Cooper Kupp, and it's a bigger receiver, so it's harder to see the comparison. But when you look at how they use Cooper Kupp, I don't think they're going to use him like that here in Houston. But when you look at how they use him, I think Jalen Noel's ceiling is kind of towards that stylistically. But at the very least, in a system that's always highlighted tight ends and slot receivers, I think he fits that perfect.
Yeah. Higgins has a real, lesser version of Michael Pittman Jr. feel to me.
Yeah. I think that's a good one.
Which, I mean, that's – I think that will be a productive player, especially in this offense. But, I don't know. I didn't – and it is – it was one season. I didn't get – there are some players where you look at, Luther Burton. I'm like, there's something there. You know, it showed something. Obviously, with Caleb, but there's something shown there. I didn't get that grasp from them. I think they're going to be solid players if they get an opportunity. But I don't get the sense that Higgins is going to pull a Nico. As you said, anything could happen.
Nico's rare at 6'4", 6'5", man. Higgins, I mean, if we're just talking stylistically, I think you're the ceiling. I think the stylistically now, I think you're looking at more like a guy like Mike Evans. That's a straight line, vertical guy, big-bodied, not the greatest route runner, but can get it done in critical moments. You know, if you can win enough down the field, you can push the DB off of you to create space underneath. Otherwise, they're going to sit on most of your routes. So I think that's stylistically, I think he's more in that lane of I'm going to run a go route or I'm going to be where I'm supposed to be. Just let me know when you need me kind of deal. I don't think he's some exotic player that's going to get a bunch of opportunity because you're moving him and he's in creative formations and he's getting the ball at all three different levels of the field. I just don't see that from him. Could be wrong. Been wrong many a time, but I don't see it.
All right, coming up as we continue, the schedule comes out tomorrow. We'll know the order and where they play and when they play. But a lot of people are already talking about the strength of the Texans' schedule. Is this now a time where they're finally able to achieve something that they haven't been able to do? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all my
presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are back together. Clint back in the building here, and Tyler is on the ones and twos as always, and the drive is live, and we've had a good, fun 2 o'clock seg, and we appreciate you all jumping in. I said seg. Those of you jumping in.
The old seggy.
That's the old seg, baby. Those of you jumping in on YouTube, Twitch, the text line, we appreciate it, and hope that you can continue to roll with it. Someone texted and said Ron likes that flashy stuff based off those receivers. I mean, I don't. I mean, I prefer big play elements.
Enjoys the offensive game.
I do. I do. But I understand there is a need for possession receivers and big body receivers that don't necessarily mean that they are over the top guys. But yes, I prefer Nico Collins out the gates rather than Xavier Hutchinson. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean that makes pretty good sense.
No offense to Xavier Hutchinson, who's done a hell of a job to remain on this team. All right, stock up, stock down coming up here in just a bit. Clint, Tyler, we will know the full schedule tomorrow, and where the Texans. When the Texans will be playing teams, what the order of the schedule will be, what the tough stretches are, if there are multiple ones. But judging by last year's performance, they've said the Texans have the 7th easiest schedule in the NFL. Judging by last year's performance, which is kind of iffy in how you look at it, but. We look at their schedule. They are playing a second place schedule as opposed to the first place schedule they played the last 2 years. So there is some potential relief there on things when Jacksonville has the first place schedule, and they are playing it looks like the NFC East this year. So. That is the way the schedule shakes out. Home games, obviously, in the division, but then they also play the Ravens and the Bengals and the Cowboys, Giants, and Bills at home. Road games, obviously, the ones in the division, but they play the Browns, Steelers, Eagles, Commanders, Packers, and Chargers on the road there. First off, when you look at that, do you think, and you look at the schedule, understanding the Texans and looking at this, and you say they got the 7th easiest schedule. Do you look at this schedule and think this is a schedule that the Texans can really take big advantage of and run up a really high win total when you look at these teams they're playing?
Well, the question is, can they go from 10-ish range to 13, 14-ish range to get them the 1 seed, right? That would be a stretch for me. I think that road schedule is got a chance to be really tough, and then there's several teams sprinkled in there that may be viewed like you look at their record, and Cincinnati had a losing record, and who's the other one that's it's a home game.
I mean, Cincinnati had a losing record.
Baltimore's another one.
That,
those teams, I'd be shocked if they're not better. Baltimore just because it's Baltimore and it's Lamar, but Burrow and Cincinnati, because they got better on defense, they got better dudes on defense, they're going to be the schedule, I think, is going to be harder when the season actually comes to fruition. I think we're going to look back on it. I'd be shocked if the Texans had the seventh. So
you don't see 7th when you look at this.
Well, I see how they got there. Yes, I see how they got there and why they got there. But the reality of it is if it's based off of coaching changes and last year's record and last year's position in their division and yada yada yada, I think this could be very misleading. When you got teams like the Bengals and the Ravens and the Chiefs that aren't even in the playoffs, right? They're going to be on somebody's second or third place schedule. I don't think that's an accurate depiction of strength of schedule when those types of teams are on there and they're considered weak links, because the odds are that really all of them, but damn sure a handful of them are going to be signitically better and probably be not just better.
One, yeah.
There's another one, not just better, but we're talking contenders, right? So, it's good. It's good to be in this place to where when the schedule does drop, there is going to, as a Texans fan, you're not sitting there looking at a top top strength of schedule that you're up against. So I'd rather be in this position. But I think there are teams that are going to be better than expected and probably boost that strength of schedule a bit.
Yeah, 7th feels. Again, you see what teams did last year, but I do. I look at these. I like to look at coaches and quarterbacks.
Yeah, got a few of them on here.
They got Josh Allen, Burrow, and Lamar all at home. Those are home games. Those three, along with Mahomes, have been the four over the last several years. They play those three quarterbacks. They play Herbert on the road. They play Hurts. They play Jayden Daniels. They play Jordan Love.
Dak at home. Jordan Love.
Dak's in that. Yeah, at home, they've got Trevor Lawrence. We'll see what he does, but he finished 5th in the MVP last year. They got him twice, but they play them, and then they play Lamar, Joe, Burrow, Dak, and Josh Allen at home. I bet Buffalo is saying, boy, when do we get to play these jokers in Buffalo? They keep coming here. But when you look at the quarterbacks, and then you look at other teams that are, to me, I think they'll beat a team like the Giants, especially if they're early in the season. But, that's a team that feels like it's going to be better than it was last year with Harbaugh and some of the parts they've added. Now, I think they will beat the hell out of teams like the Browns. I think they're much better than the Steelers. But yeah, it does look a little tougher. And I think to the point you've made is the reason why this is such a big thing, and I'm really intrigued to see how this thing loads up. We know Jacksonville is week 6. That's a tough game in London. What's around it is we understand the goal. And they understand the goal that all of you are talking about. What we have talked about is they have got to get past this place where they cannot stop banging their head on, not just in the D'Amico era 3 years in a row, but in franchise history. They cannot get past the divisional round. But you want to know what else is also something that they continue to do? They continue to have to go somewhere on the divisional round. Tyler, you tell me if I'm wrong. I am certain they have had to play every one of these games on the road in franchise history. They've had to go to New England. They've had to second round. Right, they have to go on the road. Just in this D'Amico run where they've been 3 straight years, they beat the brakes off the Browns, the number 1 defense in football. They beat the brakes off of them. Where they got to go? Baltimore. The next year, they beat the brakes off the Chargers eventually in the second half. Where they got to go? Kansas City. Oh no! Last year they win. They had to go and start in Pittsburgh. And then they had to go to try to get to the AFC Championship game. They had to go to New England. 3 really tough places. I know they've had to go to New England before in the past. So that is why this is so critical. Is maybe a big thing that will help is if they don't have to go on the road in that second round to these teams. That's
a great point. I've not thought about it. The schedule drop to that degree. I mean, it's again, make of it what you will. It's the 7th easiest schedule out there. It's obviously a second-place schedule versus a first-place schedule. Somehow, when you're playing a second-place schedule in a year when Kansas City didn't win their division, you still ain't catching them on your schedule, either. So I mean, there's I don't know, man. I think if there's ever going to be kind of a stars align, your team has gotten better and better and better. You're hung up on that second round of the playoffs. And to your point, how do you get past it? You be better in the regular season, so you get that 1 seed. You get a home playoff game, maybe even get a bye, but you get a home playoff game, maybe multiple home playoff games, and maybe that can get you over the hump. Could be a big piece of it.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, you've had to go play Lamar Jackson,
tough spots,
who was the MVP. On the road. You had to go play Patrick Mahomes, who was the best quarterback in football, on the road. You had to go play Drake May, who finished second in the MVP last year, on the road in bad weather in all 3 games. Someone texted in, Josh Allen is D'Amico's son at this point, not worried about Trevor. Okay.
Yeah, I agree that D'Amico has had the number, and his defense has had the number of Josh Allen, and it's crazy to how successful they've been against Josh. I still don't want to play with Josh. I still don't want to mess with Josh. But there's no doubt.
Definitely don't want to have to go play them there in the in the playoffs.
Correct.
That's got to be, that is the common denominator with these exits and where they aren't able to get past is they're not getting those games at home. And they're not getting those games, and they're having to play those games in tough weather spots. Like maybe the Chargers, if they could have to travel to L.A., maybe that would help. Miami, could you get one? Like they're having to travel to those spots. So, someone texted in, I do think the NFC East will be tougher than people think. I think a lot of people believe the NFC East is probably going to bounce back. I think the Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, and Giants all. Maybe the Eagles are the only team that you look at and you wonder, are they going to be better than they were last year? But they're not going to be bad.
But I mean, you're talking about a team that was capable of winning 13, 14 regular season games. I do think they come back to the pack a little bit in the NFC East. I still think they're a contender in the NFC and obviously in that division. I think the Cowboys are who we thought they are. I think they're going to be a potential 10-win team that is going to scare a lot of folks. I think it isn't on my schedule. Yeah, it never is. The Commanders, I think, are more who we saw 2 years ago than who we saw last year, and I think the Giants are coming. I think they're going to be a fun team to watch at the very least, and they got some real talent. So, yeah, man, I think the NFC East gets significantly better. Maybe a traffic jam league where they're all pretty good football teams, but nobody's great the way the Eagles have been recently, but. I think that division is solid for sure.
Text line coming in. Guys, don't you think the Texans need to learn how to win big games on the road? I don't know. I think they've done it. They won at Kansas City last year. They won. I won't really count Baltimore, but they won at. They won Cincy. Did they win at Cincinnati? They won at Cincinnati his rookie year.
Yep.
They won
was that a rookie? Was that 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Golly, I thought that was 2 years ago.
They won at the Chargers last year, late in the season. Obviously, they won a playoff game in Pittsburgh. No, I just think they need to get the best record that they possibly can get.
Yeah.
And the thing I feel good about this team is, like, I think they will probably run through this division. Like maybe Jackson. You don't think so? Maybe Jacksonville is like I don't know what the culture going to look like and how quick. We
messed around and watched Cam Ward with that mess in Tennessee last year play us down the wire.
I know it. And
I think
their quarterback.
I mean, I just think we're going to be more along those lines than others believe.
Now the thing is, the way that the Texans, it appears that the way the Texans play, they will play a dominating brand of defense that will also potentially always have teams kind of close.
Shoot, you're right. We're going to one score game, baby.
That a mistake can happen, so they can. But I've
never heard or seen a team, and maybe they all do it, or maybe that's just the day we're living in, Ron, where that stat is kind of forefront. I've never been around a team that talks about it more than this organization.
Yes.
If you didn't know any better, you'd think they'd want to. They feel better about it.
I look at this, and maybe I'm being a little aggressive, but Tyler, I look at the division. I see 5-1.
Really?
In this AFC South? Yeah.
Yeah, like the Colts. I don't know what's up with Daniel Jones. I don't know their quarterback situation. And even with him playing, I feel like Daniel Jones and that offense that's another team that D'Amico's had their number with Shane Steichen.
Yeah,
they've been there, and I just don't think Tennessee is ready. I know they had a weird game with Davis Mills starting last year. I just don't think Tennessee is ready. Now Jacksonville, I can see them splitting with the Jags, but I feel like they got Clint. Clint's not feeling.
No, I'm just thinking, 5-1. That's rich, man. I hope you're right. I just don't.
Now, some of these other games, we'll see.
I mean, I think we're going to do a lot of fourth quarters where we're one play away from the game changing.
No, I agree with that. I think with the division, they'll be able to hold most of those down.
We'll see
in the division. Now,
we'll see, Chief.
Now, could I get a sense that all of a sudden you look up and Joe's got the ball at Reliant to give them a lead? Yeah. Could I see that with Lamar? Could see that. But in the division, I feel like they're going to have a really great record in the division, and to see if they can make some things move. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down. Let's do it. NBA playoff edition. Anything. Players, teams, cities, whatever. Stock up, stock down. You can participate as well. And we'll do that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Look here, y'all. Do you have a hair loss issue that's slowing you down, holding you back, baby? A receding hairline?
Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We do a little stock talk every hump day right here on The Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, yours truly, producer Tyler Milner with you on a Wednesday in Houston. And today's edition is NBA Playoffs, an NBA Playoffs edition of Stock Up, Stock Down. Let's get this thing started right away with you. We're on the show, Hughley. Stock down for you in these NBA playoffs, Ron.
Stock down for me. The OKC Thunder. I know that is strange because they've won.
I want to hear this reasoning.
They've won every one of their games, and before the closeout game against the Lakers, all of them by 9 points or more. I think what we're witnessing here, and I'm always a believer that dynasties are good for sports and for sports leagues when you have a team that is really, really good, that either becomes great and is great and then becomes villainous, but still people enjoy to watch because usually they have stars, they have all kinds of things that intrigue you. I think OKC is one of those few dynasties potentially that are bad for the sport because they're going to be very Spurs-like, and not just Spurs-like, but then they have that villain-like official thing that the Chiefs had, but except they really don't have a lot of interesting stars. Like Shea is really, really good, but he's not one of the stars like of the league. He's a great player, but he's not a star. And then they don't have really anything else behind that. And they just aren't that interesting. And then it feels like they're cutting corners from a lot of people with how they play the game, with their flopping and with their the way they are able to attract attention and things like that. And you can feel it brewing every time they play out. I've heard several people go on TV, Jay Williams, to many others. I think they're a great team. I just don't enjoy watching them play or how they go about it.
Not a lot of sizzle there.
There's not a lot of sizzle. Like, you start looking at the recent dynasties that we've seen across sports, like the Dodgers. They're in L.A. They've got one of the most unique players we've ever seen, and then they have star power behind that and history. And they're great, and there's controversy that makes them hated too, but they're still stars. Right? You look at Golden State before them, big-time stars, controversy that made people dislike them because of how they put themselves together. The Chiefs, obviously stars all through, Taylor Swift, all of that. And then they're villains. Like, it's just like, this is like, there's been a few, this is like, and it's not like, there's not really any enjoyment to watch really at times with them.
There's not even, again, I can just speak for the casual NBA fan. There's not even I have zero interest in watching them.
Yeah. And
SGA is clearly as productive as anybody, or more productive than anybody in the damn league. But when I watch, there's no wow, and I'm not disrespecting. I'm just keeping it real. Like I turn it on and I watch for a little while.
They feel crafty.
Yeah.
like they're crafty. Not like you think of other basketball dynasties. Damn, man, I know I can't stand Golden State and how they put this together, but look at these ass.
Yeah, Steph Curry.
Like, look at this, Steph, Clay. Like, look at these guys.
Yep.
I don't like it's just like, hey, he got to the line 27 times.
It's easy to pull for the bald mamba.
And they got 13 dudes that they can run out there and play.
Yeah, no doubt. It's an NBA playoffs edition of Stock Up, Stock Down right here live on The Drive. That was Ron's Stock Down. Over to you, Clint. Stock down in your eyes with these NBA playoffs.
Well, look, I'm just going to keep it right here at home, boys. I feel like if we're going to be honest with ourselves as Rockets fans, it's hard to stock down or talk down to anybody in the NBA that's a playoff caliber team without mentioning the Rockets. I just, when you look at what they did last year, you lose in 7 to Golden State. Golden State goes on and loses in 5. They lose 4-1 to Minnesota. Then you turn around and you look at what you did this year.
We sucked.
Yes. You struggle with obviously L.A. They end up sending you home in 6, I believe it was, and then they turn around and get swept. And so, I think, with the expectations when you make that move to go get that superstar after showing up in the playoffs is to take that next step. And you didn't do that. And in the process, literally in the playoffs, some of the commentary from former players, literally for a week, some of the commentary from former players and from well-respected analysts was as disrespectful as you could possibly be about the squad. And by the way, justified. So I got to go stock down right now. Playoff NBA basketball, Rockets, they hold that title, Bob.
You left last year thinking, boy, this is a team that's going ascending. You look at this team, you feel like some people feel like you got to tear this thing down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not good.
Wouldn't be mad if you did.
You are tuned in to Stock Up, Stock Down right here live on The Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, myself. We do it every Wednesday. Today is an NBA playoffs edition. We got those stock downs out of the way. Back to you, Ron. Stock up for the NBA playoffs.
I apologize to you, Tyler, before I go here. There are a lot of places to go, but I'm going to go with James Harden.
Ugh.
Stock
He's
up
okay with that.
This might be your worst stock up in history.
Oh, stock up, yeah.
With James Harden. His he got crushed for being James Harden the first couple games in this series. That line that kept rolling around. He's got more turnovers than he does field goals. Yep. Well, the last 2 games, in Game 3, gotta have it down 2-0. It was him who made, I think, 3 or 4 straight baskets down the stretch, including a 3 to when they were up 1. That was basically a dagger under a minute left. But before that, he got the ball and made 2 big-time shots, 3 shots down the stretch. And then in the last game, yes, Donovan Mitchell went crazy for 45, but he also was there too. 24 points, 11 assists in that game, and he had 2 turnovers, which was a big thing. So James Harden, who was fairly crushed for his career and how he shows up or doesn't show up in big games, the last 2 games to get them back in the series, James Harden has showed up to play.
Yeah, I doubt he'll actually finish it out. We'll see.
He probably won't, but his stock is up right now.
Turd alert for Ron's stock up with James Harden right there. NBA playoffs stock up for you, Clint.
Well, anything with San Antonio on it for me. I mean, as I said, I have zero interest in watching Oklahoma City. No disrespect, just real talk. I can't click through the guide and see a San Antonio game and not at least peek it. I got to. Whether it's to see what the fans are doing, which, by the way, the David Robinson Spurs logo with just I don't know if they do black
pink and the color stuff.
Well, no, I'm saying that back when they did the Aztec looking floor and all that kind of stuff. I guess I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but you get my point. When they did the different colors in the that was show stop. That was whatever you're doing. Come check this out. I don't necessarily like sit back when I see the just the black floor with the original logo on it. But even in those instances, you look up and Wemby is quickly becoming the best player in the league. And I think because Wemby is so, what do you call him, Tyler? What do y'all call him, the alien? Like he's so,
he ain't from this planet.
Well, he's so different, and rightfully so. He's so different, and he's viewed as one of, if not the best in the league right now. But it takes away from how good his squad is. Them cats can go. I mean, them cats around him can flat ass go. And so like I just think anything with San Antonio right now, whether you're talking Wemby specific or the city, the fan base, the vibe, the
they've
supporting
created
cast.
the most controversy with that elbow.
Come on, yeah, I forgot about that. How about that?
He got to keep.
How he got away with that, I have no idea. But I think more of him because he did it. I mean, that was impressive.
Lined him up, looked him down, and said, "Sit down."
Hey,
Nas.
reared back and got him.
I mean, Nas tried to get him yesterday. It wasn't.
Try to get him back.
Yeah, he did. He tried to. He hit somebody. He whipped somebody in the face. I'm talking Wemby yesterday. Whipped somebody in the face too. Yesterday.
Well, I don't know how that big long joker controls his limbs. Hell, I mean.
Yeah. San Antonio is rolling. I'm glad. You know what? I want to kind of dive a little deeper into that. I'm glad you brought that up because if you are watching now, some fans, and this happens in sports where the Rockets lose, you just may be done with the playoffs. You may be done with watching the rest of the playoffs. But if you have watched the Spurs, if you've been watching this, they have to piss you off in a major way when you compare them to the Rockets. And you brought up a point of why this makes you. It's not the Wemby thing alone. Yes, you wish you'd have gotten Wemby, right? That's a tough draft in the Wemby draft, and I believe they got I think Jabari Smith, or maybe he's in the Boncaro draft. I have to look at it, but whoever it was not Wemby or anywhere close to Wemby, as we know that. But it's not just Wemby; it's the other stuff that has to drive Rockets fans crazy. We'll get into that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, we've been telling you, and it is we're coming up on it, Clint. It is that season to protest your property taxes, and if you want.
Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, and that was interesting for you to bring that up. As I've been thinking the same thing, watching the Spurs last night, and not just last night, watching them all season and watching them in this playoff run. It is hard not to look at them and then obviously look at the Rockets. Because coming into the year, there was a thought like, all right, these are two young teams that are coming. But, obviously the Rockets, they finished as the 2 seed last year. And then you look at it this year, this is a group that in the Spurs didn't even make the play-in last year, right? I know Wemby was injured a lot, that had a lot to do with it. But this was a squad that struggled, and you didn't think that they would be back and ready to go and be a team that passes the Rockets. But they clearly have, and I think it's real easy to just look at and say, well, they got Victor Wembanyama. And that is a big thing. I think Victor is, in short order, if he's not the best player in the league with Jokic and Shea, like he's right there. I think he probably finishes second in the MVP, and he won the Defensive Player of the Year award unanimously. So he is a big-time player. But if you just take the Rockets and the Spurs and let's just take out Wemby and KD, the two best players on the team, the two best players that kind of the offense revolves around, and KD for the Rockets and Wemby for the Spurs. Dude, it is clear what they're getting from those guys compared to what the Rockets are getting from those guys. And coming into the year, you would think that the Rockets would have the better, cast around their best player. But, I mean, De'Aaron Fox, everybody's talking about they need a point guard. De'Aaron Fox is clearly he used to be the best player for the Kings when they went on had a great year and went to a Game 7 with the Warriors and played really well. He comes here as the second or third option. Stephon Castle, who won the Rookie of the Year last year, he is a bad, bad boy that can play offense and defense and can shoot well, better than – he's like a better version of Amen Thompson right now because he can shoot better. Vassell is really, really good. Johnson is a sixth man of the year. You can see Dylan Harper, who's a rookie, coming on. Champagnie can shoot. Harrison Barnes is just a veteran they have over there. I
feel like he's 45.
It feels like it. They just have a supporting cast that really supports him, and we see it when he doesn't play how much. Like, they are still competitive. They almost beat the Timberwolves in Game 4 when he got ejected. They were still in. They had a lead late in the fourth quarter. And then you look at the Rockets, Şengün, Amen, you can throw Fred in there, Jabari Smith, Shepard, Eason. Like, it's just not close right now. It's not close with KD and Wemby, but it's damn sure not close when you look at their guys outside of their best player compared to the Rockets outside. That is glaring to watch, right?
Well, but the crazy thing is, and I know you've mentioned this several times, when it comes to just athletic ability and just ability to play basketball. I mean, the Rockets, the bunch you named would match up pretty good, really, across the league. But the reality of it is, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I watch a ton of Spurs basketball beyond the playoffs. But it just very rarely do I see a player that appears to be out of control, a player that appears to be consistently asked to do something he's not doing, a player that or a system that just becomes very stagnant and guys aren't moving and they're not moving with a purpose. They don't have a plan. They don't all know what they're doing and working together. it just seems like it's a much more well-oiled machine, and the organization is getting, I mean, everything they could possibly get out of the 6 or 7 guys you just named, not named Wemby. Clearly, he impacts the game on both ends of the floor like nobody else, really. But the supporting cast appears to be, and the scheme, just what the system, which, again, I don't even know what the hell it is, but when you watch it, it seems like everybody's on one accord and everybody's got it figured out. Those are the things, to me, that really disgust me about the Rockets. I don't need to watch the Spurs to feel that way, but when I do, it just quickly takes you back to Houston, and what a cluster that is.
I mean, they got – and Houston's like – I mean, I'm not going to say Şengün and Amin are scrubs. They're good players. Jabari is a good player. It is just they're not like that cast that they've built around their great player, and they are going to be there for a minute. They're going to be there for a minute. Young, like they have, it's like they have a revolving door of the second best player of who it could be consistently between like Fox, Castle, and other guys that step up, right? Like you look at the Rockets bench, like they got the 6th man of the year on their bench. Like the Rockets, you get concerned, like what, all right, man, they put Reed on the bench that he could maybe score, or Tari on the bench that he can score. It is just so different and eye-opening to see even more now, especially because we got to watch the Rockets without KD. And now we've seen some moments they had to play a game for the Spurs without Wemby, and they were able to beat Portland. They had to go and try to – and they almost, as I said earlier, almost beat Minnesota in Game 4 of that series when he got ejected in the second round. And they just didn't fall apart offensively and all that. Now, coaching, I think, has something to do with it as well.
Yep.
But the pieces they have outside of Wemby is – like, I think if they had to play the Rockets without Wemby, I think they have a lot of confidence that they would still win the game.
Oh, I agree.
I think the Spurs do. I think they have a lot of confidence that they can win the game. I don't know that's the same way that it feels for the Rockets.
Well, they're just. I mean, you look at. It's interesting because if you look at, obviously the one we've watched the most was Golden State and kind of their system and their chemistry and the glue. Just how well oiled they actually were, and then you look at kind of how Oklahoma City, as you said, they got 13 guys they can bring up off the bench.
OKC's a whole different animal.
I mean, San Antonio's coming.
Yep.
I mean, and it looks like they're there. But they're just from that perspective of having a collective group of guys that appear to all be bought into a system and bought into a superstar and a way to play and playing together. And it's a fun watch, man. It is a fun watch to watch a bunch of guys play together with that kind of chemistry. And I'm not saying that San Antonio's there yet, but they're damn sure coming.
Yeah. Somebody texted in 0 development with Rockets core.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's a fair thing. But these dudes are rolling. Like everybody's talking about De'Aaron Fox. That's probably the kind of point guard you've been wanting and talking about to get in here.
There's not just 0 development with this group. There's because when you just say 0 development, I think you kind of leave it up to like, well, players aren't developing. There's 0 I would say they've regressed, but I think it has more to do with lack of structure and lack of leadership that knows how to develop, or is interested. Whether it's a know-how or a lack of interest, either way it goes, it's not getting done. Like to me, it looks more like because I don't think any of those guys in Houston. I don't think any of them are hard-headed. Like I don't think any of them are like, nah, we just ain't. We're just not going to develop. We're just going to do it our way, no matter what.
Yeah.
They strike me as guys that just don't do well with a lack of structure. They need, which most team sports, you do need some structure, and I think the Rockets lack it. So, I just when I hear lack of development, I always preface it with, hey, you can't expect young players to develop if there's not any structure and there's not any developer of young men in the organization, and it doesn't seem like that is a priority in the organization.
Text line coming in: San Antonio gave their young core time to grow. We blew up our core after 1 year of the playoffs to get old ass KD. No, you just traded. You traded Jalen Green, right? and mind you, Fox got there last year, Castles, this is his second season. This is Dylan Harper's first season. All right, like it like this, they ain't been gelling to get. This ain't no several years. Hell, the Rockets, Şengün's been there for multiple years. Amin's been there multiple years. Jabari Smith's been there multiple years. Like this, like they ain't been sitting there for 5 years just gelling, and now they've hit it. No, like I disagree with that point. All right, what you got coming?
One of the craziest random stats in the NFL that I've ever heard. I heard it while I was out, Ron. I got to share it with you. Number 2, I did it again. Not number 2, I did it again. Just number 2. Bullet number 2. I did it again. Yes, not. I mean, I have had a few bowel movements, but no.
It's Brittany, bitch.
It's that time of year, Tyler. We're right up against training camp, and these videos start surfacing of these new guys. I watched one, and I'm probably going to over-evaluate it. I'll tell you who that is. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Look, I tell you, I've dealt with all kinds of paint contractors, multiple states, multiple cities, multiple different projects, whether it's my home and my wife is overseeing it or it's flip homes, and we're just trying to get things done. And I'm telling you, Serta Pro Painters, without a doubt, is the best way to go. We're talking about always on time. We're talking about super detailed. From a consulting standpoint, they're going to ask every question. The awareness is through the roof. The finished product is awesome, whether they're staining a front door that I had 2 other companies work on before and they couldn't get it done, or they're painting my
866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Nice job by Clint Stoerner. Real nice job.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the shoot here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got them, boys. Got them. Told y'all I went to the hill country this weekend. I got them. I synced them, put my hands on them. That's them ostrich boots now.
Oh, you got them, huh?
Ronald, wait till you see me. Wait till I break them joints out. It can't be just kind of on a random Wednesday afternoon. It's got to be a Friday when I got a little date night rolling afterwards, or maybe if I ever join you guys for a fella's evening out, maybe one time, maybe next year for your birthday, maybe. Something like that. You know, I'll probably rock the ostrich. I can
this is a special occasion.
Still got to get me a belt. But it's happening, boys. It's they are slick, and boy, are they soft. Ooh-wee. Powered by Dirty's Daily is powered by Tyler. Let me hit that one time. Is powered by. You know what that is? You got that in your ears right there, Ron? You got that in your ears right there? You got it? Tyler, you got it? Well, hell, you played it. Don't cheat.
I would have had it, though.
Come on.
It's a classic.
Oh.
The sequel that recently came out was amazing as well.
Still hadn't seen it.
Oh, dude, you need to watch. It's 8 times better than the original.
Do you like that Top Gun better?
Hey!
Oh, you figured it out? Did you have it right away?
Showman.
Did you have it right away?
USA part.
The USA chant threw me off. I didn't know that was coming. I thought it was just more of this music and jets. I'm okay with it, but I just didn't know. I didn't know it was coming. But Dirty's Daily is powered by Top Gun. Did you know it was released 40 years ago today?
That's nuts.
That feels nuts. Yeah.
40 years ago today.
42, so.
That makes me feel old. I can only imagine how it makes y'all feel.
By the way, boys, yeah, good point. By the way, are y'all Maverick men or y'all Iceman guys?
Oh,
Be honest, you're Maverick?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know it that well. I've seen it like once.
I mean, I'm Iceman all day.
Are you Iceman?
I'm Iceman all day. I mean, he is cocky, but when it comes to watching the show, like he is a obviously one of the main characters, but he's good.
I'm Doc Holliday above all, though.
Good point. Well played. Well, Val, he's rest in peace, right?
Man.
In Val, he took that long nap, didn't he?
We lost Val, didn't we?
But I'd be on Iceman's team more than likely. I mean, I like Maverick the character. Obviously, everybody loves him, but boy, Iceman was slick with it now. How about this? I probably should have just. I
feel like that's one I need to go rewatch again.
Well,
both of them.
Well, hey, you know what? You said both of them. Let me put you on a little something, right? To celebrate its anniversary, Top Gun's anniversary, that is, 40 years today, the film and its sequel, Top Gun Maverick, are returning to AMC theaters nationwide for 1 week. 1 week. Now, how I had to just kind of randomly come across this, I don't think that AMC did a very good job of promoting it, because I would think that people my age are kind of who they're trying to, and maybe a little bit older, I would imagine that's who they're trying to get to. But I probably should have let the AMC theaters, I probably should have gave them my sponsorship of my Dirty's Daily today, because they're the ones that's actually doing the work in 2026. But yeah, it's good music, man. I as you know, I'm not a big movie buff here, boys, but that music, this music here, every bit of that, I know exactly where it's coming from. Immediately. I mean, there's a lot of this stuff. Great all-time movies. People play a little music, and I'm like, I ain't got it. Sorry.
Same. Yeah.
I ain't got it. Top Gun? Shoot. And then the one they sang, which one did he sing?
In Top Gun?
You got
man, I can't remember
that love and feeling. Yep. In the bar, they had them all singing it.
Yeah, I could see the scene in the bar. I just could not pull that song. Nice. 40 years ago,
Come on,
dude.
man.
That's wild.
Come on, man. That's
40 years.
Top Gun. It's in the theaters. You can go see both of them.
And Tom Cruise has not aged somehow.
Well, there's not a somehow.
Yeah, I guess the whole Scientology thing.
Hey.
Surgery.
Yeah, he got him and Tom Brady.
He's aging like Tom.
Him and Tom Brady got the same cat over there taking care of him, and somehow Tom's jaw has gotten sharper than anybody's in the world. And he was puffy faced like me back in the day. Before he got famous, before he got real famous. Hey, speaking of watching movies and seeing things on social media, Ron, Tyler, I did it again. Y'all know.
Ran out of gas?
No, I did not run out of gas.
Oh, okay.
I thought that's what he was talking about when he said
I did not run out of gas. My wife did somehow catch wind of my last episode that we talked about on radio. She was not aware of it until somebody backdoored me. Somebody heard it, and
that was going to happen.
And it made it back to the wife. This weekend, we're sitting there Mother's Day, and she goes, "Do y'all know that he ran out of gas again?" And if you know my father-in-law, boy, it's just stuff like that just really sticks in his craw. I mean, I think he goes to the restroom to celebrate that he gets to just give you hell. Well, he's actually pretty solid. Like, he gives most folks hell, but he actually takes it light on me. I don't know if it's because he likes me or if he just because I'm his son-in-law. But that right there, I can tell I really let him down. I really disappoint him. But this. That is not
the only one you disappoint.
That is not. Oh hell yeah! I don't mind hurting people's feelings or pissing people off. I don't like disappointing people. But I did it again, man. Y'all know. I'm. The draft for the Texans this year was, you had to work on it a little bit. You had to get to know these guys. You had to do a little bit of digging. You didn't just watch a highlight reel and say, hell yeah, let's ride, right? You had to dig a little bit. The more you dig, the more you like it, right? And you get past the old lineman in the first round, like him, like the identity, like the thought, method to the madness makes sense. No problem, Nick. You did a good job, bub. And then you get early second round, you get a D tackle that was arguably the best available, thought to be, slipped into the second round in a need position. Love it. And then all of a sudden comes this Marlon Klein fella. Big time need position at the tight end in the tight end room. Beyond Dalton Schultz, I mean, I think you got a lot of question marks. And they draft Marlon Klein in the second round. Here's DeMeco Ryans and what DeMeco Ryans has recently said after getting him in the building and seeing him and getting a little more familiar with him.
Yeah, what I liked about Marlon is you see a big guy. Marlon's, of course, everyone knows his story, right? Kid's from Germany, right? Came here at 15, and he's been through a lot, and he's overcome a lot, right? And to see this kid grow into the football player that he's become at the University of Michigan, strong at the edge of the line of scrimmage, does a good job blocking, sustaining blocks, running his feet, and it didn't show up a ton, but when you see it, I feel like he can be a dynamic player in the passing game. Big, tall target, good hands to catch the ball. So we just want to continue to work with him to develop him. He's still a young player, and our coaches done a great job already. Right, Kaylee and James done a great job working with him today in his individual drills.
Started with talking about getting his hands on folks, running his feet, which I think is what they drafted him for, was his ability, the system he came out of, and his ability and willingness to block. I'm not saying he's a road grader at the end of the line of scrimmage, but he's a tight end that doesn't mind blocking, doesn't mind sticking his nose in there. We need that big time. And then the development piece, I think, is more to, can he play to the athletic ability? And, Ron, that's what got me. I don't know. I don't know. When you see a guy get drafted in the second round and you watch tape in a pro-style offense where, yeah, sure, there's a couple of vertical routes that he caught, but you wonder, like, man, second round's a little rich. Second round's a little rich.
Some thought it was a reach.
Well, and I think most should think it was a reach because it's a developmental player, right? And at least on the surface, it's a developmental player. And so you start. My immediate response is, where can I find second round? Right? I'm not familiar with the kid. I ain't been to a Michigan practice. I mean, I know who he is, but I haven't been to a Michigan practice and studied him. I don't study Michigan tape. I can pull it up. It's all 22. You can't really see, like, unless he's out there constantly making plays like Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, then you don't see second round. Like, I've got to see something that gives me second round vibes.
Because second round, you expect that person to be a big part of playing that position and a big part of your team in the second round.
Well, if I see second round developmental, I've got to see one of two things. I've got to see a man amongst boys that can put his hands on another human being and maul them, right? And you can see that. You can see that in one-on-ones. You can see it if they're just not walking through, but if they're just kind of going through working technique, you can see that. Like, is a guy super comfortable in that squatted position, knee benders or jaw breakers? You know what I mean? Like, and is he super comfortable and technically and mechanically sound, putting his face mask in somebody's chest and moving mass? You can see that in on social media, just in different clips, right? I'm not saying you can't with him. I'm saying you can see that kind of thing. And also with athletes and guys that are running, you can see in and out of breaks. You can see fluidness. You can see quickness, twitch. I don't know if y'all saw it, boys. There is the old box drill. Just the old box drill. Get in a 2-point stance. When I move the ball, come off the ball, get to the first cone 5 yards away, sink your weight. Break to the left and then sink your weight, break to the left, and we'll do it again, and then we'll change direction so you're breaking to the right. That's all it took for me. Marlon Klein working with the new tight ends coach, and it ain't nothing about what they were doing. It's an old-school drill that he's done a million times, which I greatly appreciate. But, Ron, when I watch him run and I watch him get in and out of breaks and I watch him change direction, I will be shocked if we're a year into this thing, 2 years into this thing, and we're still hearing D'Amico Ryans talk about, boy, really like the way he's coming out of his routes at the top of the route, coming out of his breaks at the top of the route. Remember that? That was Cade Stover, right?
They're going to be talking about him differently.
Hey, man, yeah, this cat's got something. Look, I don't know if it's going to come to fruition, and I don't know when. If it does, I don't know when it's going to happen. But I'm going to tell you, you watch that one little old clip that's moving around social media, and you can see why Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans drafted a need position with a body like that.
And maybe Nick Caley, too, why he wanted at the tight end spot.
Even more of a reason. But a body like that with the willingness to stick his nose in there, that then on the flip side, by the way, what is he, 6'5", 250 with room to grow up to the 260, 265 range possibly? I don't know if you want to get him that big, but whatever. When you watch that cat move and you watch him get in and out of breaks, one of them where he's running right at the camera, he does a little move like it's kind of typical of wide receivers nowadays where they do that. They work their hands and they work their head, and it's a breakdown. I mean, he is as smooth as you're going to find anybody in that drill. And my overall point is, I was high on him before. I knew it was a position of need for our squad. But when I saw that, I said, "Yeah, it's easy to see second round." If you need,
he has measurables and speed and talent that you could see more than just a regular tight end. Like there could be something special.
Look, I don't give two rips, Ron, about stretching the field. Right, I mean it's fine. I mean, look, if he gets vertical, we're not going to make a living throwing vertical routes to tight ends around here. It's just not going to happen, right? I mean, hopefully we get a couple, and he's a big target that can run a little bit. Cool. That's really straight line speed anyway, right? So what you got to have as a true inline tight end that's going to play every down is you got to have stretch the field, be a big target, be quarterback friendly, but you've also got you've got to perfect Y option. You got to perfect the ability to stem a step inside, push vertical, get to 5, 6, however, if you want to run deep option, whatever, get to 5, 6, 7 yards, read the defense. Am I going to sit down and look at the quarterback, give him my chest? Am I going to stick the nickel defender or the linebacker and break out? What am I going to do? And when you do that, can you do it right now? Can you do it with some twitch? Or do you turn on a blinker before your ass turns out there and Jalen Petrie's all over you and you don't have a chance, right? I'm telling you, this kid's got the ability to stem up a route on a man defender, give him some shake, and create separation on a Y option, on a basic cross at 10 yards and across the field. He's got that shake and that fluidness that could potentially turn into something, a lot bigger than just a guy that's embracing the willingness to block a little bit here. I mean, I'm telling you, a basic drill that's older than Tyler has done turned my ass on on social media this weekend.
That's so fairly young.
It keeps popping up. I must be thinking about it a lot, Tyler, because it keeps popping up on my feed.
Text line coming through. They said the same thing about Cade Stover 2 years ago.
No, I don't believe they did.
Farmer
Did they?
Gronk? No, I don't remember that.
No, I don't know what I'm saying that they said. I'm telling you what I'm saying. I don't know what they said. I'm telling you what I said. What I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think that was thought to be the strength of his game, the in and out of his breaks, the speed.
I remember Cade being a guy that would a willing blocker that would get physical and hit somebody.
Was learning the position.
I don't remember people saying that he out of the gate out of college was smooth in and out of his breaks and had like some twitch out of his break, had some wiggle at the top of his routes. Hell, the head coach just this year was bragging about how, boy, he looks really good at the top of his breaks, at the top of his routes. And that's
Don't
2 years.
What I'm saying.
Jerry, I heard you. I mean, that's 2 years into his career. So, no, I don't believe – let me speak. I don't know what they said, but I can tell you what I'm saying is I think you're talking about two different players. Now, the similarities is one came from Germany and hadn't played a ton of football. One was on the defensive side of the ball and moved to tight end in college, and so hadn't played a ton of football there. So I imagine there's some developmental pieces that may be similar, but I think this kid potential, just for what it's worth, who knows, potential is just means you ain't never done it. So that take it for what it's worth. But this kid's fluidness and his natural just smoothness in and out of breaks, and he's not turning blinkers on and turning signals on and letting people know there's nothing rigid about it. The hips are loose. I just think it's I guess what I'm saying, Ron, is a lot of times we talk about it like D'Amico did. I think he mentioned stretching the field. Like, forget that part of it. That's sexy. That could be fun. Don't get me wrong. But, like, can this dude give you a little wiggle at the top of a 6-yard route or a 10-yard route and break in or out and create the separation that CJ needs to fit a ball in on 3rd and 4? That's what the hell I'm talking about. And I can see where the gamble was taken on him because he's smooth with it. He's slick with it.
Yeah, and to go along with the potential big play element.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely. I did it again, Ron.
That's all right, man.
I mean, one little old box drill on social media before training camp got me turned on.
Did you then go down and get as much highlight tape of him as you?
No, I don't. I've seen the highlights. I've seen all that crap. I want to see him move in person.
I thought maybe you move over there and really get yourself going. All right, coming up, the lineup is out. Let's see if the Astros can break this 9-game losing streak that they have to the Seattle Mariners. 9. 4 overall right now, but they've lost 9 games in a row to the Seattle Mariners. We'll show you the lineup. And I just think everybody who were the decision makers for what happened yesterday at the Daikin ought to be ashamed of themselves. Every last one of them for what they decided to do. If you were involved with Ei going out there and pitching, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, I just want to pose a question to you. Does protesting your property taxes sound like a hassle? Well, I'm going to tell you, Clint, it is.
final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
First pitch hammered to right field. Dominic Canzone has just hit a grand slam. Canzone's 4th home run of the year, driving in runs 14, 15, 16, and 17. And just like that, the Mariners have opened up a 6-2 lead.
At this point, just have to keep running around. Yeah, he's going to make a next start, yeah.
I'm rubbing my eyes too, Ron, figuratively.
I just beat myself in the face with a earmuff here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Every last one of them ought to be ashamed of themselves. And Jim Crane, you need to grab a hold of your organization. That was ridiculous yesterday. Whoever was in charge of making the decision of running that cat out there, good and well knowing there was nothing that he showed in any manner that he was ready to go face starting pitching. The only reason and the only thing that he showed to go out there and be on that mound is because you paid him $18 million.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a joke. You got the general manager looking at him. This ain't just a Brian Abreu situation where he is sucking on the mound. This is a situation where he is sucking on the mound and clearly having adjustment issues in a major way comparative to others in this country and in your organization. So there's no way that the general manager could come out on the flagship the next day after that debacle and say, in his words, when asked about Ei and his potential moving forward, I'm not worried one bit. You got to be worried a little bit. And I understand that you don't even have to keep it close to the vest right here. Joe didn't. I can tell you Joe has had some concerns. There's no way you can't have any concerns. He has issues on and off the field. No way. But more importantly, this is a team that keeps acting like yesterday at 15-26, now 15-27, 11 games under. Talking about, hey, Dana said it today. Hey, we just got to stay positive. All right, we'll get our pitchers back, we'll get our guys back, and we can still make a run. There's no way that you could sit up together and say, Ei, where he is right now, that gives us the best chance to win. That gives us the best chance to win. No, he showed you. I cannot throw strikes to AA hitters. I cannot throw strikes to AAA hitters. No. And you know what happened in the 4th inning? He hit 2 people in a row, then threw had a 4-pitch walk, and then grooved one right down the middle. And it's all she wrote for the second home run he gave up. It is just, Clint, it was a joke of how they decided to go about this, and it is tough to realize that because this has been one of the, if not best run organizations in the sport over the last 5 to 10 years, and now they're doing stuff like this. Just it's ridiculous.
Yeah, look, I think talking about Dana Brown specifically, just if you don't look at what's going on, and I understand that Dana's wired a little bit differently. He seems to be wired similar to Nick Caserio, which there's a level of like detachment from the human element of players in the game and everything. And now Nick is more of like just do your job and nothing more, and it's so analytical, but it's a little different. Where I'm not real sure Dana. I haven't been around Dana Brown enough, but there's clearly some kind of disconnect. But like just the human being in you, if you don't look at what Tatsuya Ei is going through right now and go, man, I feel for old buddy. I can acknowledge that there's something wrong. Like it's not quite a fear, but it's definitely a frustration when you watch him speak through an interpreter. For somebody to not recognize and acknowledge when asked about it that, hey man, yeah, I'm a little concerned about kind of how he's adapting to the American game here in Houston. I'm a little bit. We paid him good money, so we need him to perform now, but he's not getting it done. Yeah, we're a little bit concerned about him. I mean, to not one bit. There's in this particular instance, it seems like there's a human element that's missing.
It's
not to mention, as you said, you're trying to sell that you're still trying to win.
Yeah, there's no way
you need this series.
And you deem that Ei was your best option to win. There's no way you can arrive there. There's just no way.
There's no way, and then so the messaging to your team is that you're not putting your best foot forward. But it's and look, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you've arrived here. I'm glad them abusing Tatsuya Ei at a time when he clearly can't throw strikes in Sugar Land, and they decide to push him out here in the bigs. Like this is worse, obviously, but this is similar to the day after Carlos Correa says, hey man, this team's desperate for wins, and then we roll out about 4 Sugar Land players when you have other options. So I'm with you. Now this is a different level. To your point, this is a different level. There's a more human side to this, but yeah, I mean it's more of the same from the Astros.
Yeah, somebody texted in, send him to the minors for a little while to help him get adjusted to being over. Yes. No. Yes. You got to get him to a space, because right now, as someone texted in, they're about to David Carr him in their own way, where he just comes out and he just lacks all confidence. Like there's no way that his performance in Corpus and Sugar Land would say, all right, it's time to call him up. But there's also no way that he gained confidence to be like, all right, yeah, man, I'm ready to come up here. And then I know a point that got you going was after the game, my man in so many words said, yeah, it kind of went to them and said, I kind of want to control the way that I'm pitching tonight. Yeah. And he basically took himself to fastball and slider, and that's all he threw last night. And the team like, oh, all right, go ahead.
Well, I think,
like, what in the world?
Well, I think it's more indicative, Tyler. I mean, Ron, of what you're talking about. I mean, is a young pitcher that's struggling to throw strikes that is telling the organization and the catcher, hey, I don't. Ultimately, what he's saying is, I don't want to throw changeups. That's the third pitch that he needs that he's been working on.
Or a split finger.
I want to attack. I want to attack the way that I want to attack, and I don't want to throw this pitch or that pitch, right? Whether it's coming from the organization or it's coming from him. Is that really what you want to push out on the mound in the big leagues versus a division opponent in a series, a 4-game series that is very critical to the rest of your season and kind of what the rest of your season is going to look like? A young, struggling pitcher that's from another country that's struggling with more than just our baseball that is telling you he's going to throw just a certain two pitches.
Yep. And he's got the call.
It's just it's interesting in the big leagues that's the spot a team is in, much less ours.
It's just and then what they've watched over, let's just say, his last 4 performances. The one in Seattle the first time where he walked 5 of the first 7 batters and only got 1 out. And then after that game, he had dead arm, and it gave him some time. And then, like, his last 4 performances have just been god-awful. God-awful. From that one to the 2 in the minors, in Corpus, and in Sugar Land to yesterday. And they just said, oh, not even a thought. Like, at least give me a day to think about if he's going to make his next start. They said, oh, no, man, I got to keep running him out there. Lineup: Altuve, Alvarez. Could you hit the ball? Paredes, Walker, DeCinzo, Got to give it to him. Old Braden Shoemaker is doing some things a little
He's
bit.
An Aggie.
That double play he turned was real nice after he got that RBI hit to open up things. Doing it on both sides of the ball. I like it. Bryce Matthews, Zach Cole, they're in center and right, and then Christian Vasquez with Lance on the mound. That's the lineup as the Astros try to get something going. All right. I'm curious. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What is your feeling about the two young receivers for the Texans in Higgins and Knoll? Are you of the belief that they're going to have big steps next year, and what does that look like? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, look, spring is here, and summer's right around the corner. Are you still feeling exhausted, maybe lacking a little energy, maybe no sex drive? Well, that'd be brutal going into summer now. You don't want to go into summer with that being the issue. It may be time for you to head on down to Low T Center, man. Look, 1 in 4 men have low testosterone. At Low T Center, you can book a free – you heard me. You can book a free testosterone test and see if you qualify for testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, customized to your body by expert providers. When we talk about expert providers, that ain't no joke now. I say that with my chest. We're talking about the OGs, the pioneers of the TRT game. We're talking about Low T Center and Centergenics. Look, you can choose self-pay or
ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Tyler. This is gonna hurt when I say this.
Don't hurt me.
I think Ei would be much more successful right now if he signed with the Dodgers
because of the kind of culture connection with the other fellow over there.
I just think they seem to have a plan, and I think he would have been more comfortable.
Oh well, hell, any of the other 29 other teams in.
They seem to have. I think it would. I think he would be in a much better spot if he'd have signed over there. Because it doesn't seem like, because right now, if this is the plan right now, what are we going, tough love here? Is that what we're doing here?
Not much of one.
roll his ass out there. I thought, well, I guess you can go get him now, is what was going to happen after he gave up that grand slam. Get on the mound, little fuck. Nah, man, we'll get you to 80. Keep throwing, baby. You got it. Get these three. That screams, hey, man, let's go get him, man. Guy's been struggling. Young dude, not a lot of success. Hit a guy, walk a guy, 4 pitches, grand slam. Get these next 3, though.
Yeah.
That's looked like he was looking for help, like over at the dugout, like, come get me.
Tyler, he was still looking for help in that post-game press conference I saw, too. He is uncomfortable, boy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a tough thing, man. We'll see.
Comfortable with them millions.
18 of them.
He don't even look comfortable with the millions, to be honest with you.
He looked a lot more comfortable on that court side at that Rockets game.
I was about to say, he did. He looked damn comfortable whenever he was at these sporting events.
Well, like comes at you fast in the bigs, don't it?
Yeah, he was on vacation. And that vacation ended. Then he had to start living here and eating at different
Spending that $18 million on meals.
He ain't
hopefully
spending
at the right time.
He's not spending it on no meals. Baby. They take care of him.
You don't think he buys meals?
Not all of them.
Didn't say all of them.
I don't know if he buys a lot of them. I bet he eats up at the old clubhouse. He could. I would. I'd eat all my meals at that clubhouse if I was the most.
You damn right.
We know you would.
Oh, ain't no doubt. You'd wear nothing but issue gear and eat every meal they offered.
That's not true. I would just eat every meal. Don't leave, man. You out there like like you was at Arkansas, showing up every one of them. Dinner, every one of them. Off days, get me enough for the next day.
Hey, don't get me wrong. Past Arkansas, when I was in that Arena League, boy, big part of the appeal was we're gonna serve you breakfast and lunch and pay for your housing. You betcha, I take it.
Man, when they showed that they did that story on the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and they just kind of decked out their eating, how they eat. They went through the whole day, and they showed the spread, this breakfast, this. I said, oh man, these guys ain't paying for no food.
Nothing.
Not a drip of it. All right, I said this on the other side. What's your expectations? What do you see? Are you expecting that the 2 young receivers, because the Texans, hell, they might be, because if you look at it, they have not. And again, guys, I'm not looking at the. I'm not looking or bringing up the undrafted free agents until they make me, but they've only added a 6th-round pick in Lewis Bond. Right, that is what they have done at the receiver spot, and that's minus Christian Kirk. They have not really added any other pieces from the receiver spot, which could lead you to believe they expect a jump from Higgins and Noel. What is the jump? Because we were talking about this yesterday, and a lot of people seem to believe that there is going to be a big jump between those two, Higgins and Noel, in this offense in year 2. Right, year 1, Higgins, he played both of them played all 17 games and played in the playoffs. Higgins, 41 catches, 525 yards, 6 touchdowns, and then Noel, 26 for 292 and 2 touchdowns. Do you expect that? Do you expect a big jump from those 2 receivers from year one to year two in this offense?
Look, anything can happen, but right now, based on what we've seen, I think the big jump comes from Jalen Noel. We've seen him consistently from OTAs last year on, and every time he's on the field, every time he gets an opportunity, whether it's walkthrough in OTAs or scrimmage in training camp, preseason game, or regular season game, when he gets the opportunity, he makes plays, and multiple times it was down the field. And so I think the biggest jump comes from Jalen Noel simply because he's going to get more run. He's going to get more opportunity with Christian Kirk out of the way. He's going to get more opportunity. I think Higgins is who we think Higgins is. He's a big, tall receiver that's going to be a guy that can threaten vertically, can potentially force some safeties to stay back. I don't know how many opportunities he's going to get to make more plays than we saw him make. You got Nico Collins, you got Dalton Schultz. They wanted the emphasis on the run game. Like, how many balls are left to go? Well, Higgins is going to have a great year. An true outside receiver opposite Nico Collins is going to have a great year. I think more of the same from him. I think Jalen Noel is the guy that if this pass game is going to be better than expected, if we're going to get something out of it that's not Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz, and control the ball, C.J. Stroud, if we're going to get a little something else, another playmaker, I think it comes in the shape of Jalen Noel. We saw it whether you want to look at the Rams offense back in the Cooper Kupp days with a smaller guy that's moving around a lot, or you want to look at the New England days, which I think is more accurate to what they're trying to do. There was always a shifty, change of direction, twitchy receiver that was a key part to that offense, and I think Jalen Noel possesses some of those skill sets.
Text line coming through 800 plus for Higgins, 500 plus for Noel coming into next year. And I think you made and off of those numbers, I think you made a point there where I just don't know if there's that many yards going around.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Because if Higgins is short of 800, that texter, I would assume you got Nico getting over 1,000 again this year, which he has done for the last 3 years. I'd assume you think that. Last year, Dalton Schultz was one of the more productive tight ends in football last year in terms of his catches and yards. Like, I assume that he is going to be up there too. I just don't think they're going to be a passing team well enough that they're going to have over 1,000 from Nico, 700 to 800 to the tight end, another 800 to the number 2 receiver, another 500 to the slot receiver. I just don't think that they are going to be an offense that is going to be doing that, tying to passing and throwing the football like that. So I think that's the big part of why, to me, it's hard to look at a big step. Maybe it's a big step eyeball test-wise and what you watch, and you can see a big improvement. But from a production standpoint, it's not that I think I'm with you. I think Noel has a real chance to be a really good slot receiver. Higgins, I'm more. He seems more inclined to. I don't see like Pro Bowl out of that. It could happen. I don't like. That's not what the kind of vibe I get. But I just I think this team. I said it yesterday. I think they want to throw that sucker 25 times a game.
Max.
Said Max.
Max.
I think they want under 30 dropbacks and control the ball, running the football with multiple backs. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I think Woody's going to have more receiving yards than one of those two. There's a potential that I think Woody has more receiving yards.
I'd like for that
than one of those two. So I just don't know that this offense is bringing all of that to the table to allow that much. This is not an offense that's going to throw it over 30 times a game.
Well, and they're not going to be ultra aggressive, especially to anybody not named Nico, down the field, which I think is probably the stronger suit for Higgins, is the big body, the long frame. I mean, he tracks the ball really well. Last year, most of his production, when it comes from touchdown perspective, most of it was schemed up, designed up, some pretty good stuff to put him in position. Now, he executed. I don't take anything away from him, but it didn't take Like it didn't take elite athletic ability or elite catchability type to make those plays. So, you know, again, I've said it before about all these players, whether it's CJ or it's Nico or it's red zone or it's overall offense, everything they do depends on the play caller's ability to call the right play, scheme up the right play, and the quarterback to then go out there, hold the football. There's usually they're not a big quicks team, they're not a big screen team. So it's more or less holding the football and letting somebody uncover. And that is a hard life to live. And we've seen it. You know, that is a really hard life to live. CJ's had stretches where he's executed well in those moments, but they're not going to get any consistency out of that. And I just don't know. You know, I think Higgins had a hell of a year, relatively speaking, last year.
For what he was able
to do. It seemed like when Nico wasn't, they were shading his direction, or when a play was schemed up really, really well, it seems like he was the recipient. You know what I mean? It seems like the post route, the little slot motion post route that he caught for a touchdown, the seam route early on, I think it was against Indy or Tennessee, I'm not sure it is, to the right side of the quarterback. There was another one on the other end of the field that was kind of a little bit of a switch route that he just sat in the zone. I mean, they were schemed up really, really good. And I think he's a guy that if he's going to take his game to the next level, how do you how do you throw back shoulders and how do you throw fades to him? I'd love to. I don't think the Texans are going to throw low percentage stuff.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So
that's the other part. And as Tyler reminded me in my ear, there's also Tank Dell. What is he going to do?
Yeah.
Again, giving 800 to Higgins and 500 to Noel without adding up Dalton Schultz or the potential of Tank Dell in that too. So we'll see how many balls there are to go around. I agree. Like the Tank Dell thing, we'll see. That's just going to be something you can't count on, and you'll see. But I mean, if he's right, they're damn sure going to use him, and they're probably going to use him over one of those two.
Yeah.
Is what they'll do. All right, coming up as we continue, a little 5 o'clock fire here coming up on the drive. We'll get you ready for the Astros and the Mariners to see if they can break this losing streak, both that they have in general overall in this season, and also that they have with the Mariners. Some schedule leaks, including leaks for the Texans. We know where they're going to play Week 6. We'll let you know the rest of that and get you caught up and get you ready for the NBA playoffs tonight as James Harden and the Cavs have a big one in Detroit. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living now. You got to breathe.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, do you believe Tyler and Clint?
I believe.
Do you believe that the Astros are going to break this 9-game losing streak to the Seattle Mariners today?
Whoa, Mule.
I'm not sure.
Damn.
Hopefully, but probably not.
We got Lance on the bump.
Hanging now, Lance. Yeah.
Half nail Lance. How many? You think that full nail is back?
That old fingernail split. That didn't last. I thought I'd have bet $1,000 we was gonna get a little IL stint out of that thing.
Yeah. I'm going to bet $1,000 that there probably should be one.
You're not going to bet anything.
In my mind, I would have bet that there probably should be one.
In my mind.
I think
he probably emphasizing how passionate you are about it. I like it.
I think they probably should have pulled him out of the game once it started flaring up instead of coming out seeing him twice before he finally gave up that 3-run bomb.
It would have helped his ERA a bit if they done it that way.
Yeah, or their chances to win that ball game.
That too. It's a long season though. We got a bunch. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of baseball left to play.
What I was thinking. Just May 12th or May. Oh, check that. May 13th. Get a little closer. But no, they got the Mariners tonight, and that's the part, man. Clint, if they lose to them again, and we talked about this yesterday, that's completely gone. The mystique, the boogeyman that the Astros used to have on teams, like that's what the Mariners are right now to them. It feels like if they lose, they will have lost 10 in a row to this team. Clint, if they lose tonight, 10 games in a row. And again, man, like that 10-2 yesterday wasn't close. They woke up Cal Raleigh, who was struggling. We'll see what he does today, but I don't know, man. We talked about
weren't they struggling mightily at the plate? Like one of the offensively, one of the teams that was struggling more than anybody in the league when the first time they swept us.
Yeah, yep. Welcome home. Yep. But Clint, we talked about this being a hugely important series for their chances to get back in things. Are you still looking at this that way when you watch this? You're still looking.
Yeah, me and the wife talked about it last night. She said, she looked over at me and said, "Yeah, Astros ain't doing so hot." I said, "Boy, it ain't. Yeah, it ain't been hot. That's for damn sure." But this series right here, and this is, I think it was 8. I think the Mariners had 8 at the time. And so so this series right here was supposed to kind of give us at least a glimpse into kind of the direction that you take, following this. And I tried to explain the trade deadline and kind of all buyers, sellers kind of deal. And I think it kind of fell on deaf ears. But nonetheless, the point is this is a big series, and we were getting that ass whooped. What'd you say, T?
I said great mansplaining, Clint.
Yeah, she moved on.
Yeah, she tuned me out immediately.
I'm just messing.
When I saw her scrolling her little book over there, I said, "Oh boy, thanks for listening, babe."
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. What? I feel like she came up with the what? No, man. If it's not now or never, man. They got Burrows tomorrow. They got Lance tonight, and Lance had a couple of good starts, but he has really struggled. His ERA is he's a bad night to get into 8, which would be right behind Ei, who is at 9.
Yeah,
something. So I mean, you got to get something from him.
You were 4.5 back last time I was here with you guys on Friday. I think it was Friday last week, and now all of a sudden you look up and you're 6 back, and it's just the inability to hold on and while reinforcements get healthy. Is a real thing. They just can't do it. At least at this point.
And also we've talked about the pitching and that is for good reason. But the bats have gone cold too. That was always the concern. Was yes, they're swinging the bats really well from an offensive perspective, and Yordan is just having an amazing season. And I'll be honest, actually, Altuve's had a pretty good series in this one where he had 3 hits the other night as well. But when the offense goes cold, it was going to be, all right, what is this pitching going to look like when the offense isn't one of the best three best offenses in baseball? Now they need these bats to desperately pick it back up. But as you say, when you look at the lineup, Clint, and you start looking, all right, who's in the lineup? Jose Altuve, Alvarez, Paredes, Walker, and then after that you go DeCenzo, Sugarland, Shoemake, Sugarland.
College Station.
Gig 'em.
Bryce Matthews, Sugarland-ish. Zach Cole, Sugarland-ish. Christian Vasquez, backup catcher. Like that's I mean, you're not surprised that it is going the route of this offense is starting to struggle because this lineup looks a lot different. So they're in a tough spot right now, and they need a performance from Lance. And these guys like Jose Altuve and Alvarez, Paredes, they got to just carry them.
Well, we need Hader to keep coming. We need Jeremy Peña to quit getting flipped at second and beamed at the plate in Sugarland of all places. And who else is out there? Jake Myers, I believe, is getting a little rehab run. So we need those guys back. We need those guys back sooner rather than later.
Yeah. All right, Astros looking to break this 4-game losing streak and also a 9-game losing streak currently right now against the Seattle Mariners. That gets going tonight. Hopefully they can do it.
We'll get all this little funk.
5 o'clock fire.
Coming up in the next segment, we're going to have to talk about Jeremy Peña.
Son of a bitch,
And
man.
I'm close. I'm close to doing something I just don't believe in. But schedule leaks have come out as well, and specifically with the Texans. Now, I think we have an understanding, Clint, of all 9 of the international games, and the Texans are in one of those. They will face the Jacksonville Jaguars Week 6 in London, Wembley Stadium. This is the first time they were there since 2019. In that game, the Texans won 26-3, and Deshaun Watson threw 2 touchdowns and as the Texans ran for 216 on the ground. Fairbairn is the only member of the team that played in that game that is still here with the Texans. So it has been a while, and there's been a lot of turnover, multiple coaches since then, since they last went to London. A couple of things with this schedule. One, Tyler, is this the game you're going to? Is this the road game? Tyler texted me earlier and said he thinks this is the road game they're going to is London.
I mean, I think you should, T.
Far from anything being set in place or actually, actual plans or tickets or anything being purchased, obviously. But yeah, man, the wife and I were talking and think that Texans road game for this season might be over across the pond.
And now that you got the one from Nashville out of the way where they won.
Hell yeah.
Close. It was very close.
Curse broken, baby.
Yeah, close. Very close.
Take this thing international now.
And take this thing London. Yeah, take it international to London. Right here. Someone said Rob Torres taking the Milner curse internationally. It's not a curse, guys.
Well, it may have been, but it's dead.
I don't know if it's completely dead. I may be a little too new. Maybe
that's not how
soon.
Curses work. Whenever you break it, it's broken. It doesn't get broken and then linger around.
International's a big moment, man. Don't go messing it up.
Oh, whatever.
I just want to say I don't believe in curses.
Get deep off in that liquor.
I don't believe in curses. It's never been a thing. I don't believe in them.
The show curse was just as real as the Milner Road curse.
It's not. Okay, there's no curse.
Maybe not anymore, but it was
curse
very
of the Bambino, none of that. But Tyler will be out there with them, and hopefully that goes well for him.
I know.
And then I know one thing. I think the Texans, we don't know the schedule. We'll know it tomorrow. But they have the most mileage, second most mileage to, I think, the 49ers in the NFL in terms of the travel for them this year, where the flights that they've got to take and where they've got to go. You've played, obviously, in the NFL and understand their schedule.
Played some international games. Mexico City, Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, you did. How big a deal is that when you look at how much flying they're
look, it's obviously different. I mean, it's obviously something that you can look at, you can embrace it, have a good time with it, or you can just sit around and talk about the negatives. I think the positives far outweigh the negatives. I think they're still playing a game, and you get a chance to go play the game in front of I can only imagine how that fan base and just the NFL fans in London are going to respond to the actual NFL teams going over there. They responded like ridiculously well to us as NFL Europe players over there that were just associated with the NFL. And so I think it's really cool. I think it's a win-win if the players and the players' families and everybody involved embraces the trip over. I know they got 17 games in 18 weeks, and every game matters, and it's every game is super important. I get it. But in the reality of it, man, take a deep breath. Realize that you're doing something that's really, really cool. I hope that their schedule and all the different advanced stats is not the right word, but metrics or whatever of health tells them, hey, go over there 2-3 days early, practice a little bit, get used to being over there, make the best of the situation, and enjoy it. Because, hell, you only live once, man. To be able to go over there and go over there in your profession, not on vacation or anything like that, go over there in your profession. That'd be a cool experience, man.
No, it would be, and especially for fans, like we're having fun. Someone had told Tyler to stay his ass home, but even for not just the players but the fans, that's a fun experience. Like that will be an amazing experience if Tyler, Megan, and his dad, if they go out there to London, and really that will be a really cool experience.
Yeah, it'd be badass. Figgy was telling me him and his wife are thinking about going too.
Good for them. Yeah.
Are we gonna have anybody producing radio shows that week?
Right,
get
we gotta find a fill-in.
Hey, get with Ben. Hey,
we got Colin. Colin's not going anywhere.
Hey, no, you get Ben. I need Fig, T, and Ben. Big Ben.
Oh yeah, the threesome. Everybody. Yeah, Ben.
Pull everybody up out of here.
Bring your lady, Tyler, and Figgy. Yeah, bring your wives. Do it.
Yeah.
Triple date that
Can
thing.
you head that one up?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Make that happen.
Yeah.
No, but it'll be a fun experience. Also, real quick.
No doubt.
Real quick, though, do you think that's affecting anything with the Texans? We'll talk about their schedule in a little bit. Just the amount of flight, the mileage that they've got to fly overall.
Again, it's not ideal. It's I think they're actually third in the NFL, and so they fooled us on that chart. They went left, right. So
because there are a lot of people talking about the Rams and them having West Coast games and then having to fly clear across. They've got to do that like 3 times.
Yeah,
where they play it in the West Coast and then fly cross country and.
Well, I think the 49ers do too, obviously, because they're number one. But it's not. Look, it's not ideal, man. But I think that I personally think that we in the media, in the talking game, make a lot more out of travel. The same way we'd make a lot more out of primetime games and Thursday night games, short weeks, long weeks. It's obviously a challenge, but I mean these teams and these organizations are full of people that are elite dealing with challenges in their world. It's why they are where they are. I think it's over discussed and overhyped. It's man, get it done, man, and get back to how your schedule as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah. So we'll get to the Texans schedule a little further as it looks like they're in an advantageous place with the schedule based off last year. We'll discuss that a little bit more coming up.
You sound like you're from London.
5 o'clock fire.
There you go. NBA playoffs last night and tonight with the 2 sweeps of the Knicks beating the brakes off the Sixers and the Thunder doing the same thing to the Lakers. We're just one game every other day. And those series are tightly contested. Last night, the Spurs took a 3-2 lead, and they'll head back to Minneapolis to try to finish that series. Wemby bounced back, and you could tell early on in the game it was going to be a night for him. Hell, Anthony Edwards in the postgame said, "But look, guys, Wemby's doing some things out there that you just can't really do nothing with. You're just hoping he misses with some of the things that he does. It feels like, and I love Ant. It feels like to me a lot of people are in a place of like, hey Minnesota, can you just stand down so we can see this this Western Conference Finals? Yeah. So we can see the Spurs and the Thunder.
That's going to be a hell of a matchup, man. That's going to be a hell of a matchup.
I want to see Wemby, Shea, and see if that Spurs team is actually ready to take on that challenge, right? Generally in the NBA, you have got to, and that's if you can look up all the greats and great teams and great players, you got to suffer. You got to suffer in the postseason. You got to suffer. And is Wemby going to be the guy that didn't have to suffer? Yeah. Is Wemby going to be in that young Spurs team? Will they have enough to run through? Because during the regular season, they actually dominated the Thunder. They actually dominated Thunder even when Shea and them played. So that'll be a fun one to watch. And then tonight, the Cavs and the Pistons. The Cavs, they held serve and won their 2 games at home. So this series is tied going back to Detroit. We'll see what happens in best bets next segment, but Detroit's got a 4.5-point favorite in this game. The Cavs played a lot better at home. Donovan Mitchell was going crazy. Harden was going crazy. This one looks like another long competitive series, and I know that most people here just want the Cavs to lose simply because of James Harden being on the team. Right? Right? You think that's the case? You think most people here want to see James lose?
I don't know. I had some Harden stands all up in my DMs last night. If y'all missed that,
really? I think there's significantly more Harden lovers here than.
You think so?
See, I wouldn't say that, but there apparently are more than I ever thought there would be.
Yeah, well, maybe not fan. I just
could be right.
I think they're just
people like turds.
I think we're in the minority of just the Harden fatigue back in the day. I think there's some people that had it, but it just. Like Tyler said, he'll get hammered pretty good in his old DMs.
Yeah, I think Tyler will be pissed off if he really starts to show up. Like if he comes in here and he starts to show up in ways like, where was this against Golden State, you son of a...
Yeah, I get
think
that
there's some
thinking,
fans like that. Yeah.
but I don't expect it now, like ever. And if it were to happen, it wouldn't piss me off. It would just kind of be like, no, whatever.
It's the like ever part.
He'll get eliminated next round.
He's got too many to back up. All right, coming up. T-Mill's best bets as he's trying to make it here. A little red action on Tuesday, but let's get back into green. Had a green Monday, so we're still in good spot. 50% rate right now on the week. Let's see if he can get back on it. So stay up for T-Mill's best bets. And this thing is starting to get weird with the Astros and these injuries. There's an update on Jeremy Peña. If you don't know what happened to Jeremy Peña in his rehab start last night, we'll also fill you in on that. Good God Almighty. That's coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, if you consider yourself a responsible adult, a professional, kind of like Dana Brown does, let me get your attention real quick, y'all. Look, do you currently have a will in place? How about a trust? How about your folks? How about your parents, man? Do they have a will?
accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
No Peña, Peña.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a matter of moments. 3 for 6 on the week, 50%. Let's have a big night.
How was Monday for you, T?
Monday, a green Monday, 2 for 3.
Yep.
Okay.
2 out of 3. Yordan's just not.
He ain't feeling it right now.
No.
He'll come back around.
Like, no, I ain't gonna say that. No, I will. He's so good. Some of these swings, the last, 3 games in particular, that game against the Reds on Sunday, Abbott struck him out on the same curveball. I think he struck out 4 times.
He struck out 4, I think, on that curve 3 of the 4.
3 times. That guy struck him out 3 times on a curveball off the plate every time, all 3 of them.
Yeesh.
And he was striking out at will. He struck out to end the game the other night, 3-1, when Altuve got on base as the tying run. He struck out on a ball way outside. I watched him. I know Woo Woo had it going last night, but he struck out with. He's so good. Yeah, it almost makes me think hey man, what you doing here, man? You out here sending a message real quick here.
Probably pissed off.
You pissed off a little bit.
I'd be pissed off. If I were that good.
Are you pissed off?
Yeah. If I were, to your point, if I were that good and I watched Tatsuya Ei struggle the way that he did, then all of a sudden he's my starting pitcher and you're rolling my ass out there swinging a bat, I'd be a little pissed off.
I don't know that he's out there just doing it on purpose. I do wonder if Yordan's focus is 100% like it normally is. Ooh. Like it normally is. If he's locked in focus wise, like he normally is. I don't know. I'm just like, hold on, man. I don't know if I've ever seen you just miss and swing at so many bad pitches.
Yeah,
off the plate. It's like if Alex Bregman just started striking out on pitches out of the zone repeatedly. It's just like, hold on, dude. That dude's got the best eye in baseball.
Slightly out of character.
What the hell's going on? But. Whatever. But T-Mill's best bet's coming up. Yordan screwed him yesterday. We'll see what he is able to do today. Oh, he's put money on the Astros. All right. Wait till you hear this. All right. That's coming up here.
Well, an Astro.
It's the Astros. Yep. That's coming up here in just a bit. But last night, I saw it late last night. Jeremy Peña was in Corpus, and he was having his rehab start. All right, here comes reinforcements. I saw a small video package entitled "Jeremy Peña had a rough night last night in Double-A." There was a ball hit right center field, and a guy came up firing. A guy was coming in, running in for I believe a double, and he goes and slides in, and Jeremy's coming over to cover. And he slides in and just undercuts Jeremy Peña. I mean, and Jeremy flips and lands on his back, his shoulder. I mean, it was a hard landing. And he got up and he did that little walk. Like, he has a very distinct walk. That like it almost like he's almost like a pimp walk, but his legs hurting a little bit.
It's like his right leg stays stiff.
And he stayed in, actually recorded. It was Josh Hader, actually recorded Josh Hader's last out. Then he came up to the plate to hit and just got drilled. This is all happening within minutes. It just got drilled as well. And then after he got hit, they went ahead and took his ass on up out the game.
The second his foot touched first base, he went to the dugout. That was the best. It was almost like Jeremy Peña was like, all right, I'm going to touch his base because as soon as I fulfill the rules of baseball, my ass is up out of here.
Well, there's an update here.
Oh, boy.
Jeremy Peña has a sore neck after his collision at Double-A last night. He was supposed to DH for the Hooks tonight, but will instead do some baseball activities at the stadium.
As long as that hamstring's all right.
I don't know what's going on. Steve Atwater just came out of nowhere in the middle of the field.
Oh, Razorback.
What is going on?
Yes, I did not know that. But he just came out of the middle of the field and just took out Jeremy Peña in the middle of the baseball field, and now he's working on a sore neck. Thank God it wasn't a shoulder. I'm not kidding you, Tyler and Clint. I am not a believer in curses. I did not believe in the Milner curse, although the Carolina game was very convincing. Very convincing. I did not, and then they had played so well the first two games, and then they went to Minnesota and just got the doors blown off of them. It was convincing, but I don't believe in curses. I don't believe in a show curse. Derrick Henry just beat the brakes off the Texans every time he played him. So just the third or fourth time he rushed for 200 on them in that game. I don't believe in him. I am one more silly, crazy, what the hell happened injury away. I'm one more somebody out for the season swinging in the cages because of an ankle tendon out. I am one more step on home plate by Yordan Alvarez and you slip and buckle your ankle because somebody put Windex on the dish. You've been checked out and cleared off the IL to then run to your position and not make it to the pitcher's mound.
Speaking of Jake, he was out there last night too, I think.
In center field. You swing and we can all see that you have something wrong with their side. They come out and visit you. They then determine you're good to go. They walk their asses back out and sit back on the bench only to come right back out there and check you out when you tried to check swing, and we haven't seen Jake since. I am one more Chaz McCormick deadlift back injury from being over. I'm one more from. Is this the sign stealing curse? Is that what this is?
No.
Payback?
Is this what?
Given they weren't the only ones doing it. Nope.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe this is the baseball god saying, "Damn it, I'll get you. I'm one more away. I don't believe. I'm waiting off. I'm one more away from what in the hell is happening.
If one's all it's going to take, just hang tight. Just hang tight.
That's another weird one. Come on, man. Somebody said Peña's marshmallowy. No, you got to go see that. He got taken off his feet. Like he'd have been slow to get up if he had pads on.
I didn't see the collision in second. I saw the hit by the pitch, and I thought, yeah, he's had enough. He's frustrated. It makes sense now, knowing that he got his legs cut up underneath him the previous inning in the field. So yeah.
This is I've never seen anything. I've never seen anything like this. It is just it's just insane. It is insane what is happening to them. Here it is, right there. Check it out. Look at this. I mean, my man gets. I can't even understand what is happening around here.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that didn't hurt him.
It's just. I'm like it's a sore neck. I thought it might have been the back.
What the hell was he doing?
I don't know what they're doing. All of them. And now Lance has a half a fingernail. As well
we'll
out here.
We'll see if that affects him tonight. He'll be all right.
All right, T-Mill, what's best bets tonight?
I got three more, just like Monday and Tuesday, rolling with 3 picks once again. Baseball, once again. We switched from NBA playoffs to baseball yesterday, sticking with it. First, Ron teased it. Lance McCullers Jr. over 4.5 strikeouts for Lance tonight on the bump for the Astros at Daikin against the Mariners.
Okay, you feeling that?
I am feeling that. The odds are a little hefty, but I still like it at -160. Next, I got the Padres at the Milwaukee Brewers over in runs for this game, which is set at 7. So over 7 runs between San Diego and Milwaukee. And then lastly, the Blue Jays money line. Canada wins it tonight as they host the Tampa Bay Rays.
Tampa's hot now. Tampa's been hot.
They are.
Yeah, I think they got the best record in baseball. Why not?
Give me a Springer dinger, baby.
There you go. They're in there. Are they playing in that minor league park too? Did they get back in their stadium?
Oh, I'm not sure.
I have not seen a home Tampa Bay game that I can remember.
Oh no, I think they're back.
They're back in that hellhole?
I believe they're back. Okay. Yeah. Cheryl?
I kind of like that their clubhouse is in the outfield, and that you gotta run through the outfield to get to the clubhouse instead of what you normally do. Just down
walk in your dugout.
You got to go out.
Interesting design.
Yeah, it's a minor league action. All right, Lance is the one I'm watching for that. I will be keyed in on Lance. We need 5 strikeouts from Lance. Felt it, man. Just one more. With one
curve
with a half a fingernail. Let's hopefully he can still throw that thing with that fingernail. All right, the Texans. If you've not heard where their schedule ranks, will tell you. And with that, is this the opportunity for them to do something they've not accomplished, something they've not been able to accomplish? We'll discuss that next.
The Texans' schedule is coming.
ODOO.com.
Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code 610 at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Check out T-Mill's Best Bets at T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have those posted up there, and you can go there to see what you can get a little money on. Big night for Tyler. See if we can get back in the green, get above 500 on this thing. All right, coming up behind us as always, Texans All Access and Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they've got it. And they'll be talking to the team president. Otoman will join the show coming up. So that'll be good to hear some maybe, and I would think for fans, some things that you will be able to hear that is specifically catered to you, and maybe some new things, and maybe some things that will be of interest to fans. So I would check in on that as we get finished here on The Drive, Texans All Access with the president there. Mr. Toman will join the fellas, so stay tuned for that. Area 45 coming up behind us, or behind those guys at 7 o'clock. They will have post game for baseball as well, seeing if the Astros can avoid losing 10 straight to the Mariners and 5 straight overall. They'll have it for you, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Colin. I saw Colin back there already, so those three will have this thing ready for you coming up until 11 o'clock, live and local. All right, the drive gets done, we hand it off, we continue to be live and local with Texans All Access, and then it's handed off until 11 o'clock, live and local, Area 45. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, the Texans, as of now, have the 7th easiest schedule, and this is based off last year's performance from these teams. Mm-hmm. They have the 7th easiest schedule in the league. I am going to guess, Tyler and Clint, when we check back on this thing, or when we get towards the middle of the season, I am going to guess that this thing will not feel like the 7th easiest schedule in football. You can just look at quarterbacks they play. They have Lamar on their schedule, Trevor Lawrence on their schedule. This guy, I'm not saying he's Lamar's ilk, but he was a top 5 MVP finisher last year. Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Justin Herbert, Jayden Daniels, and Jalen Hurts, Aaron Rodgers, potentially. We'll see. Like, those are the quarterbacks that they have on their schedule. And there's probably some hidden teams in here, Clint, that bring down the strength of schedule based off what they did last year, but I don't know if that actually matches who they are. And there's probably going to be some teams on here that maybe when the Texans catch them, they're not who they were. Like last year, they faced the Silver Spring Ravens and not the Baltimore Ravens last year. That was not the same. Even, with other teams they faced, they weren't the same. There's going to be some teams on here that we think are going to be good that will not be good. Yeah, that happens every year. But this feels like it's going to be a tougher schedule than 7th easiest.
Look, whether you talk about teams or you talk about quarterbacks, you mentioned the quarterbacks. When you look at your schedule and the weakness of your schedule is bolstered by a Lamar Jackson quarterback team and a Joe Burrow quarterback team. Yeah. Because their records last year, and a Jayden Daniels, their record last year wasn't playoff caliber, wasn't ideal. Then there's room for improvement or to get stronger as the year goes along with this schedule. So I think this is one of those schedules where, and it usually does, it kind of levels itself out throughout the regular season. But I think this is one of the schedules where there's a chance that you got 2 or 3 teams that could be that are going to be significantly better than they were the previous year, and it's going to that strength of schedule is going to increase as the season goes along. Yeah. But it is good. I tell you, it is good as a Texans fan. You look at kind of, where the next step needs to come from with the Texans is can you be competitive in the second round? Let's be honest. I mean, can you be competitive in the second round and give yourself a chance in the fourth quarter to win that in that second round and get to an AFC championship? Can you do that?
Have you felt that way in any of these divisional round games?
Going into the game, yeah. But during the game,
the Chiefs may be the closest, although that started to get away from them too in the fourth quarter. But Baltimore, definitely it was over. And last year.
I just, whenever the season ends, wherever it may be, let's make it a competitive effort and not one where we end the season and we can't protect our quarterback, or we can't quit turning the ball over, or, we can't stop somebody, which that's probably not going to happen with our defense. But, yeah, I mean, the thing there is what needs to happen for the Texans to take that next step. And I think a weaker regular season schedule where you can run up your win total beyond what you've been able to do the last couple of years and potentially get a home field for a couple of weeks, or potentially that bye. So I don't think it would shock anybody with this schedule and the expectations that are placed on the Texans. I don't think it would shock anybody if they rattled off one of the top records in the league this regular season.
No, I don't think it would shock anybody, especially with that dominant defense. But I think there is a point, because this is all, can you get past this divisional round issue that you just not only had with D'Amico, you just had for the entirety of your franchise. And I think a big key of it, if you go through them all, 2012, they lose in the divisional round to the Ravens, 20-13. Where's the game at? Baltimore. They lose the next year in the Letterman jacket game, that game in New England. Right? They lose that game 41-28. They play in the divisional round again. They lose to New England in 17. They play in the divisional round again in 2020. They lose at Kansas City. They then lose at Ravens. They then lose at Kansas City. They then lose at New England. Like, every one of these times that they have tried to get to that next step, they've never played an AFC championship game. Every last one of them are played on the road. The hope is maybe that this schedule is something in which they can navigate to getting a top 2 seed. Yeah, not even just the bye, to navigate to get into a top 2 seed, so you're hosting these games. They have never, ever hosted any of these division round games. And you start to look at where they had to go. They got to go to Baltimore. They got to go to New England. They got to go to Kansas City. Like, all of those are really cold and tough places to have to play. And if that has got to be a huge factor here. And the crazy thing is, they've had an advantage in their division in terms of the division being a weaker division over the past several years, and they have been able to take advantage of getting up enough wins to get themselves to that space, right? Denver got a chance to play Buffalo, but they got a chance to get them at home, and they didn't have to go to Buffalo to play them, and they got themselves to that next round. New England last year as well. Is this a schedule where they can build up enough wins? Yeah. And you might have to do it, because 13 didn't do it for Jacksonville last year.
Well, the interesting thing is if you're Houston, we've talked about this multiple times. Like, they arrived immediately when C.J. Stroud got here, right? And so you can argue for a year or two they were ahead of the curve and probably succeeding at a little bit higher level than they should. Now you're 3 years in this thing. You know what it's like. You spent 2 more years beyond C.J. building this roster. You've won more regular season games. You still get stuck in the second round of the playoffs. Fortunately, you didn't win the division last year, and so you've got a lesser schedule. It may be the stars aligning for something like that to happen. But you're right, Ron. To break that curse would be a beautiful thing if you could do it anywhere, in the sense of the curse being not being able to get beyond the second round of the playoffs, getting to an AFC championship. But to do it in the fashion of win enough regular season games, which the excitement will be through the roof, and then do it at home where you get to an AFC championship would be a beautiful thing, no doubt.
And I see the text line like, who cares, we'll play anybody anywhere. Yeah, you will, and that has not worked for you. I'm not saying it's a guarantee that you'll win at home.
Yeah.
But you want to give yourself the best opportunity. You'd rather be playing in front of your fans in a comfortable spot and making other teams have to come to you to play you. And
take noise and weather and travel completely out of it.
And also, it has never worked for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, not to say you can't. You went on the road and beat Pittsburgh, but you're generally trying to get to the AFC Championship game. You're generally playing a good team.
Mm-hmm.
You're generally playing one of the top 2 seeds that you got to go play on the road.
Yep.
And you gotta win. And in a lot of these matchups, I don't know if last year ended up being that way, but a lot of these matchups, you were going on the road with the quarterback disadvantage as well on the road, and just so many factors that you have to overcome that. Well, if they could pull that off and bring it and make people have to come here, like that, we've seen them in the playoffs. In D'Amico's run here, they have beat the hell out of teams.
Wake up
at home. There you go. I'm up. Damn it, Lord. Here.
So is everybody else.
Hell yeah, baby. Are the Astros up?
No.
They're not going to win tonight, are they, Tyler?
Doesn't feel like it.
He said, doesn't feel like it.
Got to be crapping on my face.
Come on, Lance. Your team needs you.
Dial that thing down and go to work.
Yeah, your team needs you. Get you a cup of coffee, spike it from your own place. Get you a cup, and let's go. I can't watch them lose again, man. By the way, I'm a little nervous that Cal Raleigh has found something. By the way, he showered in his full uniform yesterday to try to break this 38 game.
He didn't need that. He just needed Tatsuya Ei.
Yeah. Well, he didn't get his hits off of him. We'll say that.
That's fair.
Ei walked him.
Whatever. F that guy.
Yeah.
Right now.
Just right now.
Just right now. I like Cal. I don't think Randy does. But I like Cal. All right, Clint, welcome back. Great job as usual. Tyler, great job as usual. I am Ron, the show. And as always, Houston, we love you, baby.